Upon the desolate wasteland, humanity's civilization barely clings to existence. Barriers rise with great fervor, yet order perpetually disintegrates. Some assert that when calamity strikes, the spirit and willpower serve as humanity's foremost weapons against peril. Others proclaim, do not let the sorrows of the era become your own. Yet some insist, I shall allow my sorrow to embody the grief of this age. This marks the inception of a new tale. From the ashes of catastrophe, light finally emerges. One that a troubled mind. Awakening from the abyss of darkness, the youth Ren Xiaosu wiped the sweat from his brow and gazed at the young boy of 13 or 14 standing at the doorway. Lu Yuan, is there something amiss? Ren Xiaosu inquired. The child known as Lu Yuan was, in fact, named Yin Lu Yuan in full. With an appearance that exudes innocence, Yin Lu Yuan seemed utterly harmless, however. He gripped a bone knife at the entrance, steadfastly guarding it. Despite the late hour and his evident fatigue, he remained vigilant, unwilling to close his eyes, for he was on watch. You needn't concern yourself with such matters. I am not unwell, Ren Xiaosu replied with unwavering resolve. Dawn approaches. I plan to venture out for hunting. You should rest a while before attending your lessons. Oh, Yin Lu Yuan replied with a somber nod. What use is learning in this wasteland? If I say it is useful, then it is, Ren Xiaosu asserted with an air of undeniable certainty. I wish to hunt as well, Yin Lu Yuan pouted. But will keep vigil if something unexpected occurs. The unconscious me. Ren Xiaosu rose from his seat, preparing to fetch water from the town center, knowing that dawn would render the town less perilous. The nights here are lawless. The overcast sky was tumultuous with swirling clouds, and at last, a drop of acid rain plummeted from the heavens. It swayed perilously in the howling wind before landing with a soft plop before Ren Xiaosu. The young Ren Xiaosu lay upon the barren ground, furrowing his brow, contemplating his ill fortune before his prey could arrive. He was instead greeted by acid rain. It is said that one must tread cautiously amidst the beasts that roam this wasteland. Yet, Ren Xiaosu believed this sentiment was incomplete, for many other lethal threats lingered in this desolate expanse, acid rain being one of them. Nevertheless, he remained unmoved. If no prey materialized today, he and the fellow named Yin Lu Yuan would face starvation before the acid rain could inflict its maladies upon them. Suddenly, the sound of wings slicing through the air startled him, and Ren Xiaosu's eyes widened, though his breath remained steady. Not far from him, he had propped a dark iron pot upon a stick, beneath which lay a scattering of murky breadcrumbs. A large bird perched beside the pot, alert and watchful, its gaze sharp. In fact, the bird was not much smaller than the pot itself. It stood there, preening its feathers for what seemed an eternity, while Ren Xiaosu continued to remain perfectly still, biding his time. It seemed that the large bird had finally lowered its guard, cautiously inching towards the iron pot, its steps as delicate as those of a thief. However, just as it entered the pot's vicinity and lowered its head to peck at the breadcrumbs, Ren Xiaosu suddenly yanked the rope in his hand with great force. In the next instant, the youth leaped up, resembling a wild donkey breaking free from its tether, rushing towards the iron pot. Before the great bird could upend it, he exerted every ounce of his strength to firmly press the pot down with his body. Phew! Ren Xiaosu exhaled a breath of relief. He had waited an entire night for this sparrow, and fortunately, his efforts had not been in vain today. Such a fortuitous opportunity was not. Something that came by every day. Beneath the pot, the sparrow struggled, its hard feathers scraping against the metal, creating a sharp sound. At that moment, the melodious chime of the clock from the refuge resonated through the air. For Ren Xiaosu, the people within the refuge were fortunate, as they were spared from facing the perils of the wasteland. Yet, entry into that haven was not granted to all who wished to enter. At this point, the commotion from within the pot had significantly diminished. He sighed, double-checking that the rag in his hand was securely wrapped, before slowly unveiling a small gap in the pot. Ren Xiaosu then extended his hand through the opening, attempting to grasp the leg of the large sparrow. However, life is not always smooth sailing. As soon as his hand ventured inside, he let out a cry of surprise. Ren Xiaosu was incensed. He resolutely discarded his tattered coat, wrapping it around his hand before thrusting it into the iron pot. To his astonishment, he seized the sparrow by its neck with a single grasp. With a swift motion, he extracted the bird, securing it under his arm, and with a forceful twist, the sparrow's neck snapped with a definitive crack, rendering it motionless. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu was suddenly struck by a pang of regret, for the claws of the large sparrow had marred his coat, leaving several unsightly holes. Abruptly, a resounding thud echoed in his mind. He collapsed to the ground, as if a colossal bronze bell had tolled within his head, plunging him into a darkened abyss of chaos. This was troubling. His ailments typically manifested at midnight, yet this time they had arrived prematurely. It was not his first episode. The townsfolk were nearly all aware of his peculiar malady, which would occasionally flare up with excruciating pain. Yet Ren Xiaosu understood well that it was not mere pain, it was sheer chaos. Wait, this time was unlike the others. The black fog in his mind had parted, revealing a palace nestled within. Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu opened his eyes wide, incredulous as he stood and surveyed his surroundings. Why am I regaining consciousness so swiftly this time? He tied the sparrow's feet together and slung it over his shoulder, then hoisted the large iron pot upside down upon his head, commencing a frantic dash, the raindrops pattering against the pot with a rhythmic thud. At that moment, the iron pot served as his umbrella. However, before he could cover much ground, a figure materialized before him, brandishing a bone knife. Hand over the prey. Before the individual could finish his sentence, a massive iron pot swiftly approached from the distance, striking his face with tremendous force. Damn! The would-be robber was sent tumbling backward, utterly astonished by Ren Xiaosu's prompt and powerful reaction. Ren Xiaosu seamlessly transitioned from lifting the pot to wielding it as a shield, sprinting away with unwavering momentum. Even before the assailant could fully collapse to the ground, Ren Xiaosu was already a considerable distance away. The robber lay on his back, feeling the sting of acid rain on his face, accompanied by a subtle yet persistent tingle of pain. Questions swirled in his mind. Typically, wouldn't there be some form of communication in such encounters? How many similar situations had this young man faced to react with such instinctive proficiency? No, something was amiss. The sound of the young man's footsteps was approaching once more. The robber panicked. Let's talk this over. Wait, I'm the victim here. Ren Xiaosu scrutinized the robber, noting the absence of anyone else nearby. Do you want the sparrow? Ren Xiaosu inquired. The robber's eyes lit up. Yes. Here you go, Ren Xiaosu declared, unceremoniously shoving the sparrow into the man's arms. A strange yet neutral voice echoed once again. Mission accomplished. Reward. Basic skill learning blueprint. Ability to learn from others. Ren Xiaosu was momentarily taken aback, for he distinctly felt a new page of parchment materializing in his mind. The skill learning map signifies the ability to directly replicate the capabilities of others, be it hunting, survival, or various other skills. The robber tightly clutched the sizable sparrow in his arms, preparing to utter words of gratitude. You are a good person. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he watched in disbelief as Ren Xiaosu effortlessly snatched the sparrow back and sauntered away. The robber stood there, bewildered. What just happened? He gazed at Ren Xiaosu's retreating figure, perplexed by such an encounter. What was the motive behind it? This world has never held faith in tears. Due to the robber's sudden collapse into unconsciousness, Ren Xiaosu returned later than anticipated. He glanced at the darkening sky, realizing that traversing the town with his catch was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Naturally, the inhabitants of the refuge were not benevolent. Rather, they feared that the chaos of the town would disrupt the labor of the displaced. Ah, Ren Xiaosu, you've had quite the haul today. As Ren Xiaosu rushed into the town bearing his iron pot, someone greeted him. The person's face was grimy, resembling someone who had never washed since birth. Many townsfolk were in a similar state. They toiled in nearby coal mines to exchange their labor for food. The coal they extracted was transported into the refuge, where workers received just enough sustenance in the form of dark bread or potatoes to survive. Not only coal mining, but all the undesirable and laborious tasks required within the refuge were also performed by those from outside its walls. In the town, the well water is strictly rationed each day. There's only a limited quantity available, and no one dares to draw more. There are no nearby clean water sources, and those that exist are perilous, frequented by wild beasts seeking sustenance. Consequently, the townsfolk appear filthy and indistinct, and Ren Xiaosu is no exception. However, unlike others, Ren Xiaosu refrains from mining coal. He has devised his own means of survival. As he traverses the narrow paths of the town, the towering fortress walls loom nearby, creating an oppressive sensation as if the sky has no end in sight. The town is devoid of substantial earthen structures. Most dwellings resemble makeshift shanties. What was once a leisurely stroll for Ren Xiaosu transforms into a vigilant endeavor upon entering the town. He even unsheathes a bone knife from his waist. The atmosphere in the streets grows tense, as if hidden dangers lurk within the shanties. Yet, upon brandishing his weapon, those who had been stirring with intent suddenly subside. The first lesson Ren Xiaosu learned from living here was to trust no one. With the exception of Yen Liyuan. From a nearby shanty, whispers emerge. Ren Xiaosu has captured another prey. Prey. It's merely a sparrow. This is not the same sparrow as in the ancient textbooks. I reckon it's about the size of an eagle from before the calamity. Don't provoke him. A voice interjects, suggesting that someone is aware of Ren Xiaosu's past. Ren Xiaosu lifts the curtain of his home, and the warmth within envelopes him, easing the stiffness from his body. Why not light a kerosene lamp? Ren Xiaosu inquired, a frown creasing his brow. In truth, Yen Liyuan was not particularly docile, especially not in the presence of anyone other than Ren Xiaosu. However, when facing his brother, he displayed an unexpected gentleness. I wish to save some kerosene for the household. And what if you become nearsighted? Ren Xiaosu gently set the sparrow down. Yen Liyuan's eyes brightened as he replied, the teacher at the academy mentioned that before the calamity, there existed something called glasses. He also said they are available now, albeit within the refuge. Possessing them would mean that even if one were nearsighted, it would not be a cause for concern. Ren Xiaosu scoffed at this notion. I have seen someone wear those so-called glasses you speak of, but in this wilderness, to entrust one's vision to a precariously balanced objective is tantamount to courting death. Do not heed your teacher's fanciful tales. The things he says are not always accurate. Oh, Yen Liyuan nodded. Then why do you still send me to the academy? Ren Xiaosu hesitated for a moment. Enough of this nonsense. When can I accompany you on a hunt? Yen Liyuan pressed on. At merely 14 years of age, what do you know of hunting? Once you master your studies at the academy, you will not need to hunt, Ren Xiaosu replied. Learn to calculate accounts, delve into physics and chemistry. Surely that knowledge will serve you better than hunting. But you are only 17 yourself, Yen Liyuan retorted, refusing to back down. In this era, even the most uncivilized individuals understood the significance of knowledge. This is also the reason why the teacher can thrive in the town regardless of the chaos that may ensue. The teacher remains the safest individual, for no one dares to harbor ill intentions towards him. However, tuition fees are exorbitant otherwise. Ren Xiaosu would have wished to attend the lessons himself. As Ren Xiaosu skillfully prepared a sparrow, he remarked, what did the teacher discuss today? I can only offer you some of the innards. The rest must be sold tomorrow. Are you injured? Yen Liyuan inquired, noticing the wound on Ren Xiaosu's palm, a result of the sparrow's pecking, from which blood flowed incessantly. The large iron pot was balanced upon a stick, and the fire in the makeshift shelter cast flickering shadows across Ren Xiaosu's face. It's just a minor injury, he replied. Silence enveloped the room, and after a brief moment, Ren Xiaosu retrieved the sparrow's innards from the pot and handed them to Yen Liyuan. Eat, he urged. Yen Liyuan's eyes suddenly glistened with tears. I want to eat. You must eat, for you need to heal. I will suffice with some broth, Ren Xiaosu insisted. I still have dark bread that I want to eat. This is hardly a minor injury. Just days ago, I witnessed someone in town perish from a mere wound that became inflamed and infected. We have no medicine here, Yen Liyuan retorted, her stubbornness almost bringing her to tears. With a sudden, unexpected slap, Ren Xiaosu struck Yen Liyuan's face and declared, remember this. Our existence in this world forbids us from shedding tears. This world does not believe in tears. Ren Xiaosu continued, look around you, see what sort of people are present. If you do not fill your stomach, what will happen when someone barges in at night and stabs me? I urge you to attend school, because I do not wish for you to be relegated to a life of hunting like I was. You possess unique abilities, and if you dedicate yourself to your studies, you shall not have to toil from dawn till dusk in the wilderness to make a living. I send you to school to prevent you from becoming as savage as they are. Yen Liyuan suddenly seized the sparrow entrails handed to him by Ren Xiaosu and devoured them ravenously. Though tears did not fall, He understood he must learn to be as resilient as Ren Xiaosu. Ahem, once you finish, please bring me a clean cloth to bandage my wound, Ren Xiaosu instructed. Understood, Yin Luyuan replied. By the way, Yin Luyuan said as he searched for a clean cloth, a group has emerged from the refuge barrier, seeking a guide to lead them to refuge barrier 112. They wish to traverse Jing Mountain directly. To refuge barrier 112? Ren Xiaosu paused, furrowing his brow. And they insist on taking Jing Mountain? Do you think they might be looking for you? The townsfolk are well aware of your familiarity with the outside world. Yin Luyuan blinked and continued. I heard they are musicians and singers from Refuge Barrier 113, invited to perform at Refuge Barrier 112. I have yet to encounter a singer myself. I will not go. Ren Xiaosu shook his head. As for that area around Jing Mountain, let those who wish to go do so. Keep your distance from them. There is something peculiar about this group. At this moment, Ren Xiaosu felt a mix of emotions. What kind of world is this, where there are still people dedicated to singing and even bands? What on earth is the refuge like? Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu found himself yearning for it. In a palace, Ren Xiaosu fell into slumber. After a prolonged vigil in the wilderness, he finally managed to capture a sparrow. Although most of the time he remained motionless on the ground, those versed in the art of survival understood that such stillness, accompanied by constant vigilance, was the most exhausting endeavor. Before drifting off to sleep, he instructed Yin Luyuan to keep a safe distance from certain individuals, as they were well aware of the dangers surrounding Jing Mountain. While most would choose to circumvent it, these individuals insisted on passing through, which instilled in him an unsettling intuition about the matter. Understood, Yin Luyuan replied obediently, nodding in compliance. The partnership between Ren Xiaosu and Yin Luyuan was indeed peculiar. They were strangers only a few years prior. However, Ren Xiaosu chose to protect the young Yin Luyuan. Motivated by an accidental discovery of the latter's secret and his own long-standing struggle with a debilitating ailment that necessitated a watchful companion. Initially, Ren Xiaosu had been clear about their mutual exploitation, yet over the years, the lines between affection and utility had grown increasingly blurred. Yin Luyuan was typically astute in the world outside, yet in Ren Xiaosu's presence, he transformed into an obedient child. Occasionally, Yin Luyuan would claim that his life was exchanged for Ren Xiaosu's own, a notion that Ren Xiaosu consistently refuted. Now, Ren Xiaosu sought to delve into the peculiar changes occurring within his mind. He had deliberately waited long into the night, hoping to discern whether the affliction that had once troubled him would re-emerge. To his astonishment, the familiar chaos did not materialize. It seemed as though the palace had long been concealed within the chaotic recesses of one's mind, and now, at last, the dark, nebulous fog had begun to dissipate. Ren Xiaosu was eager to discover what lay within this palace. Yin Luyuan cast a glance at Ren Xiaosu, who lay nearby, and quietly seized a bone knife before taking a seat at the entrance of their makeshift shelter. The shelter was merely draped with a thick curtain, and as autumn approached, a chill lingered in the air. At that moment, the rain ceased. The sound of footsteps echoed outside the curtain, the boots leaving a distinctive slickness on the muddy path left by the rain. A corner of the curtain was lifted, but before the visitor could fully unveil the entrance, Yin Luyuan had already positioned the bone knife against the stranger's throat. It was a beautiful face. Standing outside was an exquisite woman. Yin Luyuan furrowed his brow. The newcomer was no stranger, for she resided not far away. Xiaoyou, he has already fallen asleep, he remarked with a smile. If you have something to discuss, now would be the time. Xiaoyou's expression turned slightly uneasy. He didn't sustain any injuries during his outing, did he? A sparrow pecked at his palm. But you needn't worry so much about my brother, dear Xiaoyou. You are 8 years his senior, after all. As Ren Xiaosu slept soundly, Yin Luyuan exuded an air of maturity that belied his age, regardless of whether the person before him was familiar or not, and irrespective of their words. The bone knife remained steadfast against Xiaoyu's neck. She extracted a cigarette and a lighter from her bag. This was a rolled cigarette, a commodity typically dispensed only in industries like coal mining or power generation, realms that belong to the sanctuary of refuge. Many laborers toil not solely for monetary gain or sustenance, but also for a single cigarette, a day's labor rewarded with a smoke. Thus, when evening sets in, one often beholds a throng of individuals gathered together, exhaling clouds of smoke. Ren Xiaosu once confided in Yin Luyuan that these tobacco products might be laced with substances of even greater addictive properties. It is evident that the cigarettes Xiaoyu smokes are not earned through her labor. As Xiaoyu ignites a cigarette, and takes a couple of puffs. She seems lost in thought. Though small in stature, I possess a formidable spirit. I regard you all as my younger brothers. Suddenly, Yin Liyuan inquires, "Are you feeling unwell?" Xiaoyu pauses momentarily. "Indeed. Is my voice a bit hoarse?" "No." Yin Liyuan shakes his head with a smile. "I noticed that when you smoke, one of your nostrils does not exhale smoke." Xiaoyu remains silent, pondering why she has the impression that Yin Liyuan harbors an aversion towards her. "Well," Yin Liyuan adds with a grin, "I shall speak on your behalf." As Xiaoyu departs, Ren Xiaosu's voice unexpectedly resonates behind Yin Liyuan. "Do not be too harsh on your sister Xiaoyu. She has her struggles. Who is truly clean?" Ren Xiaosu replies calmly. "In this world, those striving to survive cannot afford the luxury of cleanliness. It is a necessity born of existence. Best to keep your distance and refrain from tormenting her. In this town, a solitary woman cannot afford to be too pristine." Ren Xiaosu reflects and states, "She has never professed any affection towards me. Moreover, are you certain she is drawn to me solely for my hunting prowess? Surely my charm must also play a role. Brother, everyone's face hasn't seen water for months, and fundamentally, they all look quite alike." Yin Liyuan gazed at Ren Xiaosu in bewilderment. "Brother, weren't you asleep? Why are you still awake?" Ren Xiaosu simply explained that he was contemplating some matters. He hadn't succumbed to slumber because he was delving into the secrets of that palace. Within the circular palace, the walls were lined with antiquated wooden cabinets, resembling a vast exhibition hall. However, the display shelves were shrouded in a black mist, obscuring the contents within. At the center of the hall stood a solitary table, upon which rested an antiquated brass typewriter, long obsolete even before the calamity. It emitted a clattering sound as it typed. This typewriter possessed only 24 brass keys, each engraved with a character: fairness, righteousness, integrity, honesty, friendship, kindness, prosperity, strength. It exuded an aura of positivity. Yet, it seemed that endless sheets of parchment were crammed within the typewriter, and astonishingly, the keys moved on their own without anyone striking them. Above the typewriter appeared the 2 lines of small text that manifested in the afternoon. Task: bestow the prey upon others. Task completed. Reward: basic skill learning blueprint, enabling the acquisition of others' abilities. He could not discern whether this was a figment of his imagination or something else entirely. It was said that some could forge a memory palace, a realm where one could even reshape a fantastical universe according to the strength of their mental will. However, Ren Xiaosu felt that his palace seemed somewhat dissimilar to the description of a memory palace. Yet why would it compel him to offer his prey to others? Did this typewriter wish for him to embody a virtuous person? In a world where even the mention of morality feels extravagant, being a good person is utterly unattainable. At that moment, his consciousness stood in the vast center of the palace, surveying the surrounding display cabinets, within which objects appeared to float, obscured by an impenetrable darkness. This shrouded mist rendered it impossible for Ren Xiaosu to discern what lay within. The display cabinets ascended to the dome of the palace, resembling a colossal museum. As he approached one cabinet, attempting to reach out to touch the items suspended within the black mist, he found that no matter how forcefully he tried, he could not overcome the resistance of the darkness. This was a power he could not currently penetrate. To ascertain the palace's existence, Ren Xiaosu needed to substantiate it through action. Luck is also a form of ability. "Perhaps I possess some form of ability," Ren Xiaosu remarked. Yin Liyuan, sitting at the entrance of the shelter and gazing at the post-rain starry sky through the door curtain, paused momentarily. "Are you saying?" "I'm still uncertain. I must test it," Ren Xiaosu replied as he seated himself beside Yin Liyuan. "It is rumored in the town that some individuals can manifest a train from the void into reality. I used to doubt it, but after meeting you, I began to believe a little. Now, I may have acquired a peculiar ability, and this sensation is quite strange. Yin Liyuan's ability is luck. This is a rather enigmatic ability. Whenever Yin Liyuan wished for Ren Xiaosu to catch prey, even if Ren Xiaosu wandered aimlessly through the wilderness, sparrows would inexplicably fall at his feet. However, this ability comes with a backlash, often manifesting as a persistent fever or other minor ailments afflicting Yin Liyuan after making a wish. This is the reason Ren Xiaosu initially sought to protect Yin Liyuan. He was skeptical at first, but disbelief soon became untenable. Suddenly, a meteor streaked across the sky, and Yin Liyuan instinctively clasped his hands together to make a wish, only to be halted by Ren Xiaosu. "Do not make wishes recklessly. It could lead to trouble." Nowadays, Ren Xiaosu seldom relies on Yan Liuyuan's fortune, claiming he is capable of catching prey on his own and no longer needs Yan Liuyuan's abilities, a statement Yan Liuyuan never contests. The slender Yan Liuyuan gazed in a daze at the vanished meteor, pondering, why do meteors fly so swiftly? What if everyone is unable to make their wishes in time? Ren Xiaosu contemplated for a moment before responding. Perhaps they fly quickly because they have no desire to hear your wishes at all. Yan Liuyuan serves as Ren Xiaosu's night watchman, though this does not imply he must vigil throughout the entire night. Ren Xiaosu would take turns, especially since Yan Liuyuan still needed to attend classes during the day. This arrangement proved to be quite torturous, with insufficient sleep posing a significant challenge. Yet, in such an environment, both Ren Xiaosu and Yan Liuyuan found themselves with no alternatives. In the early morning, Ren Xiaosu led Yan Liuyuan outside, carrying all their valuables, including his large iron pot. It is said that within the refuge barrier, one can leave their doors unlocked at night, for theft is virtually unheard of. Yan Liuyuan, burdened with a roll of bedding, watched as Ren Xiaosu carried a large iron pot wherever he went, which constituted nearly all of their possessions. Each day, as Yan Liuyuan attended school, he was accustomed to toting his bedding along, a common practice among his peers. However, Ren Xiaosu, despite his yearning for life within the refuge barrier, firmly rejected the notion that such a place, where one could leave their doors open at night, truly existed. Some believed that even a mere fart from the inhabitants of the refuge barrier was fragrant, and the air itself was sweet. But you can't go around with that pot all the time, Yan Liuyuan remarked. What do you understand? Ren Xiaosu retorted. This pot is a hard-won treasure. It serves both as a cooking vessel and a means to catch sparrows. Without it, how would we survive? With one hand hoisting the iron pot upon his shoulder and the other grasping a large sparrow, Ren Xiaosu walked down the road, attracting envious glances from many passers-by. It is worth noting that, in the current hierarchy of species, humanity no longer occupies the pinnacle of the food chain. Tales of the past spoke of sparrows no larger than a palm, but now, these creatures could deliver a fatal peck. Not everyone possesses the skill to catch sparrows, nor do many have the patience to lie in wait in the wilderness for an entire day and night. After all, it has been years since anyone has tasted meat. To claim that they were not envious of Ren Xiaosu would be disingenuous. Ren Xiaosu led Yan Liuyuan to the entrance of the refuge barrier, where the towering walls imparted an overwhelming sense of pressure. Here, the architecture underwent a transformation, revealing structures of brick and stone. The closer one approaches the barrier, the more pristine, orderly, and affluent it appears. The inhabitants here are, to varying degrees, connected to those within the sanctuary, perhaps through flattery or familial ties. However, regardless of their circumstances, these displaced individuals are collectively regarded as the polluted and are barred from entry into the barrier. Ren Xiaosu entered a shop, its sign reading grocery store. Inside, one could find tobacco, matches, ironware, grains, and garments, all priced exorbitantly. The elderly proprietor, upon seeing Ren Xiaosu, expressed particular delight. This sparrow looks rather substantial. Ren Xiaosu tossed the sparrow onto the glass counter. How much? Oh, be gentle. The glass is quite precious, old Wang lamented. Then casually placed the sparrow onto the adjacent scale. 3 jin and 6 liang. Not bad, Xiaosu. At that moment, the abacus in old Wang's hands began to clatter vigorously, his gnarled fingers moving with the precision of a wind-up toy. Today's market rate is 200 per jin. This amounts to 700. 900, Ren Xiaosu asserted resolutely. With winter approaching, sparrows are becoming scarce. 900 is the minimum. Old Wang, displeased, pushed the abacus towards Ren Xiaosu. This is intended for the elites inside the barrier. Indeed, there is a meat shortage there, but everything has its price, and we must adhere to the rules. Just as he finished speaking, Old Wang noticed Ren Xiaosu, clutching the sparrow, turning to exit. He quickly grasped the sleeve of Ren Xiaosu's worn coat. Where do you think you're going? I'll inquire about the prices at Old Li's grocery store, Ren Xiaosu remarked. Old Wang's grip tightened momentarily. Today, the overseer at the barrier had specifically instructed that wild game be collected, and this news was not known solely to him. With a broad grin that accentuated his numerous wrinkles, Old Wang inquired, how much do you wish to sell it for? Ren Xiaosu, still intent on departing, replied, I'll check the price and let you know. Old Wang, radiating warmth and kindness, countered, wouldn't that delay the 6 yuan you need for school? If it's 900, then it's 900. What was your previous question? Ren Xiaosu calmly asked, what was the previous inquiry? Wouldn't that delay? What was the last question? Old Wang asked again. How much do you wish to sell it for? 1,200, Ren Xiaosu stated. Old Wang was taken aback. After a lengthy pause, he sorrowfully counted the money, repeatedly checking to ensure he did not miscalculate. Eventually, they settled on a price of 11.98, with Ren Xiaosu also making a concession. Selling a single sparrow for 11.98 was not merely a reflection of inflated prices or the bird's size. It was primarily due to the scarcity of wild game within the confines of the 113th refuge barrier. As the saying goes, rarity enhances value. And Old Wang would not engage in a losing transaction. This sparrow, once sold to an influential individual, could yield a modest profit and foster goodwill. With a pained expression, Old Wang pressed a considerable amount of coins into Ren Xiaosu's hands. At that moment, as if recalling something, he lowered his voice and advised, Xiaosu, next time you catch a sparrow, don't kill it outright. There are patrons who desire them alive, and the price will be even higher. Ren Xiaosu was momentarily taken aback, pondering the necessity of keeping a live creature merely to slaughter it on demand. No, Lao Wang shook his head. You fail to grasp the concept. Someone wishes to rear sparrows for leisure. To play with? Not to consume. Ren Xiaosu questioned, perplexed. What a waste. Such fine meat. You cannot fathom the world of the affluent, Lao Wang chuckled. It is said that several centuries ago, the wealthy indulged in falconry, yet now, due to the formidable nature of eagles, they have turned to sparrows as a more manageable alternative. Just look at how fierce these sparrows appear. The wealthy are drawn to such things. After a moment of contemplation, Ren Xiaosu realized that while the majority were still struggling to satiate their hunger, some had already begun to rear sparrows for amusement. However, he noted that living creatures came at a premium, but keeping them alive incurs additional costs. These creatures can be dangerous. One careless moment, and they could inflict serious harm. At that moment, a thought struck Ren Xiaosu. The destitute outside were tainted by pollution. Could it be that these sparrows remained untainted? Or was it that the refuge merely required these wanderers to toil for them, while the walls naturally delineated the social strata? Fortune favors the bold, Lao Wang remarked with a grin. The fact that you can endure night after night indicates you possess uncommon resilience. If you were to expend some effort to catch a live one, perhaps in 6 months you would find yourself with little to do. Have you never considered saving some money to marry? Marry? Nonsense. Ren Xiaosu retorted, his tone sharp. Old Wang feigned mystery. The girl from next door, Lu's daughter, is studying with your brother, Lu Yuan. She is quite a respectable young lady. By your reasoning, should I not simply sell this sparrow directly to old Li? Is your introduction truly necessary? Ren Xiaosu turned to inquire of Yen Lu Yuan. Is the girl from Lu's family your classmate? Indeed, Yen Lu Yuan nodded. She is quite sturdy in appearance. Go on, play elsewhere. Old Wang retorted with irritation. You might as well disregard what I said. My good intentions were wasted. Observing Ren Xiaosu and Yen Lu Yuan engaging in a lively banter reminiscent of a comedic performance, Old Wang decisively interrupted, shifting the topic. Remember, if you manage to catch a live one next time, be sure to come to me. Understood, Ren Xiaosu nodded. Although capturing a live one posed risks, it was not entirely unfeasible. He glanced towards the general store. How much for the cotton-padded jacket? The jacket is freshly arrived, priced at 500 each. You know this well. I acquired it for 490. I do not profit from the jackets, Old Wang replied. One less freezing soul is a small mercy. You are rather kind. Ren Xiaosu remarked nonchalantly. I'll take one. Let's see what size fits Lu Yuan. Brother, you should buy one too. Yen Lu Yuan quickly added. Adults are speaking. Children should not interrupt. Ren Xiaosu frowned. I am not cold. Money is a valuable asset. The consortiums controlling the various refuge barriers issue currency to ensure the smooth flow of goods. While it facilitates convenience, the absence of money renders one utterly immobile. The winter here is frigid, yet one must reserve funds for emergencies, with over a month remaining until winter's arrival. Ren Xiaosu mused that capturing a few sparrows might allow for purchasing a cotton-padded coat later. The crux of the matter lies in Yen Liu Yuan's impending tuition payment, due monthly. Ren Xiaosu cast another glance into the grocery store, his gaze suddenly fixating on the counter behind Old Wang. How much for the antibiotics? Are you in need of medication? Old Wang finally noted the bloodstains on the cloth wrapped around Ren Xiaosu's hand. You're injured? You must procure some medicine. Otherwise, an infection could threaten your life. I demand to know the price. Ren Xiaosu replied impatiently. Each pill is 210, Old Wang explained. Antibiotics must be taken for 3 consecutive days. I can sell you 3 pills for 620, and I'll throw in an application of iodine. I only have 10 left. Ren Xiaosu pondered briefly before responding. Just round it down a bit. If you mean to suggest erasing that 0 after 620, you might as well remain silent, old Wang retorted, exasperated. He then turned to accompany Yin Luyuan to school. Passing the grain store, Ren Xiaosu ventured inside to purchase a lengthy loaf of dark bread, which contained an unknown filling that scraped his throat painfully upon swallowing. Chewing on the dark bread, Yin Luyuan remarked, "Brother, why don't you also pay your tuition and attend classes, since you were so eager to learn?" "I still need to go hunting," Ren Xiaosu replied. "I overheard old Wang mention that there are quite a few well-off female students at your school. Do be cautious of early romantic entanglements. I have heard that in the past, individuals married at the tender age of 13 or 14. Yin Luyuan countered. Although he had never contemplated such matters between men and women, he found great joy in engaging in playful banter with Ren Xiaosu. Finding joy amidst adversity is perhaps one of humanity's most formidable abilities. Ren Xiaosu lightly tapped Yin Luyuan on the back of his head and remarked, "Can things be the same as before? You are still young. The relationships you speak of now will one day belong to others." Upon saying this, Ren Xiaosu smacked his lips. "Others' wives? That sounds rather thrilling, doesn't it? What are you saying? I can't quite comprehend." Yin Luyuan blinked innocently. "Oh, come on, stop pretending," Ren Xiaosu retorted, somewhat irritated. The schoolhouse was the cleanest and most orderly place in the entire town, the only residence boasting its own independent courtyard. As one walked in from the outside, a delightful sight of neatly arranged vegetables greeted the eye: scallions, garlic sprouts, potatoes, and cabbages. Initially, Ren Xiaosu believed that a place like the school should be adorned with bamboo or similar plants. However, given the scarcity of food during these times, having a space to cultivate vegetables felt like an immense blessing. Thus, Ren Xiaosu's previous aspiration was for Yin Luyuan to grow up to be a teacher, not out of a profound respect for educators, but because he perceived teaching as a safe occupation, one that would allow for a personal garden free from theft. How splendid that would be. Overall, Ren Xiaosu's wishes were rather simple and unpretentious. As Yin Luyuan entered the school to attend classes, Ren Xiaosu perched on the wall, listening intently to the sounds of reading emanating from within. Unable to afford the tuition, he resorted to eavesdropping in this manner. The teacher occasionally recounts to his students the splendor of ancient human civilization. To be honest, he himself has never witnessed that era, and what he shares now consists solely of tales passed down through generations, which may have become distorted over time. Although these accounts may lack reliability, Ren Xiaosu finds himself utterly captivated. At times, he brings forth his misunderstandings and queries to Yin Luyuan, which causes the latter considerable distress. For if he cannot provide an answer, it implies he has not been attentive in class. Thus, when Ren Xiaosu is present as an auditor, Yin Luyuan listens with exceptional diligence. Strangely, Yin Luyuan admits that his elder brother's earnest demeanor while studying is indeed quite handsome, which explains why Sister Xiaoyu is so enamored. "Ah, how delightful!" Yin Luyuan beams with joy. In the classroom, there exists but one teacher, named Zhang Jinglin, who conducts all lessons single-handedly. Others regard him as formidable, believing him to possess a wealth of knowledge. However, Ren Xiaosu has always harbored doubts. It is commonly said that expertise requires specialization, and one's energies are finite. Thus, it seems improbable for Mr. Zhang to be omniscient. Ren Xiaosu has always been different from his peers. He relishes the process of reflection when approaching problems. It was only after attending Mr. Zhang's lectures that he came to understand this as a dialectical approach to problem-solving. Yin Luyuan is sometimes perplexed, as Ren Xiaosu frequently challenges Mr. Zhang's viewpoints. Yet he still finds the time to attend his classes. On a particular afternoon, Ren Xiaosu took Yin Luyuan to celebrate, not for any specific reason, but simply because he would soon be able to attend classes in the courtyard. On ordinary days, lingering on the wall too far from the classroom made it somewhat difficult to hear clearly. Initially, Zhang Jinglin preferred to keep the doors and windows tightly shut during his lectures, fearing that the commotion outside would distract his students. However, upon discovering that Ren Xiaosu was eavesdropping, he began to leave one window ajar. Now, he has even summoned Ren Xiaosu to the courtyard. Many parents, caught in these tumultuous times, send their children to school not for the sake of education, but to facilitate their future marriages. This is especially true for girls who have received an education, as they are often able to secure a good match. In this era, being literate and possessing basic arithmetic skills is already commendable. Everyone is preoccupied with survival. When food is scarce, who has the luxury to worry about cultural knowledge? Thus, most parents have no grand plans when they send their children to school. In this small town, there are both the affluent and the impoverished, and where there are people, there exists comparison. Yen Luyuan watched as Ren Xiaosu purchased a cigarette with a filter from the general store. Old Wang proudly proclaimed that the tobacco here was free from additives and quite safe. Priced at 20, it was indeed a rare commodity. Yen Luyuan curiously inquired, "Brother, why are you buying cigarettes?" "Since our teacher has allowed me to attend class in the courtyard without paying tuition, I thought I should at least express my gratitude." Ren Xiaosu replied with a smile. The two of them went to the backyard of the school during lunchtime, where Mr. Zhang was enjoying some stir-fried cabbage. Ren Xiaosu cheerfully offered the cigarette to Mr. Zhang, who did not refuse but instead instructed Yen Luyuan to keep his distance, saying, "You are still growing. The smoke won't do you any good." Ren Xiaosu expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sir, for allowing me to enter the courtyard to listen." Zhang Jinglin, using a match from his own supplies to light a cigarette, exhaled a plume of smoke with satisfaction. Nowadays, there are few students who share your enthusiasm for learning. Feel free to listen, but from now on, you must remain at the entrance and not enter the classroom. "All right," Ren Xiaosu replied. "Sir, I have a question. You mentioned that prior to the calamity, humanity possessed an abundance of technology, and since we have not become extinct, why have those technologies not re-emerged? Surely we must still retain some records. Can't we study them to swiftly restore civilization?" Ren Xiaosu inquired with curiosity. "It has been a lost era," Zhang Jinglin lamented. "Let me pose a question. If I were to provide you with a complete set of instructions for building an airplane, could you construct one?" "Indeed. We are all starting anew," Zhang Jinglin observed, glancing at the half-smoked cigarette in his hand, feeling a pang of regret as he hesitated over whether to continue smoking. He contemplated saving half for later, but wondered if doing so in front of Ren Xiaosu and Yen Luyuan would be somewhat embarrassing. Ren Xiaosu remained puzzled. Was there truly no one during those years who overcame adversity to continue their studies? "No, they all perished from starvation," Zhang Jinglin replied. "Does that mean all that knowledge has been irrevocably lost?" Ren Xiaosu questioned, unwilling to accept such a fate. Zhang Jinglin gazed intently at Ren Xiaosu and spoke with a depth of meaning. "They are held in the hands of a select few." Rising from his seat, he added, "Let us not dwell on this matter any further. It is time for class." Ren Xiaosu persisted with one final inquiry. "Sir, when was the wall of our refuge built? And what purpose does it serve?" "After the calamity, when beasts roamed freely, it was said that there was once a plague of insects long ago, compelling humanity to erect high walls to shield themselves from danger," Zhang Jinglin explained. However, Ren Xiaosu expressed his curiosity. "Yet, most beasts, even if evolved, do not actively attack humans. Monkeys still consume fruits, and sparrows continue to enjoy grains. They do not seek to harm us. Currently, Refuge No. 113 resides within the realm of human habitation, where the more ferocious beasts are largely excluded from the perimeter. The higher the sequence number of a refuge, the greater the peril it harbors. For instance, the legendary refuge number 178 suffers numerous casualties each year due to the expulsion of beasts. In contrast, Refuge No. 113 can be regarded as part of the interior. Although dangers persist, such as packs of wolves, they are not insurmountable. Given this, one might wonder why such a large human settlement still boasts towering walls. Zhang Jinglin chuckled. As long as there remains peril in the wilderness, the displaced must rely on the refuge for survival, which consequently provides the refuge with an abundant supply of inexpensive labor. Do you really believe that the conglomerates behind the refuge lack the capability to completely eradicate the dangers lurking outside? Humanity's firearms are far more formidable than one might imagine. Yet why do they seek to eradicate? They pose no threat to them. At this point, Ren Xiaosu found himself deep in contemplation. Despite his precociousness, there were certain matters he had yet to encounter, which rendered him oblivious. This was precisely the reason for his insatiable thirst for knowledge. Zhang Jinglin continued. They will not dismantle the walls. How could the entrenched interests within ever relinquish such a natural class barrier? With that, Zhang Jinglin changed his attire, prompting Ren Xiaosu's curiosity. "Sir, why are you changing clothes? The previous outfit wasn't even dirty." Zhang Jinglin adjusted his collar and replied, "That outfit has absorbed the smell of smoke. It would be unpleasant for the students." Yen Luyuan looked on with newfound respect, while Ren Xiaosu felt a twinge of discontent. "So, is it fine for me to smell it? You didn't ask me to keep my distance earlier, sir." Zhang Jinglin pondered for a considerable time before retorting, "Get lost." At that moment, Ren Xiaosu suddenly heard the voice of the palace in his mind once more. Task: the thirst for knowledge is never a flaw. But what you learn must be imparted to others. He was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend what this task truly entailed. Zhang Jinglin rapped the blackboard several times to quell the students' curiosity and announced, "This afternoon, we shall have a survival class." Such is the uniqueness of this era's educational institutions. They not only impart knowledge of the arts and sciences, but also the art of survival. Consequently, much of the instruction relies on previously preserved materials to convey the lessons. Zhang Jinglin observed the students in the classroom, urging them to pay attention. Do not assume that danger is a distant concern. For now, you are sheltered by your parents. But as you reach adulthood, you must learn to protect yourselves. Today, the lesson would focus on what to do if one encounters a pack of wolves in the wild. The students were particularly fond of survival courses, finding them far more engaging than the other subjects, which felt rather tedious at their age. A profound silence enveloped the classroom, and Zhang Jinglin turned his gaze towards Ren Xiaosu, who was standing by the door listening intently. "Now, you tell us. What should one do when faced with a pack of wolves in the wilderness?" Ren Xiaosu pondered for a moment before responding. "One should ideally seek a hillside surrounded by trees, as this would ensure a more favorable environment for burial." Zhang Jinglin was taken aback by the answer, left speechless. Unbeknownst to him, Ren Xiaosu was equally perplexed, wondering if he had inadvertently shared knowledge that was irrelevant to the task at hand. Was there something amiss with the information he imparted? "Sir," Ren Xiaosu said earnestly, "you may not have realized the size of the wolves that roam outside today. Many in the town have never encountered them or dealt with them. However, I have. Forget about facing a pack. Even a solitary wolf would necessitate choosing a burial site." Initially, Ren Xiaosu believed Zhang Jinglin would counter his assertion, as his words seemed to undermine the teacher's authority and dignity. However, after contemplating for a while, Zhang Jinglin suddenly remarked, "From now on, you may attend classes in the classroom, and you shall also teach the survival course." For the first time, a substitute teacher emerged at the town school outside the number 113 refuge barrier. Nevertheless, Ren Xiaosu did not elucidate in class how he had managed to survive after encountering not only lone wolves, but also packs of wolves. With the completion of the task, he received a reward of 1.0 strength. As the day progressed, Ren Xiaosu found no opportunity to utilize the basic skill learning map, for his attendance at the school was driven by his passion for acquiring knowledge. However, the wisdom possessed by Zhang Jinglin offered little immediate assistance for his survival. Ren Xiaosu's primary concern remained his existence. Thus, the map lay unused, rendering him unable to validate whether the concepts swirling in his mind were mere figments of his imagination. Yet, Ren Xiaosu continued to wait, convinced that another task would soon present itself. Having now accomplished yet another task and earned 1.0 strength, a figure that resonated with clarity, he became acutely aware of his physical sensations. Remarkably, he could even perceive a slight bulge in the muscles concealed beneath his clothing, a phenomenon that could only be described as supernatural. No one could suddenly gain additional muscular strength in a mere 0.1 seconds. At this moment, Ren Xiaosu was unequivocally certain that the palace within his mind represented a unique ability. This realization enveloped him in a euphoric sensation. In truth, he ought to have felt joyous long ago, yet he feared the possibility that it might all be an illusion. A seasoned hunter must possess an intimate understanding of his own physical capabilities. One must be aware of the weight one can bear and the speed and ferocity with which one can strike. Thus, Ren Xiaosu presently assessed his newfound strength. If the typical adult male measures at 3.0, then Ren Xiaosu's previous strength level was 2.5. At merely 17, it is quite natural for him to exhibit somewhat lesser strength than that of an adult. His survival in the town over the years was not attributed to sheer physical prowess, but rather to his tenacity, vigilance, and composure. Now that his strength has surpassed that of an average adult, it signifies an increased likelihood of survival amidst the desolate wasteland. Ren Xiaosu hesitated momentarily, reflecting. It seems to be true. Mr. Zhang initially began as a substitute teacher, and only after the old gentleman's passing did he assume full responsibility for the school. Indeed, it is well known in our town that anyone who serves as a substitute teacher may eventually become a full-fledged instructor. Consider this, Mr. Zhang has allowed you to attend classes while also appointing you as a substitute teacher, clearly indicating his intention for you to succeed him. Yin Lu Yuan chuckled. If the townsfolk were to learn of this, they would certainly extend us a modicum of courtesy in the future. That may not be the case, Ren Xiaosu pondered. I suspect he simply finds himself in need of tobacco. Yen Luyuan glanced at Ren Xiaosu. Are you serious, brother? Indeed. Becoming a teacher at the academy would not be a bad endeavor, Ren Xiaosu remarked. Once I become a teacher, I shall pass the position on to you, and then you will become the instructor of the academy. For Ren Xiaosu, the thought of himself becoming a teacher had never truly crossed his mind. It was not that he looked down upon the profession. If that were the case, he would not have offered the position to Yen Luyuan. Rather, he felt that he simply was not suited for such a vocation. If he were to find himself without opportunities to enter the sanctuary, then the wilderness was where he truly belonged. As Ren Xiaosu walked, he envisioned a future where he would hand over the title of teacher to Yen Luyuan. Unaware that Yen Luyuan had gradually come to a halt, watching Ren Xiaosu's retreating figure, Yen Luyuan was engulfed by an indescribable emotion. This youth, whose hand was still bandaged, though sharp-tongued, always seemed to wish to reserve his finest offerings for him. The chimneys of the factories outside the sanctuary billowed white smoke into the sky, and the setting sun cast a warm glow upon the two figures, as if life had never known worry. On their way home, Ren Xiaosu and Yen Luyuan suddenly spotted a group emerging from the sanctuary, numbering around 13 or 14 individuals. Half of them donned an array of colorful and peculiar attire, while the other half were clad in the battle uniforms of the mercenaries employed by the ruler of the 113th sanctuary. It appeared that soldiers accompanied this contingent, explaining their audacity to venture into such perilous terrain. In seeking a guide, it was evident that they did not require one with martial prowess. Knowing the way was sufficient. However, Ren Xiaosu did not believe that the private mercenaries of the ruler of the number 113 refuge barrier were particularly formidable. In fact, he seldom observed these mercenaries in action. Whether they had ever engaged in real combat or even witnessed bloodshed was highly questionable. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu noticed a few of the mercenaries smoking, utilizing filters that were quite rare in the town. A faint whiff of smoke wafted through the air, and he distinctly detected an unusual scent, reminiscent of what old Wang had mentioned about many cigarettes in the factories being laced with addictive substances that could induce euphoria. Ren Xiaosu found it puzzling that mercenaries, a profession that necessitated a clear mind, would indulge in such vices. He had witnessed individuals descend into madness from smoking, and these mercenaries merely seemed to be smoking a more refined variety. Gradually, a crowd began to gather in the town, their clean faces starkly contrasting with the locals. Brother, is the water supply in the refuge barrier abundant enough for daily face washing? Yen Luyuan inquired, his bright eyes sparkling. There's no need to envy. The oils on our skin serve to protect us, Ren Xiaosu replied nonchalantly. Yet, he suddenly spotted a singular presence among the group. A woman, wearing a cap with a brim pulled low, obscuring her age, donned relatively normal clothing that was loose yet fitted. Ren Xiaosu's attention was drawn to her. Akin to encountering a wild beast in the wilderness, he sensed that this group harbored secrets. He trusted his instincts. Ren Xiaosu and Yen Luyuan stood at a distance, vaguely understanding that this group was inquiring with old Wang from the grocery store about something. They heard old Wang's loud voice saying, "If you wish to traverse Jing Mountain, you must seek out that lad Ren Xiaosu. Without him, you certainly cannot pass. Moreover, there are wolf packs roaming the wilderness outside. I advise you against venturing toward Jing Mountain." One of the mercenaries scoffed, "Wolf packs will scatter at the sound of gunfire. Why should we fear them?" Ren Xiaosu was momentarily taken aback. So wolves were frightened by gunfire? Perhaps that was the nature of wild beasts. He had never encountered firearms, so he was uncertain of the truth in the mercenary's words, yet he harbored a hint of skepticism. Another mercenary queried, "Who is Ren Xiaosu? We don't need him to possess any exceptional skills. We merely require someone to navigate." Old Wang chuckled, Ren Xiaosu is renowned in our town as an adept hunter. He knows most of the routes, so seeking him out is indeed wise. Though, I must warn you, the lad's mind is a bit peculiar." Upon hearing this, Ren Xiaosu turned to leave with Yen Luyuan, asking, "Isn't old Wang's son in your class? That chubby fellow?" Yen Luyuan gasped, "Brother, let us not involve family in this mess." Ren Xiaosu frowned, having intended to steer clear of this situation, only to find old Wang had unwittingly recommended him to this baffling group. In the bustling town, individuals often band together to navigate life's challenges, friends, brothers, and couples sharing living quarters and taking turns to keep watch, believing that such camaraderie might enhance their safety. This was the initial arrangement between Ren Xiaosu and Yin Luyuan. However, there are those who have been harmed by the very companions they chose to rely on. The perpetrators, typically short-sighted, fail to realize that once they betray their allies, trust is irrevocably lost. These solitary figures, ostracized by their own actions, seldom meet a favorable fate. Seated in his makeshift shelter, Ren Xiaosu unwrapped the bandage from his injured hand. The sight of the wound drew a frown from him. The surrounding area was swollen and red, a clear indication of inflammation. Upon noticing Yin Luyuan approaching, he hastily rewrapped the bandage. "Brother, is your wound all right?" Yin Luyuan inquired. "It's nothing," Ren Xiaosu replied calmly. "I don't believe you." "Let me see," Yin Luyuan insisted, reaching to untie the bandage that Ren Xiaosu had just secured. "I said it's fine." Ren Xiaosu pushed him away. "If it were serious, I would go buy some medicine." "Don't deceive me. Last time you tried to tough it out," Yin Luyuan said, sounding quite aggrieved. Ren Xiaosu sighed. "Rest assured, I would never joke about my life. In the animal kingdom, predators seldom strike without caution, for they understand a fundamental truth. Even minor injuries can lead to death. If the beasts possess such wisdom, how could Ren Xiaosu be any less aware? "Hey, brother, look. There are 2 potatoes hidden beneath the chair and 3 packets of medicine. Could this be the anti-inflammatory medication you intended to purchase today?" "It appears to be the same," Yin Luyuan exclaimed in surprise. "Did you place it here?" "It was not I," Ren Xiaosu replied while scrutinizing the 3 pills. "They are indeed ordinary anti-inflammatory medication. Then it must have been Sister Xiaoyu who left them. I only mentioned to her that you were injured." Yin Luyuan chuckled as he handed a pill to Ren Xiaosu. "Sister Xiaoyu is so kind to you. Why not consider returning her affections?" Ren Xiaosu nearly choked in disbelief. "You truly change your demeanor quicker than one can turn a page. You praise someone when there is food involved, yet bully them when there is none." With a mischievous grin, Yin Luyuan began munching on a potato. The 2 typically refrained from dining in the evenings. Ren Xiaosu believed in eating well in the morning, filling up at noon, and avoiding food at night for the sake of health. This was a saying that had survived since before the calamity, though Ren Xiaosu understood that the real reason for not eating at night was due to financial constraints. "Brother," Ren Xiaosu turned, noticing Yin Luyuan with his head bowed and his voice slightly subdued. "What troubles you?" "I remember. I have been searching for this person," Ren Xiaosu remarked. "Those pills might have been sent by Sister Xiaoyu as well," Yin Luyuan added. "The spot where the medication was placed was identical to today." Ren Xiaosu fell into contemplation. Suddenly, he heard footsteps outside. Many people. It was rare to encounter such movement on the streets of the town at night. But Ren Xiaosu quickly deduced the identity of the visitors and anticipated their intentions. The band must traverse the mountain, as Ren Xiaosu had anticipated. The mercenaries indeed had other assignments. For instance, the ruler of Barrier 113 had unearthed evidence suggesting that the mountain was formed due to severe tectonic movements, and it is possible that remnants from the cataclysm still linger there. They learned about Ren Xiaosu from Old Wang at the general store. Despite initial doubts regarding his sanity, they inquired further, and it appeared that everyone regarded Ren Xiaosu as the most suitable guide. Some even pondered what exceptional qualities this youth possessed to become a local celebrity. Despite the town's notorious reputation for cruelty, no one seemed inclined to harm a dying boy. They merely observed with indifference. Yet, just when everyone believed Ren Xiaosu was doomed, he not only survived, but thrived. The band members were curious about how he managed to live, and Old Wang chuckled, explaining that it was all thanks to Yin Luyuan, who had gone door to door pleading for scraps, ultimately ensuring Ren's survival. It was rumored that someone had even provided a few pills, though their identity remained unknown. The townsfolk knew that while Ren Xiaosu had indeed survived, he was left with a lingering affliction in his mind. At that moment, one member of the group turned to Old Wang and asked, "What do you mean by saying he has a problem?" "Oh, it's nothing," Old Wang replied with a smile, his wrinkles converging. "It's not serious. Look, we are almost there." Old Wang, only emboldened by the presence of the noble figures emerging from the refuge barriers, dared to venture onto the streets at night. At this moment, he intentionally raised his voice, seemingly eager for the townsfolk to know of his esteemed connections with these illustrious individuals. "Xiaosu, come out quickly, we have esteemed guests," Old Wang called out cheerfully. Suddenly, the curtain of the makeshift dwelling was flung open with a flourish. There stood Ren Xiaosu, beaming with joy as he clasped Old Wang's hand, exclaiming, "Congratulations! Both father and son are safe. 6 pounds and 6 ounces. Old Wang." The band. The mercenaries? A member of the band, pointing at Ren Xiaosu, turned to old Wang and remarked, "You're in such a state, and you dare claim there's nothing wrong? Furthermore, what on earth does father and son safe mean? Shouldn't it be mother and child safe?" The band member retorted with irritation, "Wang Fugui, do you understand the consequences of deceiving us? Is this what you call nothing wrong?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than the band member turned to leave. Their earlier hopes of encountering the legendary Ren Xiaosu dashed, now faced with what they perceived to be a madman. It was no wonder the townsfolk whispered rumors of Ren Xiaosu's mental state. This behavior certainly suggested as much. As Ren Xiaosu stood at the entrance of the shed, watching the band fade into the distance, old Wang incessantly apologized to them by his side. Although Ren Xiaosu is mentally challenged, this is not the case, he insisted. "Please allow me to explain." However, the band's staff showed little interest in his explanations. "Wang Fugui, I give you 6 hours to find a suitable candidate. Even if this kid is not ill, we have no use for him. We depart at dawn, so stop causing us trouble." He didn't even notice the expression hidden beneath the brim of the other's cap, yet an inexplicable sense of trepidation gripped him. Instinctively, Ren Xiaosu activated his skill learning chart, and a voice echoed from the palace, commencing random learning of target skills. Random learning? The firearm skills of the opponent have been randomly selected. Would you like to learn? Learn. In that moment, Ren Xiaosu realized that the learning chart had already vanished. Not learning would render it useless. Learning successful. You have acquired advanced firearm proficiency. Wait, wasn't I supposed to receive a basic chart? Why am I able to learn advanced firearm proficiency? Shouldn't I only attain the beginner level? Ren Xiaosu pondered curiously. He was taken aback. Could one also learn the supernatural abilities of others? Suddenly, he recalled the girl and asked, "Can you tell me the level of that girl's firearm proficiency?" Previously learned targets can be disclosed. Her firearm proficiency level is Master. Perfect. The foundational level of the learning framework allows for the random acquisition of advanced skills from targets possessing lower-level abilities. At the Master level, one can learn Master-level skills from others, provided they already possess advanced skills themselves, and may even absorb supernatural abilities from their counterparts. This ranking is entirely determined by the palace, which states that success is contingent upon a certain probability. However, the mere thought of acquiring another's supernatural abilities stirred a sense of exhilaration within Ren Xiaosu. Previously, he had engaged in a discussion with Yen Liyuan regarding the hierarchy of supernatural abilities, whether they were inherently superior or inferior. Some individuals are naturally more formidable, while others may be somewhat weaker. As someone who must survive in the wild, Ren Xiaosu naturally deemed potent supernatural abilities as superior. In contrast, Yen Liyuan, endowed with the attribute of luck and unable to fight, maintained that supernatural abilities merely serve different purposes without any inherent ranking. Yet now, the prospect of possessing the ability to replicate others' powers raises the question of hierarchy. Nonetheless, Ren Xiaosu's thoughts were predominantly occupied with the girl wearing a duckbill cap. Upon receiving advanced firearm skills, an overwhelming influx of knowledge surged through his mind, akin to an epiphany that penetrated his very instincts. He grasped not only the various models of firearms, their disassembly, maintenance, and usage, but also an almost instinctual precision in aiming. He even understood the recoil of each type of gun. If he were handed a firearm encompassed within his advanced skills, he could wield it with the prowess of a seasoned marksman who had trained for a decade, without any discernible difference. In terms of precision, achieving a score exceeding 95 within 100 meters appears to be the benchmark of advanced marksmanship skills. This revelation pleasantly surprised Ren Xiaosu, though it did not incite overwhelming joy, as he currently possessed no firearm. What left him even more astounded was the palace in his mind, which deemed the girl's shooting prowess to be flawless. Ren Xiaosu could scarcely fathom the prowess of a master marksman, let alone one deemed perfect. Could such an individual truly exist within a band? It seemed that neither the mercenaries nor the band staff were aware of this formidable presence among them. Previously, he had observed that they regarded her merely as an ordinary staff member. The girl herself likely had no inkling that Ren Xiaosu had, through some mysterious means, uncovered her secret. His decision to distance himself from this group had proven to be a wise one, and he felt a thrill in possessing knowledge of another's secret. "Brother, why do you keep staring at her back?" Yen Liyuan's head emerged from the makeshift shelter, inquiring. At that moment, both Yen Liyuan and Ren Xiaosu were taken aback to discover that the person emerging from the adjacent shelter was none other than Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, what are you doing in the next shelter?" Yen Liyuan asked curiously. Xiaoyu smiled as she brushed her hair back. I've decided to move here and be your neighbor. What happened to the family that used to live here? Yin Luyuan pressed on. I swapped my residence with them, Xiaoyu explained. Yin Luyuan leaned closer to Ren Xiaosu, lowering his voice. Brother, Xiaoyu is really going all out. She used to live in a brick house. Brother, are you still a virgin? Yin Luyuan inquired. Ren Xiaosu glared at Yin Luyuan. Luyuan, you are not a child anymore. I wish to discuss matters of education in this regard. Yin Luyuan immediately straightened up, becoming serious. All right, brother, feel free to ask anything you do not understand. Before he could finish his sentence, Ren Xiaosu kicked him down. Yet, Yin Luyuan bore no resentment. Chuckling heartily, you've really gained some experience, Ren Xiaosu remarked as he made the bed. Try not to provoke your little sister you, and refrain from entangling in any romantic affairs. We can barely manage our own situation, let alone concern ourselves with others. Oh, Yin Luyuan replied submissively. But they have sent us potatoes and medicine, and they care about you so much. Are you truly going to ignore them? Ren Xiaosu pondered for a moment. The most important thing for a person is to act with integrity and a clear conscience. However, if one feels guilt, one must persuade oneself to let it go. Yin Luyuan was initially attentive during the first half of Ren Xiaosu's words, but became bewildered by the latter half. Perhaps this is the essence of Ren Xiaosu. In this era, individuals like him might fare better. Yet, Yin Luyuan was indifferent to what kind of person Ren Xiaosu was. Every ounce of caution and meticulousness exhibited by Ren Xiaosu was a lesson and growth stemming from past scars. However, Yin Luyuan understood that Ren Xiaosu still harbored unspoken thoughts within his heart. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Yin Li for becoming the inaugural leader of this book, and to Huan Yu for establishing the first Silver Alliance. I am also thankful to my esteemed classmate Tong Tang for their Silver Alliance, as well as to Yu Xiaoyu for their leadership. I cherish you all. At this moment, a coarse voice echoed from outside the hut, addressing the new neighbor. Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, I intended to visit you tonight, and only just discovered that you have moved here. I brought you some cigarettes. Ren Xiaosu and Yin Luyuan exchanged glances. Their brows furrowed in concern. They then heard Xiaoyu respond, I will no longer engage in such activities. The owner of the coarse voice, seemingly amused, retorted, If you don't do that, what will you eat and drink? Who will provide you with cigarettes in the future? Let go of me. Xiaoyu's voice was laced with anger, and it appeared that a physical altercation had ensued, accompanied by the sound of tearing fabric. Yin Luyuan looked at Ren Xiaosu, who remained with a frown etched upon his face. He softly urged, Brother, help her. Rising to his feet, Ren Xiaosu unsheathed his bone knife from his calf, holding it in a reverse grip as he strode toward the entrance of the hut. At that moment, within the palace of his mind, the keys of a brass typewriter struck rhythmically, imprinting words upon the parchment, while the grand palace echoed with a voice. Task, assist. With a cold smirk, he interrupted the palace's proclamation, stating, Even without your task, I would still offer my assistance. From the moment Ren Xiaosu drew his knife to the instant he charged toward the man, merely a second or two elapsed. Ren Xiaosu refrained from uttering any threatening words such as let her go or try moving again, for he understood that any superfluous actions would inevitably lead to failure. His intention was merely to resolve the simplest of problems in the most straightforward manner. As Ren Xiaosu, slender yet robust, charged towards the man like a leopard, the latter swiftly drew his knife from his waist to strike at him. In this town, every individual bore some form of self-defense weapon. The man felt a surge of derision, for he was nearly a head taller than Ren Xiaosu, wielding true iron rather than mere bone. However, in the next instant, his scorn abruptly ceased. It was a well-known fact that iron surpassed bone. Even if the sinews of beasts were indeed stronger than steel, they still paled in comparison to true iron. Though the town strictly prohibited cold weapons, acquiring a quality piece of iron was akin to climbing a mountain. While some industries were gradually catching up to pre-cataclysm levels, resources remained scarce. As Ren Xiaosu appeared before the man like a shadow, his sprint culminated in a powerful landing with his left foot. Suddenly, the muscles in his right leg tightened, anchoring him firmly to the ground. All the strength within him surged from the earth, transmitting through his core like a swift current, and then directed into his arm. Ren Xiaosu's blade cleaved through the darkness, carving a fissure in the night like the rifts on the Earth's surface. In that fleeting moment of the man's astonishment, Ren Xiaosu had already discarded the bone knife without a trace of hesitation, the motion fluid and seamless, as if he had anticipated the knife as shattering from the very beginning, thus having devised an alternative plan. He grasped the man's wrist, and with a fist that struck like a hammer, he aimed for the vulnerable nerve in the man's armpit. The man attempted to break free. Yet he suddenly realized that this youth possessed a strength that surpassed his own. How could this be? How old could the other be? The boy's height barely reached his neck. However, the man observed that Ren Xiaosu's neck bore muscles and tendons like steel, indicative of immense power. The armpit nerve lies approximately 3 inches from the upper arm, and precision was unnecessary, for the fist could easily cover any variance. This area is one of the human body's vulnerabilities. A violent blow to the armpit nerve could lead to dislocation. If we were to liken the nerve to an electrical cable, such dislocation could unleash an uncontrollable discharge of electrical signals. The body would begin to secrete an abundance of calcium and potassium, and a storm of electrical charges could incapacitate the entire system temporarily. Ren Xiaosu stood quietly beside him, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment of gasping for breath, the man pleaded for mercy. "I harbor no grudges. If you spare me, I shall forget today's events." At that moment, the astute understood that he had become a fish on the chopping block. His best course of action was not to continue his brazen defiance, but to bide his time. Ren Xiaosu turned to Xiaoyu and inquired, "Who is he?" "He is a foreman from the coal mine. The man who was stabbed to death in the town last night was killed under his orders because he had heard that the victim had a habit of saving money, which was convenient as he owed a debt to the casino. Thus his malicious intent arose," Xiaoyu recounted, revealing the man's boastful words from the previous night. Suddenly, the once silent palace spoke again. "Mission: grant the enemy a path to escape." As soon as the words left the palace, Ren Xiaosu swiftly crouched down and plunged the iron weapon into the man's abdomen. The sharp sound of the weapon tearing through flesh sent shivers down the spines of all the onlookers and eavesdroppers, and soon, blood began to gush forth from the man's wounds. "You likely have about 3 minutes to reach the clinic in the town for sutures. Perhaps there is still hope for survival," Ren Xiaosu stated calmly. Ignoring the pain, the man immediately rose and rushed towards the clinic, without uttering a word. Task completed. Reward: Basic Level Learning Map. Task completed. Reward: Basic Level Learning Map. Due to your lack of weaponry, a side quest has been initiated before Ren Xiaosu could finish speaking. He was momentarily taken aback. The first task should have been to rescue Xiaoyu, and while he understood that completion, he was surprised that the second task was also considered accomplished. How exactly did the palace determine this? Yin Luyuan, curious, interjected, "Brother, are you just going to let him go? What if he recovers at the clinic and seeks revenge? He is not a good person." Ren Xiaosu gazed into the night. "That dilapidated clinic in our town is hardly capable of proper suturing, brother. Seeing your ruthlessness puts my mind at ease." Ren Xiaosu lamented that such a situation could be regarded as the completion of a task. The man was undoubtedly doomed. Moreover, even if he survived, the iron weapon was riddled with rust, a veritable harbinger of tetanus, ensuring that if he lived, he would be left incapacitated. Although the man possessed iron tools, he could only procure the most inexpensive variety. Were it not for this limitation, Ren Xiaosu might have been unable to sever that iron blade. A person like Ren Xiaosu harbors only steadfast principles within, and even the acquisition of supernatural abilities cannot alter his approach to life. Any change must originate from him alone. Others are powerless to affect it. Thus, the evaluation of whether the task was accomplished is not particularly stringent. The palace's primary concern lies in Ren Xiaosu's exhibited demeanor. At that moment, whispers arose from a nearby shack. These individuals had long been aware of Ren Xiaosu's formidable nature, yet today they were once again astonished. The disparity in stature between the two parties was striking, and the power Ren Xiaosu displayed was no less than that of the man, perhaps even surpassing it. This was truly remarkable. Someone from within the shack murmured, "I told you not to provoke him." Ren Xiaosu approached to retrieve his bone knife, an object that had accompanied him for over a year, now finally reaching the end of its life. He turned to glance at Xiaoyu, who appeared somewhat frail in the night. In truth, Xiaoyu was 8 years his senior, yet at this moment, she seemed to be 8 years younger than him. Without hesitation, Ren Xiaosu stated, "Can you quit smoking?" Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. The addictive nature of that substance was not overly potent. It likely contained merely a trace of poppy husk. Old Wang had mentioned that the proportion of additives was quite low, making it feasible to quit. As he spoke, Ren Xiaosu squatted at the entrance of Xiaoyu's shack and forcefully drove half of his white bone knife into the earth, leaving only a small portion visible. Some individuals by the roadside, who previously harbored somewhat questionable thoughts about Xiaoyu, were suddenly deflated. In the town square, that half-bone knife served as a symbol of resolve. No one dared to offend the formidable Ren Xiaosu in a moment of folly. Ren Xiaosu turned to Xiaoyu and remarked, "However, I must preface this by saying, despite my undeniable charm, we are simply not meant to be." Xiaoyu's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "I merely consider you as a younger brother." Now it was Ren Xiaosu's turn to be taken aback. "Huh? How awkward." He promptly made his way home with Yen Luyuan, casting pointed glares at him along the way, silently blaming him for his incessant chatter. Meanwhile, Ren Xiaosu closed his eyes to introspectively explore the palace and the freshly typed words on the typewriter. A side quest. Quite intriguing. Grateful to Yu Fuyao, he was reluctant to refer to his readers as mere fans, including the likes of the fierce alpaca, Carol's illustrious cousin, and Mo Qingkong among the new leaders of this book. 11, rounded up, is nearly 100 million. 2 foundational learning charts, which proved to be exceedingly useful, caught Ren Xiaosu's interest. As an avid seeker of knowledge, he valued these charts immensely. A single learning chart could impart the experiences of others, although they offered random skills, potentially leading to some trivial abilities. Ren Xiaosu had already savored the benefits of acquiring advanced firearms skills. Yet, it was not these 2 learning charts that beckoned him to the palace, but rather the mention of a side quest. Since it was a side quest, it should be of lesser significance or merely transient in nature. However, at that moment, Ren Xiaosu distinctly heard the palace state, "Due to your lack of weaponry, a special task has been initiated. So this task must be related to weapons, right?" Having spent years wandering the wilderness, Ren Xiaosu fully understood the significance of a fine weapon. Previously, Old Wang had procured a steel knife, intending to sell it to Ren Xiaosu. But despite saving for half a year, Ren Xiaosu could not afford it. Ultimately, Old Wang sold the knife to the overseer of the chemical plant, who was typically a leader chosen from the refugees within the shelter, a figure who benefited from the scraps while the strong devoured the meat. At that time, Ren Xiaosu pondered when he might acquire a formidable weapon, envisioning that he would no longer need to languish in the wilderness, waiting for a sparrow to appear, a pursuit that had become increasingly futile and wearisome. He could instead hunt other creatures, such as rabbits, field mice, and bamboo rats. Now, even rabbits had become classified as wild beasts. The rabbits of the wilderness did not typically assault humans, yet there existed a species as tall as a human's calf, possessing remarkable strength. Ren Xiaosu once dug a trap that extended over 2 meters deep, and indeed, a rabbit fell into it. However, just as he approached, the rabbit sprang up and delivered a kick to his forehead while airborne, nearly causing him a concussion. Ren Xiaosu glanced at the parchment on the typewriter. "Due to your lack of weaponry, a side quest has been initiated. Obtain 100 sincere expressions of gratitude to unlock a weapon. Gratitude can also be exchanged for items." Ren Xiaosu's expression turned peculiar. This side quest felt rather strange. Collecting gratitude? It must be sincere, while it may seem effortless to gather thanks. The true challenge lies in ensuring that such gratitude is genuine. Moreover, can gratitude truly be treated as a currency? The real question is, what can it be used to acquire? He continued to peruse the pages of the brown paper, where words periodically refreshed before his eyes. From Li Xiaoyu, gratitude, 1. It appears that I have not saved a thankless wretch, Ren Xiaosu mused. The palace's judgment seems infallible. At that moment, he noticed another line of small text on the brown paper. Unlock weapons, 100. Ren Xiaosu felt a pang of regret. How wonderful it would be to collect negative emotional values. In a heartbeat, he could fill the entire town with such sentiments. Yet, whatever the palace grants, he shall accept. Ren Xiaosu began to anticipate the weapons that awaited him. The gifts from this mysterious palace would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked at Yen Luyuan. "Luyuan, express your gratitude." Yen Luyuan appeared bewildered. "Brother, please don't do this. It frightens me." "What nonsense?" Ren Xiaosu retorted with irritation. "Hurry up and say it." After a moment's contemplation, Yen Luyuan replied, "Thank you for always taking care of me." From Yen Luyuan, gratitude, 1. Ren Xiaosu's face lit up with a smile. Was it truly this simple? "Come on, say it a few more times," he urged. Yen Luyuan was momentarily speechless. "Thank you." This time, Ren Xiaosu felt disappointed. It seemed he could not repeat the process. The emphasis remained on the essence of sincerity. He looked up at Yen Luyuan with dissatisfaction. "Your heart is not sincere." No, your emotions are misaligned." "Try again." "No, still not right." Take a moment to gather your feelings. Yes, that's the expression. Give it another attempt, and this time let your voice carry some emotion. At that moment, Yen Luyuan was on the verge of a breakdown, parched and uttering, "Brother, is this truly your capability? This talent seems rather taxing on the vocal cords." That evening, Ren Xiaosu relentlessly subjected Yen Luyuan to experiments for half the night, only to receive a solitary expression of gratitude in return. Ren Xiaosu smacked his lips, reflecting on how rather insipid it all was. Meanwhile, the display cabinets, once shrouded in ominous black mist, began to transform. To the left of the typewriter, the black fog surrounding one cabinet finally dissipated, revealing a vending machine. Ren Xiaosu stood in bewilderment, pondering the purpose of this curious contraption he had never encountered before. Such devices were a rarity in the outside world. However, he deciphered the inscription on the vending machine. Coin slot. There were no options, merely a place to insert coins, leaving no room for further contemplation. He would simply insert a coin. With a clink, a coin engraved with a heart slipped into the machine, which then rumbled to life, shortly delivering a small vial no larger than the palm of his hand. Ren Xiaosu extracted the vial, only to find a single word inscribed upon it, medicine, but surely it could at least specify what ailment it addressed. Stunned for a moment, he opened his eyes, and with a thought, the vial appeared in his hand. With another thought, it vanished once more. This scene left Yen Luyuan momentarily stunned. "Brother, are you performing magic?" Ren Xiaosu ignored him, decisively tearing away the cloth he had been using to bandage his wound, revealing the infected injury beneath. The area around the wound had been bruised for quite some time, continuously oozing tissue fluid. Ren Xiaosu was acutely aware that if he did not promptly apply medication, fever and the inevitable deterioration of the wound would follow. Upon witnessing this, Yen Luyuan immediately stood up and began to leave, but Ren Xiaosu grasped his arm. "What are you doing? I'm going to buy you some medicine." Yen Luyuan insisted stubbornly. "No need," Ren Xiaosu replied, picking up the small medicine bottle. He delicately scooped out a tiny amount of ointment with his fingertip and carefully applied it to his wound. The bottle was not large and quite shallow. It seemed it would only suffice for about 3 applications. After applying the ointment, Ren Xiaosu felt a pang of regret. The bottle was merely labeled with the word medicine, and he worried, what if it were poison? However, his fears did not materialize. As the ointment touched the wound, the searing pain that had once plagued him vanished instantly. Thanks to the anti-inflammatory medication that Sister Xiaoyu had provided, Ren Xiaosu calculated that if he used this ointment as an anti-inflammatory, it needed to be taken for 3 consecutive days, while the ointment worked immediately. One anti-inflammatory pill cost 200. The value of this ointment, rounded up, it was worth a fortune. Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu turned to Yen Luyuan with determination in his eyes and asked, "Help me think. What can I do to quickly earn others' gratitude?" Gratitude is extended to classmates Sophia and Ruo Bing for the Silver Alliance, and to the principal who enjoys tea, Yu Fuyao, Guan Xiaomiao, European 7, Yan Huacheng Cheng. Air Bao Tian Shi, the esteemed brand of exquisite cigarettes, the whimsical little fairy, the feather of light and darkness, Wu Zhongxing Bing, the boy who longs. Jin O on the 666th day of Luo O Rome, the transformative winter, the fateful bond of 3 lives, sweeping across the horizon, and the rare joy of being the new alliance leader of this book. Thank you all. Ren Xiaosu is earnestly engaged in a discussion with Yen Luyuan about how to quickly garner gratitude. He is a straightforward individual, and when he comprehends the immense value of a sincere thank you, he realizes he is in need of such acknowledgments. Although Yen Luyuan believes Ren Xiaosu has misapplied the term straightforward, "Brother, I think you could go out and do good deeds," Yen Luyuan suggests. "Isn't that the most direct way to receive heartfelt gratitude? For instance, providing food to the hungry or water to the thirsty." Ren Xiaosu's eyes widen in disbelief. "Am I that kind of person? If I give them food and water, what will I eat or drink?" "What will you eat or drink?" Yen Luyuan responds with deep concern. "Then, brother, you should stop longing for sincere gratitude." "Not true." Ren Xiaosu refutes Yen Luyuan's assertion. There must be other ways. Long ago, Ren Xiaosu recognized that this era harbors no goodwill towards humanity, or rather, that humans find it exceedingly challenging to exhibit genuine kindness towards one another. Once in the town, there was a beggar, and a kind-hearted girl would bring him food daily. However, after the girl married, she ceased her charitable acts. The beggar pursued her to her home, inquiring why she no longer provided him sustenance. Consequently, he was unceremoniously ejected. For her husband was not as benevolent. Initially, the townsfolk believed this incident concluded the matter. They even took pleasure in mocking the beggar, anticipating his demise from hunger. Yet that very night, the beggar managed to infiltrate the girl's residence and tragically ended the lives of both her and her husband. Ren Xiaosu always sensed there was a profound truth underlying this occurrence. Yet as a child, he could only vaguely grasp the necessity of being cautious while sleeping at night. The following morning, the streets were abuzz with commotion. Ren Xiaosu rose and parted the curtain, beholding a procession of musicians making their way out of the town, accompanied by an acquaintance he recognized. This individual was an experienced hunter from the town, known for his remarkable skills. He appeared quite pleased to be in the company of the band's personnel, seemingly relishing the opportunity to finally engage with prominent figures from the sanctuary. In truth, many residents of the town had similarly risen to prominence. It seemed that even a mere glimpse of wealth from the affluent within the sanctuary could lead to their own prosperity. This notion of prosperity often manifested in modest forms, akin to Wang Fugue running a grocery store. Ren Xiaosu had previously inquired of Wang Fugue why he was so eager to ingratiate himself with those emerging from the sanctuary, questioning whether not all of them were indeed wealthy. Wang Fugue mysteriously chuckled. Indeed, within the refuge barrier, there exists a distinction between the impoverished and the affluent. Those who are free to enter and exit must surely be of noble status. According to Wang Fugue, it is quite difficult for the impoverished within the barrier to find their way out. The towering walls not only obstruct outsiders, but also confine those within. At that moment, Wang Fugue trailed closely behind a band staff. As he passed by Ren Xiaosu, he shot daggers at him with his gaze, ultimately lowering his voice to say, "You ungrateful little wretch, your Uncle Wang has recommended such a splendid opportunity to you, and yet you refuse it. Do you not understand? I overheard the staff mention that they seek a reliable guide from the market to lead them into the refuge barrier. Such a connection would be invaluable in the future." Ren Xiaosu was taken aback. He had not anticipated such an opportunity. Had he known, would he have declined? Perhaps, for if he entered, Yen Luyuan could not possibly follow. And he could never leave Yen Luyuan alone outside. Enough of this. Ren Xiaosu furrowed his brow. It was impossible not to feel a pang of regret or desire. Yet he had made his decision. "Let us go. I shall escort you to school." When Ren Xiaosu and Yen Luyuan arrived at the classroom, Zhang Jinglin was already erasing the blackboard. He turned around and nearly jumped in surprise upon seeing the two, both adorned with deep, dark circles under their eyes, resembling specters. "What on earth happened to you two?" Zhang Jinglin hesitated to ask. "My brother insisted on." Yen Luyuan began to explain. Before Yen Luyuan could finish his sentence, Ren Xiaosu abruptly interrupted him with a slap to the back of his head, saying, "It's nothing, just a lack of sleep." Zhang Jinglin, too preoccupied to inquire about Ren Xiaosu's personal matters, asked, "Have you decided what to teach today? It is your first day as a substitute teacher." Ren Xiaosu nodded affirmatively. As he ascended the podium, the class monitor immediately shouted, "Stand up," and all the students chorused, "Good morning, teacher." To the students, Ren Xiaosu was indeed a unique presence. Not only was he their classmate, but he was also the oldest among them and a well-known figure in the town, which rendered his teaching an exhilarating experience. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu suddenly posed a question. "Do you think Mr. Zhang finds it arduous to teach us? While you all can sit comfortably, Mr. Zhang stands for the entire day. In such circumstances, how could the students deny the difficulty?" Zhang Jinglin was right there, after all. So they could only agree that it was indeed challenging. Ren Xiaosu continued, "Shouldn't we express our gratitude to Mr. Zhang?" Yen Liyuan's expression changed dramatically, his heart racing with anticipation. Ren Xiaosu, satisfied, nodded. "From now on, instead of saying good morning, teacher, let us say thank you, teacher." Zhang Jinglin was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of Ren Xiaosu's whimsical antics. "All right, everyone sit down, let us give it a try," Ren Xiaosu said with a beaming smile. "Stand up. Thank you, teacher." The students echoed in unison once again. Ren Xiaosu cast a glance at the typewriter within the palace, his heart brimming with regret. How could it be that none of these young scamps felt a genuine sense of gratitude towards their teacher? In this day and age, is it truly so difficult to express heartfelt thanks to the dedicated gardeners of knowledge? This simply would not do. He had to devise another approach, for his initial attempt had met with failure. However, for Ren Xiaosu, failure was not an uncommon occurrence. His ability to accept setbacks with equanimity was among his greatest virtues. He had once heard a saying, "In life, the matters that do not go as planned occur in 8 or 9 out of 10 cases." This implies that of 10 events in life, 8 to 9 will be unsatisfactory. Yet, does that mean one should cease living? Absolutely not. He expressed gratitude to the supporters of the book, such as Hai Huni for becoming the Silver Alliance, and to others like Jun Zhong, Wang Shihuki Jingxing, and the new leaders of the alliance. He acknowledged their backing. The update on the 16th would occur around 6 p.m., and future updates would consistently follow this schedule. This is the reality. Initially, Ren Xiaosu believed that being a teacher would be the easiest way to receive thanks. However, he overlooked a crucial point. While he was indeed eager to learn and thirsted for knowledge, this stemmed from his upbringing in a distorted environment, where a lack of knowledge had fueled his desire for it. The more one lacks something, the more one yearns for it. Yet, the things he craved were not necessarily the same desires held by his fellow students. The children who are fortunate enough to attend school in this era generally come from well-off families, each benefiting from the protection of their forebears. After several years of schooling, these youngsters find their greatest annoyance to be the teachers, who incessantly assign them to memorize texts and complete homework. During their formative years, students and teachers often find themselves in an adversarial relationship. Although Ren Xiaosu imparted lessons on survival, a subject they favored, the students' attitude towards him could hardly be described as sincere gratitude. Ren Xiaosu pondered whether perhaps by conducting more lessons, he might elicit their appreciation. Typically, classes at the town school concluded at 4 in the afternoon, while the refuge bell chimed every 2 hours starting from 6 in the morning. Generally, Zhang Jinglin was not one to extend class time. However, today, in his quest for gratitude, Ren Xiaosu generously shared his extensive knowledge of wilderness survival, extending his lecture until 5 o'clock. By this late autumn hour, darkness was encroaching, and the students gazed at him with incredulity, thinking he was perhaps overly loquacious. Unable to endure any longer, Zhang Jinglin excused himself to the courtyard to chop a cabbage for dinner. One student, unable to contain himself, spoke up, "Teacher, if you don't dismiss class soon, it will be dark and the town will no longer be safe." This student, aware of the notorious reputation of the town's formidable figures, refrained from speaking too boldly in their presence. Taken aback, Ren Xiaosu reflected that not only was he not appreciated, but they were also urging him to conclude the lesson. Nonetheless, he understood the importance of safety, and after glancing at the dimming sky, he reluctantly waved his hand and declared, "Class dismissed." "Thank you, teacher. Thank you, teacher." The students rushed excitedly toward the outside of the classroom. Among them, 2 students expressed their gratitude to Ren Xiaosu for the end of class. They were genuinely thankful. If class didn't end soon, they might have been sick. Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu noticed that 2 coins of gratitude had indeed materialized in his palace, and he was filled with overwhelming joy. He had no idea why the students were thankful. He simply believed that he had delivered an excellent lesson. Ren Xiaosu thought to himself, it seems that his efforts were not in vain. After such a lengthy discourse, the students still appreciated him. Yin Luyuan, with a dark expression, remarked, "Could you refrain from extending class time in the future?" Before Ren Xiaosu could respond, Zhang Jinglin entered, holding his meal and munching as he walked in. He carefully chose his words and said, "Xiaosu, I understand your passion for education, but dragging out the class for so long is not advisable. Moreover, what if it tires you out?" Ren Xiaosu was indignant. Was this really about extending class time? This was about money, and more importantly, it was about the heartfelt gratitude of the students. "No," Ren Xiaosu resolutely declared. "I am willing to dedicate my life to the cause of education. Extending the lesson for a little while longer is of no consequence." Cough. Zhang Jinglin nearly choked at Ren Xiaosu's fervor, but he was too weary to comment further. Very well. The 2 students who had expressed their thanks remained blissfully unaware of the calamity their gratitude had inadvertently summoned upon themselves. There exists a proverb that elucidates this phenomenon. Disaster springs from the mouth. On their way home, Yin Luyuan, in a fit of anger, ignored Ren Xiaosu. Initially, after school, they could have strolled together through the market, but now it seemed a wasted opportunity. As they passed the pawn shop near the city gate, Yin Luyuan suddenly tugged at Ren Xiaosu's sleeve and pointed towards the shop. To Ren Xiaosu's astonishment, he spotted Sister Xiaoyou inside, seemingly engaged in conversation with the shopkeeper. Drawing closer, they overheard Sister Xiaoyou assert, "These earrings are quite valuable. Can you not offer a bit more?" The shopkeeper, with a frivolous smile, cast a glance at her and remarked, "You needn't pawn your belongings. Why bother?" His words trailed off as he noticed Ren Xiaosu approaching. For the events of the previous night had already spread throughout the market, and everyone was aware of the burgeoning connection between Li Xiaoyu and Ren Xiaosu. It is not the case that in an era of survival of the fittest, all become fierce. In truth, every age harbors both cowards and the bold, with the latter typically thriving. The shopkeeper was indeed a coward, one who dared to bully the weak but feared the strong. The individual Ren Xiaosu had dispatched the previous night was notorious for his ruthlessness in the market. Thus, Ren Xiaosu had now ascended to the ranks of the most formidable. The shopkeeper, his gaze wavering, pretended to sip water, uncertain whether Ren Xiaosu had overheard his earlier comments. Ren Xiaosu counted out 620 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Sister Xiaoyu, saying, "You need not sell anything. This is the payment for the 3 anti-inflammatory pills from last night." Li Xiaoyu, having lost her source of income, found herself in a dire situation. Yet Ren Xiaosu could not bear to witness her plight. She attempted to offer him some money, but Ren Xiaosu replied, "I was also planning to purchase medicine. Please accept it. It is not that I do not wish to owe you a favor, but rather that we need not be so formal with each other in the future." Li Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by that? Thus, the debt he owed her was not merely for a few pills, but for a life. Ren Xiaosu earnestly assured Sister Xiaoyu, "Rest assured, as long as I have a morsel of food, you shall have a bowl of soup." However, Yin Luyuan interjected softly, "Brother, that is not accurate. Aren't people supposed to share the meat? Why does it turn into just you providing soup?" Moreover, they currently had no meat at home. Ren Xiaosu nodded and rephrased his statement to Sister Xiaoyu, "From now on, if I have a bowl of soup, you can count on having a dish to wash." Yin Luyuan responded with a bewildered expression. Meanwhile, the innkeeper, who was sipping water, suddenly spewed it out in laughter. Nevertheless, Li Xiaoyu took no offense, saying, "All right, then I shall wash the dishes and do the laundry for you." She made this commitment without considering whether there would be enough water. She simply decided to agree first and sort out the details later. The innkeeper, smacking his lips, watched as Ren Xiaosu and the others exited, then turned to the shop assistant and cautioned, "Don't provoke him. Do you hear?" Just as Ren Xiaosu and his companions stepped outside, a desperate voice called out, "Doctor, please, I implore you, save my husband. Without him, we truly cannot survive." At the entrance of the clinic, a middle-aged woman knelt on the ground, bowing in reverence to the town's sole physician. However, the doctor merely scoffed, "What illness can you afford?" The woman, tears streaming down her face, implored, "If you save him, our entire family will be eternally grateful for your benevolence." The old doctor was a kind-hearted man. As his son, you must possess a similar kindness. The doctor retorted, "My father's compassion is his own affair." With that, he turned and shut the clinic's door. Beside the woman lay a man, his abdomen bleeding profusely. Ren Xiaosu did not approach nor attempt to play the role of a good Samaritan. He discerned that the man had already succumbed. He simply observed the scene and calmly stated, 6 yuan. Remember this moment. This is reality. As dusk approached, ominous clouds gathered in the distant sky. The man's injuries were evidently not accidental. Ren Xiaosu easily recognized them as knife wounds. It was clear he had not been injured in a factory mishap, but had instead fallen victim to a violent altercation. Upon returning to his humble abode, Ren Xiaosu noted how swiftly the acidic rain descended and dissipated. Sitting on his bed, Yin Luyuan suddenly remarked, "Brother, you seek other sincere gratitude, do you not? Doctors certainly find it easy to earn thanks." When the old doctor was alive, everyone expressed their appreciation. However, I would advise against pursuing a career in medicine. First, doctors often find themselves in morally ambiguous situations, and second, you possess no medical skills whatsoever. Ren Xiaosu, his expression devoid of emotion, turned to Yin Luyuan and retorted, "Then why are you spewing such nonsense?" Wait. Ren Xiaosu suddenly felt as though he had overlooked something. Although he lacked medical expertise, he could certainly learn. The 2 skill learning diagrams that the palace had previously rewarded him with had yet to be utilized. By using just one, he could acquire the medical skills of another. In that case, he would be capable of treating others, or, on a more personal note, if he were to fall ill, or if Yin Luyuan were to become unwell, he would be able to heal them. The old doctor often ventured out to gather medicinal herbs, and he had once chuckled while recounting that although wild beasts had grown more formidable, the efficacy of herbal medicine had also improved. Thus, armed with his exceptional ability to identify herbs and his solid medical skills, the old doctor had indeed cured many individuals. and the herbs he collected were sold at a reasonable price. Ren Xiaosu was certainly not a saint. He merely felt that possessing such medical knowledge would prove invaluable in emergencies and could also be a lucrative endeavor. After all, most of the side effects Yen Luyuan faced after making wishes were merely colds, fevers, and headaches. While he did not wish for Yen Luyuan to suffer any backlash from his wishes, one could never predict when circumstances might necessitate intervention. "I want to become a doctor," Ren Xiaosu declared, his eyes shimmering with determination. "Are you all right?" Yen Luyuan was taken aback. "You have no medical training. Please don't accidentally harm someone. While we may not save lives, we certainly don't cause harm." Ren Xiaosu playfully tapped the back of Yen Luyuan's head. "You talk too much. When have I ever intentionally harmed anyone?" At that moment, Ren Xiaosu began to strategize. If he were to become a doctor, earning money would undoubtedly be within reach, thus providing him with a stable source of income. In this episode, injuries are a frequent occurrence in the town, making medical treatment an urgent necessity. With this thought in mind, the next day, Ren Xiaosu, upon awakening, disregarded his studies, devouring 2 pieces of dark bread before taking his place by the clinic's entrance, awaiting its opening. However, the clinic displayed its usual disregard for time, as Ren Xiaosu found himself waiting until noon, yet the doors remained firmly shut. It was only in the afternoon, as the clock struck 2 within the sanctuary, that a young doctor leisurely emerged, stretching lazily in the sunlight. Yet, before he could fully extend his limbs, Ren Xiaosu, who had been waiting at the door, startled him. "Are you here for treatment? Do you have money?" the doctor inquired, seemingly oblivious to the nature of Ren Xiaosu's ailment, fixating solely on monetary matters. With a cheerful demeanor, Ren Xiaosu replied, "I am not here for treatment. You may continue with your tasks." The doctor, taken aback, wondered what Ren Xiaosu was doing loitering at his doorstep if he did not seek medical attention. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu quietly activated the first skill learning chart from his palace. The parchment-like skill learning chart spontaneously ignited, swiftly turning to ash. A random skill learning target was selected. The skill of boasting was randomly extracted from the doctor. "Do you wish to learn this skill?" Ren Xiaosu was momentarily stunned. Why would I want to learn how to boast? He almost forgot that this skill learning chart randomly selected skills from others, rather than allowing one to choose freely. However, why on earth did boasting even qualify as a skill? This was utterly absurd. Ren Xiaosu cast a scrutinizing gaze at the physician, thinking to himself how utterly repugnant this individual was. However, he was here to usurp the man's livelihood. It would be rather unseemly to snatch away his means of survival only to administer a beating as well. Such behavior would be quite dishonorable. The doctor, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Ren's intense scrutiny, was just about to utter a few words when he suddenly recalled who Ren Xiaosu was. Although Ren had never sought medical assistance from him, it was only natural that they had heard of each other, one being the sole doctor in the town and the other renowned for his fierce reputation. Thus, it was not surprising that they were aware of one another. Consequently, the young physician found himself quite intimidated. "What do you intend to do?" the doctor asked timidly. "Don't you often boast when you have nothing else to do?" Ren Xiaosu retorted with irritation. The young doctor was left bewildered. "What are you talking about?" Ren, unwilling to engage in further trivial conversation, discerned that the boasting skills were evidently beyond his grasp. Even if they were, they would be of no use to him. He might as well consider it a wasted opportunity on a skill learning chart. With that, he utilized a second skill learning chart. The system announced, randomly selecting a target skill. "The deception skill of the opponent has been randomly extracted. Do you wish to learn it?" "Learn what nonsense?" Ren exclaimed. "What is this even about?" He continued to scrutinize the young doctor, noting the plethora of disorganized skills he possessed at such a tender age. The young doctor was on the verge of tears. "What are you saying? Am I wrong in saying that you have a penchant for deceit?" Ren inquired. "Who have you deceived? Pray, enlighten me. Do not speak carelessly. Whom have I deceived?" Ren Xiaosu is a person of great rationality. After suffering losses, he meticulously analyzes his current predicament. The study of medicine is undoubtedly essential, and the palace will surely provide him with a skill learning chart in the future. However, it remains uncertain when tasks will be assigned again. Thus, what Ren Xiaosu truly wishes to ascertain is the level of the physician's medical skills and whether it merits his continued pursuit of knowledge. He pondered within his mind, what is the level of this doctor's medical expertise? The target has been identified. Information can be disclosed. The other party possesses no medical skills. How infuriating. Ren Xiaosu was on the brink of smashing the heavy iron pot he had carried out that morning. No wonder you resort to trickery. It appears you have not grasped a single aspect of medicine all these years, instead relying on deceit. How has such a worthless individual emerged from the old doctor? This lad has lived off the old doctor's legacy for years, and with no other physician in the market, he shamelessly continues his charade. Those patients who manage to endure do so, while those who do not have grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death. After all, even when the old doctor was alive, there were cases he could not remedy. Furthermore, before the old doctor departed, he left behind a plethora of herbs, each labeled for specific symptoms. The young man merely needed to prescribe them blindly. Today, due to unforeseen circumstances, the release was advanced by 1 hour and 15 minutes. Ren Xiaosu, feeling a surge of frustration, departed with a heavy heart. He had contemplated confronting the young doctor, yet he found his own rationale lacking, considering his initial intention was to usurp the man's livelihood. It is imperative to become a doctor. Ren Xiaosu wholeheartedly aligned with Yan Liyuan's perspective that medicine is indeed a profession that readily garners the gratitude of others. However, how can one practice medicine without the requisite skills? Upon arriving at the academy, he was consumed by deep contemplation until a vivid memory from the previous night surfaced in his mind. A woman had been wailing at the clinic's entrance, while a man lay bleeding profusely, ultimately succumbing to cardiac arrest. Glancing inadvertently at the wound on his hand, Ren Xiaosu noticed, to his astonishment, that the previously infected laceration had formed a scab. It dawned on him that the black ointment not only possessed anti-inflammatory properties, but also accelerated the healing process. Having endured injuries himself, he was acutely aware of the human body's natural ability to heal. A wound as deep as one pecked by a sparrow would typically take no less than a week to scab over. Suddenly, a revelation struck Ren Xiaosu regarding his potential as a physician. The doctors at the clinic seemed to rely solely on deceit and bravado to claim their titles. Yet he now possessed a miraculous remedy. Why could he not don the mantle of a doctor himself? He could establish a clinic specializing in lacerations. Patients would arrive. He would suture their wounds, and then apply the wondrous black ointment. The elderly physician who had previously occupied the role had once remarked that he refrained from such suturing procedures due to the lack of sterilization conditions. For bacteria left within the body could lead to death, rendering any stitching futile. The old doctor had a clear understanding of the matter. However, Ren Xiaosu found himself in a different situation. He no longer had to contemplate this matter. With this thought, an idea sparked in his mind, and he even began to envision how to arrange matters for Sister Xiaoyou in the future. Sister Xiaoyou's aspirations revolved around securing some sewing jobs to earn a living. Yet, Ren Xiaosu believed this would be quite challenging. Within the confines of the refuge, countless individuals would likely seek her services. Outside the town, however, everyone was struggling, and any sewing tasks could easily be accomplished at home. Who would squander money on such trivialities? At that moment, Ren Xiaosu mused that since mending clothes seemed impractical, perhaps he could attend to wounds instead. He pondered whether Sister Xiaoyou had a weak stomach for blood. To gain insight on this matter, he sought the counsel of Mr. Zhang Jinglin from the academy, a man of considerable knowledge. Zhang Jinglin looked at Ren Xiaosu in astonishment. Do you intend to open a clinic specializing in surgical wounds? Do you possess any sutures? Ren Xiaosu contemplated this and inquired, what are sutures? Zhang Jinglin replied, do you have any anesthetics? What are anesthetics? Ren Xiaosu asked. Zhang Jinglin suddenly realized that Ren Xiaosu was utterly unprepared for this endeavor. With patience, Zhang Jinglin explained, do you know why our clinic has never engaged in treating such wound cases? It is not merely an issue of bacterial infection. There is also a severe shortage of anesthetics and sutures, which are reportedly scarce even within the refuge. Moreover, administering anesthetics requires a delicate balance. Too little causes pain, while too much can lead to complications. The matter of sutures is certainly not trivial. One must not only consider the tension of the thread, but also whether its friction coefficient is suitable for traversing human tissue. Ah, I see, with a grand flourish. Ren Xiaosu declared, these are mere trifles. When a life hangs in the balance, who cares about pain? I shall use ordinary sewing thread to stitch them up. And what about sterilization? Zhang Jinglin asked, bewildered. I possess a secret formula. Ren Xiaosu replied. Indeed, as Ren Xiaosu had surmised, Zhang Jinglin was not omniscient. He had his own specialized knowledge, while his understanding of other areas was merely superficial. That day, having tasted success on his first attempt, Ren Xiaosu boldly extended the class until darkness fell. At that moment, Many students remained oblivious to the kind of life they were about to embark upon. As the bell rang, students began to exit, and Ren Xiaosu noticed, to his astonishment, that not a single one expressed gratitude. He could not help but inquire, "Will you not thank your teachers?" Yet, to his dismay, he introspectively surveyed his own domain and found not a single token of appreciation. Zhang Jinglin had previously remarked that it was quite normal for a teacher to be misunderstood by students, and Ren Xiaosu felt the weight of his responsibilities grow heavier. Clothing typically remained in the shanty, as there was little risk of theft. If one were to steal, they would inevitably have to wear the items, thus exposing themselves, at which point, Ren Xiaosu would have no choice but to confront the thief. Yin Luyuan reached out to serve the porridge. This meal was already deemed extravagant for the town, as they usually subsisted on dark bread or potatoes. As a result, Yin Luyuan was promptly slapped by Ren Xiaosu, who inquired, "Have you thanked Sister Xiaoyu yet?" Yin Luyuan, in Ren Xiaosu's presence, remained quite obedient, replying, "Thank you, Sister Xiaoyu." Sister Xiaoyu quickly interjected, "You mustn't keep hitting Luyuan. I can indulge him, but when we are out in the world, no one else will," Ren Xiaosu explained, and then earnestly said, "Thank you, Sister Xiaoyu." "No need for thanks," Sister Xiaoyu smiled and asked, "What do you both usually enjoy for dinner?" Yin Luyuan replied, "We generally don't eat dinner." "How can that be? You both are still growing," Sister Xiaoyu remarked. For some reason, Ren Xiaosu suddenly felt as though Sister Xiaoyu was destined to be their elder sister. Previously, no one had ever mentioned that they were in their growing years. "Sister Xiaoyu," Ren Xiaosu inquired, "your sewing skills are quite impressive. When our wound clinic opens, will you assist us?" "Wound clinic?" Sister Xiaoyu was taken aback. What prompted the sudden idea of opening a wound clinic? "Because I possess a secret herbal remedy for treating wounds, which can reduce inflammation and expedite healing," Ren Xiaosu replied, revealing the scar on his palm. Upon inspection, Sister Xiaoyu noticed that Ren Xiaosu's wound had indeed scabbed over and healed. After some thought, she remarked, "However, fights in the town have diminished significantly. Previously, we would see 10 or more injured in a single day, but now it takes several days for just one. Indeed, apart from the individual slain by Ren Xiaosu and the man encountered at the clinic's entrance yesterday, it appears that there has been little in the way of brawling. Incidents occurring in the dead of night, wherein intruders enter one's home, are typically not survivable." Ren Xiaosu pondered, "Should I resort to violence against them?" Yin Luyuan was taken aback. "Brother, that seems rather ruthless, doesn't it? Is this some form of self-sustaining cycle?" Ren Xiaosu quickly shook his head in disapproval. No, such actions are unacceptable. One must not allow profit to cloud one's judgment." In the stillness of the night, Ren Xiaosu assessed his acquisitions. The previous day, Sister Xiaoyu had bestowed upon him a token of gratitude, as had Yin Luyuan, alongside 2 tokens from students, culminating in a total of 4 tokens. However, having utilized one, he was left with 3 tokens of gratitude, along with a small vial of ointment capable of 2 applications. Ren Xiaosu resolved to name this ointment Black Ointment, as it was simple and memorable. In Ren Xiaosu's estimation, 1 token of gratitude could be exchanged for a vial of Black Ointment, which could treat 3 individuals. Thus, this exchange of 1 for 3 would prove to be an endless source of profit. Although converting tokens into ointment might ostensibly hinder his progress in weapon unlocking, the more ointment he procured, the greater the number of tokens he would ultimately receive, a geometric increase. Perhaps this would even expedite his unlocking process. Moreover, he had a bone knife from Yin Luyuan to utilize in the meantime, and he need not venture out for hunting in the near future, making the pursuit of financial stability paramount. It was imperative to earn money first. That night, Ren Xiaosu experienced a dream in which he found himself standing in a desolate wilderness, wielding a black knife that exuded an aura as profound and enigmatic as the night itself. The following morning, he set out without the burden of his iron pot, opting instead for Yin Liyuan's bone knife. Now that Sister Xiaoyu was guarding 2 shelters, the likelihood of items going missing during the day had diminished considerably. Frankly speaking, those with ill intentions in the town seemed to prefer targeting the vulnerable rather than someone formidable like Ren Xiaosu. How delightful it was not to have to carry around the iron pot. After all, it did not suit a promising young man like Ren Xiaosu to be seen toting such a cumbersome object daily. Today, he ventured into the wilderness not for the purpose of hunting, but rather to feign the collection of herbs. Ren Xiaosu was a cautious individual. Having claimed to possess a secret recipe for herbal medicine, He understood the necessity of first engaging in the act of foraging to avert suspicion. Although he had not heard of anyone specifically targeting those with supernatural abilities, he was acutely aware of a fundamental truth: to ensure one's safety in a chaotic crowd, one must blend in seamlessly. The proverb "the nail that sticks out gets hammered down" echoed in his mind, urging him to remain discreet and avoid drawing attention to himself. "Is this wild grass?" Ren Xiaosu exclaimed, his eyes widening. "This is an herb." "Herb?" The inquirer looked utterly bewildered. As a native of the town, he should have been familiar with these plants. No one had ever considered them to be herbs before. Ren Xiaosu spoke mysteriously. "As long as the proportions differ, one can concoct a herbal remedy for wounds. Otherwise, do you think I healed from my past injuries by mere endurance?" The inquirer pondered for a while and replied, "Aren't you relying on sheer resilience?" "It's the herbs used to brew secret formulas," Ren Xiaosu clarified. He set up an iron pot, ignited a fire, and casually added some water, beginning to simulate the process of brewing herbs. In truth, the greatest cost in this endeavor was the water, which was far more valuable than firewood and wild grasses. He even deliberately lifted the curtain of his makeshift shelter, allowing the townsfolk to witness his activities. Many observed Ren Xiaosu brewing medicine, yet none dared to approach him. Growing impatient, Ren Xiaosu opened the curtain precisely to invite inquiries, as that would provide him the opportunity to promote his herbal remedies. After waiting for an extended period with no one approaching, he cast a scowl toward a frail man peering in from outside. "You." The frail man pointed to himself. "Me?" "Yes, come here," Ren Xiaosu urged. And as the man cautiously approached, he insisted, "Hurry, ask me what I'm doing." The frail man hesitated, while Xiaoyu looked on in silence. "Ask," Ren Xiaosu pressed. "What? What are you doing?" the frail man finally inquired. Upon achieving his goal, Ren Xiaosu instantly donned a smile, his expression warm and benevolent, and said, "I am brewing herbal medicine. Whenever I am injured, I prepare this remedy. It not only alleviates inflammation and pain, but also accelerates the healing of wounds. Previously, I concealed this medicine, but I have now come to realize my mistakes and have decided to brew it and share it with everyone. Starting today, I shall establish a clinic dedicated to treating knife wounds and external injuries. Is there anyone in need of treatment?" This declaration from Ren Xiaosu left the people outside momentarily stunned. However, after exchanging glances, they dispersed, utterly unconvinced. It is no jest. Indeed, Ren Xiaosu possesses remarkable skills. But to suddenly proclaim that he can heal is preposterous. Who among the neighbors does not remember that he has always endured hardships? Now, out of the blue, he claims to possess herbal remedies. Who would believe such a thing? Ren Xiaosu felt disheartened. It was imperative for everyone to witness the efficacy of his medicine. This was a straightforward task, for he had personally experienced the moment the ointment was applied. The pain and burning sensation vanished, and by the following day, scabs would form. As long as he could demonstrate its effectiveness, business would surely follow. With a small vial of medicine in hand, Ren Xiaosu ventured to the market in search of patients. Where would he find the most ailments? Certainly at the clinic. However, upon arriving at the clinic, he was taken aback to find that there was not a single patient present. The exorbitant fees charged by the clinic deterred the townsfolk from seeking treatment. Ren Xiaosu shot a glare at the young doctor and turned to leave. The young doctor, who had been leisurely sipping tea, suddenly found himself flustered under Ren Xiaosu's intense gaze, unsure of the cause. With no other options, Ren Xiaosu had to search randomly in the market until, in the afternoon, after the factories had closed, he finally spotted a frail man on the street with a laceration on his hand. Ren Xiaosu was overjoyed. "Brother, did you injure your hand while working? I have an extraordinary remedy here. Would you like to try some?" The frail man looked at Ren Xiaosu with suspicion, sensing an insincerity in his tone. "No need." Come on, Ren Xiaosu insisted, stepping forward to firmly grasp the man. In his eagerness to promote his black medicine, he abandoned his last vestige of principle. "I'll give you a discount." Yet the man remained reluctant, for the murky concoction in Ren Xiaosu's hand appeared dubious. Gritting his teeth, Ren Xiaosu declared, "Consider it a promotional effort. This time, treatment is on the house." All right, just put the knife down first." Ren Xiaosu had ventured out to seek patients, armed with a bone knife. Unexpectedly, Yin Luyuan questioned Ren Xiaosu. "Did you really offer free treatment this afternoon? Is that really you?" "Don't ask. Asking is tantamount to courting disaster," Ren Xiaosu lamented. He was not merely stingy. He understood the appropriate actions for every moment. Yet his heart ached. Sister Xiaoyu chuckled, offering reassurance. Don't worry, it will surely succeed. The following morning, the bells in the refuge echoed abruptly, as if reminding everyone it was time to labor in the factory. Once the efficacy of the medicine became apparent, patrons would naturally come knocking. What's going on? Ren Xiaosu sensed something amiss. What could possibly bring Old Wang such unrestrained joy? He scrutinized Old Wang closely. Surely you haven't drunk counterfeit liquor? Wang Fugui's expression immediately drooped. What are you drinking for? Don't you know alcohol is forbidden now? People can barely fill their stomachs. Who dares to drink? Last time, I could smell it on you. Upon hearing Ren Xiaosu mention this, Wang Fugui's face changed dramatically, and he quickly interrupted. You mustn't speak carelessly. All right. I won't mention it. What do you want from me? Ren Xiaosu inquired. Did you treat that iron head from the east end of the town yesterday? Wang Fugui asked, raising his eyebrows. Oh, his name is Ironhead? Doesn't he seem very iron-headed to me? I wonder how he got such a name, Ren Xiaosu replied, puzzled. Stop diverting me, Wang Fugui urged. Just tell me if you did or not. I did. A wave of joy began to swell within Ren Xiaosu. Wang Fugui, the type who only seeks out others for significant matters, had come to him, undoubtedly enticed by the allure of the black medicine, seeing potential profit. Otherwise, why would he be so solicitous? This confirmed that the market for his black medicine was about to open. Upon hearing Ren Xiaosu's affirmation, Wang Fugui's face lit up with delight. Do you still have that medicine? You can leave it with me. I can help you sell it. Help me sell it? No, I can't allow that. Ren Xiaosu shook his head. I cannot have a middleman profiting off the price difference. Besides, the town is so small. Can I sell it myself? I'm not trying to offload over 100 refuge barriers. Even if I had such a large business, you wouldn't be able to handle it. Wang Fugui was taken aback by Ren Xiaosu's words. Indeed, the town was so small. Why would Ren Xiaosu need him to sell it? However, Wang Fugui remarked, well, you can sell me some. Oh, Ren Xiaosu observed Wang Fugui. You're not even injured. What do you need this for? Ren Xiaosu was perplexed. What kind of habit was this, even tasting it? The efficacy of the black medicine was beyond question. That evening, Tai Tu inspected the wound and confirmed that Ren Xiaosu was not deceiving him. This was indeed a remarkable remedy. Driven by curiosity, he yearned to uncover the formula of this herb. Wang Fugui continued. As a result, he kept his wife busy from that night until this morning. This medicine is astonishing. Ren Xiaosu was utterly stunned. Yin Luyuan, who was in the shack, was equally taken aback. Ren Xiaosu had previously pondered whether this black medicine could be taken internally, speculating if it might have some effect. He thought it might be safe to ingest, but he lacked the courage to try it himself. Yet now he discovered that internal use could yield such results. What on earth kind of medicine was this that kept someone occupied until dawn? Ren Xiaosu found himself both amused and bewildered. So why are you buying this medicine? His inquiry was not without reason. He was aware that Wang Fugui's wife had passed away from illness several years prior, rendering this medicine unnecessary for him. Wang Fugui bristled. Who says one can't seek a second spring? It's just that my body is a bit worn out. Oh, have you found someone new? Ren Xiaosu chuckled. Not yet, Old Wang replied. But I reckon no one would want to marry a man who is of no use. So I thought I'd keep your medicine on hand. Ren Xiaosu chuckled. All right, Wang Fugui, you're still full of vigor. What kind of wife are you looking for? Wang Fugui humbly replied. As long as she finds me appealing, that's sufficient. Ren Xiaosu pondered. That's quite a lofty expectation. Wang Fugui, with a frown, exclaimed, Who are you talking about? I'm one of the wealthiest individuals in our town, so why wouldn't someone find me desirable? Sighing, Ren Xiaosu felt a twinge of melancholy. The wealthiest person in our town is merely a shopkeeper. That sounds rather unflattering. Enough of this idle chatter. Are you selling or not? Yes. Ren Xiaosu contemplated and declared, for a friend, 600. Why don't you just steal it? Wang Fugui retorted, a bit flustered. Currently, Ren Xiaosu had just enough of the black medicine left for one more healing dose. But as per Old Wang's words, a mere liquid suffice, which meant this remaining amount could be effective multiple times. However, since the internal use of this remedy wasn't essential, he couldn't price it exorbitantly. Are you buying it or not? Ren Xiaosu asked, glancing at Wang Fugui. I will. Wang Fugui responded and promptly transferred 600 yuan to Ren Xiaosu without haggling. Ren Xiaosu never anticipated that his black medicine would sell like this. He also never expected that his original intention to become a physician to heal the world would lead him to become a supplier of adult products. A token of gratitude from Wang Fugui 1. Ren Xiaosu, it's quite simple, brother. In fact, this isn't bad at all. Yen Luyuan chuckled, saying, regardless of the efficacy, there's money to be made. Ren Xiaosu, displeased, lowered his voice and remarked, is this truly a matter of profit? How many sincere expressions of gratitude can one truly expect from this? Ren Xiaosu understood the reality well. Relying on such efficacy to sell medicine diminishes the likelihood of receiving genuine thanks compared to the noble act of healing. Only someone like old Wang, a parched soul yearning for rejuvenation, would utter a word of thanks. Furthermore, is his primary aim merely profit? No, he craves gratitude as well, devoid of appreciation. There would be no black market for medicine. Ren Xiaosu spoke with a hint of anger, asserting, if I were to heal the sick, the townsfolk would treat me with utmost respect. Look at that fellow in the clinic. He has caused the demise of countless individuals, yet no one dares to confront him. Why? Because he is the sole doctor in town. You're right, brother. Yen Luyuan nodded in agreement, his demeanor humble. In truth, he didn't mind. He knew they would gradually begin to amass wealth. Moreover, Ren Xiaosu continued, if I were to heal the sick, people would call me Dr. Ren upon seeing me. But what would they say if I didn't? Hey, that's the guy selling medicine. Clearly, it denotes a stark difference in social standing. Yen Luyuan could no longer contain himself, laughing heartily in their makeshift shelter. Brother, you certainly have a vivid imagination. However, what Ren Xiaosu was unaware of was that the medicine he sold to old Wang was not intended for his personal use. As old Wang had yet to find a paramour, the small porcelain bottle containing the black medicine was nothing extraordinary. It was merely a common vessel found in the market town. The original container for the black medicine was crafted from glass, showcasing a high level of artistry. Ren Xiaosu was concerned about the possibility of suspicion surrounding this item, especially since no one in the market town sold such bottles. The small porcelain bottle passed from Wang Fugui to the town's administrators, those who had emerged from the refuge barrier. Old Wang believed that Ren Xiaosu did not comprehend the true value of this item, but he himself understood it all too well. Who truly needed the oral function of this black medicine? Was it the men of the market town? Certainly not. Although the men were barely making ends meet and some appeared gaunt, they toiled daily, maintaining good health despite their slenderness. With sufficient physical activity, sustaining metabolic processes and organ functions was effortlessly achievable, rendering the medicine unnecessary for them. The individuals who genuinely required it were the affluent within the refuge barrier. With a furtive glance, Wang Fugui handed the black medicine to the administrator sent from the refuge barrier, who was discerning and astute. Their daily duties involved monitoring unusual activities within the market town, hence they were already aware of the incident involving Tai Tu's use of the medicine the previous night. Ultimately, the fate of that small porcelain bottle containing the black medicine remained shrouded in mystery, as its whereabouts became unknown. Ren Xiaosu was entirely unaware of the unfolding events. He simply exchanged a gratitude token for a bottle of black medicine and instructed Sister Xiaoyu to procure a piece of white linen from the market. Subsequently, he embroidered the words clinic in bold characters upon it, and beneath that, he stitched the phrase specializing in treating wounds, compassionate healer in smaller letters. Thus, the clinic was established. Gradually, Ren Xiaosu's life began to find its rhythm. He would venture out in the mornings to gather herbs, consult patients in his makeshift shelter during the day, teach survival classes in the evenings, and then study from Yen Liyuan's notes. Although his clinic lacked clientele, he felt compelled to remain present, for if a patient were to arrive, Sister Xiaoyu would struggle to manage alone. He longed to study alongside Yen Liyuan in a spacious, well-lit classroom, but he pondered what would become of Yen Liyuan and Sister Xiaoyu if he pursued his education. In this family, one must sacrifice personal desires for the greater good. The following day, Ren Xiaosu sat in a shelter, the curtain drawn, resting his eyes while Sister Xiaoyu busied herself with sewing behind him. At times, she would reflect on how the two brothers had never mended the holes in their clothes, leading to an accumulation of wear and tear. Just then, someone hurriedly approached from the dirt road, one arm bleeding profusely. Ren Xiaosu's eyes brightened. This injury, if left untreated, could be fatal. However, the man did not acknowledge Ren Xiaosu. Instinctively, the townsfolk believed that injuries required treatment at a clinic, where expertise was presumed to reside. Furthermore, the community's perception of Ren Xiaosu was still that of a mere vendor of medicine rather than a healer of wounds. At that moment, the long-forgotten voice of the palace echoed in his mind. Mission: save one patient. Ren Xiaosu rose, a hint of melancholy in his voice as he spoke. "I apologize." With a gentle demeanor, he addressed the patient. "The doctor at that clinic is nothing but a charlatan. I brought you here to save you. Do you understand?" The man, having lost a significant amount of blood, lacked the strength to resist Ren Xiaosu's firm hold and was on the verge of despair. At that moment, two more men appeared across the dirt road, bloodied and weary. Ren Xiaosu paused momentarily. "Have you been involved in a brawl?" He nodded silently, reflecting on the harsh reality that in this day and age, no one would kindly take an injured worker to receive treatment. Rather, they would think, "If you perish, your belongings shall become mine." With both hands and a leg pinning down the three men, they felt utterly despondent, realizing that their injuries had left them at a disadvantage. Otherwise, Ren Xiaosu would not have been able to restrain them. They were aware that Ren Xiaosu could treat their wounds. However, it was a mere habit to rush to clinics. Now, immobilized, they chose to remain still. Then, the three watched as Sister Xiaoyu set aside her needlework, taking the needle she had just used to sew and heating it over the fire. The needle was long enough that she could hold the tail without burning her hand. "Shall we proceed with stitching?" Sister Xiaoyu timidly inquired. "Yes, just like sewing clothes," Ren Xiaosu replied with a smile. "It's quite simple." Sister Xiaoyu mustered her courage and approached the wound to stitch it up. Suddenly, a sizzling sound echoed, accompanied by the acrid scent of burnt flesh wafting through the air. The man trembled and inquired, "I can comprehend your method of sterilizing the needle with fire, but could you at least wait for it to cool before stitching? Why don't you hurry up then?" "An oversight, an oversight," Ren Xiaosu chuckled as he explained. "Our nurse here is on her first day. Thus, she is unfamiliar with the procedure. Now, let us continue with the suturing. Come on, Sister Xiaoyu, just treat it like sewing a garment." Sister Xiaoyu was not one to shy away from blood. In truth, the townsfolk had grown accustomed to the cycles of life and death. A minor injury was inconsequential. Moreover, she relished her current occupation, not because she had a penchant for blood, but due to her desire to become a valuable asset. In this harsh and unforgiving environment, it was common knowledge that each individual must prove their worth. The useless would inevitably be cast aside. This was the simplest logic governing human interaction. Sister Xiaoyu was uncertain whether Ren Xiaosu and Yin Liyuan would abandon her due to her perceived ineptitude, yet she resolved not to indulge in idleness. Upon hearing Ren Xiaosu suggest treating it like sewing, she felt a surge of confidence, and her movements became more fluid. Furthermore, Ren Xiaosu held the man's arm steady, facilitating her task. As she neared the completion of the stitching, Sister Xiaoyu remarked to Ren Xiaosu, "Suturing a wound is somewhat different from sewing a garment. When sewing clothes, one aims to keep the thread hidden within the fabric, but with a wound, the thread cannot remain inside. It must be stitched in reverse, which may not appear as aesthetically pleasing." The three patients were engulfed in a tumult of emotions. The more Sister Xiaoyu spoke, the more anxious they became. Once Sister Xiaoyu had finished stitching, Ren Xiaosu took out a small porcelain bottle and applied the ointment to the first patient's wound. "This medicine is truly a treasure," he remarked, "and I won't charge you excessively. It's a flat fee of 600, the same as at the clinic. This amount should be within your means." The price of 600 was roughly equivalent to that of a cotton jacket, while these laborers earned between 200 and 800 a month. Although the cost of living was relatively high, the scarcity of resources dictated such pricing. The affluent individuals residing in the refuge would prefer that these workers never accumulate any wealth, relegating them to a life of labor. However, these workers could not simply walk away, for survival in the wilderness was impossible. This reliance on the exploitation of the displaced was the foundation of the wealthy's power. Ren Xiaosu, who had managed to subsist without working in the coal mines, needed only to catch 3 sparrows a month to fare better than most laborers. Even without those 3, he could survive by tightening his belt. This was a grotesque survival environment. There had been struggles in the past, yet they yielded no results. Ren Xiaosu was correct. All 3 men could afford the fee. The first man, upon having the black ointment applied, immediately felt relief from his pain and willingly paid, aware that a visit to the town clinic would cost the same. Just as the healed patient was about to leave, Ren Xiaosu kindly remarked, "Shouldn't you express your gratitude after your wounds have been treated?" Ren Xiaosu nodded in satisfaction. However, when he glanced at the palace, he was taken aback to find that no gratitude tokens had been bestowed upon him. He pondered, has the doctor-patient relationship become this strained? I have healed you, and yet a simple thank you seems insincere? Just then, he heard the notification indicating the completion of his task. Task completed. Reward: 1. 0 strength. This was indeed the task related to saving a single patient, finally accomplished. To his surprise, the reward for this palace task was once again 0 strength, one of the things he most desired at the moment. After all, in this era, those with greater strength command louder voices. The palace's voice resonated once more. Task. Heal 3 patients. This time it appears to be a chain task, with a higher difficulty arising upon the completion of the first. Yet, there are 3 patients readily available before him. Might the next reward be yet another 0 strength? If so, he could transform into quite the muscular figure. However, this may not be entirely beneficial, as such strength comes at the expense of speed. The greater the friction between muscles, the slower one's movements become. The fastest runners are those with the most coordinated muscle development, rather than bodybuilders. Presently, Ren Xiaosu's strength significantly surpassed that of an average adult. He deliberately observed that this time, when his muscles bulged, no one seemed to take notice. It was deep autumn, and his clothing concealed him quite well. At that moment, a patient seized the opportunity while Ren Xiaosu was distracted and attempted to flee. Sister Xiaoyou reminded Ren Xiaosu, the patient has escaped. Sister Xiaoyou looked at the remaining patient and gently said, "Are you going to run as well? If you do, I will have to stitch you up later." The patient, closing his eyes with a resolute expression, replied, "Go ahead and stitch." From that point onward, the treatment proceeded without any further obstacles, as Ren Xiaosu firmly held one patient in each hand, rendering them immobile. The 2 men being restrained were somewhat astonished, for they had not anticipated that they would be utterly powerless against Ren Xiaosu, as if under a spell of domination. What tremendous strength must one possess to achieve such a feat? Even though they were injured, they should not have been this weak. They had managed to struggle moments before. Moreover, the most crucial realization dawned upon them. From this moment on, who could possibly escape when Ren Xiaosu intended to treat them? With the task completed, a reward of 0 agility was granted. The moment Ren Xiaosu heard this announcement, he froze, for he felt his recently bulging muscles suddenly deflate significantly. This agility attribute appeared to enhance the strength of muscle fibers, thereby achieving a reduction in muscle volume while maintaining the same level of strength. Consequently, Ren Xiaosu no longer had to worry about transforming into a muscle-bound figure. If we were to liken Ren Xiaosu's former muscle fiber strength to that of a mere wooden stick, then his current muscle fiber strength resembles that of a sturdy iron rod. Indeed, this is the most reasonable perspective. Enhancing quality rather than merely increasing quantity is the true path forward. Furthermore, it stands to reason that his resilience to impact would also likely improve. Ren Xiaosu glanced at the patient who had previously attempted to flee. Now that you have applied the medication, you must appreciate its benefits, instant pain relief, and a promise against future inflammation. I fail to comprehend why you chose to run. The patient hesitated for a moment before responding. I simply do not have enough money. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu felt a pang of frustration. With a heavy heart, he lamented, "Then why didn't you run faster?" Upon hearing Ren Xiaosu's lamentation about his speed, the patient felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. "I exerted every ounce of strength to escape, yet you are the one who is unreasonable." Ren Xiaosu, with a slight exasperation, replied, "Everyone else has settled their bills and left. What do you propose we do about this? This is a clinic, not a charitable institution." The man, on the verge of tears, pleaded, "What do you suggest? I am utterly outmatched and financially depleted. I might as well donate my life here today." "Consider this," Ren Xiaosu said with a gentle demeanor. "Have you checked if there is any money hidden at home?" "None," the man replied. "Who dares to hide money at home nowadays? Even my wife wouldn't trust me with it," he said, despair creeping into his voice. Growing slightly impatient, Ren Xiaosu pressed, "Come now, as a man. Don't be so woeful. Just tell me how much money you do have left. Only 4 or 5 days remain until payday, and as the month draws to a close, those of us who toil find it nearly impossible to save any money. How much do you have left?" Ren Xiaosu bellowed. "For 32, the man replied, tears welling in his eyes. It was clear that issuing an IOU was not a viable option. In these times, one could request an IOU today, only to find that the person has vanished the next day. Ren Xiaosu pondered whether the man possessed any valuable items. Suddenly, a thought illuminated his mind, and he exclaimed, "I see that you are having a tough time. Why don't we forego the remaining amount? Just hand over the money in your pocket, and I shall leave you with 32 yuan for your meals. Actually, let us make it 2 yuan for your meals." Upon hearing this, the man was nearly moved to tears. Thank you, He expressed gratitude emanating from Dongming Shui. Ren Xiaosu felt an overwhelming joy. He had finally discovered the key to earning gratitude. First, pricing must be reasonable. If the clinic charges 600, so must he, ensuring no one feels exploited. Secondly, one must act. Even if it means earning a little less, the emotional impact is paramount. Profit is secondary. Gratitude is what truly matters, for with gratitude comes wealth. Within a mere day, Ren Xiaosu had amassed 230 yuan, a far quicker and safer sum than if he had resorted to catching sparrows. Sister Yu had fully embraced her role as a nurse, and Ren Xiaosu could not allow her to toil without compensation. However, there was no rush. He would first observe the monthly earnings before deciding on Sister Yu's salary. The incident of the factory boiler explosion has swiftly spread to the town, causing considerable distress among the women, who fret over the safety of their husbands. Perhaps the most troubled individual is the charlatan residing in the town's clinic. Upon hearing of the explosion, he eagerly awaited the influx of patients, yet as night fell, not a single soul had sought his services. To his dismay, he soon learned that someone had outmaneuvered him. Who could possess such audacity to usurp his clientele? Upon further inquiry, he discovered it was Ren Xiaosu. The young doctor wrestled with his thoughts, pondering how Ren Xiaosu could possibly encroach upon his profession. After all, how could he suddenly acquire the skills to heal and save lives? Previously, when he had heard of the black medicine, he dismissed it as mere herbal concoctions crafted by Ren Xiaosu, harboring a tinge of skepticism. Yet now, he found himself compelled to reconsider. Fueled by indignation, he stormed over to confront Ren Xiaosu. Upon reaching the entrance of Ren Xiaosu's humble abode, he found him casually peeling potatoes with a bone knife. To his astonishment, Ren Xiaosu pierced a potato cleanly through with a single thrust of the knife. Without missing a beat, Ren Xiaosu inquired, "What brings you here?" The young doctor forced a laugh. "Oh, I merely wondered if you had dined yet." "What are you talking about?" Ren Xiaosu responded nonchalantly. "I immerse myself in medical texts daily." "That's good to hear," Ren Xiaosu replied, turning his attention back to the potatoes, resuming his task. Truth be told, in the past, Ren Xiaosu and his companions consumed potatoes with their skins intact, opting for the entirety rather than peeling them away, as it would diminish their portion. But now, times had changed. Ren Xiaosu had come into wealth and was indulging. Suddenly, a group of dozens burst into the town, crying out in alarm, "This is terrible! This is terrible!" Ren Xiaosu furrowed his brow and grasped one of the individuals, inquiring, "What has transpired?" The acrid scent of blood from the factory's boiler explosion had summoned a pack of wolves. The man, in a state of panic, replied, "I have no idea where this pack came from, but there are an overwhelming number." "How many is many?" Ren Xiaosu pressed further. "There must be at least 100. This was indeed a grave matter. The workers remaining at the factory were likely in dire peril. However, the wolves would not dare to raid the settlement, for it was fortified with high walls, upon which rested formidable firearms. This was precisely why the displaced individuals had congregated outside the walls to form a settlement. "What are you staring at? Eat," Ren Xiaosu said to Yan Luyuan. After uttering those words, he resumed his meal, while Yan Luyuan, curious, gazed outside. "Brother, how did you survive back then? You've never mentioned it." Once Yan Luyuan finished a potato, Ren Xiaosu handed him another. "Eat more to grow strong. It increases your chances of survival." "Brother, are you worried the wolves might come to the settlement?" Yan Luyuan observed Ren Xiaosu's still furrowed brow. "No." Ren Xiaosu shook his head. "They are far more cunning than you realize. They will not risk venturing here. Had the factory not suffered casualties from the explosion, they would not have approached. They are not drawn by the scent of blood. Rather, they are lured by the essence of death." "What then are you worried about, brother?" Yan Luyuan inquired, intrigued. Ren Xiaosu pondered for a long moment. "What if one day this wall collapses?" Sister Yu was momentarily taken aback. Could the wall really fall? Uncertain. Ren Xiaosu shook his head once more. "Yet in this world, nothing remains immutable. I have encountered wolf packs on 2 occasions. The first time I fled at a great distance, and the second time, fortune did not favor me. Nonetheless, I have an unsettling feeling they seem to be growing increasingly formidable." Ren Xiaosu pondered the implications of a day when the barriers might crumble, musing what kind of world that would usher in. Gratitude is extended to Yin Hui for his descent into the ranks of the Silver Alliance of this tome, and to King Yi, Naifeng's Hillen, Lu Yinhong, and Huabi Xian for their ascension as new leaders of this literary endeavor. Today, unexpected news cascaded in one after another. instilling a sense of unease among the townsfolk, prompting them to gather and discuss the matter rather than retreat into their homes. The explosion of a factory boiler, while not an uncommon occurrence due to years of neglect, took on a different gravity this time. In the past, wolf packs dared not raid human factories. Each factory housed thousands of workers, and the thoroughfares outside were typically bustling at the close of shifts. The audacity of wolves to approach such a diminutive human settlement near the refuge barrier was indeed bewildering. As night descended, the gates of the refuge barrier swung open with a thunderous boom, followed by the emergence of hundreds of armed soldiers. These were the private troops of Administrator 113, or more accurately, the private militia of the Qing Consortium that stood behind the 113th barrier. Mr. Zhang Jinglin, a scholar, once inadvertently remarked that it is now the consortiums that serve as the true masters of the refuge barriers. They hold the very essence of human survival in their grasp, wielding the means to combat external threats, money in one hand and weaponry in the other, firmly controlling all barriers within their domain. This was the first time Ren Xiaosu and Yin Luyuan had witnessed such a multitude of soldiers emerging from the refuge barriers. Yin Luyuan, concealed within a makeshift shelter, furtively observed these private troops as they advanced toward the outskirts of the township. He whispered, "Brother, are those guns they carry?" The dark firearms appeared cold and ruthless, and Ren Xiaosu was not surprised to recognize each of them. Moreover, he felt an inexplicable intuition that should he acquire these weapons, he would be able to wield them with remarkable proficiency. The private troops marched in disarray. Although an off-road vehicle led the way, many soldiers followed in a chaotic manner, rendering their formation utterly disorganized. Among the ranks of these private forces, a voice of dissent grumbled, "So what if a few people died in the factory? Can't we just go tomorrow morning? Why must we hunt wolves under the cover of night?" "Silence. This is an order from above," someone shot back with a glare. "What are you afraid of? The officials can't hear us. They're still nestled in their women's beds," the disgruntled soldier retorted, lighting a thin cigarette. Ren Xiaosu was once again reminded of that peculiar odor of smoke. Frowning, he found himself increasingly distrustful of the private troops within these barriers. At this moment, the smoking mercenary turned to see Ren Xiaosu and Yin Luyuan examining his automatic rifle. He scolded, "What are you two insignificant brats staring at? Do you even know what this is? Don't bother looking. Even if I gave it to you, you wouldn't know how to use it." Ren Xiaosu lowered the curtain, yet he did not concur with the soldier's latter remark. For reasons unknown, he suddenly inferred that the soldier's marksmanship might not be particularly impressive, as the triangular area on his right chest, meant to absorb recoil, had not developed the posture of one who had practiced shooting for years. In truth, Ren Xiaosu was unaware that, in the present day, firearms were quite precious even against the backdrop of a refuge, and typically, the officers of the mercenaries would not permit the soldiers to waste ammunition. They would rather spend their resources on a drink or seek companionship. While alcohol was prohibited outside the refuge, it was not inside. Yin Luyuan curiously inquired, "Brother, why do you seem to know their weapons so well?" Ren Xiaosu glanced at him and replied, "Don't ask too many questions." Yin Luyuan, feeling aggrieved, lamented, "Do I have no standing in this household anymore?" As Ren Xiaosu pondered over his thoughts, he casually remarked, "Don't think too much. Your status at home is simply to remain alive." Yin Luyuan responded, "Where are you going, brother?" He paused for a moment before asking. Just as the question left his lips, Ren Xiaosu had already silently lifted the curtain and exited. Outside, a considerable crowd had gathered, and no one paid attention to Ren Xiaosu's departure. Typically, people refrained from venturing out after dark, yet today, everyone seemed to be out as if celebrating a festival. Ren Xiaosu navigated through the darkness, and as he exited the confines of the town, he began to sprint. The moonlight on this night was far from brilliant, yet Ren Xiaosu had traversed this path nearly every day for years. He could navigate it with his eyes closed. While the private militia marched along the main road, Ren Xiaosu opted for a parallel, lesser-known path to avoid encountering them. He had come here not for any specific purpose, but rather to seek out opportunities, the nature of which he could not quite articulate. It was the allure of firearms that had drawn Ren Xiaosu to this place. With advanced skills in weaponry, he understood the critical importance of firearms in this era. The mercenaries accompanying the band had once remarked that their firearms would send a pack of wolves fleeing at the sound of a shot. Having faced a wolf pack before, Ren Xiaosu was acutely aware of their terrifying nature, and yet, such fearsome creatures were intimidated by gunfire? He could not fathom what might transpire between the private militia and a wolf pack. He had never contemplated seizing the weapons from the militia, for his true objective lay with the factory. The townsfolk were well aware that the factory manager was armed. Perhaps they never anticipated a wolf pack would approach, hence the lack of firearms at hand. Or perhaps the armed individuals were ambushed by the wolves, or for other unknown reasons, but those guns might still be there. Ren Xiaosu sprinted with all his might, more familiar with this terrain than the militia, who were advancing on foot while he raced ahead. Suddenly, a gunshot erupted in the night, followed by a cacophony of gunfire echoing through the darkness, accompanied by the anguished cries of humanity. Ren Xiaosu suddenly turned his head toward the source of the sound. It was evident that the private army had encountered a pack of wolves. Many of the soldiers, despite firing their weapons, were still injured. Was it not said that wolves fear gunfire? Was it not a fundamental instinct of beasts to evade danger? To this day, Ren Xiaosu held a realization. Although these creatures had evolved, they had never overcome their innate instincts. Rabbits still grazed, and wolves continued to fear the sound of gunfire. Unless, of course, everything had changed. The battle on the wild frontier was fierce. The private army had not anticipated an early confrontation with the wolves, which seemed to have been lying in wait, fierce and cunning. Initially, they believed that firing their weapons would be sufficient to drive the wolves away, but they were mistaken. This particular pack did not panic at the sound of gunfire. As the wolves approached, the private soldiers were startled to discover that these creatures appeared larger than they had imagined, resembling bison. Wait, these wolves first attacked the factory and then positioned themselves along the private army's path, as if their very objective was to confront these soldiers. However, the private army was trained. They quickly regrouped to establish a defensive formation in response to the initial casualties. Ultimately, the superiority of human firearms prevailed over the beast's fangs and claws. The private army had faced wolves on multiple occasions, but had gradually relaxed their campaign against them in recent years due to directives from above. Naturally, this had afforded the wolves some respite. As Ren Xiaosu listened to the gunfire, he could not quite comprehend why he found the sharp sound somewhat pleasing, to the point that his adrenaline began to surge, and he felt an exhilarating rush coursing through him. He did not venture to closely observe the battlefield. He was merely aware that the wolf pack and the private militia were engaged in combat. Thus the area near the factory was presumably safe. Ren Xiaosu ran through the wilderness like a cheetah, experiencing for the first time the full extent of his newfound strength and agility. His muscle fibers tightened and then relaxed repeatedly, a sensation that could only be described as exhilarating. As he approached the factory, Ren Xiaosu finally slowed his pace, stealthily advancing through the night. At that moment, he stumbled upon numerous corpses of refugees. They seemed to have attempted to flee towards the town, only to be relentlessly pursued and overtaken by the wolves. Only a fortunate few managed to escape, at the cost of their companions. Ren Xiaosu deliberately examined their wounds, noting that they appeared to have been bitten directly on the neck by the wolves, resulting in instant death. Strangely, the wolf pack had not consumed these bodies, as if they had departed in haste. After contemplating for a moment, Ren Xiaosu chose not to enter through the main entrance. Instead, he ascended via the external pipes of the factory. Each time he passed a window, he cautiously peered inside to check for any survivors. Upon reaching the topmost level, a chill gripped his heart. It seemed that the factory was devoid of life, having been overrun by the wolf pack, with no one spared. Where could the firearms be hidden? Ren Xiaosu pondered, certain that the factory's overseer would not have placed them in easily accessible locations. He smashed through the highest window and leaped inside, surveying his surroundings. The corridor was smeared with blood and littered with corpses, transforming the once mighty factory into a veritable hellscape. However, Ren Xiaosu suddenly sensed something amiss. All the corpses seemed to be heading in a singular direction, as if guided by an unseen force. In times of peril, what could possibly compel individuals to flee towards the same destination? Ren Xiaosu formed a hypothesis. That location was either a cache of weapons or a refuge. He followed this path downwards, eventually arriving at the underground level, which appeared to be an emergency shelter. The further he ventured, the more corpses he encountered. Ren Xiaosu could vividly imagine the chaotic scene of individuals desperately fleeing from the pack of wolves, striving for safety, yet outpaced by their relentless pursuers. He arrived at an iron gate, realizing that the throng must have sought refuge behind it. No matter how evolved the wolves might be, they remained mere flesh and blood. Breaching this several-inch thick iron gate would pose a significant challenge. He pondered whether anyone remained inside. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his fist and struck the door thrice. At that moment, a voice from within exclaimed joyfully, "Is it the army? Have you finally come to rescue me? I'm opening the door now." With a creak, the iron gate swung wide, revealing a middle-aged man whose leg bore an injury, the entirety of his pant leg stained crimson with blood. He was supporting himself on one leg to operate the gate. Yet, as the door opened, both parties reacted simultaneously. Ren Xiaosu bent down, ready to rush in, while the middle-aged man's immediate instinct, upon realizing that the newcomers were not soldiers, was to raise his handgun in defense. The air suddenly grew tense as Ren Xiaosu halted before the middle-aged man, the dark muzzle of a gun pressed firmly against his forehead. Hee hee, the man chuckled. So it turns out to be a little thief attempting to take advantage of the chaos. I recognize you, Ren Xiaosu from the town. Ren Xiaosu, too, was familiar with the man. He was Wang Dongyang, the factory manager. I recognize you as well, Ren Xiaosu replied, straightening his back and feigning nonchalance. Why are you the only one here? No, wait. You were the first to flee here and close the gate, leaving everyone else outside. And what if I refuse to take the blame? Ren Xiaosu laughed lightly. Then I would simply shoot you and lock the door, waiting for the army to come rescue me. I am one of the people in the refuge. They must come to save me, Wang Dongyang asserted. You must be terrified that I will reveal your betrayal to everyone, Ren Xiaosu continued with a smile. Wang Dongyang sneered, emboldened by the gun in his hand. Feeling invincible. How do you know? Ren Xiaosu pondered. A parent knows their child best? Wang Dongyang's expression shifted to one of fury. Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? I happen to know something, Ren Xiaosu said leisurely. What is it? A sense of foreboding rose within Wang Dongyang. I know that your gun is not safety locked, and now you have no time to secure it. Wang Dongyang's pupils suddenly constricted. Initially, he had assumed that the presence outside was merely that of soldiers, so he did not think much of it. However, upon encountering Ren Xiaosu, who charged towards him with such determination, he realized he hadn't even had time to disengage the safety. He had thought he could easily intimidate Ren Xiaosu, believing that this refugee had never encountered a firearm and would only experience fear due to his ignorance of its mechanics. Yet, to his surprise, Ren Xiaosu understood firearms better than most within the 113th refuge. Despair gradually engulfed Wang Dongyang, creeping into his heart like a tenacious vine. He had not anticipated being seen through, and the only bewilderment he felt was regarding how this youth possessed knowledge of guns. In the next moment, he abruptly retreated, hoping to seize the opportunity to disengage the safety. However, Ren Xiaosu would not grant him such a chance. He collided with Wang Dongyang like a cannonball, shattering his ribs and sending the gun flying from his grasp. Wang Dongyang found himself devoid of any remaining support, lying on the ground as he coughed up blood, pleading, "Spare me, and I will reveal the location of my hidden assets." "Speak first, and I shall let you go," Ren Xiaosu replied calmly. "Do you think me a fool?" Wang Dongyang understood all too well the futility of his situation. How could this youth possibly spare him? If he were to be spared, would there still be a refuge for him near the 113th barrier? Furthermore, when Wang Dongyang first heard of Ren Xiaosu, he was already known by a moniker, the ruthless Ren Xiaosu. Ren Xiaosu ceased his internal turmoil. He was uncertain when the conflict between the private army and the wolf pack would conclude. Prolonging the standoff would yield no favorable outcome for him, regardless of which faction unexpectedly arrived at the factory. The sound of sharp weapons slicing through leather pierced the air as Ren Xiaosu, wielding a bone knife, etched claw-like wounds upon Wang Dongyang's chest. Ensuring he exhibited no signs of life before retrieving the handgun and making his way outside, discreetly pocketing the 2 magazines still attached to Wang Dongyang. A total of 36 rounds. "Are you all right, brother?" Yin Luyuan exclaimed as he witnessed Ren Xiaosu parting the curtain and entering. He anxiously circled around Ren Xiaosu, relieved to find no traces of blood. Ren Xiaosu mused that this reaction was likely normal. Even the most formidable wolves could not triumph against a private army that outnumbered them and wielded weaponry. More than 30 of them, Yin Luyuan remarked. Those wolves are enormous. Aren't they? Previously, when he had inquired about the size of wolves, Ren Xiaosu had described them as quite large, but today, Yin Luyuan grasped the true extent of that enormity. Ren Xiaosu furrowed his brow, grateful that he had not lingered in the factory for too long, for he might have encountered the private army en route to the factory. It seemed that the wolf pack had retreated upon realizing their ambush would not succeed. Thus the private army had not been delayed excessively. Yet, this wolf pack was growing stronger and more cunning, having let them go this time. The townspeople might face unforeseen challenges in the future. An officer on the vehicle remarked, Those who report anyone venturing into the town tonight will be handsomely rewarded. This statement sent a jolt through Ren Xiaosu, for he understood that it was a clear indication they were searching for him. The other party had undoubtedly already visited the factory, and Ren Xiaosu believed that an ordinary person would not be able to detect the flaw in Wang Dongyang's injury. However, there remained a crucial issue unresolved. Wang Dongyang's sidearm was missing. Should someone deduce from this inconsistency, it would be all too easy to uncover the truth. A predicament Ren Xiaosu could not escape. Gu, Yin Liyuan cast a worried glance at Ren Xiaosu, realizing that they were searching for that gun. Suddenly, a familiar voice shouted, "I know who went out in the dead of night." Ren Xiaosu turned to see the clinic's doctor, Yu Tong, grinning at him from a distance. Evidently wary of Ren Xiaosu's potential wrath, the officer from the private military unit approached slowly, inquiring, "Who?" "It's him, Ren Xiaosu. I witnessed him leaving the town," Yu Tong declared with a triumphant smile. Ren Xiaosu did not attempt to deny it. He confessed, "At that time, our latrine was occupied by Hizong, so I had no choice but to relieve myself outside." "Who is Hizong? Is this true?" the officer demanded loudly. Beside them, a bewildered Hizong was at a loss as to how he had become embroiled in this situation. He timidly replied, "I did indeed have an upset stomach tonight. Many can attest to that." The officer then turned to Ren Xiaosu, a cold smile gracing his lips, and commanded, "Search him." As he spoke, the soldiers under his command were about to storm into the makeshift shelter when Wang Fuguwei suddenly sprang forth. "Wait. He is a person of interest designated for protection by a noble within the bastion. You cannot treat him in this manner." The officer paused, momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" he inquired. "This afternoon, Boss Luo from the bastion specifically sent word to ensure his safety. Even Ren Xiaosu is unaware of this matter. As for the reasons for this protection, you may inquire with Boss Luo yourself. It is not appropriate for us to elaborate," Wang Fuguwei hurriedly explained. "Boss Luo?" The officer appeared somewhat surprised. It was evident to all that he recognized the name of the esteemed Boss Luo, who seemed to hold significant influence within the bastion. After a moment of contemplation, the officer remarked, "Even if he is associated with Boss Luo, that does not suffice. The matters at hand are gravely serious. I shall personally go to Boss Luo tonight to offer my apologies and explanations." With that, his soldiers disregarded all else and proceeded to ransack Ren Xiaosu's shelter, with two of them beginning to search him as well. After a couple of minutes, the soldiers all shook their heads, having found nothing. The officer then turned to Ren Xiaosu. "Take me to where you relieve yourself." Yin Liyuan's eyes instantly reddened. Ren Xiaosu led the officer and his soldiers outside the town, pointing to a pile of excrement, and said, "Here, fresh and undeniably not from the previous night." The officer glanced at it and instructed his men to continue searching other households, no longer concerning himself with Ren Xiaosu. He turned his gaze towards Yu Tong, who had been trailing behind him. At that moment, Yu Tong, upon witnessing Ren Xiaosu's fierce glare, felt a wave of fear wash over him. Initially, Ren Xiaosu was uncertain whether Yu Tong had genuinely seen him leave the clinic or if the latter was merely attempting to fabricate a false accusation. In this world, one must tread carefully to avoid being ensnared in schemes. Thus, if Ren Xiaosu found no recollection of any perilous individuals in his memory, it would imply that Yu Tong was indeed absent at that time, heightening the likelihood that he was lying and deliberately trying to frame him. As for whether Yu Tong had considered the repercussions of failing in his deceit, Ren Xiaosu doubted his intelligence. He probably hadn't foreseen such a possibility. With a cold smirk, Ren Xiaosu regarded Yu Tong, who promptly fled towards the town, leaving behind a trail of moisture on the ground. Wang Fuguwei chuckled nearby, remarking, "It seems I have acted unnecessarily. It appears you are unharmed." Ren Xiaosu turned to Wang Fuguwei, sincerely expressing his gratitude. In that moment, had anyone been willing to speak on his behalf, he would have remembered it fondly. "Oh, don't mention it," Wang Fuguwei replied with a grin reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. "If it weren't for Boss Luo's appreciation of you, I wouldn't have dared to speak up. Indeed, Boss Luo specifically sent someone to convey his regards and requested that the local authorities keep an eye on you." Ren Xiaosu was taken aback. "What does Boss Luo do? Does he know me?" Wang Fuguwei, with a conspiratorial wink, whispered, "He is quite fond of your medicine." At that moment, Ren Xiaosu realized that Wang Fuguwei had actually delivered his black medicine into the barrier. Boss Luo had stated that as long as he submitted the required quantity each month, he would remain untroubled outside the barrier. Wang Fuguwei smiled, revealing his ulterior motives. After all, by connecting with Boss Luo through Ren Xiaosu's black medicine, he could ensure his own safety for the rest of his life. Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu's curiosity was piqued. Is Boss Luo's influence within the barrier truly formidable? Wang Fuguei boasted. You may not know this, but he represents the Qing family consortium at Barrier 113. Ren Xiaosu pondered why the members of the Qing family did not bear the Qing surname, sensing something amiss. I must caution you not to spread this information. Wang Fuguei lowered his voice. It is said that he is a half-brother of a prominent figure in the Qing family, an illegitimate child. Could you possibly speak to Boss Luo about facilitating our entry into the refuge barrier? Ren Xiaosu thought to himself, given Boss Luo's considerable authority, it should not be difficult for him to secure their admission. However, Wang Fuguei lamented, but we are all tainted individuals. How could we possibly gain entry into the barrier? Moreover, if you were to enter, who would fetch herbal medicine for Boss Luo from the wilderness? Realization dawned on Ren Xiaosu. In truth, the latter point was likely the genuine reason. What incentive would Boss Luo have to admit them into the barrier when it sufficed to keep them outside? Providing black medicine instead? That night, Yen Luyuan suddenly developed a high fever that refused to subside. Ren Xiaosu attempted to apply a bottle of black ointment to Yen Luyuan's forehead, but it failed to bring down the fever. Sitting by the bedside, Ren Xiaosu gazed at the feeble Yen Luyuan and sighed. This matter does not require your wish. In the future, do not make wishes casually without my command. Do you understand? Such high fevers can be fatal. Yen Luyuan weakly opened his eyes and replied, but what if something happens to you? What will I do? Ren Xiaosu pondered for a long moment, then said, do not argue. I will ensure that we live well together. The following morning, when Ren Xiaosu went to the market to fetch water, he was met with astonishing news. Yu Tong had fled overnight with valuables, choosing to confront the dangers of the wilderness rather than face Ren Xiaosu. Some speculated that Yu Tong had headed to Barrier 114, as it was the nearest to Barrier 113 and positioned away from the direction of the wolf pack. Typically, traveling along the main road would pose little danger. Ren Xiaosu found the situation both amusing and perplexing, realizing that he had inadvertently frightened her away. However, an even more unexpected event unfolded when Chun Haidong, the overseer dispatched from the refuge, came to visit. With a friendly demeanor, Chun Haidong inquired, Ren Xiaosu, I have heard that you possess the ability to heal? Ren Xiaosu was taken aback, replying, I only treat knife wounds and external injuries. No worries, no worries. Chun Haidong chuckled more cheerfully. Healing is healing, after all. Our market is currently in need of a doctor. Might you be interested? Lying in the makeshift shelter, still feverish, Yen Luyuan was suddenly jolted awake, astonished to discover that his brother had inexplicably transformed into a bona fide physician, and moreover, the only doctor in the bustling town. He had never wished for such an outcome. Could it be that the events of the previous night involving Ren Xiaosu required no wish at all, thus redirecting fate? Yet, Ren Xiaosu was acutely aware that the pivotal figure, Chun Haidong, also sought to curry favor with the esteemed Boss Luo. Power indeed compels those around one to serve with meticulous devotion. Not one to be easily deceived, Ren Xiaosu readily acquiesced. Might I possibly? Certainly. Chun Haidong replied with a warm smile. That would be absolutely splendid. You may move in today, as it is currently unoccupied. With that, Chun Haidong ambled away, humming a cheerful tune, only for old Wang to arrive shortly thereafter, cradling a wooden box under his arm. Accompanied by several affluent townsfolk, those reputed to be the wealthiest in the area. Among them were individuals who ran small gambling houses, fabric shops, and grain stores. Old Wang cheerfully exclaimed, Congratulations, Ren Xiaosu. You're moving into a brick house. As he spoke, he handed the gift box to Ren Xiaosu. I prepared a little something for you and Luyuan. It's nourishing for your growing bodies. Intrigued, Ren Xiaosu opened the box to reveal a cluster of white substance. What is this? You wouldn't understand, would you? This is my treasured bird's nest, a great tonic. Wang Fuguei proudly proclaimed. Ren Xiaosu had only heard about this thing before, but had never seen it. However, he had always harbored a curiosity. I heard Mr. Zhang Jinglin say that bird's nest is made from the saliva of swallows. Yet I thought to myself that saliva does not possess such viscosity. It must be phlegm. Wang Fuqi. You don't gift someone something disgusting like this, right? He was displeased. But what about bloodbird's nest? What is that? Ren Xiaosu pondered. Phlegm with blood? With a smile, Ren Xiaosu casually tossed the bird's nest box into the nesting shed. There's nothing disgusting about it. It's merely a jest. He glanced at the individuals behind old Wang. To be honest, if he were to refer to these people as gentry, it would be an affront to the very term. These individuals were each holding a small token of greeting. In truth, everyone was somewhat familiar with Ren Xiaosu. Their visit was mainly to engage in pleasantries, signifying that they welcomed him into their circle and that they would be friends henceforth. Ren Xiaosu did not stand on ceremony with them. Yen Luyuan was still bedridden, recuperating. With supplements available, why not indulge? Old Wang pulled Ren Xiaosu aside and said, "You should hurry and move into the clinic. There are 2 rooms behind the clinic along with a small courtyard of over 10 square meters, and many have their eyes on it." "All right," Ren Xiaosu nodded, still maintaining a degree of courtesy towards Wang Fuqi. "Moreover, Boss Luo has arranged for some medication to be delivered to you from the barriers. This is all quite costly. I instructed them to place it directly in the clinic. The most valuable items are the anti-inflammatory and anesthetic drugs, which you must handle with care." Wang Fugue whispered. Some individuals, unable to find cigarettes, resort to stealing anesthetics to substitute for those addictive narcotics. I have suffered from this before. Ren Xiaosu was momentarily taken aback. He had not realized that anesthetics had such effects. However, it is indeed fortunate that someone has sent something. He inquired, somewhat intrigued, what else was delivered. "There is also a banner." That morning, Ren Xiaosu and Sister Xiaoyu tidied up a few things before heading to the clinic. Who would prefer to reside in a shack when they could live in a bright, clean brick house? He had already planned it out. In the 2 rear rooms, he would share one with Yen Luyuan, while Sister Xiaoyu would have a room to herself. Previously, Sister Xiaoyu had lived in the brick house, but later moved to the shack for the sake of her 2 younger brothers. Now, allowing her to return to the brick house fulfilled a long-held wish. However, the moment Ren Xiaosu entered the clinic carrying Yen Luyuan, he felt utterly disheartened. According to Wang Fugue, as long as this banner remains in the clinic, no one would dare to harm Ren Xiaosu, provided he does not engage in any actions that might infringe upon Luo Land's interests. This serves as a talisman of protection, albeit one that causes Ren Xiaosu considerable distress, as he is uncertain whether it was a mere casual order from Luo Lan to have the banner made, or if it was a deliberate jest at his expense. It is more likely that the former is true. For Luo Lan, she is merely a wandering soul seeking medicine outside the barriers. As Ren Xiaosu tended to Yen Luyuan, Sister Xiaoyu was already feeling immense pity for him. Last night, Ren Xiaosu refrained from disturbing her slumber with this matter, so she only learned of it this morning. Yen Luyuan, basking in Sister Xiaoyu's tender care, suddenly recalled how he used to tease her, and thus weakly uttered, "Sister Xiaoyu, I apologize for my past behavior." Sister Xiaoyu shot him a glance, saying, "Why apologize to me? You 2 are merely small in stature, yet wise beyond your years. If it weren't for your maturity surpassing that of other children, you wouldn't have survived this long." "It's mainly because of my brother's prowess," Yen Luyuan replied with a smile. One could only wonder how much hardship Ren Xiaosu had endured over the years. Sister Xiaoyu sighed. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu was rummaging through the remaining medicines in the clinic, along with the new supplies delivered by Luo Lan. Perhaps someone had informed this Mr. Luo of his expertise in treating external injuries, as he had sent an abundance of anesthetics and anti-inflammatory medications. Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu's eyes lit up upon discovering a large box filled with detoxifying elixirs. He joyfully took the anti-inflammatory drugs and the detoxifying potion to administer to Yen Luyuan. For the primary ailment afflicting him was inflammation of the tonsils due to excessive internal heat. While this remedy may not be precisely tailored to his condition, it would surely alleviate his suffering. The clinic was also stocked with various medicinal herbs, some of which bore labels indicating their names and corresponding ailments. Ren Xiaosu couldn't help but reflect on how fortunate that child was to have a good father, yet he had failed to cherish such a blessing. That night, Yen Luyuan finally broke his fever, and Ren Xiaosu breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to Sister Xiaoyu and said, "Please stew those supplements they sent over for you 2 to eat." "All right." Sister Xiaoyu nodded and went to prepare the meal. The 3 of them had formed a bond akin to that of siblings, feeling utterly at ease with one another. It must be said that fate is a most wondrous thing. 3 individuals who seemed unlikely to come together had indeed found their way into each other's lives. Sister Xiaoyu, who had initially intended to pass the bowl to Ren Xiaosu, suddenly changed her expression. "Have you grown weary of me so soon? Do I eat too much or spend frivolously?" Ren Xiaosu was taken aback. "Sister Xiaoyu, that is not what I meant." Upon hearing this, Sister Xiaoyu thrust the bowl into Yen Luyuan's arms, insisting, You finish every last bite. Yin Luyuan. At that moment, Sister Xiaoyou couldn't help but burst into laughter, which prompted Ren Xiaosu and Yin Luyuan to join in. Yin Luyuan suddenly found Sister Xiaoyou's laughter to be remarkably gentle. It was a pity, however, that she had been born in the wrong era. Xiaosu, what are your plans for the future? Sister Xiaoyou inquired as she ate. I don't have any plans, just taking it one step at a time. Ren Xiaosu replied, his thoughts still preoccupied with the unclaimed weapon. Initially, his only wish had been for himself and Yin Luyuan to survive. But now that he had discovered his own supernatural abilities, he could not help but feel a burgeoning desire for more. The chain of tasks remained unfulfilled. Heal 10 patients. He wondered what rewards the new tasks would bring and whether that mysterious vending machine would offer items beyond just the black medicine. All the unknowns await his revelation. Yin Luyuan gazed at Ren Xiaosu with eager anticipation. Brother, what shall we do tomorrow? May I assist you in treating patients? Ren Xiaosu chuckled. Oh, so you're feeling better? Indeed, after finishing his meal, Yin Luyuan felt quite sprightly. I'm completely fine now. Ren Xiaosu nodded. If you're well, then go to school. Today's update is brought forward due to our wedding anniversary. I plan to take my wife out. Early in the morning, Ren Xiaosu opened the door to his clinic, surveying his surroundings. For the first time in many years, he felt that the morning air in the town was surprisingly refreshing. Following the calamity, the sky had mostly been shrouded in a peculiar haze. Mr. Zhang Jinglin from the school explained that this was due to the vast amounts of smoke and dust particles lifted into the atmosphere during the disaster, which not only obstructed sunlight and hampered photosynthesis, but also resulted in an exceptionally cold climate, often accompanied by acid rain. Fortunately, in recent decades, this situation has gradually improved, and for most of the year, the sun can now be seen. Ren Xiaosu's clinic was situated directly across from the general store. As he opened the door, he spotted Wang Fugue emerging with 2 freshly baked sweet potatoes in hand. Xiaosu, would you like a sweet potato? Ren Xiaosu couldn't help but marvel. It had been nearly impossible to convince the old Wang to part with even a needle for sewing before. Now, this miserly fellow was offering sweet potatoes so readily. Is it reasonable to administer an anesthetic? Wang Fugue's expression darkened immediately, and he inquired, I noticed you haven't ventured out to gather herbs these days. Do you still have that medicine? Indeed, I possess anti-inflammatory medication, anesthetics, and cough syrup. Ren Xiaosu replied with a cheerful smile. I meant the black medicine you have. Is there any left? Wang Fugue appeared somewhat embarrassed. Weren't you just restocking not long ago? Ren Xiaosu feigned ignorance knowingly. That was intended for the influential figures within the barriers. Don't pretend here. Without my delivery of medicine, how could you have acquired such a clinic? Wang Fugue lamented. To be honest, I initially intended it for Chen Haidong, but somehow it ended up in Boss Luo's hands. At that moment, Wang Fugue himself was puzzled about how the black medicine had been passed along in layers, unsure how many times it could still be utilized by the time it reached Boss Luo. Here, Ren Xiaosu produced 2 small porcelain vials. I exchanged a small vial of black medicine yesterday to treat Yin Liyuan's fever, and now 2 doses remain. The price is 1,200, not a penny less. I have a vial that needs to be delivered, Wang Fugue exclaimed, his eyes widening. How can you dare to charge me so much? Yet, without hesitation, Wang Fugue firmly grasped Ren Xiaosu's arm, making the exchange of money for goods. Ultimately, Wang Fugue surprisingly expressed his gratitude. The thanks from Wang Fugue was indeed rare. Ren Xiaosu mused to himself that Wang Fugue was rather amusing, as he had received 2 tokens of appreciation in quick succession. However, it is somewhat unfortunate for Ren Xiaosu that his gratitude tokens seem to be diminishing despite his efforts. He currently possesses only 4. Nevertheless, after weighing the pros and cons, he concluded that fostering closer ties with Yin Luyuan and Sister Xiaoyou in the marketplace is essential for their well-being. Moreover, the black medicine he possesses is not given away freely, so why not take advantage of the situation? Contemplating this, Ren Xiaosu sighed, pondering whether, with the newfound identity of a clinic doctor, he might garner additional tokens of appreciation. At present, Ren Xiaosu's most pressing concern is to venture out in search of medicinal herbs. He is a prudent individual, aware that appearances must be meticulously maintained. Otherwise, he risks inciting suspicion. If others were to speak of him, it might go something like, so-and-so can conjure an iceberg that devastates cities, and another can cleave mountains. While Ren Xiaosu's ability is to concoct some sort of medicine, such a notion would indeed be quite embarrassing. Upon stepping into the wilderness, Ren Xiaosu could not resist checking the spot where he buried his pistol, ensuring that it remained undisturbed before he felt at ease. This weapon is now his greatest source of support, and he cannot afford any missteps. Even though he possesses a strength of 4, 5 and agility of 4, 1, he knows that ultimately, a human cannot outrun a bullet. He tossed the bamboo basket to the ground and inquired, "What seems to be the trouble, gentlemen?" One of them replied, "We are not injured. My wife is 4 months pregnant, and this morning she suddenly experienced some abdominal pain. We are concerned about any potential complications. So we came to see if you can help." Ren Xiaosu was momentarily petrified. Although he currently operated a clinic, he was utterly unqualified to treat such ailments. In the minds of the townsfolk, there was no distinction between male and female gynecological issues. If one was ill, the clinic was the place to go. The predicament was that Ren Xiaosu had just boasted in front of the crowd, and now he stood before the expectant gaze of this couple. He could not possibly embarrass himself in front of them, could he? After a brief moment of contemplation, he pondered, should he prioritize the mother or the child? The couple exchanged bewildered glances. The husband, incensed, exclaimed, "Are you a legitimate doctor? My wife is merely experiencing abdominal pain. And you dare to ask whether to prioritize the mother or the child? The issue is, she is only 4 months pregnant. Where would we put the child if we prioritize the latter?" With a resigned sigh, he continued, "I sincerely apologize. My earlier remarks were misguided. Let me be frank. I am not adept at treating gynecological conditions. To continue misleading you would be unconscionable. The previous doctor was equally inept. He was merely a charlatan." It must be said, while he could coldly eliminate a deserving individual without a flicker of remorse, deceiving a pregnant woman weighed heavily on Ren Xiaosu's conscience. He proceeded, "My recommendation is for you to seek out Mr. Zhang at the school and borrow some literature on this matter. Ensure that your wife maintains a nutritious diet during this time. And whether or not she can deliver successfully is ultimately a matter of fate. I will not deceive you for the sake of your money. Moreover, please refrain from purchasing any medications from others. I am aware that taking drugs during pregnancy can significantly increase the risk of developmental deformities in the child. If you doubt this, feel free to consult Mr. Zhang." The couple exchanged bewildered glances, astonished by Ren Xiaosu's unexpected remark. After a moment of contemplation, the man replied, "I believe you surpassed the previous doctor I consulted. When I fell ill last time, he seemed more concerned about selling medication than actually providing relief. In the end, his remedies proved ineffective, and I managed to recover solely through sheer will." The pregnant woman rose and smiled, saying, "Thank you, doctor." This expression of gratitude from Qin Zhejia caught Ren Xiaosu off guard. He had scarcely done anything significant and yet found himself the recipient of heartfelt thanks. He pondered the situation, feeling a sense of confusion. To him, it seemed that genuine gratitude was typically earned through tangible acts of kindness. This couple's response sparked a vague realization within him, although he struggled to articulate it. That very day, Ren Xiaosu instructed Sister Xiaoyu to remove the sign hanging outside the clinic, replacing it with one that read external injuries. He had engaged in dubious practices before, but always with discernment. Making a decision, he resolved to treat only those ailments he was capable of addressing, letting the rest go. To his astonishment, not a single case of external injury presented itself that day. Instead, he encountered patients with minor ailments that he was unable to treat. Yet, this was not the source of his astonishment. Rather, it was the fact that when faced with these patients, he candidly conveyed the truth, and throughout the day, he did not resort to a single unscrupulous remedy, resulting in an unexpected accumulation of 10 tokens of gratitude. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps due to the long-standing grievances against the former physician Yutong, the moment Ren Xiaosu adopted such a demeanor, those who had previously sought his medical care spontaneously began to extol his virtues. "I believe that the resolute Ren Xiaosu is far superior to that scoundrel Yutong." They asserted that he would never prescribe unnecessary medications for profit. Upon hearing this, some curious individuals remarked, "Oh, is that so?" and flocked to the clinic out of sheer intrigue. While they reveled in the commotion, Ren Xiaosu found himself rather exasperated. Despite earning a handful of tokens of appreciation that morning, the number of patients far exceeded the tokens he received. There were those with headaches, others who felt their faces had inexplicably ballooned, and most bewilderingly, some even approached him seeking fortune-telling. Nevertheless, Ren Xiaosu remained steadfast in his convictions, as he had previously explained to that couple, resolutely dismissing the crowd. In time, The townsfolk began to realize that Ren Xiaosu indeed refrained from overcharging for his services. Their initial perception of him as a harsh figure stemmed from his earlier attempts to establish himself in the town alongside Yen Luyuan, necessitating a fierce competitive spirit to survive. Eventually, their view of him evolved into that of a purveyor of medicine. Now, they subconsciously believed that in the event of an injury, they could promptly seek Ren Xiaosu's care at the clinic. Sister Xiaoyu even occasionally purchased fine salt and pigskin, noting that the texture of fine salt differed significantly from coarse salt, while the pigskin was intended for rendering oil for cooking. Outside the town, there exists a pig farm where the domestic pigs have also undergone evolution. However, if they are castrated while still young, they grow to be exceedingly docile. It must be said that humanity is indeed the species most adept at adapting to its environment and utilizing it, without exception. Typically, the finest cuts of pork are sent into the refuge barrier, leaving only the scraps behind in the town, and those are exceedingly rare. In the past, Yen Luyuan harbored dreams of entering the refuge barrier, one of the primary reasons being his desire for meat. Ren Xiaosu expressed surprise. "Is that so?" "Indeed," replied Sister Xiaoyu, cheerfully preparing the vegetables. "Our little Su has already become a doctor. Surely he will find the best partner in town. When you two marry and have children, I shall help take care of them." Ren Xiaosu instantly felt awkward. "I haven't thought about such matters." Sister Xiaoyu became displeased. "At your age, you should start considering these things. Today I also bought some peanuts. I wonder where the townsfolk dug them up. I'll cook some for you shortly." Upon entering, he noticed the basket containing peanuts and picked one up to peel and eat. But Sister Xiaoyu swiftly slapped his hand away. "These peanuts still have dirt on them. You cannot eat them." Yen Luyuan, in a fit of anger, slammed the table. "You are already so beautiful. Why won't you let me eat peanuts?" Sister Xiaoyu's face beamed with joy once more. "Go ahead, eat away." "Huh." Ren Xiaosu was momentarily taken aback, as an ominous premonition suddenly surged within him. At that moment, a familiar figure stormed in from outside. It was Mr. Zhang Jinglin from the academy. Ren Xiaosu's eyes brightened. "Ah, Mr. Zhang has come. Would you care to join us for lunch?" "Lunch my foot," Zhang Jinglin retorted angrily. "If you cannot treat certain ailments, then refrain from doing so. Why must you send them all to me?" Previously, Ren Xiaosu had advised the couple to consult Mr. Zhang or borrow books on prenatal care from him. Finding this method quite effective, he had repeated it to each patient that morning. Zhang Jinglin lamented. "Ordinary illnesses I can tolerate, but even athlete's foot has become a reason for them to seek me out? You have no idea of the odor that accompanies such a condition. I'm fortunate to have escaped quickly." Ren Xiaosu awkwardly chuckled. "I merely thought of your vast knowledge." Zhang Jinglin was on the brink of exasperation. "I am merely an educator. If you cannot cure these ailments, how could I? If you continue to refer patients to me, I shall assign Yen Luyuan an endless pile of homework." Yen Luyuan, who was currently shelling peanuts, interjected, "What does your conflict have to do with me?" Ren Xiaosu hastily pressed a handful of peanuts into Zhang Jinglin's hand, assuring him, "Rest assured, it won't happen again. I promise." As night descended, Ren Xiaosu felt that everything in life seemed to be progressing toward a brighter horizon. He gazed at the 10 gratitude coins he had amassed within the palace and mused about how wonderful it would be to unlock that weapon sooner. Beside him, Yen Luyuan was fast asleep. Earlier that afternoon, when Ren Xiaosu was substituting for a class, the students, still rattled by the recent wolf pack incident in the town, urged him to share tales about wolves, specifically how to handle encounters with them and escape from danger. However, Ren Xiaosu was reluctant to indulge them in such narratives and instead imparted knowledge on wilderness survival. He believed that if these children were to face a wolf pack in the wild, their chances of survival would be grim. As the stark physical disparity between humans and beasts foreshadowed a tragic fate that could not be taught away. Rather than instructing them on how to hunt wild animals, he found it far more prudent to teach them how to secure water and food sources for sustaining their lives, should they avoid an encounter with wolves. To perish at the jaws of a wolf pack was a cruel fate. However, to succumb to starvation would be an even greater injustice. Little did they know that while they dared not provoke Ren Xiaosu, their parents might not share the same restraint. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu suddenly heard an unusual commotion outside the courtyard wall. The source of the sound was exceedingly cautious, yet for someone like him, who had spent years in the wilderness, even the slightest rustle demanded vigilance. Otherwise, it could spell doom. Without hesitation, he extinguished the oil lamp in the room and stealthily made his way toward the yard. Concealed beneath the wall's edge, Ren Xiaosu listened intently to the sounds outside. Suddenly, a figure leapt from beyond the wall, grasping the top of the enclosure with both hands. With a powerful push, the individual propelled themselves into the courtyard. In midair, they glanced down, locking eyes with Ren Xiaosu, who was observing with curiosity. In the next instant, Ren Xiaosu abruptly crouched, drawing his arms close, seemingly consolidating all his strength, and then unleashed a sudden burst. This punch, akin to the force that splits mountains, struck directly at the intruder's groin. The uninvited guest attempted to evade the blow. With commendable agility, he could have easily deflected this impending crisis by bringing his knees together to slam into Ren Xiaosu. However, he was unprepared for the astonishing speed of Ren Xiaosu. Wait, the intruder lost his balance and painfully collapsed to the ground, clutching his groin and wailing in agony. At that moment, footsteps emerged from outside, suggesting the arrival of more than one person. Ren Xiaosu calmly regarded the individual on the ground, their attire offering no clues to their identity. In the next heartbeat, two more figures leaped into the scene. Wait. What the hell? Now there were two more individuals rolling on the ground. A familiar voice called out from outside, demanding, "Open the door." Ren Xiaosu recognized this voice. It belonged to the officer who had previously led mercenaries in a thorough search of the entire town. Suddenly enlightened, he realized these individuals were mercenaries from within the barrier. Yet, he could not fathom why they appeared so feeble. In truth, it was not that they were weak. Although the mercenaries within the barrier had been lax in their training, they were not to be underestimated by an ordinary individual. The mercenaries had previously heard whispers of Ren Xiaosu's notorious ruthlessness, yet they wondered how formidable a mere refugee could truly be. In the room, the drowsy Jie Xiaoyu and Yin Luyuan emerged, dressed and startled. What's going on? If they were to conduct a search, it would be justifiable, after all. Within the confines of shelter number 113, Boss Luo was not the only one wielding power. Moreover, it was uncertain how much Boss Luo truly valued Ren Xiaosu. However, if they found nothing, they would likely have to face the wrath of Boss Luo. Ren Xiaosu frowned. The intruders were essentially trespassing, and this marked the second time they had searched him. Logically, he should possess the upper hand, but outside the shelter, whom could he reason with? Might makes right, and his own strength was insufficient. In a fit of rage, Ren Xiaosu struck down 3 of the mercenaries, well aware that they would not let this transgression go unpunished. It must be said that this incident served as a stark reminder for Ren Xiaosu to exercise greater caution and never underestimate anyone. In fact, the officer, accompanied by a dozen men outside, seethed with fury, unable to fathom how his soldiers had failed to subdue a mere refugee, necessitating his intervention to retrieve the situation. If word of this spread, where would his honor reside? Thus, today demanded a resolution. Just as he prepared to command his subordinates to kick down the door, the clinic's door swung open on its own. The officer fell silent for a moment, only to be inexplicably struck by a wry amusement. What was this? A protective banner? Ren Xiaosu remained on high alert, meticulously observing the officer's demeanor, primarily concerned that the officer might act impulsively, seeking vengeance upon seeing the protective banner. To his surprise, the officer bypassed him and strode directly inside, declaring, "Search." Ren Xiaosu followed closely, remarking, "Haven't we already searched this place?" Upon noticing the soldiers still rolling about in the courtyard, the officer's expression darkened. A bunch of useless fools. He then turned to Ren Xiaosu, introducing himself. "I am Wang Songyang. If you wish to seek justice from Boss Luo, you may use my name." "That would not be appropriate," Ren Xiaosu replied with a forced smile. "You haven't done much, after all." Wang Songyang scrutinized Ren Xiaosu closely as his soldiers reported after a few minutes of searching, nothing was found. Without further ado, Wang Songyang led his team away, casting a half-smile, half-sneer glance back at Ren Xiaosu. "It would be better for you if you had been born within the walls. Serving under me would be preferable to this bunch of inept fools." Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu was struck by a thought. The factory manager was named Wang Dongyang. Could there be a connection to Wang Songyang? No wonder the other party was so relentless in pursuing the culprit. Upon learning that the officer was named Wang Songyang, Ren Xiaosu felt a jolt of apprehension, fearing that this individual would persist in his pursuit of him. At dawn, when Ren Xiaosu opened the door, he caught sight of Wang Fuguwei sweeping the supply store. Upon noticing Ren Xiaosu, Wang Fuguwei set down his broom and approached, lowering his voice to inquire, "What transpired last night?" "It's nothing," Ren Xiaosu shook his head. The private army within the barriers still harbors suspicions about me and has conducted another search. Bah! Wang Fuguei exclaimed indignantly. They treat us refugees like thieves. We've already stated that we are under the protection of Boss Luo, yet they dare to search us a second time. All right, enough of the theatrics, Ren Xiaosu replied, exasperated. As he glanced at Wang Fuguei, what are you so aggrieved about on my behalf? Wang Fuguei chuckled. Rest assured, nothing will happen. I've already sent in the new black medicine. Just then, a man came running over, blood streaming from his arm. Even from a distance, he shouted, Doctor, help me. Perhaps due to excessive bleeding, the sight of his injury had alarmed him, but Ren Xiaosu discerned at a glance that the man's wound was not serious. In the town, not serious essentially meant not fatal. One must admit that the refugees possessed a rather optimistic outlook on life, aside from matters of life and death. Most things were deemed trivial. Ren Xiaosu glanced at him and said, Come in, your injury isn't severe, and you're not going to die. How did you get hurt? It's nothing, Ren Xiaosu calmly replied. Upon hearing that he wouldn't die, the man relaxed a bit. Ren Xiaosu took another look at his wound, contemplating whether to use the new anesthetic he had just acquired. He addressed the man. We have anesthetic here. Once administered, treating your wound will be completely painless. Really? The man paused. Is there a charge for it? Enough nonsense, Ren Xiaosu said with irritation. Do you think I can administer such an expensive medication for free? Your wound is at least 4 inches long. With such a lengthy incision, stitching it up one needle at a time would surely cause you excruciating pain. Ren Xiaosu spoke the truth. The wound was indeed extensive, and he surmised that applying the black medicine would require utmost caution, lest a single application prove insufficient. Thus, he genuinely worried that the patient would be unable to endure the pain. At that moment, Sister Xiaoyu emerged with an iron tray, on which lay a syringe and a small vial of anesthetic, the syringe being one that had been used in the clinic previously. Given the limited medical resources, there were no disposable syringes available, necessitating thorough sterilization before each use. Logically, this practice was questionable, yet Ren Xiaosu found himself without alternatives. All he could do was ensure proper sanitation, for instance, by roasting the needle over a flame for a while. This time, Sister Xiaoyu planned to wait until the needle cooled before proceeding with the injection. However, just as she was about to begin, she found herself in a predicament. Xiaosu. Should the anesthetic be administered externally or internally? They had no prior experience with this anesthetic, which left Sister Xiaoyu pondering whether injecting it directly into the wound would yield a more immediate effect. Ren Xiaosu was momentarily taken aback, as he had not considered this aspect. I'm not sure. Nearby, a man overhearing their conversation nearly lost his composure. So you've never administered anesthetic before? Do you even know how to treat wounds? This man had heard of Ren Xiaosu's skills in treating external injuries, and given Ren Xiaosu's outstanding reputation in the town, he had promptly sought assistance at the clinic. Where should we inject him, Xiaosu? Sister Xiaoyu inquired. Ren Xiaosu glanced at the patient's complexion and contemplated. How about the leg, to prevent him from running away later? The patient responded with a puzzled expression. Task completed. Reward of 1. 0 strength. Mission, heal 20 patients. However, throughout the day, despite successfully completing the 3rd consecutive task of treating 10 patients, Ren Xiaosu's gratitude tokens diminished from 10 to 8, as many individuals, even after receiving treatment, lacked the integrity to express their thanks. Nevertheless, Ren Xiaosu found his life to be exceptionally fulfilling. During the day, he attended to patients. In the afternoon, he taught classes, and in the evening, he engaged in light-hearted conversations with Sister Xiaoyu and Yin Luyuan in the courtyard. He had begun to till the soil in the yard, preparing to cultivate some vegetables. One of his long-held dreams was to have a garden where he could grow scallions, garlic sprouts, and leafy greens. At this moment, Ren Xiaosu felt that his strength was nearing double that of an average adult male, and his muscles had become notably firmer. He inquired within his mind, what are my current strength and agility attributes? Without uttering a word, it appeared that his attributes remained relatively balanced. Thus it was unlikely he would suddenly transform into a muscular figure. Yin Luyuan suddenly asked, why don't you treat all those patients? That's a lot of money. Ren Xiaosu cast him a sidelong glance and replied, some cannot be treated. But previous doctors managed to treat them. Yin Luyuan pondered before pressing for clarification. We must not emulate him, Ren Xiaosu explained. Look at his current predicament. When he encountered trouble, did anyone come to his aid? One must adhere to a moral baseline. Yet, if we were to find ourselves in a similar situation, would anyone assist us? Yin Luyuan murmured, lowering his gaze. They would hardly extend their hands to help us. So, why should we continue to show them such kindness? In this era, many seem to wish for our downfall. Ren Xiaosu acknowledged the validity of Yen Liuyuan's sentiments. In this age, self-interest reigns supreme. And selfishness appears to be an entirely justifiable stance. Even harboring malicious intent seems to have become a norm. However, Ren Xiaosu felt it imperative to convey to Yen Liuyuan that others are others, and they are they. Liuyuan, remember this, Ren Xiaosu said earnestly. Do not allow the sorrows of this era to become your own. Yen Liuyuan appeared contemplative, while Sister Xiaoyu, observing the brothers nearby, felt a glimmer of hope. As long as Ren Xiaosu stood by Yen Liuyuan's side, he would never stray from the righteous path. Indeed, and the man who served as their guide has disappeared. Ren Xiaosu raised his head, suddenly recalling the girl in the cap, whose marksmanship was impeccable. 30. The somewhat deranged Ren Xiaosu mused. Considering the timeline since the band had departed, it seemed their absence would not exceed a week. Thus, it was clear that the adversary had failed to reach Barrier 112. Nor had they even arrived at the base of the mountain. After all, the wolf pack no longer fears the sound of gunfire. Whenever Ren Xiaosu thought of the wolf pack, a sense of unease washed over him. Just yesterday, he had discussed the matter with Wang Fugui, who revealed that he had received information from the town's administrator, Shen Haidong. The wolf pack had suffered significant casualties during their ambush on the private military forces, and the entire pack had retreated into Yangshan, presumably too fearful to return to their vicinity. What had triggered this resurgence of evolution among the wolves remained a mystery to Ren Xiaosu. Peering through the clinic window, he observed the displaced individuals in the town emerging from their dwellings, silently gathering to witness the unfolding events. Their innate curiosity about the band intensified upon realizing that the band might be facing some predicament. The band had departed in 4 off-road vehicles, yet now only one remained, moving slowly along, carrying the star Luo Xinyu from the barrier and 3 private military personnel, while the rest trudged behind on foot, their garments in tatters. Although Ren Xiaosu and Yen Liuyuan's living conditions had improved somewhat, water scarcity persisted. In matters of water resources, the displaced people were treated as equals, with the management of the refuge barrier being exceedingly stringent. Thus, whenever there was excess water at home, Ren Xiaosu and Yen Liuyuan would willingly offer it to Sister Xiaoyu for her personal hygiene, using only a small amount themselves to brush their teeth. Their so-called toothbrushing consisted of taking a willow twig, dipping it in coarse salt, and scraping their teeth for an extended duration before rinsing their mouths. In the dim light, Ren Xiaosu and Yen Liuyuan observed the members of the band transforming to mirror their own disheveled appearance. And a sense of satisfaction welled up within them. The girl in the cap, possessing impeccable marksmanship, trailed behind the off-road vehicle. Although the clothing of her companions bore signs of wear, Ren Xiaosu keenly noted that, despite her similarly ragged appearance, her strides remained graceful and assured. This alone set her apart from the mercenaries accompanying her, suggesting her superior capabilities. It was hardly surprising, given that one with such exceptional shooting skills could hardly be overshadowed by those mercenaries. Inside the off-road vehicle, the star Luo Xinyu commanded with urgency. Quickly report to customs and enter the barrier. We must not allow these refugees to gawk at us like we are circus performers. She added coldly, find Wang Fugui. The cacophony of the bustling town gradually subsided, leaving the inhabitants to whisper furtively within their makeshift shelters. Some families engaged in hushed conversations, while others, feeling insufficiently private, spoke through the thin fabric separating their tents. Ren Xiaosu and Yen Liuyuan leaned against the window, gazing outside. They observed the band divided into 2 factions. One group sought refuge within the barrier's customs procedures, while the other headed directly toward Wang Fugui's grocery store. Brother, what do they want with old Wang? Yen Liuyuan inquired with curiosity. Ren Xiaosu sighed regretfully as he recalled the moment the guide had left the town. Casting a haughty glance his way, little did he know that glance would signify a final farewell. Observing a group of people approaching the entrance of Wang Fugui's general store, Ren Xiaosu noted Wang Fugui leisurely opening the door from within, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Initially concerned for Wang Fugui, Ren Xiaosu felt reassured by the man's calm demeanor, believing there was no need for his worry. The occupants of the off-road vehicle disembarked, and Luo Xinyu, donned in what was once a white uniform, confronted Wang Fugui with piercing intensity, inquiring about the guide he had provided. Wang Fugui, intrigued, asked, what seems to be the issue? He was genuinely puzzled. as the guide was purportedly an experienced hunter, unlikely to make such a fundamental mistake. Why, then, were these individuals so irate? Luo Xinyu's voice was icy as she replied. Before we even entered the Jing mountain range, he led us astray. We spent 3 days searching for the correct location. The path into Jing mountain was traversable by vehicle, a fact known to many due to the presence of a gravel-laden gorge that once served as a riverbed but had inexplicably dried up. While ordinary cars could not navigate this route, off-road vehicles had no difficulty doing so. Thus, the guide had failed to direct the group onto that path. And then, where is he? Old Wang asked, bewildered. Ren Xiaosu was momentarily taken aback. Something felt amiss. He had never heard of fish in the nearby river being aggressive. Could it truly be fish? In truth, Boss Luo had not assigned him any task. He merely wished to convey to the other party that he was affiliated with Boss Luo. The private security personnel frowned, and even Luo Xinyu was momentarily stunned, as they had not anticipated that the individual they intended to confront was actually backed by Luo Lan. Wang Fuguei leisurely remarked, I have long told you that to proceed. You must seek out Ren Xiaosu. That mentally unstable fellow? Queried one of the private security, his brow furrowed in confusion. You mean the one who fancies himself a doctor? Suddenly, Wang Fuguei felt a twinge of toothache and pointed toward the clinic's window across the street. You might not believe it, but he is indeed a doctor now. Luo Xinyu. Private security? Everyone followed Wang Fuguei's gesture and spotted 2 dark faces peering curiously at them from the clinic window. To be honest, at that moment, Wang Fuguei also felt a pang of nostalgia. How did that fellow inadvertently become a doctor? Is he truly a doctor? Someone from the band inquired, their tone laced with skepticism and disbelief. Could it be that we misunderstood him last time? Luo Xinyu was even more perplexed. Wang Fuguei mused to himself that indeed there was no misunderstanding. It had only been a couple of days since he had become a doctor. However, he had no intention of admitting this. He originally sought to dissociate himself from the situation. You claim I previously introduced a person of questionable sanity to you. Yet I did not. Look, he is indeed a doctor. No, let me think this through. A private soldier pondered aloud. What did he say the last time we met? Congratulations, both father and child are safe, weighing 6 Jin and 6 Liang. Someone remarked. Right. Whoever mentioned the safety of father and child? The private soldier exclaimed angrily. Are such people really able to become doctors in our town? With that, Wang Fuguei walked ahead a few doors and casually knocked on one, inquiring, Is Ren Xiaosu our town's doctor? The person who opened the door hesitated momentarily. Yes. How is his medical skill? Wang Fuguei pressed further. The individual gave a thumbs up. Who in our town doesn't praise Ren Xiaosu? The members of the band fell into contemplation once more, turning their gaze back towards the clinic, where the windows were now devoid of any presence. You say he is the only one capable of leading people across the mountain? Luo Xinyu's emotions settled into tranquility. Yes, Wang Fuguei reflected before smiling. To be honest, I cannot assert whether he can indeed guide you through. However, if he cannot, then there is no one else in this town who can. You have nearly elevated him to celestial heights, Luo Xinyu scoffed. Tell him he has been conscripted. We shall embark again after we regroup. Do not mention it. You cannot simply requisition him. Wang Fuguei chuckled. You must first inquire whether Boss Luo is amenable to it. Boss Luo? He has ties to Boss Luo as well. Luo Xinyu was taken aback. I am not entirely certain of the specifics, but requisitioning cannot be done lightly, Wang Fuguei explained. He patted his chest, aware that he too feared retaliation from the other party. Fortunately, his connection with Boss Luo, courtesy of delivering the black medicine, provided him some semblance of protection. Had he not been cloaked in this facade of authority today, he would likely have faced severe repercussions. In truth, Wang Fuguei himself might not fully comprehend the extent of Boss Luo's influence within the sanctuary, yet each time he wielded this borrowed power, he acutely felt its efficacy. Wang Fuguei knocked on the clinic's door, wishing to discuss the matter with Ren Xiaosu, but after knocking for some time without a response, he muttered, I hope I am not being resented. The following morning, Ren Xiaosu promptly opened the clinic for business, only to find Wang Fuguei standing at the entrance with a broad smile. What is it? Ren Xiaosu asked irritably. I recommended you to them out of goodwill. Wang Fuguei replied. That was an opportunity to enter the sanctuary. Do you have any idea how many people are eager to gain entry? Everyone desires it. How could you possibly turn down such a splendid opportunity? Ren Xiaosu, growing displeased, retorted, I will draft a route map for you. You can lead them, and then you will gain access to the sanctuary. I shall not go, Wang Fuguei said, shrinking his neck. I lack your skills. And what will happen to my daughter if I enter? At my age, I might still find a companion outside. A little money would suffice. But once inside, who would ever look my way? Ren Xiaosu interjected. You have a daughter, and I have Lu Yuan and Sister Xiaoyou. If I were to breach the barrier, what would happen to them? If you continue to recommend me to them, I will make sure Lu Yuan and Sister Xiaoyou indulge in your provisions. I am doing this for your benefit. Wang Fugui retorted, exasperated. If I were 20 years younger, I would indeed go. For my benefit? Ren Xiaosu scoffed. I extend my gratitude to your entire family. Wang Fugui, equally incensed, replied, I thank your ancestors for 8 generations. Ren Xiaosu received this gratitude with disbelief, thinking furiously in his mind, is this truly gratitude? And is it sincerely given? I believe your sincerity is questionable. He never anticipated that his 9th gratitude token would come about in such a manner. It was simply outrageous. However, Ren Xiaosu understood that while Wang Fugui harbored intentions of getting close to the celebrity within the barrier, his initial recommendation came from a place of goodwill. The issue was that Ren Xiaosu genuinely did not wish to enter. Had the condition been to send Lu Yuan in instead, he might have acquiesced. After a moment of contemplation, Ren Xiaosu stated earnestly, Old Wang, allow me to clarify once more. I cannot abandon Lu Yuan and Sister Xiaoyou. I cannot enter alone. So please refrain from recommending me to them. Wang Fugui was also weary. All right, I understand. Rest assured, as long as Boss Luo remains silent, they cannot take you away. This departure had lasted over 3 months. Who would supply medicine to Boss Luo in your absence, right? Fine, as long as you comprehend, Ren Xiaosu replied. At that moment, a man walked over and said to Ren Xiaosu, Doctor, I wish to seek treatment. I shall speak with you later. A patient has arrived, Ren Xiaosu said. Turning to enter the clinic. Seated behind the desk, Ren Xiaosu addressed the man. Where are you injured? Let me take a look. I am not injured. I simply have testicular pain, the man replied. As soon as he finished speaking, the nurse, Sister Xiaoyou, blushed furiously, and Ren Xiaosu felt somewhat awkward. He tentatively inquired with a more professional tone, Is it your testicles that hurt? The man was taken aback. It hurts regardless. Ren Xiaosu was left speechless, wondering what kind of day this was turning out to be. After persuading the man to leave, he unexpectedly received yet another gratitude token. Well, regardless of the symptoms, as long as I receive gratitude tokens, that suffices. Presently, Ren Xiaosu had amassed 10 gratitude tokens, and the day to unlock the weapon seemed to draw nearer. One reason Ren Xiaosu was reluctant to act as a guide was that acquiring gratitude tokens in the town was decidedly more convenient. Who would express their gratitude during the journey with that band and private army? For reasons unknown, Ren Xiaosu was perpetually anticipating that weapon, eager to discover what it truly was. Given that sincere gratitude was such a rarity, this weapon must surely be extraordinary. I apologize for the delayed response. Dreams often appear inverted. Perhaps the band has found themselves in a particularly precarious situation, necessitating an extended period of recuperation, as they have not emerged for several consecutive days. According to the information provided, it is certain that the band and the private military will eventually make their way to the Jing Mountain. It is merely a matter of time. What secrets does Jing Mountain hold? Ren Xiaosu cannot shake the feeling that the desire of these individuals to venture to Jing Mountain surpasses any inclination to perform at the number 112 refuge wall. Jing Mountain spans a vast expanse, and it is likely that no one has truly explored its depths. What intelligence have the administrators within the refuge received? On a crisp morning, Yin Luyuan, with his newly stitched backpack crafted by Sister Xiaoyou, made his way to class, feeling quite content. Yet, Wang Fugui's foolish son lamented. We have classes extending endlessly, leaving us no time to play. Yin Luyuan found himself grappling with this very issue, replying helplessly, if it were effective to voice my concerns, it would have ceased long ago. At this moment, the others took umbrage at his words. Li Yuqian scoffed. Mr. Zhang hasn't he even paid your brother, has he? I've heard your family is not lacking in funds. Why the sudden fervor? Are you hoping to take over the school? He is merely a substitute teacher. He has no authority to dictate to us. Suddenly, a cry of pain escaped Li Yuqian. Yuan Luyuan abruptly rose and delivered a swift kick to Li Yuqian's groin, catching everyone off guard with his sudden outburst of anger. With a cold smirk, he declared, "The knowledge my brother imparted to you is invaluable for survival in the wilderness. To be ungrateful is one thing, but to slander him behind his back is another. Let it be known, should anyone dare to speak of this again, I shall not hold back." At 14 years of age, Yuan Luyuan stood almost the same height as the 16-year-old Li Yuqian, yet the latter possessed a sturdier build. When Wang Fugui intended to introduce Li Yuqian to Ren Xiaosu, Yuan had remarked on Li Yuqian's robustness, a statement he had not made in jest. In that moment, the other students gazed at Yuan Luyuan, perceiving a miniature version of Ren Xiaosu in him. The ferocity emanating from both was strikingly similar. Although Yuan often teased others, he appeared considerably more gentle than Ren Xiaosu. What could have provoked such a transformation upon the mention of Ren Xiaosu? It dawned on everyone that Yuan Luyuan, beneath his exterior, harbored a certain wildness. Li Yuqian initially intended to retaliate, but upon witnessing Yuan's demeanor, she hesitated, muttering, "I did not slander him, I merely spoke the truth." At that moment, it was Yuan Luyuan who found himself in a quandary, for he was the one who least desired Ren Xiaosu to extend the lesson. Wang Fugui's simple-minded son, Wang Dalong, took a seat beside Yuan, remaining his desk mate. Wang Dalong surreptitiously observed Yen Luyuan, noticing that Yen appeared to be sulking. He sought a topic to alleviate the earlier awkwardness. "I had a dream yesterday, in which my father found me a stepmother who treated me quite poorly." Yen glanced at him and replied, "It's fine. Dreams are often the opposite of reality." Upon hearing this, Wang Dalong's face brightened with hope. "That's true." After a moment's contemplation, Yen added, "I believe he might have found you a stepfather instead." Wang Dalong. That evening, as Ren Xiaosu and the others were having dinner, they intended to review the lessons Yen Luyuan and the others had learned that day. Suddenly, they saw Wang Fugui storming in, leading a tearful Wang Dalong into the clinic. "Ren Xiaosu, come out." Ren Xiaosu paused, holding his bowl. "What's the matter?" "You should ask your Luyuan what he told my son. He has been crying ever since we got home." Wang Fugui fumed, recalling the distressing words his son had uttered earlier. Ren Xiaosu turned to Yen Luyuan, who sat obediently in his chair. "I mentioned that perhaps old Wang found him a stepfather." Ren Xiaosu. With a loud wail, Wang Dalong cried even harder. Ren Xiaosu turned to Yen Luyuan. "This is where you went wrong, Luyuan. How could you say such a thing to him?" He then gently reassured Wang Dalong. "Don't worry, your father will at most find you a stepmother. A stepfather is absolutely out of the question." Wang Dalong paused, realizing that even a stepmother was unacceptable. He continued to weep. This greatly vexed Wang Fugui. "I truly appreciate your explanation." A heartfelt gratitude from Wang Fugui. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu's eyes brightened. Although this gratitude was somewhat painful to receive, it was nonetheless a token of appreciation. For some reason, Ren Xiaosu felt as if a mysterious door was slowly swinging open before him. This marked the 11th token of gratitude. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Wang Fugui's anger dissipated in an instant. He reminded Ren Xiaosu, "Chun Haidong, the manager from our town, mentioned something yesterday. He said that peculiar occurrences seem to be happening at the other barriers, and it appears our barrier 113 is experiencing the same." "What kind of occurrences?" Ren Xiaosu inquired solemnly. Wang Fugui replied, "He doesn't seem to have much clarity on the specifics. I will inform you once I learn more. In any case, we must remain cautious. In these times, any unusual events typically herald misfortune." After Wang Fugui departed, Yen Luyuan, intrigued, asked, "Why does old Wang believe that in these times, any peculiar occurrences rarely bode well?" Ren Xiaosu pondered for a moment and responded, "Perhaps it is because our definition of good fortune is too narrow. We only consider those events that directly benefit us as good. So, have we been mistaken in our thinking?" Yen Luyuan queried. Although he had attended more classes than Ren Xiaosu, he honestly admitted that he had not applied himself as diligently. In the past, whenever he grew complacent, Ren Xiaosu would immerse himself in the books borrowed from Mr. Zhang, while Yen Luyuan sometimes pondered why he should strive, given Ren Xiaosu's exceptional capabilities. Ren Xiaosu turned to Yen Luyuan and said, "Remember, there's nothing wrong with thinking this way. Pursuing beneficial endeavors is commendable. Being a tad selfish is not a flaw. I want you to be a person with principles, not just a doormat. What are you waiting for?" Each time Ren Xiaosu imparted wisdom to Yen Luyuan, Sister Xiaoyu would quietly observe, feeling a twinge of envy towards Yen Luyuan. She mused that had someone guided her back then, perhaps she would not have traversed such a convoluted path. "Brother, please teach me more lessons in the future," Yen Luyuan said eagerly. Ren Xiaosu shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, "Didn't you often doze off when I was trying to teach you? How am I supposed to enlighten you? Through dreams perhaps? Then I simply won't sleep anymore," Yen Luyuan remarked, glancing at Sister Xiaoyu. breaking into a bashful smile. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the clinic's door. If someone intended to exploit this moment to execute a nefarious scheme against Wang Fugui, he would likely have already entered the clinic. As Ren Xiaosu approached the door, he quipped, "Old Wang, can you please find a wife? Why do you keep knocking on our door every day?" However, upon opening the door, Ren Xiaosu was taken aback. It was not Wang Fugui. The visitor was someone he recognized, a young man named Zhang Baojian, an ne'er-do-well from the town, who relied solely on his parents working at the factory for sustenance. Ren Xiaosu inquired, "What brings you here?" He scrutinized the visitor, noting the absence of any visible injuries. Yet, he pondered the purpose of this late-night visit. If it were an attempt to rob the clinic, the individual had certainly chosen an ill-fated course. With a strength of 5 and agility of 4, Ren Xiaosu, seasoned by years of conflict, could easily dispatch a youth like Zhang Baojian, even in multiples. Zhang Baojian spoke hastily, "Doctor, please examine my condition, but you must keep it confidential." Ren Xiaosu considered for a moment before stepping aside, his curiosity piqued. "Pray tell, what ails you? Do not be shy. I have encountered myriad afflictions in my time." "Please wait a moment," Zhang Baojian replied, maintaining a polite demeanor. In the town, there were many young individuals like him who relied on their parents, congregating to engage in petty mischief, while the townsfolk generally avoided provoking them. However, Zhang Baojian was not foolish. He recognized the futility of challenging Ren Xiaosu. In truth, the townspeople had also refrained from antagonizing Ren Xiaosu. Although he bore a semblance to their youthful group, the distinction was clear. Provoking Zhang Baojian and his companions would merely invite minor retaliation, manageable trifles. Yet, inciting Ren Xiaosu could lead to dire consequences. Zhang Baojian closed the clinic's door and turned to ask, "Doctor, strange occurrences have befallen me." Ren Xiaosu frowned, responding, "Impotence is beyond my remedy." "Not this," Zhang Baojian remarked. "Allow me to demonstrate, and please, do not be astonished." Ren Xiaosu watched in eager anticipation. At that moment, Zhang Baojian opened his mouth and astonishingly expelled a bubble of saliva. Ren Xiaosu gasped, "Is that it?" However, in the next instant, the bubble that had flown from Zhang Baojian's mouth burst, and Ren Xiaosu felt an unusual force emanate from it, propelling him backward. The force was not overwhelming, yet it was undeniably beyond the capabilities of an ordinary saliva bubble. "Doctor, what are you doing?" Zhang Baojian inquired, puzzled as he observed Ren Xiaosu. "I noticed your saliva splattering on me." Ren Xiaosu adjusted his attire and asked, "When did you acquire such an ability?" "This is certainly not an ailment, and I cannot cure it. But my parents insist that I am ill, claiming there is something wrong with my mind," Zhang Baojian explained. "If I hadn't come to see you, they would never be at ease. My parents hold you in high regard." Ren Xiaosu found this statement rather peculiar. Yet after some contemplation, he replied, "From my perspective, this does not appear to be a disease. Perhaps you have heard that some individuals possess strange abilities nowadays." Ren Xiaosu was not speaking frivolously. Long ago, there were tales of supernatural beings who could summon a train from thin air. The townsfolk relished these stories, recounting them with great enthusiasm. Yet, when such occurrences manifest in their own lives, why then do they label it as an illness? Gratitude from Zhang Baojian. Indeed, as Zhang Baojian turned and exited, Ren Xiaosu pondered how courteous this young man was in his interactions. However, Ren Xiaosu held little regard for individuals like Zhang Baojian. For in this era, one must exert oneself relentlessly to survive. The carefree existence of these idlers was only possible because they still had their parents to rely on. The plight of parents is indeed heart-wrenching. Some willingly dedicate their lives to ensure a better future for their children. The following morning, Wang Fugui stealthily entered the clinic and whispered to Ren Xiaosu, "I have gathered some information. It appears that Chun Haidong has just become aware of the recent events. It seems that someone from another barrier suddenly attacked the barrier's administrator using supernatural abilities. Now, every barrier is investigating the existence of these supernatural beings. It turns out such individuals truly exist. Is that so?" Ren Xiaosu inquired, astonished. "Could there be supernatural beings among us?" "Who knows?" Wang Fugui chuckled. "This matter has little to do with us." Indeed, Ren Xiaosu joined in the laughter, yet his mind remained preoccupied with the events of the previous night. He wondered if Zhang Baojian had shared the details with anyone else. Having a gossipy companion like Wang Fugui had its advantages. He maintained close ties with those within the barrier, allowing him to acquire information more swiftly than others in the town. It was no wonder that Wang Fugui fared better than most in the community. Perhaps this was simply his forte. Suddenly, Wang Fuguei chuckled and said, Xiaosu, do you think if I possessed some supernatural abilities, it would be easier for me to find a wife? Don't be ridiculous, Ren Xiaosu replied, exasperated. Look at your foolish son, on the verge of tears, and you're still preoccupied with this matter? Don't speak ill of my son. He is not foolish. Wang Fuguei retorted, displeased. He has no control over my affairs, and I merely spoke in jest. Just imagine, if I were to truly acquire supernatural powers. Ren Xiaosu interrupted, if you were meant to have them, wouldn't you have had them by now? What are you waiting for? Wang Fuguei was momentarily at a loss for words. Thank you to Ku Jia 12138 and fellow reader 2017113004559159 for becoming the new leaders of this book. Why do you always dwell on finding a wife, old Wang? Ren Xiaosu pondered aloud. Our town is not lacking in women, is it? There are plenty who would gladly offer their affection for just a meal each day. Ren Xiaosu had witnessed this phenomenon before. It was not only women but men who were equally eager. In the past, several women had sought to attach themselves to Ren Xiaosu for a morsel of food. And even men had done so. When Yin Luyuan learned of this, he was nearly sickened, which is why he was initially so wary of Sister Xiaoyu. Sometimes, the tales of reality are far more bizarre than the stories found in the books of Mr. Zhang at school. Wang Fuguei flicked his greasy, shoulder-length hair, proclaiming with pride, would I lower myself to associate with such unseemly individuals? Given my status, it is only fitting that I seek a reputable woman, is it not? Indeed, you are the gentleman of our town, Ren Xiaosu remarked insincerely. At that moment, two young ladies strolled past the clinic, and Wang Fuguei's eyes brightened. What do you think of those two? Ren Xiaosu scrutinized the girls. One possessed striking beauty but lacked a desirable figure, while the other, though not as aesthetically pleasing, had a commendable physique. So, may I inquire what connection you have with these young ladies? Wang Fuguei responded with confusion. The gate of the refuge barrier slowly rose, accompanied by a jarring cacophony of metal, wood, and rope that made one's teeth ache. The heavy gate ascended laboriously, almost suffocating in its weight. Emerging from the refuge barrier was Chun Haidong, flanked by a contingent of private soldiers. This time, the officer leading the troops was a completely unfamiliar face, one never before seen in the town, rather than Wang Tsongyang, who had previously interacted with Ren Xiaosu. Where could Wang Tsongyang have gone? Could it be that he faced punishment from that proprietor, Luo? What are their intentions? Ren Xiaosu inquired curiously. I have no idea. Wang Fuguei replied, his expression one of bewilderment. He turned away from Ren Xiaosu and approached Chun Haidong. Due to the distance, Ren Xiaosu could not overhear their conversation. Silently, Ren Xiaosu watched as the person being apprehended was none other than Zhang Baojin, who had sought him out the previous night. Step aside. The officer of the private army commanded coldly. Faced with the icy threat of the black firearms, Wang Fuguei had no choice but to acquiesce. For the alternative could very well lead to gunfire. Wang Fuguei once again engaged in a lengthy discourse with the town administrator, Chun Haidong, yet ultimately, Zhang Baojin was still ushered into the refuge barrier. The excruciatingly grating sound echoed once more as the heavy gate, akin to a mountain, re-established the separation between two realms. Ren Xiaosu approached Wang Fuguei and inquired, what is the situation? He felt compelled to seek clarity, for he understood that Zhang Baojin had undoubtedly been apprehended due to his alleged supernatural abilities, a trait that both he and Yin Luyuan possessed. Wang Fuguei sighed, it's over. This child is finished. What do you mean? Chun Haidong explained. This lad showcased his supernatural prowess in front of his dubious friends yesterday, and as a result, one of them promptly betrayed him. Now, every refuge barrier is rejecting those with supernatural abilities. It would have been one thing if there had been no incidents involving supernatural beings attacking the barrier administrators, but now, it seems that these administrators harbor the greatest apprehension towards such individuals. Ren Xiaosu pondered, if one is to be wary of someone, what would one do? Eliminate them. Ren Xiaosu replied with a calm, yet resolute demeanor. You see, the administrators within the refuge barrier are somewhat different from you, Wang Fuguei lamented. When they detect a potential threat, their first instinct is not to eliminate, but to understand. Chun Haidong remarked that a temporary courtyard and a building had been allocated within the refuge barrier, establishing a makeshift psychiatric hospital, equipped with numerous medical instruments. Are they intending to treat these supernatural beings? Ren Xiaosu was momentarily taken aback. What's the point? Wang Fuguei remarked. Chun Haidong mentioned that those instruments were not intended for healing. Rather, They were previously utilized within the barriers for research purposes. Within the refuge, 3 individuals possessing supernatural abilities had been apprehended in just a single day, and their fates appeared grim. A chill coursed through Ren Xiaosu's heart as he struggled to fathom the sensation of being confined in a psychiatric hospital, subjected to experimentation. Old Wang, do you still desire supernatural abilities? Ren Xiaosu inquired. Wang Fuguwei pondered for a moment. It could still be possible, but let us not be reckless and let others know. Xiaosu, if you and Lu Yuan happen to acquire any supernatural powers, be sure to keep it a secret. Ren Xiaosu's expression grew peculiar. All right then. That very night, a significant event transpired in the town. Zhang Baogan's father stealthily made his way to the abode of his dubious companions in the dead of night. A mere shack of a few square meters. In a frenzied act, Zhang Baogan's father unleashed a massacre, claiming the lives of the entire family of 4, only to succumb to excessive blood loss himself. Meanwhile, Zhang Baogan's mother hanged herself from a dead tree at the town's entrance. As the sole heir of his family, Zhang Baojian had been the center of his parents' affection, living a life devoid of labor, entirely reliant on their support. Now, with his demise, the entire family faced despair. In the town, some expressed sympathy, while others whispered disparaging remarks. What is the fuss about? Just because you have a bit of supernatural ability. What is there to boast about? And as for Zhang Baojian's father, if you truly have the guts, why not storm into the refuge instead? The lofty nobles within the barrier seemingly hold dominion over the lives and deaths of all, yet Ren Xiaosu believes that such a reality will one day alter. The uncertainty lies in when that day shall arrive. A gathering of onlookers encircled the withered tree where Zhang Baogan's mother had hanged herself, and Ren Xiaosu noticed that Mr. Zhang from the school was also present. Zhang Jinglin turned to those beside him and remarked, "Was it not I who taught you to witness such tragedies with detached curiosity during our time at the school? The misfortune of others is, in truth, your own misfortune." Upon hearing this, several young men near Zhang Jinglin bowed their heads in shame. With a sigh, he continued, "Let us proceed to lay the couple to rest." "Sir, we ought to return to the factory." Some of the young men hesitated. Wang Fuguwei interjected, "I shall compensate you 800 yuan for your efforts." The young men replied with a resigned acknowledgement, "We shall attend to it at once." The grim affair surrounding Zhang Baojian cast a pall of melancholy over the entire town. The populace had long grown accustomed to living under the oppressive rule of the barrier. Yet the realization that their own rights to life and liberty were not within their grasp weighed heavily upon their hearts. Throughout the day, Ren Xiaosu was consumed by his thoughts. According to Wang Fuguwei, Zhang Baojian's prospects following his arrest appeared dire. After scrutinizing the workings of the barrier, it seemed that even if Zhang were to survive, he would emerge considerably scarred, and most crucially, he would lose his freedom. As for Ren Xiaosu, the secrets he harbored were far more profound than those of Zhang Baojian. The palace within his mind has unlocked numerous functions. Yet an abundance of others awaits Ren Xiaosu for exploration. Even he remains unaware of the palace's ultimate limits and the heights to which it may elevate him. Should his secrets be divulged, it would come as no surprise if he were to be captured by the refuge barrier and subjected to cerebral dissection. Ren Xiaosu arrived at the academy early, seeking out Yin Luyuan to earnestly implore him to safeguard his secrets, matters of life and death. The two brothers lacked the strength to confront the refuge barrier. The factory chimneys, both inside and outside the barrier, belched thick plumes of white smoke into the sky, while the clock within the barrier chimed punctually, as though nothing had transpired. Today, Mr. Zhang appeared somewhat despondent, occasionally losing focus during his lectures. Whenever he was reminded by the students of his distraction, he would sincerely bow in apology. Ultimately, Mr. Zhang announced, "I apologize, dear students. Due to personal reasons, I was unable to conduct the class effectively today. Please engage in self-study. We shall not proceed with the lesson." In the afternoon, when Ren Xiaosu took over the class, he refrained from imparting any new knowledge. To be frank, his mind was entirely elsewhere. He declared, "Let us conclude for today. I shall not teach anything further." "Stand up," commanded the class monitor. "Thank you, teacher," came the gratitude from Li Yuqian, 1, followed by Wang Dalong's thanks, 1. Ren Xiaosu was momentarily taken aback. There were only 24 students in the class, yet his simple announcement of the end of the lesson had garnered him 23 tokens of gratitude. The only one who did not offer him thanks was Yin Luyuan, who had noticed that Ren Xiaosu seemed somewhat preoccupied today. His concern was more for his elder brother's well-being than for the prospect of going out to play after school. Ren Xiaosu stared blankly as the group of unruly students swiftly vanished from sight. Did they truly not appreciate his teaching? You lot better wait for me. What did I do wrong in my lecture? This day was indeed remarkable. After nearly half a month of diligent effort, Ren Xiaosu had managed to accumulate 12 tokens of gratitude, but today alone, he had received 23. The total number of tokens had thus reached 35, seemingly bringing him one step closer to unlocking a new weapon. After weighing the pros and cons, he concluded that if they did not enjoy his teachings, that was their prerogative. As long as they continued to offer tokens of gratitude, he would be satisfied. The following day, rather than attending to patients at his clinic, Ren Xiaosu made a beeline for the classroom. He understood clearly the reason behind his clinic's existence. Was it solely for the sake of profit? Certainly not. Now that he had discovered a swift method to earn tokens of gratitude, he could not let this opportunity slip away. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhang Jinglin had not yet concluded the class when he noticed Ren Xiaosu waiting outside the classroom. The students, following Zhang Jinglin's gaze, felt an inexplicable chill as they beheld Ren Xiaosu. Today, Ren Xiaosu did not discuss wilderness survival. Rather, he focused on which areas of the human body could be struck to deliver a fatal blow or how to incapacitate an opponent instantaneously. It is worth noting that Ren Xiaosu has not undergone any formal training in this regard, as there are no facilities in the town for such practice. Therefore, the knowledge he imparts is derived from years of personal experience in conflict and competition. When Zhang Jinglin heard Ren Xiaosu's intention to teach about human confrontation, he furrowed his brows, disapproving of instructing students on how to engage in conflict. In previous lessons, he had primarily emphasized how to confront the challenges posed by the natural environment. There exists a psychological implication. When students are taught to view humanity as an adversary, they may inherently adopt this perspective. Similarly, if they learn to face a pack of wolves, they may perceive the wolves as foes. Deep down, Zhang Jinglin harbored no desire for his students to become violent individuals. Yet, upon recalling the incident involving Zhang Baojian, he sighed deeply and ultimately allowed Ren Xiaosu the freedom to speak as he wished. Standing before the students, Ren Xiaosu began. What are the most vulnerable parts of the human body? To discuss this, we must proceed methodically, starting with the most well-known area, the neck. However, this particular region is not easily targeted during a confrontation, as the human subconscious exhibits a strong instinct to protect it. The neck comprises nearly 20 fragile cartilages surrounding the trachea, and if any one of them is shattered, it can instantly render the opponent incapable of fighting. Fractured bones can swiftly obstruct the channels of oxygen delivery, leading to imminent asphyxiation and possibly death. In that moment, the classroom fell into a profound silence as Ren Xiaosu surveyed the students. Do you have any questions? Wang Delong timidly inquired. How do you know there are nearly 20 fragile cartilages in the neck? There were no relevant books in the classroom, nor was there anyone in the town who studied such matters. If Ren Xiaosu had not counted them himself, how could he possibly possess such knowledge? Yet, how could he have counted? Whose anatomy had he scrutinized? As this thought crossed their minds, a sense of unease began to spread among the students. Stand up. Thank you, teacher, came the heartfelt gratitude from Wang Dalong. 1. From. Ren Xiaosu suddenly furrowed his brow. The count was incorrect. Shouldn't there be at least 20 more tokens of appreciation? Why were there only 9? Had this group of unruly students become so accustomed to not dragging on their lessons that they could barely muster a sincere expression of gratitude? Surely, they had yet to endure the harsh realities of society. Wang Dalong, Li Yuqian, all the students. 36. The white-haired sends off the black-haired. The students were perplexed. Previously, their parents had been quite supportive of them, yet this time they stood unanimously on Ren Xiaosu's side. Moreover, there was something peculiar about the tone of the parents. The students sensed a subtle discontent in their parents' tone and continued to inquire further. Li Yuqian's father, Li Fatsai, earnestly advised her, do not press on, my daughter. Focus on your studies and refrain from causing any trouble for your teacher, Ren Xiaosu. Do you understand? I do not wish to bury my own child. This grave remark startled the sturdy girl, leaving her bewildered at the notion of losing a child to the frailty of age. The lecture extended until darkness enveloped the sky. Earlier, when the students had expressed their concerns, Ren Xiaosu had concluded the class. Thus, after Li Yuqian voiced her thoughts, all eyes turned expectantly towards him. In response, Ren Xiaosu spoke with a gentle demeanor, assuring them, it is all right. You shall not face any repercussions. That day, Ren Xiaosu continued his instruction until 8 o'clock in the evening. the night having fully descended by then. As the class ended, he received no tokens of gratitude. Yet he bore no ill will. The adage to raise one's spirits, one must first dampen them, held true. Without pressure, where lies the incentive for gratitude? The students exchanged glances, suddenly realizing that their substitute teacher, Ren Xiaosu, seemed to possess an extraordinary skill. Presently, Ren Xiaosu felt that a slight expenditure of time was inconsequential. What mattered was that the students acquired valuable knowledge and comprehended the harsh realities of life. While an ordinary person might feel uneasy surrounded by a throng of children, Ren Xiaosu, whose physical prowess was nearly double that of an average adult, dismissed any concerns for safety in the bustling town. Those without firearms were far from being a source of apprehension for him. Ren Xiaosu reflected on his previous lack of initiative, realizing that despite the arduous journey to seek medical attention, he had only earned a meager 12 gratitude coins. However, with a shift in perspective and methodology, those coins could swiftly multiply to 50. The only cost was a single evening of silence from Yen Luyuan. The following day, Ren Xiaosu eagerly made his way to the academy. Yet, it was Mr. Zhang Jinglin who could no longer contain himself. He pulled Ren Xiaosu aside and advised, "You must refrain from staying late at school in the future. One must balance study with relaxation and progress gradually. Even if you wish to impart all your knowledge at once, it must be done slowly." Ren Xiaosu humbly accepted Mr. Zhang's counsel, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will not extend the class today." Yen Luyuan, overhearing their exchange, wore an expression of indifference. He was fully aware that Ren Xiaosu would not extend the class today. After all, yesterday's lengthy session was merely a ploy to reap a bounty of gratitude coins today. Yen Luyuan understood Ren Xiaosu's nature all too well. As anticipated, the moment the clock struck 4 in the afternoon, Ren Xiaosu smiled warmly and asked, "Does anyone wish to end class?" The classroom fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to answer. To say yes would imply that Ren Xiaosu's teaching was inadequate, while to say no risked the real possibility of him fulfilling their desire to remain in class indefinitely. Thus, they opted for silence. Ren Xiaosu chuckled, saying, "One must balance work and leisure in learning. Having imparted so much knowledge yesterday, I shall not prolong the class today. This serves both to allow you to digest what you have learned and to give you a chance to relax and enjoy yourselves." The students, upon hearing this, were nearly moved to tears. Class dismissed. Ren Xiaosu declared, "Stand up." "Thank you, teacher," came the gratitude from Li Yuqian, followed by Wang Dalong's thanks, and others. Just like 2 days prior, except for Yen Luyuan, Ren Xiaosu once again collected 23 tokens of gratitude, bringing his total to an astonishing 73 within 3 days. With the unlocking of weapons now tantalizingly close. At that moment, however, Ren Xiaosu caught sight of Wang Fuguei sprinting toward the classroom through the open door. Wang Fuguei announced, "Get ready. The band is about to emerge from the barriers again. Someone just brought me a message from Boss Luo, and I can't fathom how they managed it." Boss Luo actually agreed to let you guide them. Ren Xiaosu was taken aback. His first thought was relief that nothing had happened to Sister Xiaoyou, but soon after, a knot formed in his stomach as he realized that the band must harbor a more clandestine and significant purpose. After all, how could they persuade Boss Luo to release them? Was it due to the substantial benefits they offered in exchange? Or did Boss Luo himself play a role in the band's plan to venture into Jing Mountain? Regardless of the perspective, Ren Xiaosu may indeed be destined to embark on this journey. He turned and walked towards the courtyard of the school, to which Wang Fuguei anxiously inquired, "Where are you going?" Only in this manner could Ren Xiaosu alleviate his concerns. However, if this group believed that once they reached the wilderness, Ren Xiaosu would remain submissive to their whims, they were gravely mistaken. Zhang Jinglin observed Ren Xiaosu with a furrowed brow, questioning, "Is it truly determined that you must go?" After a moment of contemplation, Ren Xiaosu responded, "I fear there is no way to refuse them any longer. You have seen the fate of Zhang Baojian. Our lives now rest in the hands of this group within the barrier. If I proactively venture forth, I may evade danger, or even sacrifice others to ensure my own survival. Yet, should I remain here and reject them, they might resort to despicable tactics against us. Is there truly no better option?" Zhang Jinglin asked. "I fear not." Ren Xiaosu shook his head. "However, rest assured, Mr. Zhang, it is possible that they may have perished, and I may yet escape unscathed." He yearned to enter the sanctuary of the barrier, but he could not abandon Yen Luyuan and Sister Xiaoyou to enter alone. What Ren Xiaosu did not disclose to Yen Luyuan was that, inexplicably, after acquiring his abilities, there had been nights when he lay awake, yearning for the vast world beyond. This town was minuscule, so diminutive that from a high vantage point, one could see its entirety. And he could even hear the voice of a widow cursing the ruffians from the eastern edge of the town. He had contemplated venturing out to explore. Ren Xiaosu found himself most troubled by the thought of leaving Sister Xiaoyu and Yin Luyuan in a precarious situation. Should Zhang Jinglin refuse to allow Sister Xiaoyu and Yin Luyuan to stay, Ren Xiaosu would have no choice but to forego joining the band. It seemed he was well aware of the implications. Why don't you invite Sister Xiaoyu and Luyuan to stay over tonight? I will prepare the accommodations for them, he suggested. Zhang Jinglin nodded in agreement. In the wilderness, Zhang Jinglin believed that no one in the entire town possessed more experience than Ren Xiaosu. Thus, this teacher, recognizing the other's confidence, chose to remain silent. Seeing Zhang Jinglin acquiesce, Ren Xiaosu exhaled with relief. Sir, I have recently saved up 5,000 yuan. Please accept it as lodging fees for Sister Xiaoyu and Yin Luyuan. He urged, do not refuse. Use it to buy some cigarettes, if nothing else. Zhang Jinglin hesitated briefly before responding. Ahem, then I shall accept 1,000, merely as rent. Ren Xiaosu did not linger on the matter, promptly handing over 1,000. While he was generally frugal, he was never hesitant when it came to significant matters. He had always been willing to spend on Yin Luyuan. The remaining 4,000 yuan, Ren Xiaosu planned to give directly to Sister Xiaoyu. He deemed it unwise to entrust the money to Yin Luyuan, as there was a risk that Sister Xiaoyu might harbor ill intentions regarding it. In the worst-case scenario, she could simply walk away with the money, but she would not wish harm upon Yin Luyuan. However, should the funds be in Yin Luyuan's possession, it would jeopardize his safety. At this moment, Ren Xiaosu still harbored a hint of wariness towards Sister Xiaoyu. This sentiment might be misguided, perhaps even a slight disservice to her. Yet it undeniably represented the choice that would least likely lead to regret or suffering. To be candid, Ren Xiaosu felt that their time spent with Sister Xiaoyu had been far too brief, not out of suspicion regarding her intentions, but rather due to the arduous struggle for survival he had endured in this desolate wasteland. Each day of existence was fiercely contested, each step seemingly stained with the blood of effort. In such a life, how could one readily entrust their fate to someone they had known for only a few days? Well, thank you in advance, Ren Xiaosu remarked. Honestly, you needn't insist on them staying in the school. With me around, what is there to fear? Wang Fuguei chuckled. Am I not cautious of you as well? Ren Xiaosu coldly declined Wang Fuguei's suggestion, for within this town, only the school offered genuine safety. Wang Fuguei was not offended. He understood the nature of Ren Xiaosu, and thus anticipated that he would extend his vigilance even towards him. Throughout this exchange, Sister Xiaoyu and Yin Luyuan remained silent, diligently packing their belongings, until at last, Yin Luyuan quietly inquired, is there really no alternative? Indeed, Sister Xiaoyu replied, make sure to bring ample provisions. Relying on luck to find food in the wilderness is exceedingly taxing. No need, Ren Xiaosu shook his head, if we disregard taste and endurance. Food becomes quite abundant after the initial few dozen kilometers. Since the medicine bottles are tangible entities of substantial existence, it implies that the palace is indeed a peculiar space. If that is the case, Ren Xiaosu would secretly wish to take the well from the town, as the external water source is rather untrustworthy for consumption. The term leaving one's hometown perhaps embodies this sentiment. With this thought in mind, Ren Xiaosu discreetly attempted to store a piece of cornbread into the palace, only to encounter a wondrous event. The cornbread remained unmoved. The palace emitted a sound, storage permission not granted. Ren Xiaosu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that it was indeed possible to store items within the palace, yet he lacked the requisite qualification at that moment. He pondered internally, what must he do to obtain storage permission? Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu felt as though the palace lacked its own consciousness, merely issuing specific tasks to him based on some form of logic. Its purpose seemed solely to guide the trajectory of Ren Xiaosu's actions. After placing Sister Yu and Yin Luyuan in the classroom, Ren Xiaosu resolutely turned to leave. Sister Yu and Yin Luyuan stood at the entrance of the classroom, watching Ren Xiaosu's silhouette fade into the night. Yin Luyuan suddenly inquired, Sister Yu, you do know why he gave all his money to you, don't you? Yes. Sister Yu replied calmly. Will you blame him? Yin Luyuan gazed at Sister Yu. No, Sister Yu smiled softly. He then turned decisively towards the clinic, ready to welcome the arriving guests. Whether to turn left or right rests solely within one's own thoughts, and once a decision is made, one strides resolutely toward the unknown future. At the time, I merely regarded it as an ordinary day in life. in the rear courtyard of the clinic. Ren Xiaosu closed his eyes to rejuvenate, awaiting the arrival of the band. It was not until dawn that he heard the creaking sound of the refuge barrier gate slowly rising. Regrettably, the freshly planted vegetables in the yard, the scallions, the garlic sprouts, the greens, would not thrive. What is destined to come will ultimately arrive. Ren Xiaosu opened his eyes and walked toward the consultation room, settling himself properly at his desk. Knock, knock, knock. 3 sharp raps resonated. Come in, Ren Xiaosu called, not lifting his head, engrossed as he was in writing a medical record. The door creaked open, and the morning sunlight poured in, illuminating his face. He looked up to find a meticulously dressed girl standing at the threshold. Garbed in attire he had never seen in the market town, he had previously spied her from the window. This was none other than Luo Xinyu, the renowned singer from the refuge. Dazzlingly adorned, Ren Xiaosu murmured to himself before shifting his gaze behind Luo Xinyu, where the band's crew and the private security force of the refuge stood. This time, an impressive 12 members had been dispatched, surpassing the previous contingent. Yet, Ren Xiaosu's primary focus remained on the girl with the duckbill cap, the one possessing impeccable marksmanship. The young lady continued to wear her cap, the brim pulled low over her brow, adorned in a deep blue tracksuit. She appeared to sense Ren Xiaosu's gaze lingering upon her, prompting her to slightly lift her face. Ren Xiaosu caught a glimpse of her delicate chin, yet the shadows cast by her cap obscured her eyes from view. Behind this gathering, a throng of students from the academy had amassed. In truth, even the members of the band were somewhat perplexed. What had caused these children to converge so suddenly? Li Fatsai's sturdy daughter whispered to the cap-clad girl from behind, "Are you here to take Ren Xiaosu away?" At that moment, Ren Xiaosu suddenly heard the palace in his mind declare, "Mission, refuse to accompany others to Jing Mountain." He was taken aback. Why was the palace involving itself in this matter? Logically speaking, the palace should be acting in his best interest. Yet why did it wish to prevent him from going to Jing Mountain? What lay there that warranted such caution? Ren Xiaosu had previously ventured to Jing Mountain. Surely it was somewhat more perilous than the town, but was it dangerous enough to warrant a warning from the palace? Had something changed? Contemplating this, he felt a sense of trepidation. He wished to explore the vast world beyond, not to ascertain the extent of its dangers. Luo Xinyu seated herself opposite Ren Xiaosu, smiling as she said, "You must be Ren Xiaosu." As he gazed at her, he pondered. Father's father is called grandfather, and father's mother is referred to as grandmother. Luo Xinyu. Is this mental affliction truly so severe? At that moment, an officer from the private army stepped inside, casting a glance at Ren Xiaosu with a smile. "Stop pretending, we've crossed paths before." Upon raising his head to see the newcomer, Ren Xiaosu felt a wave of despair wash over him. Was he this the very person, Wang Songyang, who had searched him twice? There was no way to feign ignorance now, and Ren Xiaosu understood clearly that if he did not go, he would be compelled to do so anyway. Leaning back into his chair, he feigned a relaxed demeanor and declared, "I won't go." The mission was completed, rewarding him with a foundational skill learning blueprint, enabling him to acquire the abilities of others. Ren Xiaosu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, the palace's criteria for determining mission completion were not based on fixed realities, but rather on his own attitude. In that instant, a bold notion surged within him. Wang Songyang interjected, "How can you not go?" "I will go," Ren Xiaosu replied earnestly. Wang Songyang. However, much to Ren Xiaosu's disappointment, the palace did not issue any new missions this time. It was to be expected, as previous tasks, such as the one involving the sparrow, had only been granted a single opportunity. How could they allow Ren Xiaosu to endlessly farm for missions? At that moment, Luo Xinyu chimed in with a smile. "It is best if you are willing to go. I am sure someone has already conveyed Boss Luo's message to you, and if you do not attend, you may find it difficult to establish yourself in this town." "I can go," Ren Xiaosu said, "but I have a few conditions." Luo Xinyu gazed at Ren Xiaosu with a smile, feeling that communication had become significantly smoother. "You say, I require a remuneration of 30,000 yuan. No. It shall be 10,000. Very well, then I will need an additional 10 bags of salt, 10 packs of cigarettes, 100 kilograms of rice, and... Ren Xiaosu began to count on his fingers. Luo Xinyu calmly interjected, "Stop right there. I shall give you 30,000 yuan. All right, but I have further conditions." Ren Xiaosu replied, "Can't you state them all at once?" Luo Xinyu said, her impatience surfacing. "You interrupted me just now," Ren Xiaosu retorted. "I can go, but Wang Songyang cannot accompany us." It was evident that Wang Songyang was a relative of the deceased factory manager, Wang Dongyang. who had previously exploited his position for personal gain to investigate Ren Xiaosu twice. The prospect of embarking on a journey together raised concerns about potential troubles along the way. Therefore, Ren Xiaosu could not afford to plant a time bomb in his vicinity. Wait a moment, could it be that Wang Tsongyang, having provoked Boss Luo due to his unauthorized investigations, was exiled as punishment? This seemed quite plausible. Who among the private militia would willingly venture into the wilderness unless they were weary of the comforts of their refuge? Thus, Wang Tsongyang's exile likely intensified his discontent towards Ren Xiaosu, making it all the more imperative that he did not accompany them. It has been said that in this wasteland, one should be most wary of the increasingly robust beasts. However, Ren Xiaosu disagreed. He had encountered and even slain some beasts. But in this desolate land, the true concern was never the beasts, but rather humanity itself. Wang Tsongyang cast a glance at Ren Xiaosu, who smiled gently and remarked, "In truth, you do not wish to go, do you?" A slight smirk appeared on Wang Tsongyang's lips as he replied, "Quite intriguing." With that, he turned to leave. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu interjected, "I actually have another condition." However, Luo Xinyu had already risen, her once cheerful countenance now transformed into one of indifference. "Young man, my patience has been exhausted," she stated coldly. Ren Xiaosu pondered the erratic temperament of those within the refuge. Just moments ago, they had been full of laughter. Yet now their moods shifted with the rapidity of turning a page. Gratitude is extended to Kevin Zhou Yang and Feng Nian for becoming the new leaders of this narrative. The team, led by Yang Xiaojin, could not embark just yet, as they awaited the arrival of new private military officers within the refuge. The mere presence of even the smallest officer underscored Luo Xinyu's considerable influence within these walls. Additionally, Ren Xiaosu had caught a fleeting glance from Luo Xinyu directed at the girl in the duckbill cap. Who indeed was this girl? Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu spoke up. "We shall all be teammates henceforth, yet I am still unaware of everyone's names." A member of the band scoffed, "We are not comrades with the refugees. You are merely a guide, so do not presume familiarity." Ren Xiaosu carefully scrutinized the band staff member, contemplating in earnest whether there existed a suitable moment along the journey to eliminate him. The contrast between the destitute in the town and the residents of the refuge was stark, while the latter exhibited a certain cleanliness and refinement. The former's filth and savagery were glaringly apparent. Yet, there lay an even more fundamental distinction, their attitudes toward life. How had Ren Xiaosu persevered through his journey? Conversely, how had these individuals led a life of ease within the refuge? One's environment profoundly influences every aspect of a person, their thoughts, character, and so forth. At that moment, an officer emerged from the refuge, making his way directly to the clinic. Upon reaching the crowd, he announced, "Lieutenant Su Xianchu of the External Affairs Division." It was only then that the others began to introduce themselves, yet Ren Xiaosu found little interest in remembering their names. His attention remained fixated on the band staff member who had previously mocked him. The staff member introduced himself, saying, "I am Miss Luo Xinyu's manager. My name is Lu Bu." Ren Xiaosu mentally noted the name Lu Bu in his little notebook. Suddenly, the girl in the cap chimed in, "Yang Xiaojin." As in the hibiscus flower, Ren Xiaosu was momentarily taken aback. The name Yang Xiaojin resonated with him for reasons he could not quite fathom. It must be said that the distinction between the town's destitute and those within the refuge extended even to their names. As he gazed at the names inscribed on the barrier, Su Xianchu, Lu Bu, Luo Xinyu, Wang Tsongyang, Yang Xiaojin, he then glanced at the names of the refugees in the town, Wang Fugue, Wang Dalong, Li Fatsai, Li Yuqian. The names in this town seemed rather haphazardly chosen. However, Ren Xiaosu began to comprehend the division of labor within this group. Lu Bu, acting as Luo Xinyu's manager, was the de facto overseer of the band's practical affairs, including the management of their daily necessities. This expedition involved 5 SUVs and a pickup truck, all laden with their essential supplies. Su Xianchu was responsible for the management of the convoy and overall safety. Initially, Ren Xiaosu assumed that Yang Xiaojin had some responsibilities as well, but upon listening closely, he realized that she appeared to be a mere observer, uninvolved in any duties. According to Luo Xinyu's introduction, Yang Xiaojin was her friend, merely accompanying them on this excursion to Barrier 112. Ren Xiaosu thought to himself, "I can hardly believe that." After the introductions, everyone gradually boarded their respective vehicles. With a total of 19 individuals, including Ren Xiaosu, they made it 20, which meant that 4 people per SUV would suffice. Just as Ren Xiaosu was about to enter the vehicle, Lu Bu unexpectedly remarked, You are too dirty to sit in the car. You should ride in the back of the pickup. Ren Xiaosu chose not to contest this. For what was there to argue with the corpse? As he settled into the back of the pickup, the roar of the engine filled his ears, and he watched as the town gradually receded from view. At the moment of departure, Ren Xiaosu felt a twinge of reluctance. This place, no matter how filthy or dilapidated, had been his home for many years. As he pondered this sentiment, a sudden cheer erupted nearby. Ren Xiaosu is finally leaving. We are free now. Ha ha. The days of hardship are over. In disbelief, Ren Xiaosu turned to see Li Yuqian and Wang Dalong celebrating with a group of students, exchanging high-fives in jubilant merriment. While others remained indifferent, after all, Ren Xiaosu was the only doctor in the town and his departure was merely a parting. The students felt differently. They were acutely aware that their forthcoming days would undoubtedly be better than the present. At that moment, they had already forgotten the fear of being under Ren Xiaosu's dominion. Suddenly, a middle-aged man burst forth from the crowd. It was Li Yuqian's father, Li Fatsai. Gripping his sturdy daughter, he began to lead her home. What are you thinking? Risking your life? He admonished. Puzzled, Li Yuqian replied. Father, what are you afraid of? Ren Xiaosu is gone. In truth, the townsfolk had grown numb to life and death, perceiving mortality as a commonplace occurrence. Yet, this seed of awareness, once sown in a child's heart, might one day blossom and bear fruit of an unforeseen nature. Lu Bu, seated in the passenger seat, muttered, what sort of connections must one possess to have people celebrating their departure? Xinyu, inquisitively, asked, why are you inquiring about him? Lu Bu disdainfully replied, he is merely a petty thug from the town. If we did not require a guide, would he ever intersect with individuals like us? This is a stroke of luck he has accrued from a past life, yet he fails to appreciate it. Within the vehicle, only young Xiaojin remained silent, seemingly lost in contemplation. At the entrance of the school, Sister Yu, leaning against the railing, gazed towards the end of the town road, where she could only discern Ren Xiaosu and the vehicles gradually diminishing into mere black dots. Mr. Zhang had gone to Old Wang's general store to procure some fever-reducing medicine, while Sister Yu remained by Yan Liyuan's side, attending to him. The journey to Jing Mountain was arduous, predominantly comprised of dirt paths. Occasionally, while seated in the truck bed, Ren Xiaosu would catch glimpses of cement roads, but those thoroughfares had long since crumbled for reasons unknown, reduced to a state of disrepair. Previously, Ren Xiaosu had heard Mr. Zhang from the school mention that these cement roads were remnants from the era before the cataclysm. Now, after countless years, the foundations had deteriorated, with most of the surfaces buried beneath layers of soil. Currently, the roads connecting the various barriers were in a similar condition, albeit with a slightly higher volume of traffic, resulting in somewhat smoother dirt roads. In truth, the flow of vehicles between the barriers was not significantly abundant. Ren Xiaosu and his companions might witness external vehicles arriving at Barrier 113 a mere 10 times throughout the year, which was already considered a considerable occurrence. The wilderness is far from desolate. On the contrary, after traversing merely a few dozen kilometers from the town, one is greeted by a vibrant expanse of lush greenery, which has flourished even more splendidly over the years. Ren Xiaosu mused that this should not be considered a misfortune, with the town often facing a scarcity of food. If meat is unattainable, one must simply indulge in more vegetables. He had observed that even the cabbages cultivated by Zhang Jinglin had grown somewhat taller than before. Curiously, Ren Xiaosu had inquired whether Zhang Jinglin had applied fertilizer, to which Zhang replied in the negative. This was indeed a positive sign. Perhaps in the future, a single potato could suffice for a family of 3. When Lu Bu instructed Ren Xiaosu to sit in the bed of the pickup truck, he could hardly have anticipated what Ren Xiaosu would do next. The truck bed was laden with provisions and water that they had brought from the barricade, which hardly warranted locking. It was merely covered with an oilcloth. Out of curiosity, Ren Xiaosu lifted the oilcloth to glimpse the words biscuits, and upon uncovering another section, he discovered bottled water. Due to the bumpy terrain, the vehicle was not traveling swiftly. It is worth noting that the band's greatest fear was not encountering wild beasts. After all, they were accompanied by a dozen armed soldiers from a private militia, who rendered such concerns trivial. Instead, the foremost worry for the convoy was the possibility of vehicle breakdown. Half of these militia soldiers had received training in vehicle repair, yet they could not possibly carry a complete set of spare parts on their journey. Thus, a slower pace was preferable to traversing on foot. During the journey, Ren Xiaosu insisted on disembarking, causing the entire convoy to halt for his convenience, which only amplified the discontent among his companions. However, Ren Xiaosu remained unfazed, seemingly indifferent to the disapproving glances directed his way. As the convoy continued its journey, it reached midday, and when it finally stopped, Lu Bu was the first to leap from the vehicle, exclaiming joyfully, after spending so long within the confines of the barrier. Witnessing this vast expanse of scenery truly lifts my spirits. A soldier from the private unit chuckled in agreement. Indeed, being cooped up inside the barrier can be quite stifling. In fact, at the outset of their expedition, everyone shared this enthusiasm, eager to admire the landscape and engage in light-hearted banter. Yet, it was anticipated that such sentiments would wane in a few days. Ren Xiaosu recalled that during his previous hunting trips, he too had found the first day to be quite delightful. Lu Bu urged everyone to disembark, stating, "Let us step out for a bite to eat before we resume our journey. We should aim to reach Yunling before nightfall. There is an open area there suitable for camping, as we discovered on our last visit." The occupants of the off-road vehicles descended, chatting and laughing, while several soldiers gathered to smoke, each face radiating satisfaction. Lu Bu called for the staff to join him as they made their way to the pickup truck. He was unable to command these soldiers. The inclusion of 12 private troops was not merely a reflection of Lu Bu and Luo Sinyu's influence, but rather, their band had originally come to provide cover for these soldiers on their mission. In such circumstances, others might presume that Lu Bu and Luo Sinyu wielded considerable clout. Yet they themselves understood the gravity of the situation. Lu Bu ambled towards the pickup truck, conversing with the band staff beside him. "Make sure to distribute the cigarettes we brought to the soldiers later." "How many should we give them?" the staff member inquired. "Let's start with 1 pack. We brought 10. After all, no need to rush," Lu Bu replied with a smile. With new faces around this time, everyone will become familiar and easy to get along with in a few days. At that moment, as Lu Bu reached the rear of the pickup, he turned and was taken aback. "What on earth are you doing, Ren Xiaosu?" Ren Xiaosu glanced at Lu Bu. "No need to be so startled. I'm not doing anything," he belched. "I overindulged a bit." Rising to stretch, Ren Xiaosu brushed off the crumbs from his clothing. Lu Bu peered into the truck bed and felt a pang of despair. "Are you a pig? How can you eat so much? Have you really consumed 5 packs of biscuits by yourself in just one morning?" To be honest, it had been quite some time since Ren Xiaosu had eaten to such a degree. During his leanest days, he had been frugal, sharing meager rations with Yan Luyuan. Only recently had his fortunes improved, and he hadn't yet had the chance to indulge. Moreover, the biscuits they had brought were delightful, both sweet and savory. In the market, salt and sugar were considered luxuries, and typically, Ren Xiaosu and his companions subsisted on boiled potatoes and similar fare, rarely enjoying such flavorful food. There was also an abundance of drinkable water in the vehicle. "Just look at your stomach," Lu Bu exclaimed. "It must be 4 months along. Don't you feel uncomfortable from overindulging?" Ren Xiaosu said irritably. "Wasn't it you who insisted I sit in the back of this truck? However, your words have truly made me feel somewhat uncomfortable." With that, Ren Xiaosu jumped out of the vehicle and dashed into the distance, declaring, "You all enjoy your meal. I need to relieve myself." Once he had run far away, Lu Bu and the others were left in a state of disarray amidst the wilderness winds. One of the band's staff hesitated before suggesting, "Shouldn't we let him sit in the truck?" Lu Bu shot him a glare. "What gives him the right to sit with us? He is merely a drifter, isn't. The staff member's bravado instantly diminished, yet he muttered, "If we leave him in the truck bed for a couple more days, I fear we won't make it to Bastion 112. Upon hearing this, Lu Bu calculated Ren Xiaosu's appetite and sighed. Indeed, we wouldn't last. Ultimately, they reached a consensus to allow Ren Xiaosu to sit inside the truck. "Let me go? I just want to be with my biscuits. Are you even human?" In the end, they all worked together to stuff him into the vehicle, concluding the matter. The staff's disdain for Ren Xiaosu was not unfounded, as prominent figures within the refuge. They found it disheartening that even securing a guide in the town was met with reluctance, as if offering their services were a matter of shame. In their eyes, should not Ren Xiaosu approach them with eagerness, much like the first guide did? Many yearned for extraordinary connections within the refuge of barriers. For Wang Fugui's assertion rings true. Even the slightest drip from the fingers of the influential within these sanctuaries can significantly enhance the lives of the displaced in the township. Yet, Ren Xiaosu's reaction is to evade them entirely. However, this is a squandered opportunity, as Luo Xinyu remarked while gazing out the window. "But consider this," Lu Bu continued. "This lad appears quite unreliable. Should he prove even more so in the future, our squandered time may extend beyond a mere day." Previously, I had heard whispers of the low caliber of the displaced in the township, yet I had not anticipated it to be this dismal. Luo Xinyu shook her head and replied, Wang Fugui stated that if he cannot guide us through the boundary mountain, then no one can. I refuse to believe it. Lu Bu retorted disdainfully, with such a vast township, can there truly be no one to lead us through the boundary mountain? Previously, we merely inquired within the township. In truth, there are many more individuals in the surrounding 7 factories, some of whom reside within their confines. Thus our inquiries at the factories might yield new discoveries. Now, there are only 6 factories, Luo Xinyu corrected him. Not long ago, one was devastated by a pack of wolves, leaving only 6. Then let us explore the remaining factories. Lu Bu said awkwardly. Lu Bu fell silent. The outside world perceives Luo Xinyu as still youthful, thus many decisions fall to him as her manager. Yet Lu Bu is acutely aware that Luo Xinyu is a remarkably opinionated young woman, and he is merely her executor. In today's world, there exists a multitude of stars akin to Luo Xinyu, commonly referred to as leading figures, within various strongholds. However, these luminaries predominantly possess a limited following confined to their respective enclaves, making it exceedingly challenging to transcend the barriers that enclose them. After all, the outside world is no longer as well connected as it was before the cataclysm, and human intentions remain inscrutable. Venturing beyond these walls entails considerable peril. Previously, within the confines of the 89th Refuge, a celebrity sought to broaden her influence by crossing barriers, only to vanish upon leaving the sanctuary. Her agent and accompanying bodyguards equally lost to the void. It was not until 2 months later that a body, suspected to belong to this star, was discovered in the wilderness, a bullet lodged within her bones, indicating a fatal gunshot wound inflicted from behind. This grim revelation heightened the vigilance of others. Yet, Luo Xinyu remains unsatisfied with merely basking in the glow of one refuge. Even aware of the inherent dangers, she willingly embraces the risk. An endeavor that requires immense courage for a young woman. All right, Lu Bu agreed. The vehicle jostled along the rugged terrain, with soldiers from the private unit assuming the role of drivers, striving to navigate as smoothly as possible to prevent irreversible damage to the suspension, chassis, tires, and other components. Nevertheless, the road was fraught with obstacles, leaving them with limited options. As Ren Xiaosu sat in the back seat of the lead vehicle, he intermittently directed the driver. Originally, this convoy included 20 individuals, with each vehicle accommodating for perfectly. However, due to Lu Bu's lack of trust in Ren Xiaosu, he specifically assigned 2 members from the band to sit beside him, resulting in 5 occupants in the lead vehicle. The 2 band staff members seated in the back row wore expressions of indifference. Initially, the spacious rear seat allowed for a comfortable arrangement for the 2 of them. But the arrival of Ren Xiaosu rendered everyone uneasy. This expedition, which aimed to traverse the mountainous borders, suddenly resembled a convoy escorting Ren Xiaosu to the refuge wall number 112. However, Ren Xiaosu found Lu Bu's demeanor rather juvenile. After all, a soldier from a private military unit was driving the vehicle, while the remaining 3 were merely band staff. If he truly wished to stir up trouble, he could easily leave the entire vehicle devoid of life in a mere 3 seconds. Thus, it became evident that the individuals within the refuge wall possessed a scant understanding of the living conditions of the displaced, knowing only that it was harsh and filthy. With their perceptions confined to these limited aspects, the staff member beside Ren Xiaosu cast him a sidelong glance and arrogantly remarked, "You'd best behave yourself and refrain from any unnecessary actions." Displeased, Ren Xiaosu retorted, "Is it really that serious just for some biscuits?" The band member raised his voice. "Is that all? Let me tell you, once you step out with us, you no longer belong solely to yourself. Do you understand? Don't try to challenge the inevitable." The staff member in the passenger seat chuckled. "Kid, do you know who gets crushed when an egg collides with a stone?" After a moment of contemplation, Ren Xiaosu replied, "The heart shatters." The staff member paused, perplexed, and asked, "Whose heart shattered?" That evening, the convoy successfully traversed the mountain pass of Yunling. And suddenly the scenery opened up magnificently. Behind Yunling lay a vast expanse of forest, as Ren Xiaosu gazed dreamily out the window, marveling at how nature's artistry had sculpted the once flat terrain into an intricate tapestry of valleys and crevices. Mr. Zhang from the academy remarked that this unique topography was the result of tectonic movements, and Ren Xiaosu often pondered the insignificance of humanity in the grand scheme of things. The trees here stood tall and proud, with only a few muddy paths bearing witness to the presence of humans. It was here that the band had first lost their way during their initial visit. Ren Xiaosu had once heard Mr. Zhang mentioned that the trees in tropical rainforests were so densely packed that passage seemed nearly impossible. However, the northern woods were relatively sparse, with only the grass growing a tad high. As night began to descend, the convoy finally arrived at the clearing Lu Bu had mentioned. Lu Bu leaped from the vehicle, laughing heartily. "We shall camp here tonight. Everyone, take a moment to rest and grab something to eat." As soon as he finished speaking, Ren Xiaosu made his way towards the pickup truck, only to be intercepted by Lu Bu. Surprised, Ren Xiaosu asked, "What's the matter?" Lu Bu sneered, "We didn't bring any food or water for you. You'll have to fend for yourself." It seemed that Lu Bu's displeasure stemmed from Ren Xiaosu's consumption of biscuits. But in truth, Ren Xiaosu had long understood that regardless of whether he ate those biscuits or not, Lu Bu's attitude towards him would remain equally hostile. Thus, Ren Xiaosu had already anticipated whether the team would provide him with food. He simply did not expect the other party to be so blunt in severing ties. However, this was, in fact, a relief for him, as it liberated him from any further considerations. Ren Xiaosu was mentally prepared for the current situation. If he were to leave, they would have wasted another day without a guide, making it impossible for them to navigate through the woods towards Jing Mountain. One must admit, he held a certain admiration for this group. They were approximately 5 days away from Jing Mountain, and last time, they had been fortunate that this group had gotten lost early on, eventually discovering their way out. Had they ventured deeper for 2 or 3 days, they might have found themselves hopelessly ensnared in the forest. This would not merely be a matter of wasting a day. The prominent figures accustomed to a life of comfort within the refuge had failed to realize whose territory they were in. Of course, Ren Xiaosu could understand. Human beings often exhibit inertia in their thinking. The disdain the elites in the refuge held for the common folk was not a recent development, and it was entirely normal for them to struggle with this shift in perception. "I am not flustered," Lu Bu awkwardly clarified. "I merely wish to remind you that the last guide met his demise in this vicinity. Do not allow yourself to perish here inexplicably and waste our time." Just as he spoke, a staff member suddenly announced, "There are signs of wild beasts in this area." Ren Xiaosu furrowed his brow. What kind of beast could possibly inhabit this place? It is rare for beasts to survive at the fringes of the forest, and when humans constructed these refuge barriers, large predators had long been kept at bay beyond the confines of the perimeter. Hardly any sizable creature could breach the outer defenses and directly approach Barrier 113. For instance, the wolf pack that had previously attacked the factory was an exceptional occurrence. Everyone gathered around, eager to discern the nature of the footprints. The soldiers from the private military unit, brimming with bravado and armed to the teeth, felt no fear. However, upon examining the prints, they were rendered speechless. A series of tracks led deep into the forest, each imprint likely the size of a human head. Witnessing this scene, the soldiers instinctively raised their weapons, their eyes fixated on the depths of the woods. For reasons unknown, an unsettling realization dawned upon these mercenaries. Even with their firearms, a sense of security eluded them. Had they encountered such footprints on their previous visit? Someone trembled in inquiry. "No," came the response, accompanied by a shake of the head. Ren Xiaosu glanced at the tracks and swiftly deduced the identity of the creature, instantly alleviating his anxiety. Then, his gaze fell upon the campsite where the band was preparing to settle. He noticed remnants of refuse left by the group from their last encampment, including scraps of food. He spoke earnestly. "These are the marks of a bear, drawn here by the food remnants you left behind." Lu Bu challenged him. "Nonsense. Do you think I've never seen a bear's paw print before?" Ren Xiaosu followed the footprints into the depths of the forest, unwilling to divulge any information to the band and the private troops. Perhaps it was merely a wild boar. Behind him, the onlookers gazed with wide eyes as he ventured further into the woods, seemingly unperturbed by the tracks or the lurking dangers within. The audacity of this fellow was astonishing. Lu Bu gasped, questioning whether he had any regard for his own life. The soldiers of the private troop lowered their weapons, reasoning that should a fearsome beast emerge, they could respond to Ren Xiaosu's cries for help in due time. Despite their outward bravado, the tremor in their voices betrayed their inner trepidation. As Ren Xiaosu traversed the forest, he quickly discerned that the prints belonged to a deer. He decided to follow the trail. For tracking such large wildlife often led to sources of water and rivers, as they, like humans, required regular hydration. Additionally, he was curious to investigate the riverbank and uncover the circumstances surrounding the guide's demise. According to Lu Bu's account, the guide had washed his face in the river, only to be fatally mauled by some unknown creature. Ren Xiaosu inwardly chastised the man for his folly. It was common knowledge that the order of species was evolving. Yet herbivorous creatures remained herbivorous, and carnivorous creatures continued to be carnivorous. This was simply a matter of natural instinct. The guide, like many others in the town, seemingly believed that fish thrived solely on aquatic plants. However, Ren Xiaosu had perused a well-preserved tome at Mr. Zhang's, which elucidated that freshwater fish, such as catfish, primarily consume meaty fare, with the majority being omnivorous and virtually none adhering strictly to a herbivorous diet. When one presents such a substantial piece of flesh before another, can one truly expect them to abstain? Ren Xiaosu was grateful for his understanding of the power of knowledge and his continuous pursuit of it. Otherwise, he too might have fallen prey to ignorance, much like the guide. Following the footprints, he ventured forth, for deer are among the gentler inhabitants of the forest, generally posing no threat unless provoked. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu noticed something resembling wood shavings on a tree, unmistakably the remnants of termite activity. He glanced down at the tree's roots and indeed found a mound of soil conspicuously swollen around them. With a sense of excitement, he swiftly dislodged the mound, revealing brown termites scurrying about. Though these creatures were no larger than the tip of his pinky and not particularly palatable, they were replete with nutrients. It is well known that many in the town suffer from chronic malnutrition, often resorting to termites and their eggs as dietary supplements. Finding a termite nest could bring joy for several days. However, termites cannot be consumed raw due to the risk of their formic acid secretion, and thankfully, Ren Xiaosu had not yet descended to such desperate measures. The termites, bewildered amidst the wreckage of their nest, had scarcely comprehended the collapse when Ren Xiaosu had already torn off a large leaf, enveloping a small portion of the nest along with its inhabitants. He snapped a branch and, using a bone knife, fashioned a rudimentary spear, preparing himself for the pursuit of fish. The termites suffered a catastrophic fate. To put it plainly, they had lost their home and their mother. This was Ren Xiaosu's first encounter with such a plight. He was not excavating the termite nest for sustenance. Instead, he followed the tracks of a deer, and within a few minutes, the sound of flowing water reached his ears. Fortunately, luck was on his side. He was not as unfortunate as he had feared. Ren Xiaosu unwrapped a small piece of the termite mound encased in leaves and tossed the entire mound into the river. The current was gentle, or else he would have had to devise a means of using stones to contain a nest. Subsequently, he used his bone knife to split the palm-sized queen termite and cast her into the river as well, then began to patiently hold his sharpened branch aloft. The moonlight was exceptionally bright that night. Otherwise, Ren Xiaosu might have struggled to discern what lay beneath the water's surface. The queen and the termite mound floated downstream, and Ren Xiaosu followed along the bank. Suddenly, a shadow darted beneath the mound, sending ripples across the water's surface as a sizable fish opened its mouth, intent on devouring the mound and the queen in one swift motion. However, just as it gaped wide, Ren Xiaosu's sharpened branch was already upon it. Previously, he had utilized this method to catch fish, but back then, his speed and strength had been lacking, often requiring numerous attempts for a single success. Now, however, he was no longer slower than the fish. He had become swifter than their movements. Ren Xiaosu felt a flicker of uncertainty within. Were these shadows truly fish? He directly eviscerated the large black fish on the shore, casually discarding its entrails into the river. The remnants of biscuit crumbs could attract the majestic deer, and the scent of blood might summon unknown creatures. Although it was unlikely that bears roamed these parts, exercising caution was never a folly. Moreover, the remnants of the cooked fish, including bones, must also be thrown far away. In the next moment, the river appeared to boil, as countless fish vied to seize the bloody entrails, even tearing at one another in a frenzied display. If one fish suffered a wound, it would swiftly become prey to its fellow swimmers. Such a cruel river. What fate would befall a human who fell into its depths? Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu paused, noticing that the school of fish had panicked and fled. Without hesitation, he turned to leave. What could strike fear into those vicious fish must surely be something beyond his reckoning. As he made his way back to the camp, Ren Xiaosu pondered the transformations of the wilderness. What changes had occurred? Why were the beasts evolving while humanity seemed stagnant? No, there was a distinction. Zhang Baojian, who had once displayed supernatural abilities, or his interactions with Yan Luyuan, didn't they signify a difference from the past? When everyone beheld the fish Ren Xiaosu carried, they were taken aback. They had anticipated witnessing his folly earlier that afternoon, well aware that he had not brought any provisions, dressed only in a loose coat, revealing his lack of supplies at a glance. When Lu Bu suggested that Ren Xiaosu should resolve his own issues, everyone reveled in schadenfreude. They harbored an inexplicable disdain for Ren Xiaosu, a young man emerging from the ranks of the destitute, though they could not articulate the source of their discomfort. However, at this moment, as they huddled outdoors with their meager lunch of canned luncheon meat, the enticing aroma of grilled fish wafted over, emanating from Ren Xiaosu. On this excursion, Ren Xiaosu had brought along a metal cup, a bone knife, and a box of matches, essential tools for survival in the wild. While he could certainly start a fire without matches, carrying them made the task considerably easier. After all, who would willingly choose to endure unnecessary hardship? The matchbox was compact enough to be inconspicuous. Upon catching a whiff of the grilled fish, Lu Bu wrinkled his nose and scoffed, "It's just a fish." Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu heard a voice in his mind proclaiming, "Task. Good things must be shared with others." He paused in surprise, then approached Lu Bu with the fish impaled on a stick. Lu Bu's eyes brightened, and he feigned restraint, saying, "Oh, are you inviting us to partake in your fish? That could be arranged. What are you thinking?" Ren Xiaosu replied, "I merely wish to show you, to share in my joy." Lu Bu, perplexed, retorted, "Are you really expecting me to eat your fish?" Ren Xiaosu regarded the fish, nearly half a meter in length, far too much for a single person to consume. He turned to Lu Bu and proposed, half a fish in exchange for 3 bottles of water. Lu Bu responded without hesitation, "All right." The reason Ren Xiaosu sought to change water was that retrieving it had become quite troublesome. Initially, he had intended to collect water from a nearby river, but was subsequently deterred by fear and abandoned the idea. Although Ren Xiaosu could extract moisture from pine needles, the process was tediously slow. It would be far more convenient to exchange something he no longer required for a bit of water. 3 bottles of water, 1 for tonight and 2 for the journey ahead. "Come, everyone, let's eat some fish." Lu Bu ladled out half a fish, which Ren Xiaosu had generously provided, into the pot they had brought. However, to Lu Bu's astonishment, before he, Luo Xinyu, and Yang Xiaojin could even take a bite, the soldiers from the private military had already divided the fish among themselves. Lu Bu cast a troubled glance at Luo Xinyu, never having anticipated such selfishness from the private troops. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu sat alone beside the fire he had kindled, while the others gathered around a large bonfire, each group seemingly inhabiting distinct worlds. Suddenly, the girl in the cap, Yang Xiaojin, rose and seated herself opposite Ren Xiaosu, calmly stating, "Fish." Ren Xiaosu was taken aback, sensing an unusual calmness in her tone, yet found himself at a loss for a reason to refuse her. The flickering glow of the bonfire danced around the girl, and Ren Xiaosu pondered whether all the girls within the walls were as beautiful as she. "However, could you kindly lower the gun you are holding? As a master marksman of exceptional skill, it makes me a bit uneasy when you point that weapon at me." Though Ren Xiaosu had never robbed anyone before, nor had he ever been robbed, this was indeed his very first experience. "Just 2 bites, that's all," Ren Xiaosu said, forcing himself to maintain composure. The flickering light of the campfire danced erratically, and the woods were filled with the rustling sound of the wind traversing through the trees, creating a symphony of nature as the leaves brushed against one another. Indeed, this black fish was rather sizable, to the extent that even half of it would be too much for Ren Xiaosu to consume alone. However, just because he couldn't finish it, it did not justify someone holding a gun to him in an act of robbery. At that moment, Yang Xiaojin pulled a small salt shaker from the pocket of her athletic jacket, brandishing a black handgun in one hand while using the other to sprinkle salt over the fish without any consideration for Ren Xiaosu. Previously, Ren Xiaosu had pondered what kind of person Yang Xiaojin was. She seldom spoke and appeared quite composed. He had assumed her demeanor suggested a cold temperament, yet he was unprepared for her underlying volatility. After taking a seat, she uttered only the word "fish," her fury resembling a tempest concealed beneath a tranquil surface, sending shivers down his spine. As Ren Xiaosu observed Yang Xiaojin evenly coating the fish with salt, he felt increasingly restless and turned to her. "Do you have any cumin?" he inquired. Yang Xiaojin glanced up at him and replied, "No." At that moment, Ren Xiaosu scrutinized the firearm in her hand. It was an M9, known for its straightforward design and durability. Among the various firearms he was skilled with, he felt most familiar with handguns, particularly the M9. Did that imply that Yang Xiaojin frequently wielded this weapon? Yang Xiaojin's hands, though not large, firmly grasped the gun without the slightest tremor, imparting a unique aesthetic when she held the M9. This firearm, weighing a mere 96 kilograms and crafted entirely from aluminum alloy, perhaps elucidated her choice. After finishing her task, Yang Xiaojin turned to Luo Xinyu and said, "Come, eat some fish." Ren Xiaosu was taken aback, pondering why she would invite others when she could suffice with just a couple of bites herself. Lu Bu stood awkwardly, caught between sitting and standing. He had not anticipated such a statement from Yang Xiaojin. Ren Xiaosu was momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend Yang Xiaojin's style, which seemed intriguingly unconventional. Yang Xiaojin then addressed Ren Xiaosu. "Let us each have 2 bites, nothing more." Luo Xinyu took a seat, curiously observing Ren Xiaosu, as the atmosphere lightened somewhat. She smiled and said, "I want to take your food for free. Here, have a piece of this chocolate." With that, Luo Xinyu produced a sizable chunk of chocolate from her pocket, seemingly offering it in exchange. Ren Xiaosu contemplated for a moment before accepting the chocolate. An item he had never encountered before, having only heard Mr. Zhang mention it as a high-calorie treat that could swiftly replenish energy. In the town's Old Wang's grocery store, only ordinary white sugar was sold at an exorbitant price, with no trace of chocolate to be found. The notion of 2 bites appeared to transform into an unspoken agreement among them, a pact that none would exceed the limit. Ren Xiaosu unwrapped the chocolate with eager hands, then opened his mouth as wide as possible, devouring the entire confection in one swift motion. Luo Xinyu was momentarily stunned, and even Yang Xiaojin gazed at him in disbelief. Once Ren Xiaosu savored the chocolate, he paused in contemplation before turning to Luo Xinyu and remarking, "You still owe me a bite." Luo Xinyu? Yang Xiaojin. It must be said that the chocolate was indeed quite delectable. Ren Xiaosu mused that the provisions within this refuge were distinctly superior to those found in the bustling town. The biscuits were delightfully sweet, while the chocolate possessed a unique aroma, starting off bitter before transitioning to sweetness. Luo Xinyu had initially been intrigued by Ren Xiaosu's exceptional survival skills, hoping to forge a connection with him for mutual support in case of future predicaments. Known for her diplomatic charm, Luo Xinyu had a knack for navigating the whims of the influential figures within the barrier. However, she had not anticipated that Ren Xiaosu would prove so challenging to engage with. Or perhaps she simply suspected that there was something fundamentally peculiar about his demeanor. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu turned to Yang Xiaojin, only to witness her mimicking his earlier antics, opening her mouth wide enough to nearly consume a quarter of the remaining fish in one go. Ren Xiaosu was taken aback, thinking to himself, "You are a girl. Must you not exhibit a modicum of restraint? Even the sturdy girls in town, like Li Yuqian, would not eat in such a manner." Originally, Ren Xiaosu had exchanged half a fish for water, leaving only a quarter after Yang Xiaojin took a couple of bites. However, Ren Xiaosu could not quite fathom why he found Yang Xiaojin utterly genuine, her demeanor straightforward and unpretentious, far superior to the pretentiousness of the celebrity Luo Xinyu. Yet, when Ren Xiaosu caught Yang Xiaojin's gaze, he hastily licked the fish in his hand, asking if she still wanted some. With a stoic expression, Yang Xiaojin replied, "Don't keep chocolate on you, it will melt." That evening, everyone set up their tents for camping, each person equipped with brightly colored tents from their trunks. 2 individuals fit snugly into one tent, except for Yang Xiaojin and Luo Xinyu, who had separate accommodations. Others watched curiously as Ren Xiaosu busied himself, pondering if this was the essence of wilderness survival, as he appeared remarkably adept. Ren Xiaosu had relocated the original campfire and kindled a new one, adding plenty of pine branches and other durable firewood. The previous fire had been extinguished and cleared away, and the heated ground was now covered with a generous layer of pine needles, easily found in the forest where many spots boasted thick layers. Remarkably, he had even fashioned himself a bed. Lu Bu observed Ren Xiaosu reclining comfortably atop the pine needles, and given that it was deep autumn, the ground where the campfire had once burned must have been quite warm, especially with a fire crackling nearby. It appears to be exceedingly pleasant. In stark contrast, the tents of the private militia have encircled the bonfire tightly, leaving their band members to endure the cold on the periphery. Fortunately, they have blankets to cling to, otherwise, the darkness of night would be insufferable. As for Yang Xiaojin, she has unceremoniously pitched her tent adjacent to Ren Xiaosu's bonfire. Ren Xiaosu, upon opening his eyes, glanced towards Yang Xiaojin's tent, noticing that the flap was left ajar, facilitating her vigilance over the surroundings. Moreover, her weapon was consistently aimed in his direction. But wait, she astonishingly held another gun in her other hand, pointed towards the tents of the private militia. "Thank you for the support, I am Luli." And the two classmates from the hillside have become the new leaders of this narrative. What is your profession, doctor? In comparison to Yang Xiaojin's caution, Ren Xiaosu observed that the vigilance of the others in the group seemed rather lacking. With 12 members of the private militia present, there was not a single sentry on guard. The sounds of snoring echoed from within the tents, indicating that they were in a deep slumber, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. While it was true that the formidable beasts were kept at bay beyond the barricade, one must question their audacity. In contrast, Yang Xiaojin's breathing was steady and elongated, clearly indicating she had not succumbed to deep sleep. Ren Xiaosu felt justified in his wariness, having witnessed numerous individuals meet their demise under the cover of night. Yet, what kind of life had shaped Yang Xiaojin to adopt such habits? He believed that an individual's past experiences profoundly influenced their current mindset and behaviors. Thus, it was evident that Yang Xiaojin had endured perilous circumstances. At dawn, Ren Xiaosu seized the opportunity to examine the spot where he had discarded fish bones. While the others were still asleep, the previous night, he had deliberately set aside some fish meat, hoping to attract any lurking wild creatures. Many harbor a fear of beasts, believing them to be ferocious and unafraid of humans. Yet, the truth is that wild animals are not so reckless. In fact, most are exceedingly wary. A solitary beast, upon encountering the numerous tents, would likely retreat. However, the fish bones and meat were placed far from the campsite, which might leave behind some traces for him to discover. Ren Xiaosu approached the designated area with utmost caution, ever vigilant for signs of any wild animal presence. Yet, despite his careful scrutiny, he found nothing amiss. To his astonishment, upon arrival, he discovered that the fish meat and bones had completely vanished, with no paw prints to indicate the presence of any beast. He swiftly drew the bone knife concealed in his sleeve, alert and on guard, cautiously retreating. Could it be that ants had carried away the remnants? It was a possibility. Today's ants could be as large as a fingertip, and if there was a nearby anthill, it would be entirely plausible for them to clear the area overnight. Meanwhile, Lu Bu continued to grumble to Luo Xinyu. Xinyu, you should never have traded chocolate with him. What do vagrants deserve such luxuries? Luo Xinyu paid him no mind, her thoughts lingering on the unexpected loss of 2 precious chocolate bars. As the convoy set out, they began to venture deeper into the woods, guided by Ren Xiaosu. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting a warm glow that rendered the forest particularly enchanting, as if everyone were embarking on a delightful picnic. He was uncertain about the dangers lurking in the river. The vivid memory of the previous night lingered in his mind. The driver, however, dismissed his concerns. We're still quite a distance from that river, and what else in there? Just a few fish. Do you think they could leap ashore to bite you? Just don't go swimming. Ren Xiaosu fell silent, having made his decision. If a crisis were to arise, he would swiftly distance himself from this foolish group to evade danger. At that moment, the lead vehicle suddenly braked, and the driver of the private security team exclaimed in alarm. Up ahead, Ren Xiaosu turned to see a magnificent stag standing majestically in the road. The stag, second only to the moose in size among deer species, towered over 2 meters. It stood calmly, observing the convoy. Tension gripped the team as the private soldiers readied their automatic rifles, but suddenly, rustling sounds emerged from the nearby woods, revealing 2 smaller stags, likely the first one's offspring. A voice crackled through the vehicle's intercom. Do not fire. The stag seemed non-aggressive, merely glancing at the convoy with an expression that suggested confusion over their presence before preparing to move along. A collective sigh of relief swept through the convoy, easing the atmosphere. One of the private soldiers chuckled, just herbivores, after all. Look at how scared you all are. There are no large carnivorous beasts here. At this moment, everyone began to jest with one another, as if the tension of the preceding moments had never enveloped them. However, just then, a stag suddenly charged towards the convoy. Its head bowed low, with its colossal antlers aimed directly at the lead vehicle. The driver of the lead car let out a curse and hastily pressed the accelerator, veering into the woods, disregarding the potential of crashing into trees. Fortunately, as the great stag approached, the lead vehicle managed to swerve just in time, narrowly avoiding the antlers. Yet, the vehicles behind were not so fortunate. The antlers proved unyielding, piercing through the car's hood as if it were a mere toy. And with a flick of its head, the entire vehicle was sent tumbling away, before the other vehicle security personnel could disembark. The massive stag had already dashed into the woods with its 2 fawns, evoking a sense of urgency, as if it had committed a heist and was making its escape. Some began to fire wildly at the retreating figure of the stag, yet their aim was astonishingly poor. The vehicle occupied by Ren Xiaosu and his companions crashed into a tree along the muddy roadside, with the hood crumpling and plumes of white smoke billowing forth. At that moment, a voice called from the convoy's direction, "Come quickly to assist." Lu Bu's voice echoed, "Isn't that refugee a doctor from the town? Hurry, summon him." As Ren Xiaosu descended from the vehicle and made his way towards the convoy, he discovered that the driver of the second vehicle had merely sustained a minor abrasion on his arm. What was there to fuss about? Death had accompanied every refugee since childhood, a triviality woven into the fabric of daily life. Such scrapes were truly inconsequential. Ren Xiaosu furrowed his brows, having never intended to treat this individual. Such personnel from a private militia were hardly deserving of his precious black medicine. However, he was taken aback by the sudden aggression displayed by the giant deer. Lu Bu shoved Ren Xiaosu and shouted, "Aren't you a doctor? Hurry and save him." With a resigned sigh, Ren Xiaosu began murmuring over the wounded driver's injury, "Heal quickly, heal quickly, heal quickly." Lu Bu stared in disbelief, exclaiming, "Is this how you treat injuries? What kind of doctor are you?" After a moment of contemplation, Ren Xiaosu tentatively suggested, "A shaman?" Due to preconceived notions, this group had never truly believed that Ren Xiaosu was the sole doctor in the town. When they first encountered him, he had been living in a shack, and now, after only a few days, he had suddenly become a physician? If he possessed genuine medical skills, why had he not utilized them sooner? In this moment of desperation, an old adage aptly encapsulated their predicament. A sick person desperately seeks a cure. Yet, Ren Xiaosu's response left them utterly astonished. What on earth was a shaman? "Get up." Lu Bu pushed Ren Xiaosu aside and approached the injured driver, inquiring with concern, "Are you all right? Does it hurt?" Ren Xiaosu surveyed the surroundings. Originally, there had been 5 SUVs and 1 pickup truck, totaling 6 vehicles, but now only 4 remained. It appeared that the 2 damaged vehicles would be difficult to repair. However, Ren Xiaosu had little knowledge of automobiles and needed to see what the soldiers from the private militia had to say. Officer Su Xianchu led a team to inspect the vehicle, which had been overturned by a giant deer, deemed beyond repair as it bore several gaping holes in its engine. Lu Bu approached Su Xianchu and inquired, "Is it salvageable?" Su Xianchu examined the vehicle and replied, "That one is certainly beyond hope." However, the vehicle that collided with the tree was traveling at a modest speed, thus sustaining only minor damage. "We can dismantle parts from that vehicle to assemble a workable one. Only one vehicle can be repaired." Lu Bu was momentarily taken aback. "What shall we do with so many of us?" Su Xianchu pondered before stating, "The pickup truck bed can still accommodate some passengers." Ren Xiaosu raised his hand eagerly. "I'll go." "You must be joking," Lu Bu retorted with irritation. At that moment, even if Lu Bu himself were to ride in the truck bed, he would not allow Ren Xiaosu to join him. Su Xianchu and his team hurriedly gathered tools to commence repairs. In the midst of this, Su Xianchu furrowed his brow and instructed his subordinates, "Establish a perimeter. If any unidentified creatures approach, shoot to kill." While bureaucratic tendencies may be prevalent within private military units, Su Xianchu did not appear to be foolish. If vigilance was not upheld now, it would be too late. Should a colossal creature approach while they were engaged in repairs, it could result in significant casualties. Ren Xiaosu remained crouched beside the vehicle, observing the private military personnel as they worked, eager to comprehend the mechanics of the automobile. He had always been a keen learner, and the rugged beauty of such large machinery captivated him. In this era of civilization's revival, every detail represented the very essence of human achievement. Lu Bu, with his arms crossed, scoffed from the side, "Can you comprehend this?" Lu Bu paused for a moment, for he too was at a loss. "Look, I cannot decipher it." "And neither can you," Ren Xiaosu leisurely remarked. "Then why are you rambling?" After saying this, Ren Xiaosu dismissed him entirely. The vehicle repairs had persisted from morning until afternoon. While Lu Bu and the others deliberated on how to allocate the vehicles and manage their defenses, some suggested that in the future, they should shoot any such creatures on sight, while others worried about the potential repercussions of startling the beasts. Given the immense size of the giant deer, it was unlikely that a bullet would penetrate its skull unless aimed directly at its eye. Yet, who among them possessed such marksmanship? Achieving a score of 9 rings or higher on a moving target would require considerable skill. At this moment, Ren Xiaosu pondered quietly, realizing that these individuals were unaware that Yang Xiaojin was a master marksman of unparalleled caliber. While others might struggle, Ren Xiaosu felt he had a 60% chance of hitting the giant deer's eye with a handgun from 50 meters. Thus, He surmised that Yang Xiaojin would possess at least a 90%, if not 100%, certainty. Observing Yang Xiaojin's reaction discreetly, he noted that while others discussed strategies against the beasts, she remained silent, as if the matter bore no relevance to her. However, everyone found some solace in the fact that the giant deer was herbivorous. Had that creature been drawn by the scent of flesh, it likely would have resulted in the demise of 3 or 4 members of their team. Su Xianchu remarked, "The majority of the fauna in these woods must consist of large herbivores. Otherwise, they would have been designated as primary targets during the establishment of the barriers. We must remain vigilant when encountering such creatures and avoid startling them. Should we come across any carnivorous animals, we must shoot without hesitation. Now, the vehicle is repaired. Let us prepare to depart." Lu Bu interjected, "However, we are short one vehicle, so we must rearrange the seating arrangements." He addressed a member of the band, Su Xia. "You and Cheng Donghang will need to sit in the back of the pickup truck. I apologize for the inconvenience." Su Xia and Cheng Donghang exchanged glances filled with discontent towards Ren Xiaosu, as they had hoped for Ren Xiaosu to occupy the truck bed. Yet, Lu Bu's concern that Ren Xiaosu might consume all the snacks had necessitated that they keep an eye on him instead. Reluctantly, Su Xia and Cheng Donghang clambered into the truck bed, but suddenly, a blood-curdling scream from Su Xia echoed as he tumbled down. Ren Xiaosu looked on in astonishment, witnessing Su Xia clutching his neck and wailing in agony. Su Xia's complexion had turned crimson and swollen, as if he were enduring an unimaginable pain for the first time in his life. In mere seconds, before anyone could react, he collapsed to the ground, motionless, frothing at the mouth, his face rapidly shifting to a ghastly shade of purple. Su Xianchu cautiously approached with his firearm drawn, ensuring there were no threats in the vicinity before checking Su Xia's breath. He turned, his expression grave, and announced, "He has no pulse." Everyone stood frozen in shock. How could a seemingly healthy individual suddenly perish? Lu Bu trembled as he inquired of Cheng Donghang, "What transpired?" Cheng Donghang, leaning against the truck bed, replied in terror, "I have no idea. We boarded the vehicle together, and then he suddenly screamed, startling me. I didn't see anything unusual." The rustling sounds in the forest took on an eerie quality. The trees remained unchanged, yet the sentiments of the group had shifted dramatically. This marked the first death on their journey. Lu Bu shouted at Ren Xiaosu, "What kind of path have you chosen? Why didn't we encounter such a calamity last time? Is there something wrong with your route?" Ren Xiaosu pondered, realizing that a mere task could not compel someone like Su Xianchu to risk his life. There must be another reason. At this moment, he could scarcely attend to whether Ren Xiaosu was eating biscuits, for no one wished to face death. Clearly, the gravity of life and death outweighed the triviality of a snack. Ren Xiaosu ignored him and approached Su Xia's injuries. He gently removed the hand covering Su Xia's neck and was taken aback to discover a long stinger embedded in it. Recognizing it immediately, he thought, a wasp. Silently, he extracted the stinger, ensuring that those behind him remained oblivious to the true cause of Su Xia's demise. The atmosphere within the group grew increasingly bizarre. At times, their fear of the wilderness only served to bolster his position as their guide. Ren Xiaosu never considered himself a good person. He felt no obligation to divulge all matters to others. Survival was his utmost priority. Nonetheless, Ren Xiaosu felt a sense of relief. As long as it wasn't some mysterious species attacking humanity. He had indeed been startled moments ago. Based on his deductions, it was likely that a wasp had taken refuge in the bed of the pickup truck, and Su Xia's movements had alarmed it, prompting the wasp to strike. In his childhood, Ren Xiaosu had been stung by a wasp before, resulting in just a swollen half of his face for a few days, but he had not perished. The wilderness was becoming increasingly perilous. At times, Ren Xiaosu grappled with conflicting emotions. He was drawn to the enigmatic wilderness, eager to uncover its secrets. Yet he was acutely aware that excessive curiosity could lead to his demise. Humanity is multifaceted, and thoughts are invariably complex, such as the essence of being human. The shadow of death loomed over the entire convoy, with Ren Xiaosu now the most at ease among them. Su Xianchu had examined the wound, only to find a red dot on the neck. Ren Xiaosu observed everyone's reactions, and Yang Xiaojin feigned nonchalance while inspecting Su Xia's injury, ultimately furrowing her brow in concern. Only Ren Xiaosu understood that Su Xia had merely been stung by a wasp that had evolved in the wilderness. What shall we do with Su Xia's body? We cannot simply abandon him in the wild, can we? Someone remarked. What else can we do? Lu Bu, with a furrowed brow, contemplated throwing Su Xia's body right here. Burying it would consume precious time, and he had no desire to linger in this cursed place any longer. Luo Xinyu remarked, "Let us place him in the bed of the pickup truck and depart from this place. We shall find a suitable location to lay him to rest." As the leader of the band, she felt compelled to abandon Su Xia here. How would the others perceive her? If word spread, it would tarnish her reputation irreparably. Upon hearing her words, Lu Bu resolutely declared, "Ren Xiaosu, you shall carry Su Xia to the truck bed, and you will also ride there." Ren Xiaosu had no objections. Having gone a day without biscuits, he was rather longing for them. As for sharing space with the deceased, he felt no psychological burden. He had faced the aftermath of the wolf pack's attack on the factory, where numerous corpses lay without fear. Those within the barrier held a reverence for life and death. Yet Ren Xiaosu possessed only respect, devoid of trepidation. The convoy resumed its journey, with Ren Xiaosu seated in the truck bed, munching on biscuits and sipping bottled water. While he muttered to Su Xia, "Why did you all feel the need to rush out here in your idleness? Well, now you've lost your life, haven't you? I wonder what life is like within your barrier. Many outside are nearing starvation, while you seem to be enjoying music and adoring celebrities. They've even delivered pork to you. Yet we cannot partake." Ren Xiaosu was merely passing the time, but the two men in the front seats of the pickup harbored different thoughts. Suddenly, they faintly heard Ren Xiaosu's voice, and the driver felt a chill run down his spine. He turned to his companion in the passenger seat and asked, "Who is he speaking to?" I'm uncertain. Perhaps I am merely conversing with myself. Do you think there is something amiss with his mind?" That evening, the convoy was unable to locate a particularly suitable camping site, and thus had to settle for a modest patch of ground. The atmosphere was heavy. With no one in the mood for idle chatter or boasting, only silence remained. The following morning, Ren Xiaosu arose and stretched lazily. He had not sought food the previous night, for he was already nearly full from the biscuits. Originally, the chocolate was stowed in the truck bed, but Lu Bu, that crafty fellow, had cleverly carried the chocolate into his own vehicle. There was no room to accommodate an entire box of chocolate in their car, and Lu Bu had thus carried it around all afternoon. Ren Xiaosu had planned meticulously. He need not eat breakfast, and once the convoy resumed its journey, he could indulge in whatever he fancied from the truck bed. Just then, a piercing scream shattered the morning calm. He turned swiftly towards the direction of the pickup truck, where a soldier from a private military unit was shouting, "Where is the body of Su Xia? Has anyone seen it?" Everyone froze in place. Wasn't it in the truck? The body was missing. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu felt a chill run down his spine. What was happening? The body had been securely placed in the truck bed. How could it possibly be gone? The average weight of an adult male ranges from 70 to 90 kilograms. It would be exceedingly laborious for one person to carry a body without making any noise. With so many people present, how could none have heard a sound? Who had moved Su Xia's body? At this moment, Ren Xiaosu suddenly recalled the fish bones and flesh he had previously discarded, which had seemingly vanished in a similar manner, without a trace, rendering it impossible to ascertain what had caused their disappearance. At the time, he speculated it could have been ants, but this time it surely could not be ants, no matter how they evolved. It was inconceivable that such a large carcass could be removed overnight. Now, a veil of unease enveloped Ren Xiaosu's mind as he furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering the true nature of the culprit behind this mystery. The woods were indeed peculiar. Lu Bu was on the verge of tears. "Everyone, get in the vehicle. Let us hasten our departure from this dreadful place," Su Xianchu bellowed. From that moment onward, Ren Xiaosu clutched the bone knife tightly, his mind fully alert, ever vigilant for any impending danger. The essence of human motivation derives from the specter of death. Why had Su Xia's corpse vanished? Where could it possibly have gone? These two questions loomed like an inescapable shadow in everyone's hearts. Ren Xiaosu continually pondered a singular inquiry. If the assailant could make such a sizable corpse disappear without a sound, why not target the living? With their capabilities, they could undoubtedly inflict catastrophic casualties upon the entire camp during the stillness of night. There was something amiss. All were seated inside the vehicle. Yet Ren Xiaosu remained in the bed of the pickup truck. Upon their arrival, they had opened the windows, laughing and singing. Now, however, the windows were tightly shut, each person fearful that some malevolent entity might suddenly intrude and claim their lives. They believed that an additional layer of glass would afford them greater safety. As Ren Xiaosu sat in the cargo area of the vehicle, he watched the trees receding in the distance. The flickering shadows of the leaves seemed to harbor a latent menace, and it must be said, even Ren Xiaosu felt a twinge of fear. Yet, What could he do? Perhaps a morsel of biscuit would alleviate his unease. Every time a thought crossed his mind that might incite fear, he would consume another biscuit to steady his nerves. In truth, Ren Xiaosu believed that whether he was seated in a car or in the back of a pickup truck, neither offered true safety. However, given his robust physical condition, the spaciousness of the pickup truck's bed allowed him a clearer view, enabling him to swiftly devise an escape plan should danger arise. It was worth noting that among the entire convoy, apart from Yang Xiaojin, whose abilities remained uncertain, none could outpace him. Ren Xiaosu had no intentions of pondering whether he should save others when peril struck. He was not foolish. This group had denied him, the guide, sustenance and relegated him to the cargo area. It was already commendable that he did not seek retribution against them. Wang Zongyang and Su Xianchu, the officers from the private militia, were both individuals who had incurred the displeasure of their superiors, a fact Ren Xiaosu had discerned long ago. In the dead of night, when trouble arose in the wilderness, it was Wang Zongyang who was dispatched first. After Ren Xiaosu and Luo Xinyu requested Wang's replacement, Su Xianchu was sent in his stead. Those officers who thrived within the sanctity of the barricades enjoyed their comforts, while only the less favored were thrust into the wilderness to fulfill their duties. After all, who would willingly abandon the warmth of their homes to fight in the dead of night? Before the catastrophe, soldiers held a sense of honor. Yet Ren Xiaosu believed that such a sentiment was absent among these private forces. However, Ren Xiaosu remained perplexed. He glanced to the side and ultimately whispered to Yang Xiaojin, "Can such a military force truly be relied upon? The defense of the barriers rests solely upon them. Yet they appear to be a disorganized rabble in the face of danger." In response, Yang Xiaojin shot him a glance and uttered a statement that left Ren Xiaosu bewildered. "The army of the consortium is the army of the consortium. While the army of the barriers is the army of the barriers, the consortium does not desire these barriers to possess formidable armed forces." Ren Xiaosu was momentarily taken aback. What, then, constituted the army of the consortium? Su Xianchu evidently exuded a level of astuteness and tenacity that surpassed that of other soldiers. Throughout their journey, Ren Xiaosu had not seen him smoke or indulge in any form of idleness. He always maintained an upright posture. Who were the officers that had been marginalized? At least two of them were familiar to Ren Xiaosu. One was Wang Zongyang, and the other was Su Xianchu. As for Su Xianchu, little more needed to be said. Wang Zongyang had displayed a meticulous logic while searching Ren Xiaosu, starkly contrasting with the personnel of these private military forces. In fact, Wang Zongyang had even expressed disdain for the private troops in Ren Xiaosu's presence. Thus, were Su Xianchu and Wang Zongyang ostracized for their unwillingness to engage in corrupt practices? Ren Xiaosu allowed his mind to drift towards the most sinister of interpretations, pondering whether even the cigarettes might have been provided by the consortium. Had the consortium meticulously orchestrated for many years, ultimately rendering the armed forces of the barriers utterly inept? Ren Xiaosu could not ascertain the validity of his conjectures, yet Mr. Zhang had stated that technology was in the hands of a select few, making it all too reasonable for armed forces to also be under the dominion of a privileged minority. However, he still harbored doubts regarding Su Xia. Could it be that living beings are immune to attacks? Otherwise, why is it that those who are alive seem to encounter no harm? Why does the refuge barrier exhibit such keen interest in the hidden remnants of the pre-catastrophe site within the mountainous region? Could it be that the perils they currently face stem from this very site of ruin? Su Xianchu spoke coldly. "I now assume command of all wartime management. Any future plans are no longer your concern." Lu Bu opened his mouth as if to speak but fell silent, realizing that Su Xianchu was indeed serious. During their brief respite at a place known as Kai Shibai, the formation of this colorful rock wall was also attributed to tectonic movements, resulting in a cliff formed by the compression of tectonic plates. The vibrant layers of rock on the wall were a remnant of the time when private militia had ventured into the forest to purge it of wild beasts. Lu Bu leaned against the stone wall, wiping the sweat from his brow, and remarked, "It's nearly winter. Why does it become increasingly warmer as we head north?" Ren Xiaosu, seated nearby, burped and replied, "Ahead, within the mountainous region, lie several active volcanoes, not dormant ones, but rather those with frequent internal activity." Many in the group were taken aback. Having never ventured to such a place before, they had always believed volcanoes to be distant phenomena. They were astonished to discover that several existed right within the border mountains. Nonetheless, it was evident that Su Xianchu possessed a thorough understanding of the terrain, showing no surprise. After all, it was only natural that the private militia, which had dispatched him for this mission, would provide him with pertinent information. It was reasonable to assume that they had previously visited this area and encountered the volcanoes. However, Su Xianchu found it perplexing that the veterans of this private force had been so unprofessional after exterminating the beast crossing the mountain. They had not even bothered to chart a map. Now, astonishingly, there was not a single accurate comprehensive map among the various strongholds. Lu Bu went to the pickup to retrieve food for distribution, only to nearly faint upon discovering the biscuits had dwindled significantly. Trembling, he asked Ren Xiaosu, "How could you have eaten so many biscuits?" With a hearty pat on his chest, Ren Xiaosu replied, "I was alone in the back of the truck. What's wrong with having a few biscuits to calm my nerves?" Suddenly, a haunting sound echoed from the north, eerily unsettling. All members of the private force raised their weapons, aiming towards the northern road. When Ren Xiaosu spoke up, "Quick, help me up. I need another biscuit to steady my nerves." Lu Bu was left speechless. Luo Xinyu turned to Ren Xiaosu. "You must know what that sound is." Su Xianchu aimed his gun at Ren Xiaosu. "Do not conceal the truth." Raising an eyebrow, Ren Xiaosu replied, "That is the sound of the Old Wind Gap. The passage to the Grand Canyon of the mountain is not far. When the mighty winds sweep through the canyon, they produce this sound. There is no need to panic." At that moment, the group began to realize the value of having an experienced guide among them. It was only then, amidst their inner trepidation, that they began to acknowledge Ren Xiaosu's worth. At least now, the howling sound was less frightening to them. Originally, it was anticipated that the journey to this canyon would take 3 to 5 days. However, the power of fear propelled the convoy to hasten their pace. If all goes as planned, they should arrive at the entrance of the Old Windmouth Canyon by nightfall. Mr. Zhang, their instructor, once stated that the motivation behind all human actions stems from the inevitability of death. It is the fear of mortality that compels one to seek nourishment and strive for survival. At this moment, everyone finds themselves in a mountain range where death lurks at every corner, acting as an adrenaline shot that heightens their awareness and intensifies their desire to emerge alive. As evening approached and the sun cast its golden rays across the sky, the convoy finally emerged from the thicket, revealing the majestic stone walls and canyon ahead. The cliffs loomed like steps that the earth had suddenly thrust upwards. Upon disembarking, they had to tilt their heads back until their necks ached to glimpse the summit of the towering cliffs, while the vistas on either side seemed to stretch infinitely. This was nature's staircase, as if traversing these steps would lead them to the heavens. From a distance, the Old Windmouth Canyon appeared as a slender black line. However, upon closer inspection, they realized it was wide enough to accommodate 5 or 6 vehicles simultaneously. A powerful mountain wind surged through the canyon, creating a howling lament. Those who stood at the canyon's mouth found themselves nearly toppled by the sheer force of the gusts. In this instant, the magnificence and grandeur of nature were vividly showcased. Suddenly, Lu Bu shouted, "Come quickly and take a look." Lu Bu stood beside the old Funko Gorge, pointing towards a section of the stone wall and exclaiming, "There are inscriptions here." Everyone approached to examine, and to their astonishment, they discovered 4 large characters, seemingly etched by an unknown hand. "Living beings, do not enter." Su Xianchu turned to Ren Xiaosu and inquired, "Who carved this?" Ren Xiaosu shook his head, replying, "These 4 characters were not here when I visited last year." "Why did you come here?" Lu Bu asked sharply. "How far is this from the town? Even for hunting, one should not venture into such a place." "Who exactly are you? You must be concealing your true identity." Ren Xiaosu nodded and said, "Indeed, there is something I have yet to disclose to you. I am, in fact, a descendant of the dragon." Lu Bu, Su Xianchu, Luo Xinyu. "At present, you have too many points of suspicion," Su Xianchu asserted, aiming his gun at Ren Xiaosu. "You must clarify why you were here last year. This place is already rarely visited. Barrier 113 has not sent anyone here for many years. This is the route from Barrier 112 to Barrier 113. Yet no one from Barrier 112 has come to our side this year. Therefore, it is highly likely that you are the only one who has been here during this time. Did you carve these characters?" Ren Xiaosu pondered for a moment and responded, "The characters are inscribed at a considerable height. Given my stature, I would need to elevate myself on a stone to reach them. Moreover, I, like you, am quite astonished that these 4 characters exist here, and I too am perplexed as to who is responsible for this." Indeed, Ren Xiaosu did not speak falsely. Those 4 characters were certainly not inscribed by him. "Yet you have yet to explain your presence here." Lu Bu thundered, "Have you calculated the distance from this place to the town?" All eyes turned towards Ren Xiaosu, although their driving speed was outpaced by a running individual. The journey over the past 3 days had been sufficiently long, rendering it implausible for Ren Xiaosu to have arrived at this location by mere chance. After a moment of silence, he replied, "Last year, I encountered a pack of wolves in Yunling, which drove me to this place." This, too, was the truth. "Nonsense," Lu Bu retorted. "How could a mere child survive in the jaws of a wolf pack? Tell me, what reason would they have to spare you?" At that time, the wolves were not targeting me. I merely happened to be in their path. I fled in a panic into the woods, believing that they would disregard me, only to find that they pursued me relentlessly. As for my survival, upon entering the Leifenku Canyon, they ceased their chase. I concealed myself within the canyon for 2 days, and only after they had departed did I emerge. Beyond that point, I am unfamiliar with the terrain, for I have never ventured there. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Did even the wolves refrain from pursuing upon reaching this place? Was there truly something dreadful lurking beyond this canyon? Perhaps the inscriptions upon the canyon's stone walls were left by a compassionate soul who, upon discovering the secrets of Jingshan, sought to warn others not to proceed further. Everyone believed Ren Xiaosu's words. However, this time he did not speak the truth. He had indeed been chased into the fray by a pack of wolves, yet they did not cease their pursuit there. They continued onward. As for how Ren Xiaosu survived, he could not clearly articulate. For the moment he encountered the wolves, he lost consciousness and awoke covered in wounds, with the wolves having vanished. Throughout the year, he pondered the connection between the dark mist in his mind and that episode of unconsciousness. What transpired during that time remained a mystery. Suddenly, someone remarked, "Do you know about those extraordinary beings? Perhaps this inscription was left by one of them. Some among them have long transcended the boundaries of ordinary humanity, so it is not surprising they can traverse the wilderness freely." The speaker was a soldier from a private military unit, prompting Su Xianxu to glare in response. "This is classified military information." Ren Xiaosu was momentarily taken aback. The disorder within this private army was astonishing, as soldiers dared to confront their superiors so brazenly. Unbeknownst to him, his impression of this private military force diminished further. According to Mr. Zhang from the academy, the military prior to the calamity exhibited a discipline akin to ironclad collective will. Su Xianxu turned to the soldier who had spoken. "If he does not spare me, I shall ensure you are dismissed as well before I depart. You would do well to remain silent. Otherwise, I shall treat you as a deserter." After a moment's reflection, Su Xianxu added, "This matter does not concern you. We are merely executing orders from our superiors." Finally, Su Xianxu began to waver. He glanced at the darkening sky and sighed. "It is already rather late. Let us camp here for the night. We shall deliberate together on the matter of our departure before making any decisions. What say you?" Lu Bu and the others readily concurred, as long as it meant halting their advance. Ren Xiaosu gazed into the depths of the canyon, where the sheer walls seemed to stretch toward the heavens. A narrow beam of light filtered through the canyon's crevice above, yet it appeared to have exhausted its reach within, plunging deeper into an impenetrable darkness. Ren Xiaosu no longer needed to venture out in search of sustenance. In their shared terror of death, Lu Bu even overlooked the matter of food. Their thoughts were consumed with the notion of surviving the night, rather than fretting over what to dine on. Some chose not to pitch tents, fearing that shelter would hinder their escape. However, Su Xianxu intervened, insisting, "Set up your tents. It is late autumn, and without a windbreak, should you fall ill, you may never escape these treacherous mountains." They kindled a bonfire, encircling it in solemn silence, though they had not dared to stray far while gathering firewood. Their collective efforts yielded a considerable amount. It seemed that the larger the flames grew, the greater their sense of security became. This time, Ren Xiaosu did not ignite a fire on his own, for Su Xianxu had requested his participation in the discussion. "Why should he sit here?" Lu Bu expressed his discontent. "How can we possibly sit alongside the refugees?" Ren Xiaosu moved to the back. No one dared to contradict Lu Bu, for they had no desire to offend a figure of his stature over a mere refugee. Initially, they had all gathered in a circle, but Lu Bu insisted on relegating Xiaosu to a solitary position, akin to that of a mere observer. While they indeed sought some insights from Xiaosu, Lu Bu believed it sufficient for him to respond to inquiries from the back. However, Su Xianxu exhibited a greater degree of rationality than Lu Bu. "Let us refrain from discussing irrelevant matters. We must earnestly deliberate on the issue of our departure." It was Su Xianxu who had previously advocated for venturing to the Jing Mountain, considering both his future and his circumstances within the refuge. Yet now, he too harbored doubts. Being cast out as a refugee would be preferable to perishing in this place. The soldiers of the private army held a firm belief in their cold firearms. Yet when confronted with the realization that their weapons may prove ineffective against the unknown, terror would inevitably ensue. Their greatest reliance could no longer provide them with a sense of security. Observing the silence that enveloped the group, Su Xianchu spoke. We now face a dilemma. On one hand, we may traverse the canyon, yet it harbors unseen perils, potentially even creatures that would challenge even the extraordinary. It is difficult to fathom who might have journeyed here alone, leaving behind a warning etched in stone that no living soul should enter. Suddenly, Luo Xinyu interjected. Although dangers have emerged within the woods, they have not led to our complete annihilation. After all, we still have many survivors among us. However, the threats lurking beyond the canyon are far less certain. I believe it would be more prudent for us to confront the woods instead. Everyone fell silent once more, allowing Ren Xiaosu to gaze at Yang Xiaojin. He noticed that she maintained a remarkably composed demeanor, seemingly indifferent to her presence or absence. Wait a moment. Could Yang Xiaojin be the fabled extraordinary being? Ren Xiaosu could not ascertain this. Yet inexplicably, he sensed that her purpose for being here diverged from that of everyone else. Previously, while eating fish, he had presumed that Yang Xiaojin might be a friend of Luo Xinyu, there to protect her. However, the relationship between Luo Xinyu and Yang Xiaojin appeared rather professional, akin to that of employer and employee. Ren Xiaosu felt a yearning for the extraordinary being spoken of by Su Xianchu and the others, yet he harbored no jealousy, for he too was considered an extraordinary being, merely yet to blossom into his full potential. Su Xianchu paused momentarily, astonished. Is that true? Luo Xinyu replied earnestly. Indeed, I, Luo Xinyu, hold a measure of influence within the barriers. At that moment, the wind in the canyon ceased, and the cacophony abruptly vanished, leaving the entire forest enveloped in an eerie silence. Yet amidst the stillness, everyone suddenly heard the sound of chewing emanating from the pickup truck. A chill ran down their spines, and Lu Bu trembled as he inquired, "What is that sound? It seems to be coming from the truck bed." All eyes turned in horror toward the source, perplexed as to how sounds could arise from a truck bed that was supposed to contain only supplies. With Ren Xiaosu among them, where could the noise have originated? After a moment of dread, Su Xianchu's expression darkened. I truly do not believe that anything could withstand a bullet. As he spoke, he signaled his private army to approach the pickup truck slowly. The crunching sound had likely persisted for a while, but the gusts of wind through the canyon had masked it from their ears. He clutched his bone knife tightly, and upon glancing back, he noticed Yang Xiaojin resting her hand on the pistol she carried. Su Xianchu and the others drew nearer, when suddenly, a shadow leapt from the bed of the pickup truck. Startled, they fired their weapons without a moment's hesitation. The shadow was met with a barrage of gunfire midair, propelled backward by several bullets. Another sound erupted from the pickup's bed, prompting Su Xianchu and his team to unleash a frenzied hail of gunfire into the truck. The clattering of empty chambers echoed as the private army expended an entire magazine, leaving the pickup riddled with gaping holes. The fuel tank began to leak, a bullet hole marring its surface, though it was unclear who had aimed for that spot. However, Ren Xiaosu was unperturbed by the prospect of an explosion. His advanced firearm training had imparted knowledge that unless incendiary rounds were employed, it was exceedingly difficult to ignite the fuel tank with gunfire. Su Xianchu cautiously approached, intent on inspecting the shadow that had startled them, only to feel a surge of irritation upon discovering it was merely a rat pilfering their provisions. How could a rat grow so large? Lu Bu mused, still shaken. It seemed to be the size of 2 human heads. Su Xianchu's fear subsided as he peered into the pickup, where another rat lay, now a mere sieve from the gunfire. It turned out to be merely a false alarm. Everyone had been on edge, overly sensitive to every rustle of wind and movement. The silver wolf king shimmered under the moonlight, as if the lunar glow itself adorned its majestic form. On the cliffside, the wolf king's silvery fur danced in the breeze, resembling a finely crafted work of art. However, Ren Xiaosu had no inclination to appreciate its beauty. His sole desire was to flee. Was it not said that the wolf pack had vacated the territory of Barrier 113? Had they not retreated to the mountains hundreds of kilometers away? How could they suddenly reappear here? The cliff was not far off. In about 10 minutes, the pack could easily arrive. What troubled Ren Xiaosu the most was the absence of the other wolves. What if they were already drawing near? Run! Into the canyon! Ren Xiaosu shouted. Lu Bu stood frozen in disbelief. Into the canyon? Are you out of your mind? That's tantamount to seeking death. Staying out here will mean certain death. Ren Xiaosu retorted, rushing to the pickup truck to grab a relatively intact large rat before sprinting toward the canyon. He was the one who had dealt with the wolf pack the most, and was acutely aware of the terrifying adversary they would face if they did not escape. Perhaps the barrier had eradicated the natural enemies of the wolves during their cleansing of the wilderness, allowing the pack to roam freely and fearlessly. Furthermore, Ren Xiaosu's assertion that the wolves would not dare enter the canyon bolstered the group's morale. As long as they could reach the canyon, less than 10 meters away, they would be safe. Ren Xiaosu mused that these people truly possessed no fear of death. In such dire circumstances, they were still intent on retrieving their clothing, when food and water should have been their foremost priorities. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu realized that he, along with Yang Xiaojin and Su Xianchu, was the most lucid individual within the group. Su Xianchu swiftly procured firearms and ammunition from the vehicle, while Yang Xiaojin coercively compelled a driver to enter the car and start the engine. However, what could Ren Xiaosu do? He could hardly accompany them to their demise. As he dashed into the gorge, he cast glances at the sheer cliffs on either side, pondering that while they were steep, they were not devoid of potential handholds for climbing. Ren Xiaosu's observations stemmed from his awareness that he had previously told others that wolf packs would not enter the gorge to conceal the truth of his survival. Yet he knew all too well that the wolves had indeed pursued him into the gorge without a moment's hesitation. Thus, it was inevitable that the wolf pack would follow, and the question of how to escape would soon become paramount. While automobiles are undoubtedly effective means of transportation, the real concern was whether they could outrun the wolves even on flat terrain, let alone on the rocky paths of the gorge. Just days prior, a private militia had engaged in a skirmish with the wolf pack, resulting in dozens of armed soldiers being slain. The mere 10 or so individuals in his group were woefully insufficient. As the saying goes, one need not run faster than the wolf, only faster than others. Yet, these 10 or so could not hope to slow down the wolves. If death were to come, it would surely take them all. Thus, Ren Xiaosu refrained from immediately boarding the vehicle and instead ventured into the gorge, not out of panic or desperation, but because he understood from the outset that boarding the car would not guarantee their escape. They could only seek an alternative path. If forced by circumstances, he would have no choice but to scale the sheer cliff. No matter how formidable your wolf pack may be, they cannot possibly climb walls, can they? Ren Xiaosu was uncertain whether his strength would suffice to reach the summit, yet this was his only path to survival. At that moment, someone started the vehicle, and with a swift press of the accelerator, drove into the depths of the canyon. There was insufficient space in the vehicle, as the pickup had already been rendered unusable. They could now see the wolf pack emerging at the forest's edge, and fear gripped the faces of all present. The wild wolves, towering like bison, approached humanity with an unsettling calm. Lu Bu screamed in terror, while many soldiers from the private battalion turned pale. Those who had previously occupied themselves with packing their belongings now realized how foolish they had been, had they not wasted time gathering their things. They might have already entered the canyon. Wait, don't close the door, someone shouted. Just squeeze in, there's room. But before the speaker could board, Lu Bu kicked him out of the vehicle, slamming the door with a resounding thud. Drive. Hurry, drive. Someone yelled in despair. At this moment, Ren Xiaosu felt an extraordinary calm within. In this wilderness, there existed no notions of right or wrong. Survival itself was the only righteousness, while death signified failure. All he could do was strive to be the last one standing, and nothing more. The remaining 4 vehicles streamed into the canyon, leaving behind 2 individuals who could not board in time. Suddenly, 2 piercing screams echoed outside the canyon, causing Ren Xiaosu's heart to shudder. He understood that the wolf pack was swifter than he had anticipated. As the vehicle passed by Ren Xiaosu, one car unexpectedly came to a halt. In the back seat, Yang Xiaojin brandished a gun, aiming it at the driver's head. She then turned to Ren Xiaosu and commanded, "Get in." Ren Xiaosu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yang Xiaojin would resort to such intimidation to force the driver to stop, nor had he considered boarding the vehicle. In this desolate place, could any car truly outrun a pack of wolves? Seeing that Ren Xiaosu remained motionless, Yang Xiaojin drew a second firearm, a sleek black M9, and pointed it directly at him. "Get in," she reiterated. Meanwhile, Lu Bu, seated in the car, gazed at the wolf pack in astonishment, exclaiming, "They really dare not enter the gorge. We are saved." A palpable sense of relief washed over everyone present, as if they had narrowly escaped death. Some individuals even broke into tears, exclaiming, "We are saved." Lu Bu muttered softly, "I never thought that this refugee boy was telling the truth." Yet, at that moment, Ren Xiaosu's heart was far from at ease. He had deceived these people earlier, and he was astonished that the wolves truly halted in their tracks. What did this signify? It indicated that a significant transformation had occurred in the surrounding mountains within the past year, compelling the wolf pack to pause here. Moreover, it suggested that the terrain beyond the gorge was likely far more perilous than anticipated. The warning, "No living souls may enter," was certainly not a mere fabrication. What was to be done? Of course, the notion of werewolves was fanciful, a mere metaphor. At this juncture, Lu Bu turned to Ren Xiaosu and inquired, "What do you intend to do with that mouse?" "Eat it," Ren Xiaosu replied matter-of-factly. "What else would I do? Save it for the new year?" Lu Bu felt nauseated at the thought. "Eat that?" Ren Xiaosu remarked, "The food is on the pickup, and since the pickup is gone, what shall we eat? Moreover, they consume my biscuits, so it is only fair that I consume them in return." Lu Bu, it does sound quite reasonable. In truth, Ren Xiaosu was acutely aware that one of the most pressing issues this group faced was the scarcity of food and water. However, despite his distaste for Lu Bu, he did not intend to eat the mice. For those within the barriers, like Lu Bu and Luo Xinyu, mice epitomized filth in traditional beliefs. They had always been creatures of the sewers, symbolizing plague, disease, and stench. Although Ren Xiaosu did not consume mice, it was merely due to the unpleasant impression left by witnessing them devour corpses. Yet, for the other refugees in the town, their innate perspective dictated that wild mice were a source of sustenance. These rodents pilfered human provisions and even preyed upon other creatures, indistinguishable from other wild beasts. With resources in the town severely depleted, they resorted to eating termites, so what was a mouse to them? In their eyes, the mouse was simply a piece of meat that could walk. Compared to the elite within the barriers, the refugees had a fundamentally different understanding of food. Anything that would not kill them was deemed edible. Ren Xiaosu, however, was unperturbed. In this wilderness, he would not starve. At this moment, Ren Xiaosu glanced at Yang Xiaojin. Previously, when the young woman had aimed a gun at the driver, he had assumed she intended to rescue him. It was only when she pointed the weapon at him as well that he realized her sole purpose was to find a guide to navigate the wilderness. Perhaps Yang Xiaojin had quickly grasped the fact that food would be scarce in the future, and Ren Xiaosu had already demonstrated a talent in that regard, prompting her to seek out someone capable of foraging. It is often said that every profession has its specialization. While one may be proficient with firearms, it does not necessarily imply expertise in wilderness survival. Ironically, Ren Xiaosu excelled in the latter. He pondered the nature of his wilderness survival skills and wondered what level they might be classified as. In his mind, he posed the question, "What is my wilderness survival level?" To his surprise, he found it could indeed be assessed, and he discovered that his skills were at a master level, which felt quite impressive. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Ren Xiaosu's curiosity regarding Yang Xiaojin's identity intensified. Despite being a resident of the encampment, her actions were marked by decisiveness and an absence of hesitation. At this point, it was still night, everyone was utterly fatigued, and the wolf pack dared not enter the canyon. Thus, they decided to advance a few kilometers and take a rest. They paused, torn between discussing future strategies and grappling with an underlying fear of what lay beyond the canyon. If they could delay their passage through the gorge, they would. "We can only move forward now," Su Xianchu remarked as he stood within the canyon. "This canyon is called Old Wind Mouth. It appears calm at present. Yet you have witnessed the ferocity of the winds that can sweep through here. It wouldn't surprise me if someone were blown out of the canyon. However, it seems there are no winds at night." Lu Bu pondered aloud. "There has been little wind since evening. Moreover, parking the vehicle side by side should offer ample wind protection. That is not an option. We must depart before dawn. We can rest for a moment," Su Xianchu countered. "Furthermore, we are out of food. Our immediate priority is to exit the canyon and find sustenance, as it appears there is none to be found here." "Your words make me feel hungry," Lu Bu muttered quietly. Gathered around the campfire that night, fear had dulled their appetites. Yet, hours had passed since dinner time, and the exertion of their escape had left them all with a palpable hunger. "If only we had thought to gather food earlier," someone lamented. "The truck may be wrecked beyond recognition, but surely there was something to eat. What do we do now? We still have nearly half a month of travel ahead of us. What will we eat and drink?" Lu Bu inquired. At this moment, all eyes turned to Ren Xiaosu, for in their minds, he was exceptionally skilled in wilderness survival. After all, it was he who had caught that large fish previously. Yet, Ren Xiaosu merely pointed to the mouse at his feet and asked, "Would you eat this?" The others fell silent. In truth, when faced with dire circumstances, they would indeed resort to consuming even rodents. Such is reality. Everyone in the convoy was acutely aware that Ren Xiaosu was likely unwilling to assist them in foraging for food, especially since the convoy had previously withheld sustenance from him, isolating him, and even mocking him or putting him in uncomfortable positions. Now they sought his help in finding provisions? Some began to harbor resentment towards Lu Bu, pondering why he couldn't spare a bit of the ample food on his vehicle for Ren Xiaosu. Now, look at the predicament they faced. They failed to consider that although they had remained silent at the time, they had all laughed when Lu Bu refused to provide food to Ren Xiaosu. An icy smile played on Ren Xiaosu's lips. Everyone must fend for themselves. Let us take a brief respite. At dawn, we will pass through the gorge, Su Xianchu declared. Once we emerge, remain vigilant and ensure there are no dangers before discussing food. In a day or two, none of us will perish from hunger. Ren Xiaosu had witnessed dire situations in towns suffering from famine, where individuals resorted to consuming tree bark, roots, and ultimately, even the earth itself, perishing in the end. He understood all too well how hunger could transform a person. If they did not eat the mouse now, in a couple of days, they would be desperate enough to consume dirt. Just then, Yang Xiaojin approached Ren Xiaosu and handed him a dagger. He was taken aback, asking, "For me? May I borrow this?" Yang Xiaojin inquired. "What are the conditions?" Ren Xiaosu asked. Both individuals were remarkably straightforward. In this world, love and hatred rarely arise without reason. Yang Xiaojin offered her personal dagger to Ren Xiaosu, undoubtedly for a specific purpose. "Food," Yang Xiaojin stated. "Merely borrowing is unacceptable." Ren Xiaosu shook his head. "It must be a gift." "Agreed," Yang Xiaojin replied before turning to leave. This caught Ren Xiaosu off guard. Indeed, Yang Xiaojin had intended to use the dagger as a bargaining chip from the outset, initially framing it as a loan merely to allow for negotiation. Ren Xiaosu found the situation somewhat amusing yet exasperating, realizing he must be more astute in future dealings with Yang Xiaojin. He examined the dagger closely. He did not need to be an expert to discern that it was of far superior quality compared to any ironwork he had previously observed at Old Wang's general store. Just as he finished his thought, a cacophony of chitinous scraping echoed through the canyon. Su Xianchu shone a powerful flashlight upwards and was met with an overwhelming sight of countless black creatures crawling down the cliffside. None of them had encountered these insects before. The patterns on their carapaces resembled human faces. The mandibles of the black insects opened and closed as if responding to an unseen command, launching themselves towards the crowd below with reckless abandon, some even leaping from great heights towards Ren Xiaosu and his companions. Ren Xiaosu drew his dagger and cleaved through a massive insect that lunged at him, then shouted, "Run! What on earth is this?" Lu Bu was nearly paralyzed with fear. 53. With a clear conscience. The human-faced insects, despite Ren Xiaosu's years spent in the wilderness, were unknown to him. He had neither seen nor heard of them. When confronted with ants and termites, Ren Xiaosu remained composed, for without the scent of blood, the current large ants held no particular interest in him. However, the human-faced insects were truly terrifying, as they were evidently intent on consuming humans. In this canyon, where the winds howled relentlessly, it was perplexing where these creatures concealed themselves. Now, upon spotting prey, they emerged en masse. Were the wolf packs truly afraid of these beings? Had Ren Xiaosu known of the multitude of human-faced insects inhabiting this canyon, he would never have dared to enter. At this moment, he disregarded even the mice. Previously, he had contemplated scaling the cliffs, but now he felt fortunate for his slow movements. Otherwise, encountering such a creature mid-climb would have certainly led to his demise. "Get in the car," Su Xianchu shouted to everyone. Ren Xiaosu swiftly struck down two human-faced insects that lunged at him. As they soared through the air, their mandibles opened wide. Their claws were not particularly sharp, yet their mouthparts resembled sinister hooks capable of snatching away a person's life. This time, Ren Xiaosu did not flee, for the vehicle was the safest refuge. While others were engulfed in panic, he had already boarded the car. Not only did he enter himself, but he also dragged the driver along. As he could not drive, he had to ensure the driver was present. He tossed the driver into the driver's seat and shouted, "Drive, hurry up." Ren Xiaosu felt utterly at a loss, regretting his ignorance of even the most basic knowledge regarding vehicles and their keys. Without hesitation, he seized the driver and exited the car again, bellowing, "Which one is yours?" The bewildered driver, nearly disoriented by Ren's frantic pulling, pointed amidst the chaotic crowd. "That one." Ren dragged the driver towards the indicated vehicle, while others frantically fled for their lives. Some clambered into cars, while others, in sheer panic, sprinted towards the canyon's edge, and shockingly, a few even ran towards the pack of wolves. In this life-or-death moment, the untrained band staff were overwhelmed by the chaos, having lost their capacity for rational thought. At that critical juncture, a voice resonated in Ren's mind. Mission: save at least 10 people from the canyon. To hell with that, Ren thought, continuing to drag the driver towards the vehicles. After all, there were no penalties for failing the mission. His own survival took precedence. It was only then that he noticed someone trailing behind him, a young woman, resolute in her decision to follow Ren in hopes of survival. To her, it seemed that only by sticking with him did she stand a chance at life. Ren, too preoccupied to ponder the implications, reached the vehicle and yanked open the door, only to find a soldier from a private military unit trembling in the driver's seat. Irritated, Ren pulled him out of the car, exclaiming, "What are you doing here without a key? Are you waiting to die?" In that fleeting moment, two grotesque human-faced insects attempted to burrow up Ren Xiaosu's pant leg. However, before they could approach, Yang Xiaojin dispatched them with 2 precise shots, reducing them to mere fragments. Ren Xiaosu leapt into the back seat of the off-road vehicle, followed closely by Yang Xiaojin. He shouted at the bewildered driver, "Drive. Why are you just sitting there?" The driver, completely entrapped in a state of shock, only reacted when Ren shouted, hastily inserting the key to ignite the engine. With a mere press on the accelerator, the vehicle barely moved. And it was only then that the driver realized he had forgotten to release the handbrake. In a flurry, he disengaged it and drove forward. From within the black tide of insects came the unsettling sound of gnashing mandibles, as blood and flesh were mercilessly ground into a grotesque pulp. Ren Xiaosu remained silent, realizing that this was the true essence of the wilderness. This was the world humanity would have to confront in the future. The bizarre human-faced insects, lured by the scent of blood, ceased their pursuit of the vehicle. Exhausted, Ren leaned back against his seat, gasping for breath. He had exerted considerable energy moments ago, and now felt utterly drained. Even he found it challenging to carry an adult and run. Glancing at Yang Xiaojin, he noticed her sitting calmly in the vehicle, remarking, "You've got quite a bit of strength." Ren chose to ignore her comment and turned his attention back to the driver, asking, "Are there no insects chasing us anymore?" "No." The driver, having narrowly escaped death, slowly began to regain his composure, his mind no longer numb. He muttered incessantly from the driver's seat, "Thank you. Without you, I might not have survived." Gratitude from Sun Junjung, indeed, Ren Xiaosu thought to himself, finally amassing 74 gratitude tokens, feeling that his efforts in assisting another had not been in vain. He contemplated for a moment and remarked, "There's no need for excessive gratitude. I merely wished for you to drive. Regardless of the reason, I must thank you. I apologize for the past, rest assured. I will repay your kindness," Sun Junjun replied. Ren Xiaosu was momentarily taken aback. Could one truly express thanks for the same act repeatedly? Perhaps it was due to the life-saving nature of the deed, and given Sun Junjung's state of shock, each expression of gratitude was heartfelt. Ren Xiaosu playfully suggested, "Why not say thank you once more for my amusement?" Sun Junjung was momentarily at a loss for words, his emotions becoming incoherent. Yang Xiaojin cast a peculiar glance at Ren Xiaosu. They had yet to escape the perilous situation, and this young man's audacity was quite remarkable. After waiting for what felt like an eternity without receiving the 76th expression of gratitude, Ren Xiaosu pondered that he might have been a tad too impatient. Had he only managed to contain himself for a little longer, he might have garnered several more tokens. However, one must not be overly greedy. It was best to know when to stop. Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu noticed an unusual expression on Yang Xiaojin's face. Clearing his throat, he said, "Ahem, I was merely jesting. While those creatures have yet to catch up, let us swiftly escape the canyon and reunite with the vehicles ahead." At that moment, Ren Xiaosu recalled the task recently issued by the palace and felt no shame. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to sacrifice himself for another. As he had conveyed to Yin Luyuan, if one feels remorse, one must persuade oneself to let it go. Moreover, he had no qualms about this matter. Suddenly, however, Ren Xiaosu found himself hearing a voice from the palace in his mind. Mission accomplished, reward, 1-0 strength. What was happening? Did it mean that as long as he had performed an act of saving someone, and the group ultimately survived with more than 10 individuals, the mission was deemed fulfilled? This palace was rather indiscriminate. To Ren Xiaosu's astonishment, he had indeed completed the task, for in his heart, he had never intended to achieve such an objective. It seemed that the palace merely desired him to grow stronger. Otherwise, What significance did Wang Fugui's heartfelt gratitude hold? At this moment, Ren Xiaosu's strength had reached 6.5, officially surpassing double that of an average adult. Of course, this normal range likely referred only to the average, as individuals who had undergone rigorous training did not fall within this standard. The wolf pack and the human-faced insects, two species of the wild, coexisted in a manner akin to the saying, "The well water does not offend the river water." The pack gazed upon their leader, who slowly turned and made his way into the forest, seemingly unwavering once it had determined that the prey was lost, moving on decisively. Driver Sun Junjung remarked while driving, "I wonder how many people survived this time. In such wilderness, having more individuals would indeed be beneficial. After all, strength lies in numbers, and it allows for mutual support in times of need." At that moment, Ren Xiaosu observed that the actions of the private troops and band personnel clearly indicated that these individuals were utterly untrustworthy. Not only was trust impossible, but a moment's inattention could potentially lead to grave peril. "Look, there are so many bones," Sun Junjung suddenly exclaimed. As their vehicle traversed the canyon, they beheld dozens of human skeletons grotesquely strewn along the roadside. "These must be the work of the human-faced insects," Ren Xiaosu remarked calmly. In his recollection, not every human-faced insect bore a human visage on its shell. Perhaps it was due to incomplete development, or perhaps these creatures only manifested human faces after consuming humans. In such a bizarre setting, Ren Xiaosu instinctively leaned towards the most horrific explanations. The thought sent a chill down his spine. It felt as though these human-faced insects had devoured the souls of the deceased, their faces grotesquely contorted upon the insect shells. The convoy had originally comprised 6 vehicles, yet now only 3 remained. After more than 10 minutes, they finally emerged from the canyon. As the vehicles exited, Ren Xiaosu, Yang Xiaojin, and Sun Junjung were all momentarily stunned. It was still night, and the canyon was shrouded in impenetrable darkness, with light only within the reach of the headlights. However, outside the canyon, the sky was adorned with a galaxy of stars, resembling a magnificent painting suspended overhead, while the ground was lush with vegetation, illuminated by countless fireflies flitting through the trees. The surrounding mountains seemed to have intentionally enclosed this area, creating a vast garden that resembled a paradise. They slowly disembarked from the vehicle, taking in the sights of the night. Sun Junjing found himself irresistibly drawn toward the forest, a look of yearning crossing his face. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu struck him across the face, exclaiming, "Do you dare venture into such a bizarre woodland?" For the influential figures within these barriers, beauty was alluring. However, for Ren Xiaosu, the splendor of nature was inherently fraught with peril. Those who thrived in the wilderness must comprehend that the more exquisite a snake appears, the more dangerous it may be. The more stunning a mushroom looks, the more poisonous it could prove, and the more vibrant a spider is, the more lethal it might become. Thus, Ren Xiaosu inherently held a degree of aversion toward beautiful things, referring to the wilderness's allure as uncanny. As everyone exited the vehicle, Ren Xiaosu surveyed the scene and was surprised to find that Su Xianchu, the first to react, had indeed survived. What astonished him further was that Lu Bu had also made it through. Ren Xiaosu did not wish for Lu Bu's demise. Rather, he was perplexed by how this candidate, who tended to scream and panic in fright, had managed to endure. Additionally, Luo Xinyu had also survived. Ren Xiaosu recalled that when the human-faced insect had appeared, Luo Xinyu had immediately sought refuge near Su Xianchu, likely avoiding disaster under his guidance. Su Xianchu, with a grave expression, conducted a head count. Only 11 remained. From an initial 20, they had yet to reach the border of Jing Mountain, with only 11 still standing. The journey ahead was uncertain, and it was impossible to predict how many would ultimately emerge from Jing Mountain. "Silence," Luo Xinyu commanded coldly. At this moment, Lu Bu appeared to have gained a modicum of courage, daring to mock his superior. "Luo Xinyu, I told you not to venture outside the barriers, but you wouldn't listen. Are you satisfied now?" Luo Xinyu's expression darkened. "You were the one who initially expressed your wholehearted agreement." Lu Bu retorted, "Would I dare to dissent?" A silence enveloped Lu Bu and Luo Xinyu. While Ren Xiaosu realized he needed to seek an alternative path, the morale of the group had dissipated, and what was once referred to as teamwork had become mere rhetoric. The vehicle could no longer proceed. None had anticipated that the vegetation here would flourish almost like a subtropical rainforest, rendering any passage impossible. "Let's take a break," Su Xianchu said wearily. They had not enjoyed a moment of genuine rest throughout the night, with one peril following another. pushing everyone to the brink of collapse. Ren Xiaosu feigned exhaustion and sat down at a distance from the forest, for at this moment, they were devoid of food and even lacked tents and blankets. Suddenly, a pang of regret struck him. He had forgotten to bring his mouse from the vehicle. He wondered if the human-faced insect had devoured the mouse meat. Would it transform into a mouse-faced insect? Contemplating this notion, the heartache seemed to dissipate, replaced by a flicker of anticipation. Commander, Luo Xinyu turned to Su Xianxu and inquired, "What is the true objective of your mission in Jing Mountain?" Ren Xiaosu also looked at Su Xianxu, sharing the same confusion within his heart. Su Xianxu hesitated, still withholding the full extent of his knowledge. Yet Ren Xiaosu sensed that Su Xianxu himself harbored uncertainties as well. A brief alliance throughout their interactions, Su Xianxu never disclosed the true nature of their mission, and it was evident that the crew members, including Lu Bu and Luo Xinyu, were equally unaware. Otherwise, they would not have inquired so earnestly. Ren Xiaosu felt a twinge of confusion. Was there any correlation between Su Xianxu's objectives and the transformations occurring in Jingshan? Suddenly, Su Xianxu remarked, "In truth, we did not anticipate such significant changes here. Had we foreseen it, we would not have come with merely 12 individuals. I can assure you that we are equally oblivious to the happenings in this place." The uncertainty of their survival loomed large, prompting Lu Bu, teetering on the brink of despair, to demand answers regarding his precarious situation. Clenching his teeth, he implored Su Xianxu, "We are all in this together. If you withhold this information, it may very well be entombed with us." As Lu Bu leaned closer to Su Xianxu, his agitation was palpable, spittle flying with his fervent words. Su Xianxu firmly pushed Lu Bu away, exclaiming, "Is it our fault you approached us? I have heard you've long desired to venture to other barriers. Would you not have pursued that path even without our involvement? Now, you act as if we are the harbingers of your demise." Ren Xiaosu was thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama, almost wishing for a handful of peanuts to snack on. When suddenly Yang Xiaojin interjected, "I am hungry." This statement left Ren Xiaosu momentarily stunned. What relevance did your hunger have in this context? Yang Xiaojin remarked, "A dagger." "Ah." Ren Xiaosu promptly nodded. "Please make yourself comfortable. I shall prepare a meal for you at once." "Do you have any dietary restrictions?" "No," replied Yang Xiaojin. Seated upon the ground, while Luo Xianyu required a cloth to sit upon. She, however, was not particular at all. Yet, Ren Xiaosu felt a tinge of melancholy. He had lost the rat he had been carrying. At that moment, he was juggling the driver with one hand and the dagger with the other, leaving him no opportunity to hold on to the rat. Consequently, sourcing ingredients became quite the challenge. The dense forest before him was indeed enigmatic, obscured by the night, and it was imperative to wait for daylight to explore it thoroughly in search of sustenance. Just then, noticing Ren Xiaosu's troubled expression, Yang Xiaojin suddenly declared, "I tossed the rat into the trunk." Ren Xiaosu was taken aback. He vaguely recalled Yang Xiaojin holding something during the chaos, but it had all transpired too swiftly for him to discern. It turned out she had been carrying that large rat. One must admit, Yang Xiaojin's astute preparation spared Ren Xiaosu a great deal of trouble. In the past, he had always roamed the wilderness alone, never seeking assistance, thus facing all dangers and adversities by himself. Indeed, there had been others in the town who sought to accompany him on hunting expeditions, but he had always declined. It was not due to a lack of capability on their part, but rather a profound mistrust. In the wilderness, exhaustion could easily set in, and in such times, companionship with another human being seemed less preferable than the company of wild beasts. Ren Xiaosu once contemplated whether to cultivate Yin Lu Yuan, as this could alleviate much of his burden. However, after careful consideration, he ultimately decided against it, not wishing to place Yin Lu Yuan in perilous circumstances. At that moment, for the first time, Ren Xiaosu experienced the sensation of having an ally. Yet, he soon dismissed this notion, recognizing that their relationship was merely transactional. They had forged a fleeting alliance in the wilderness based on mutual trust in each other's abilities or resources. This alliance was nothing more than a silent accord, rooted in a lack of genuine trust, as they sought to fulfill their own needs. Ren Xiaosu retrieved a large rat from the vehicle, at which point the others, feeling quite hungry, were not desperate enough to disregard their appetite. Consequently, when they observed Ren Xiaosu carrying the rat, the thought of him consuming it invoked a sense of nausea. Yang Xiaojin raised an eyebrow and inquired why. Ren Xiaosu explained, "Because the predatory instincts of large felines may be triggered, I feel they might struggle to restrain themselves." It is an inherent instinct of felines. In fact, there are many wild cats in the wilderness. Mr. Zhang mentioned that these wild cats could very well be descendants of domestic cats from before the catastrophe, having adapted to the wild after losing their owners, and their nature has become increasingly feral. Moreover, these wild cats have grown considerably in size, possessing astonishing lethality. Is it very dangerous? Yang Xiaojin asked. Indeed, it is quite perilous. However, when confronted, they may not necessarily attack you. Therefore, it is imperative to never turn your back to the forest. One can never know what may be concealed within its depths, Ren Xiaosu advised. Perhaps it was because Ren Xiaosu wished to temporarily sustain this fleeting alliance to enhance his chances of survival that he engaged in further conversation with Yang Xiaojin. Armed with a dagger, Ren Xiaosu began to carve up the rat. To be honest, he initially intended to use the rodent's flesh as bait for centipedes, for he believed that roasted centipedes would indeed be more delectable. However, given recent events involving the human-faced insect, he harbored some trepidation about inadvertently catching something even more bizarre. He swiftly severed the robust hind legs of the rat, presenting them to Yang Xiaojin to roast over the fire. Within mere seconds, the tantalizing aroma of the meat wafted through the air, reaching over 10 meters away. Initially engaged in fervent discussion, Lu Bu and the others suddenly found themselves salivating at the enticing fragrance, their previous discourse forgotten. All eyes turned toward Ren Xiaosu, who, with a flick of his wrist, discarded the remaining rat carcass into the depths of the forest. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu felt an overwhelming surge of strength. The leftover meat vanished in the blink of an eye. Lu Bu, in a state of agitation, exclaimed, "Why did you throw it away? None of you are going to eat it, and leaving it here will only attract wild beasts." Ren Xiaosu shot them an exasperated glance, retorting, "If you want to eat it, go find it yourself." Lu Bu, momentarily taken aback, scoffed, "I would never consume such revolting fare." Ren Xiaosu replied calmly, "That is only because you have yet to taste something even more repulsive. Wait, that's not right. These individuals have certainly dined on far more grotesque sustenance." In Ren Xiaosu's view, the individuals within the barrier indulge in delicacies such as bird's nest, so what significance does rat meat hold? Previously, he had overheard Mr. Zhang from the academy mention that many prominent figures within the barrier had a penchant for consuming bird's nest. One might wonder where the swallows procure such an abundance of phlegm. Perhaps they suffer from tuberculosis? It is no wonder that there exists an idiom, "The swallows of tuberculosis flutter," which indeed refers to this notion. However, he refrained from engaging these individuals further, as the plump rat meat, stripped of its skin, quickly turned a charred yellow over the flames. Lu Bu and the others ceased their discussions, merely swallowing in anticipation nearby. After a long night of toil, the group found their appetites diminished by fear during dinner. Having spent the night in flight, their strength was nearly depleted, and each was left with a gnawing hunger. With a flick of his wrist, Ren Xiaosu discarded the remaining rat meat, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of not sharing it with others. Nor did he feel any regret in casting it aside. Lu Bu mused to himself, "Even if you choose not to share with others, will you not eat tomorrow?" Yet, Ren Xiaosu's thoughts diverged. He preferred to seek sustenance anew the following day, or even endure hunger rather than allow the pungent scent of blood to linger around him. At that moment, Yang Xiaojin gazed silently at the roasted rat meat, a small salt shaker in her hand, and one could hardly envision that she was a firearms expert quick to resort to her weapon at the slightest provocation. It suddenly occurred to Ren Xiaosu that upon successfully completing the task of refusing to accompany Xingshan, the palace had rewarded him with a basic-level learning map, which he had yet to utilize. In the town, there had been a lack of learning opportunities, but now, a viable target for learning stood right beside him. Although I possess only a foundational level of skills, which no longer suffice to enhance my prowess with firearms, I cannot help but ponder whether individuals like Yang Xiaojin must possess other remarkable abilities. It appears that acquiring a foundational skill set is not particularly challenging. I believe I can certainly glean some life-saving techniques from Yang Xiaojin. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Could I possibly obtain a comprehensive list of all her skills? I seek to discern what invaluable skills she possesses before arriving at a final decision. Haven T, I already learned her skills. I mused with curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, I rephrased my inquiry. What level are her combat skills? Advanced, the palace responded. However, if I were to request the palace to enumerate all her target skills, it would likely disregard my request. This process relies heavily on conjecture. So, What is the level of my combat skills? I pressed further. Intermediate, the palace replied. My combat skills have merely been cultivated through years of engaging in fierce confrontations. Lacking a structured, theoretical foundation, I am acutely aware of where to strike to inflict fatal harm. Yet in comparison to Yang Xiaojin, my understanding remains less scientific and specific, relying primarily on instinct. Thus, while her skills are classified as advanced, mine are merely intermediate. Nonetheless, the outcome of an altercation ultimately hinges on the physical attributes of both parties. If Yang Xiaojin's strength and agility do not match or fall significantly short of mine, her superior combat skills would be rendered ineffective. Ren Xiaosu observed Yang Xiaojin, noting that she did not appear particularly strong, leading him to ponder if she might not possess greater strength than himself. The allure of advanced combat skills captivated Ren Xiaosu, for he recognized their significance. Mastering such a skill would not only bolster his confidence when confronting others, but also grant him access to a master-level learning blueprint should he encounter a master practitioner. To acquire an advanced skill served as the key to unlocking that blueprint. Without it, even the most skilled could not learn. After articulating his thoughts to the palace in his mind, he awaited eagerly, fervently wishing for the advanced combat skill. In the next moment, the palace announced, the opponent's advanced skill has been randomly selected, jump rope. Do you wish to learn it? Ren Xiaosu was taken aback. He stared at Yang Xiaojin, astonished that this refined and striking master of firearms possessed such an unusual skill. Jump rope? He exclaimed inwardly. How could such a skill possibly be drawn? Yang Xiaojin, seemingly sensing his gaze, turned calmly to him and inquired, when will the meat be ready? Ren Xiaosu felt utterly deflated. Jump rope? He thought. Can this learning blueprint not adhere to any logic? The previous tricks and boasting could be overlooked, but now even jump rope has surfaced. And it possesses a level of proficiency? How does one execute an advanced jump rope skill? Is it done while performing a backflip? Ren Xiaosu, with a furrowed brow, remarked. In the wilderness, one must roast food for a longer duration. Water, too, must boil for no less than 10 minutes before it is safe to drink. At that moment, he noticed Yang Xiaojin lifting her wrist, revealing a watch. He paused, as he had seen watches before. Yet he understood that such an item seemed reserved for the elite within the refuge. Ren Xiaosu inquired, aren't you afraid of falling ill from consuming food found in the wild? Yang Xiaojin calmly replied, to survive is to have the chance to fall ill. With that, she picked up a small salt shaker and sprinkled salt over the rodent meat, while Lu Bu and the others nearby watched in anticipation, saliva pooling in their mouths. During their earlier discussions, hunger had not been a pressing concern, but now, the enticing aroma wafted towards them, intensifying their hunger to the point where it felt as though their stomachs had been vacuumed. Doesn't anyone have food? Su Xianchu asked. No, came the unanimous responses. Ren Xiaosu chuckled upon hearing this. He had clearly seen some individuals concealing food, yet now those same individuals were conspicuously denying it. It appeared that everyone present understood the value of the food they had hidden. Such life-saving provisions could not possibly be shared with others. Moreover, Ren Xiaosu suddenly realized that many soldiers from private militias had seemingly misplaced their firearms amidst the chaos. How foolish it was to abandon such essential tools for survival, merely to flee more swiftly. The starlet from the refuge, Luo Xinyu, expressed her displeasure. How are we to survive without food? Why did you not bring provisions? A mercenary scoffed. You didn't bring any either. At that moment, Luo Xinyu instinctively recoiled, sensing an inexplicable malice in the eyes of some of the men around her. As a celebrity within the refuge, Luo Xinyu possessed not only exquisite beauty, but also a remarkable figure. During the summer months in the refuge, she favored wearing short skirts, allowing her shapely legs to be exposed. The denizens of the refuge could only gaze from afar, their admiration tempered by the constraints of civilization. However, now stranded in the wilderness, with many in the group succumbing to despair, unsure of their survival, the latent darkness within them began to amplify. Here, there was no civilization, no law, no morality, and perhaps no one would ever know what transpired. Instinctively, Luo Xinyu gravitated towards Ren Xiaosu, surprised to find that in her moment of fear, she chose to trust the seemingly feral vagrant over her own teammates. As the atmosphere within the group grew increasingly bizarre, Su Xianchu sternly rebuked, "Look at what you've become. Our priority is to find sustenance and escape this place. Do you all wish to perish here?" Lu Bu chimed in with a forced laugh. "Indeed, we must work together harmoniously." In a fleeting moment, Lu Bu was beset by a fleeting wicked thought. Yet he abruptly realized that he had no comrades left. Should anything unsavory transpire here, and should they all somehow emerge alive, the soldiers of these private forces would undoubtedly obliterate any survivors outside their ranks. Where would we procure sustenance? Someone lamented. Do you dare to venture into this forest now? As for me, I shall not. Su Xianqiu turned to Ren Xiaosu. You possess the greatest knowledge of wilderness survival. Assist the group in locating food. Suddenly, a voice in Ren Xiaosu's mind, emanating from the palace, declared, Mission, aid the team in finding food. Finding food? After a moment of contemplation, Ren Xiaosu pointed to a soldier from the private forces beside Su Xianqiu, saying, I observed him retrieving provisions from the pickup truck before entering the canyon. It should be in his backpack. Mission accomplished. Reward, basic skill learning blueprint. Ren Xiaosu felt a surge of joy. After all, the palace merely stated to find food, without specifying the source. Food is food, regardless of whose it is. He was growing increasingly fond of the palace's approach to task assignment. Su Xianqiu addressed the soldier beside him, produce the food. The soldier retorted defiantly, why should I present the food? When I went to fetch it, what were you doing? You went for clothing, you went for tents, and that celebrity even took her makeup kit. Why should I now hand over my provisions to you? Ren Xiaosu remarked. That seems quite reasonable. Everyone turned their heads in silence to gaze at him. To be honest, Ren Xiaosu supported this competitor, partly because he believed that the others were not acting appropriately. They had failed to procure food for themselves, yet demanded to share from others. This was a form of moral coercion. Additionally, Ren Xiaosu relished the spectacle, unperturbed by the chaos. For none among them were virtuous. At that moment, no one attended to Ren Xiaosu. Luo Xinyu had just intended to sit beside him, but was promptly pushed away. Consequently, she took a seat next to Yang Xiaojin, yet the relationship between them seemed to be merely that of employer and employee. At this juncture, she no longer feigned anything, ignoring Luo Xinyu entirely as she focused solely on consuming her own share of rat meat. She remained armed. Yet it appeared as though all events were of no concern to her. Su Xianqiu addressed the soldier hoarding food, saying, hand over the provisions. If we are to weather this storm together, we cannot harbor excessive selfishness. Once dawn breaks, we shall undoubtedly find sustenance. You will not starve. The soldier retorted. Who knows if we will even be alive tomorrow? Besides, I am not the only one with food. Li Maoxian and Zhang Yang have provisions as well. Why must mine be surrendered? Ren Xiaosu was taken aback upon hearing the name Li Maoxian. Who would have thought such a hasty name existed within the walls? However, what mattered most was that the atmosphere within the team was turning icy, unexpectedly. The comrades who had just survived a calamity were on the verge of internal strife over a mere morsel of food. Su Xianqiu advised gently. I act for the good of the entire team. The soldier beside him scoffed. Are you still flaunting your authority at this point? You have a gun, and so do I. As he reached for his weapon at his waist, Su Xianqiu unexpectedly lifted his leg with great force, delivering a powerful kick to the soldier's chest, sending him sprawling several meters away. No one anticipated that Su Xianqiu would resort to violence so suddenly, and with just a single kick, he had nearly incapacitated a man. Ren Xiaosu estimated that his own physical prowess could match this feat, perhaps even surpassing Su Xianqiu's strength. With this thought, he felt a slight sense of ease. The soldier who had been struck would likely not survive to exit the forest. Su Xianqiu's kick was severe, undoubtedly inflicting internal injuries. From that moment forth, he would be forced to navigate the woods burdened by his wounds, which would only exacerbate his fatigue, ultimately leading to his downfall among the trees. It appeared that Su Xianqiu intended to assert his dominance, unafraid of the potential consequences of further diminishing their ranks. However, before Su Xianqiu could retract his leg, another soldier lunged at him from behind, drawing his combat dagger in an attempt to stab Su Xianqiu while he was preoccupied. Even Yang Xiaojin paused her meal, recognizing that if the stab landed, it would certainly spell doom for Su Xianqiu. Wait, Ren Xiaosu noticed that a shadow, identical to Su Xianqiu, had emerged from him, a gray silhouette that mirrored Su Xianqiu's form. Initially, Ren Xiaosu thought he was imagining things, but he quickly realized, a transcendent being. To everyone's astonishment, Su Xianqiu turned out to be an extraordinary being. No wonder he continued to advance after encountering bizarre phenomena. It seemed he possessed an underlying strength. Ren Xiaosu had long sensed something amiss, regardless of Su Xianqiu's fervent desire to complete his mission or his anxiety about being cast out as a refugee. He should not have been so reckless with his life. It appears that Su Xianqiu was not disregarding his life. Rather, he harbored a secret. As the ambush unfolded, a shadowy figure swiftly pivoted, resembling a tangible entity as it seized the thrusting military dagger with a vice-like grip. This gray specter moved with a speed surpassing that of Su Xianqiu himself, exhibiting an extraordinary strength. Moreover, it seemed unperturbed by the sharp weapon, effortlessly grasping the dagger with bare hands. In the blink of an eye, the soldier wielding the dagger was thrown into disarray, never anticipating that he faced an extraordinary being, nor that his opponent would dare to seize the dagger with bare hands. Seizing the moment of distraction, the gray figure wrested the dagger from the soldier and thrust it violently into the man's abdomen. Silence enveloped the camp, broken only by the tense breaths of onlookers. The soldier slowly crumpled to the ground, and as his purple blood seeped into the earth, it transformed into a dark hue. Yet, this wound was not immediately fatal. The fallen soldier continued to gasp for breath. Meanwhile, the soldier who had been kicked to the ground struggled to retrieve his firearm and began firing indiscriminately. However, a shocking scene unfolded. The gray figure positioned itself protectively in front of Su Xianqiu, effortlessly deflecting every bullet. A ripple coursed through the gray figure as the bullets that penetrated its form fell harmlessly to the ground. Some sought to accuse Su Xianqiu of slaughtering his compatriots, but they found themselves too intimidated to voice their dissent. Everyone gazed in astonishment at Su Xianqiu. Was this ability merely a replication of an identical shadow? However, this shadow appeared to possess even greater prowess than Su Xianqiu himself. Furthermore, this gray shadow was impervious to bullets. Was this the true essence of a transcendent being? As Ren Xiaosu pondered, he noticed a slight pallor on Su Xianqiu's face, suggesting that the gray shadow's ability to withstand bullets had some effect on the original. The two Su Xianqius surveyed their surroundings, and gradually, the gray shadow approached the original Su Xianqiu, ultimately merging with him, vanishing into thin air. I have the money. Along the way, Ren Xiaosu had speculated that if anyone in the team was likely to be a transcendent, it would undoubtedly be Yang Xiaojin. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that Su Xianqiu was the one who concealed his true nature most adeptly. Regarding Yang Xiaojin, Ren Xiaosu at least possessed some knowledge about her, recognizing her as a dangerous individual. In contrast, he had previously underestimated Su Xianqiu. This was largely due to Su Xianqiu's supernatural abilities being easily concealed. Although the gray shadow was formidable, Su Xianqiu himself remained an ordinary soldier, leaving Ren Xiaosu at a loss for judgment. What a pity it would be if only there were a master-level skill learning chart available at this moment. He could immediately utilize it on Su Xianqiu. Should fortune favor him, and he could replicate Su Xianqiu's skills, Ren Xiaosu would undoubtedly possess more trump cards on this journey. However, the palace had been open for quite some time, and he had yet to encounter a master-level skill learning chart, which must be exceedingly rare. At that moment, Su Xianqiu sighed, stating, I merely hope to lead everyone out safely. I have no desire to harm anyone. Ren Xiaosu observed from the sidelines, unable to discern the sincerity behind Su Xianqiu's words. In truth, he harbored no ill feelings towards Su, when Lu Bu and the others had ostracized him. Su had not joined their ranks. Nevertheless, Ren Xiaosu did not feel any particular fondness for him either. Had it not been for the soldier's heated argument and his intent to draw his weapon, Su Xianqiu would likely have remained passive. Turning his gaze towards Yang Xiaojin, Ren noticed that she had resumed her previous composure, seemingly indifferent to the extraordinary beings around them. Aren't you curious? Ren Xiaosu inquired. Curious, Yang Xiaojin replied calmly. Ren Xiaosu was left speechless. Her response felt rather dismissive. Suddenly, Su Xianqiu turned his attention to Ren Xiaosu. Aren't you a doctor? Why not examine those two? Before I arrived, Wang Tsongyang informed me of your situation, so there's no need for further pretense. Oh, Ren Xiaosu said, brushing off his trousers as he stood up. He approached the soldier with the knife wound and squatted beside him. Turning to Su Xianqiu, he remarked, but in this desolate wilderness, there are no medicines available. His injuries appear quite severe. At that moment, the pale-faced soldier asked, how long do I have left? Ren Xiaosu pondered for a moment. 10 minutes? The soldier was taken aback. Ren Xiaosu fixed his serious gaze upon him. 9, 8, 7. The soldier responded with confusion. I have avoided vital areas and organs. Do not frighten him. Su Xianqiu interjected. I heard from Wang Tsongyang that you possess an excellent medication for treating wounds. I refuse to believe you would venture into the wilderness without it. Ren Xiaosu was displeased. My medicine is quite expensive. Are you going to pay for it? I am your guide, not your personal physician. If you want me to act as a physician, that will require additional compensation. Surprisingly, Ren Xiaosu indeed had 2 small porcelain vials filled with black medicine on him. Su Xianchu was momentarily taken aback. I lost my money on the way. He turned his gaze to the others, hoping they might pool their resources to save their comrade's life. In truth, Su Xianchu had never considered killing anyone. He merely wished to intimidate the others. However, everyone nearby averted their eyes, unwilling to assist, especially Luo Xinyu, who had previously cast a disapproving glance at the injured soldier. As it became evident that no one was willing to contribute, Ren Xiaosu contemplated giving up. At that moment, a weak voice emerged from the ground beside him. I have money. Ren Xiaosu thought to himself. Your will to survive is quite strong. He inquired, where is the money kept? In your left pocket or your right? I must tell you, I cannot perform sutures. The healing after applying the medicine depends entirely on fate. The others were taken aback. Could one really rely on mere application of medicine without suturing? Luo Xinyu spoke up. I have a needle and thread, but I faint at the sight of blood. Let me do the suturing, Su Xianchu offered. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu had already extracted a wad of money from the soldier's pocket. I won't charge you much, just 1,200 yuan. The soldier, relieved to discover he was not facing death, felt considerably better and expressed his gratitude to Ren Xiaosu. Thank you. Gratitude from Wang Lei stirred a spark in Ren Xiaosu's eyes. His tokens of appreciation had garnered some attention, finally reaching a total of 77, bringing him a step closer to unlocking a weapon. The atmosphere within the camp lightened slightly, partly due to Ren Xiaosu's jesting, which alleviated the tension, and partly because everyone realized that although Su Xianchu had injured someone with decisive ferocity, he was not inherently a cruel or malevolent individual. Had Su Xianchu harbored a truly violent disposition, it would have posed a significant threat, as having such a formidable being nearby could be perilous. While assisting a soldier with stitches, Su Xianchu remarked, at this juncture, I need not conceal the truth from you. Within the barrier, we discovered that this mountainous region was once home to a pre-cataclysmic civilization. They dispatched a private force merely to map the area and establish routes for the impending larger expedition. In truth, we were unaware of the circumstances here prior to our arrival. Upon reaching this place, I sensed an anomaly within the mountains and pondered whether the secrets hidden here, which have enabled beasts to evolve, might also hold significance for humanity and benefit us extraordinary beings. Hence, I insisted on pressing forward. Lu Bu inquired, did you not previously express intentions to abandon the mission? Ren Xiaosu realized that Su Xianchu had indeed contemplated giving up. The depths of Jing Mountain and the No. 112 barrier lie in 2 distinct directions. One leads northeast, while the other veers northwest. At this moment, everyone faces 2 choices, to allow Su Xianchu to depart from the group or to follow him. Silence envelopes the camp, as if all are awaiting another's decision. I shall accompany you, Yang Xiaojin stated calmly. It is far too perilous here. The best way to ensure our survival is to remain by your side, as a transcendent being. Yet, Ren Xiaosu sensed that Yang Xiaojin was not entirely truthful, for her original objective seemed to be venturing into the depths of Jing Mountain. As time progressed, Ren Xiaosu increasingly suspected that Yang Xiaojin might also possess extraordinary abilities. Unexpectedly, Yang Xiaojin's decision to join Su Xianchu in entering the mountains took everyone by surprise. None anticipated that the first to voice their intention would be a girl. Nevertheless, her reasoning held merit. In a place fraught with peril, having a transcendent ally provided a sense of security. Without the protection of such an individual, even avoiding the depths of Jing Mountain might not guarantee their safe passage to the number 112 refuge. Following a brief silence, others began to echo, I shall go too. I will join as well. Soon, it seemed that everyone had resolved to follow Su Xianchu into Jing Mountain, indicating that they were not lacking in wisdom. At that moment, Luo Xinyu leaned toward Ren Xiaosu and whispered, will you go? Ren Xiaosu appeared momentarily taken aback. Why do you ask me? If you go, then I shall follow, replied Luo Xinyu. Ren Xiaosu was momentarily taken aback. Sister, we are not well acquainted, so why create an illusion of familiarity among us? He ignored Luo Xinyu and turned to Su Xianchu, saying, I will accompany you. Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated the sky from a distance. Su Xianchu glanced at the heavens and remarked, everyone should take this opportunity to rest. Since we have all decided to follow me, we shall set off at dawn. It has been previously agreed that the entire team must heed my commands. If anyone dares to act in defiance, I will not hold back. With that, he led his personal troops to gather branches and fashion a stretcher. The soldier he had kicked could still walk, but the one who had been stabbed was unable to do so. Su Xianxu intended to take the injured along on their journey. It was crucial to note that with the sudden emergence of a dense forest, everyone would have to abandon their vehicles. Carrying an additional person would be a considerable burden. Surely, no one in the group would wish to bear the weight of a stretcher, as even a normal adult male could be quite heavy, not to mention, some adult females could also be rather substantial. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu found himself pondering whether Su Xianxu was genuinely optimistic or merely attempting to win the hearts of his comrades. He observed that the injured Wang Lei was on the verge of tears, incessantly expressing his gratitude to Su Xianxu, referring to him as Sir. As he listened to the repeated words of thanks, an audacious idea sparked in Ren Xiaosu's mind. Once the stretcher was secured, Su Xianxu inquired, "Who is willing to help me carry him?" "I will carry him." Ren Xiaosu stepped forward with enthusiasm. Those around him were taken aback. Could it be that Ren Xiaosu possessed such a kind heart? After a moment of contemplation, Su Xianxu remarked, "You are the most familiar with the wilderness. You should lead the way. Besides, given your youth, it may prove difficult for you to carry an adult male." Ren Xiaosu, feeling urgent, retorted, "No way. I must carry him today. Anyone who dares to compete with me will face dire consequences." Everyone else was taken aback, wondering if one needed to issue threats while performing good deeds. Half an hour later, Ren Xiaosu and Su Xianxu were carrying a stretcher, with Ren Xiaosu feeling surprisingly strong despite the weight. After applying medicine to Wang Lei expressed his gratitude, earning Ren Xiaosu a gratitude coin. As they lifted Wang Lei onto the stretcher, he thanked Ren Xiaosu once more, granting him another coin. Along the way, Ren Xiaosu attentively inquired whether Wang Lei was hungry or thirsty, to which Wang Lei responded with yet another thank you and another coin. Ren Xiaosu was astonished to discover he had stumbled upon a veritable treasure trove of gratitude coins. In just half an hour, he had amassed a remarkable total of 82 coins. Su Xianxu found this transformation puzzling. In his memory, Ren Xiaosu had always been the indifferent type. What could have prompted such a sudden change towards benevolence? Skepticism lingered in his mind. However, as he pondered throughout the journey, he could not fathom what ulterior motive Ren Xiaosu might have. The dense forest was indeed challenging to navigate, with an unfamiliarity in the sheer concentration of trees that Ren Xiaosu had never encountered before. His last visit to this place was merely a year ago, yet now, gazing upon the woods before him, he felt as though decades had elapsed since his last arrival. The transformation was profound. Ren Xiaosu engaged in casual conversation with Wang Lei, while his eyes remained vigilant, surveying their surroundings. As they walked, Ren Xiaosu deliberately glanced at the spot where he had discarded the rodent, only to find that within just a few hours, the remnants had been reduced to mere bones. This indicated the presence of decomposer insects nearby, perhaps ants. During their journey, Luo Xinyu lingered closely around Su Xianxu, seemingly captivated by him. Ren Xiaosu observed Luo Xinyu nearly pressing her body against Su Xianxu on several occasions. Yet he maintained a deliberately cold demeanor in response. In that moment, Ren Xiaosu discerned a reflection of the women from the town within Luo Xinyu. It appeared that even some women within the confines of the barricades instinctively sought reliance in perilous environments. Ren Xiaosu then turned his gaze towards Yang Xiaojin, who had her firearms trained on the others at all times. Luo Xinyu and Yang Xiaojin represented two extremes. When noon arrived, Su Xianxu inquired of Ren Xiaosu, "Could you procure some food for everyone?" Ren Xiaosu, distracted, replied, "I am no deity. How could I guarantee the discovery of food? Just because I say a wild boar has collided with a tree, does it ensure that one has indeed struck?" No sooner had he spoken than a resounding crash echoed from several hundred meters ahead, followed by the unmistakable sound of branches snapping, as if something truly had collided with a tree. Everyone cast peculiar glances at Ren Xiaosu, as Su Xianxu cautiously approached with the others. To their astonishment, they discovered a wild boar had crashed into a large tree, now lying beside it and struggling to rise. Yet it was so disoriented from the impact that it could not stand up. A shadowy figure detached itself from Su Xianxu, leaping several meters into the air, and upon descending, delivered a powerful blow to the boar's head, causing it to collapse with a resounding thud. However, the group paid little heed to the shadowy figure, their attention fixated on Ren Xiaosu. Lubu chuckled, "Well, it seems we can feast on some wild game for lunch. Ren Xiaosu, you truly have a knack for manifesting your words. Only Ren Xiaosu understood that this was undoubtedly another wish granted by Yan Liyuan, who was now likely enduring the repercussions of his desires. He hoped that Xiaoyou and Zhang Jinglin would take good care of him. Ren Xiaosu fell silent, resolving to refrain from voicing such speculative thoughts in the future. For the more good fortune he garnered, the greater the peril faced by Yan Liyuan. He sighed inwardly. So stubborn. The dense forest appeared rather ominous, deterring anyone from entering the previous night. Yet, after traversing for an entire morning, they encountered no dangers whatsoever. The only potential threat, the wild boar, had met its demise upon crashing into the tree. As Ren Xiaosu scanned the area for any signs of large predator droppings, he found nothing of significance. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, as he still could not comprehend the mysterious disappearance of the fish, bones, and Suxia's corpse. In a secluded clearing within the woods, a group of individuals gathered to collect firewood with the intention of setting up camp. Having spent the previous night without a moment's rest, it was imperative that they find time to recuperate today. Otherwise, none would withstand the ensuing exhaustion. Su Xianchu, wielding a military knife, busily carved the pork, the scent of blood permeating the air around them. Ren Xiaosu cautioned, "Do not harbor the foolish notion of saving any remnants for tomorrow's meal. The wilderness is fraught with peril, much of which is drawn by the scent of blood." As he spoke, Ren Xiaosu gestured to the ground, where swarms of black ants had begun to converge. Each ant was the size of a fingertip, their appearance menacing. During the day, they will not attack while you move about, as they merely seek sustenance and the source of blood. However, come nightfall, should you rest within the vicinity of the scent, you become their prey. A single bite is all it takes for their formic acid to inflict unbearable pain. Su Xianchu nodded in understanding, expressing his gratitude. Understood, thank you for the warning. Taken aback by Su's sincerity, Ren Xiaosu acknowledged the gratitude with a moment of surprise. As noon approached, the group indulged in the roasted pork, their hunger overwhelming. While Ren Xiaosu savored his portion, Luo Xinyu unexpectedly settled beside him, her expression radiating innocence. "I feel that you can experience a rich and flavorful existence in the wilderness. It seems quite romantic," she remarked. Ren Xiaosu shook his head in response. "This is survival. There is nothing romantic about it." In the wilderness, Ren Xiaosu had never encountered the concept of romance. The events occurring in this desolate expanse could never be associated with such a notion. At times, he felt an immense chasm separating his thoughts as a refugee from those confined within the barriers. Luo Xinyu disregarded Ren Xiaosu's retort and suddenly remarked, "You know, you possess a certain charm." Ren Xiaosu furrowed his brow, wondering if she had been rebuffed by Su Xianchu and sought solace with him. He feigned ignorance. Yet Luo Xinyu chose to remain seated beside him. In truth, she had her own intentions. Following Ren Xiaosu would at least ensure she would not go hungry. Others might overlook it, but Luo Xinyu had long realized that Ren Xiaosu was no ordinary person. What average youth could carry a fully grown man to escape peril? Perhaps even Su Xianchu himself lacked such capability. Thus, Luo Xinyu contemplated that young males in their adolescent years are often prone to impulsiveness, a trait likely common both in the town and within the barriers. She merely needed to extend a modicum of goodwill, and this young man, Ren Xiaosu, would undoubtedly be willing to go to great lengths for her. In truth, she would not mind if he were to take advantage of her either. Such occurrences were not rare within the barriers. In fact, they were quite frequent. To put it plainly, she was currently beset by a lack of security and sought someone she could manipulate, while Luo Xinyu could also seek favor with Su Xianchu. Her previous attempts to engage him in conversation had been met with disinterest, leaving her frustrated. In Luo Xinyu's impression, Su Xianchu is a relatively resolute adult. He knows what he desires, and in the face of peril, it is quite likely that Su Xianchu would abandon himself at any moment. As for Lu Bu, there is no need to elaborate. He is utterly ineffectual. Moreover, she has discerned that Ren Xiaosu and Yang Xiaojin may have formed a transient alliance. By enlisting Ren Xiaosu, one essentially enlists Yang Xiaojin as well. Many presume that Yang Xiaojin is her assistant, yet in truth, there exists no employment relationship between them. Instead, it was Yang Xiaojin who had provided Lu Bu with a sum of money, expressing a desire to head towards Barrier 112. Luo Xinyu remains uncertain about Yang Xiaojin's identity, having only heard Lu Bu describe her as an ordinary girl seeking relatives at Barrier 112. However, upon entering the wilderness, Luo Xinyu gradually realizes that Yang Xiaojin is slipping out of control, and when Yang Xiaojin brandishes a firearm at Ren Xiaosu, She comprehends that this could hardly be an ordinary girl. Presently, Luo Xinyu's intention is to join this alliance, forming a small faction with Yang Xiaojin and Ren Xiaosu. In her view, how could someone like Ren Xiaosu, a Na'vi drifter, possibly resist her temptations? In truth, both Luo Xinyu and Lu Bu possess an intrinsic arrogance towards the drifters, considering them mere appendages of the barriers, not human beings, but rather objects. Ren Xiaosu carefully chose his words and said to Luo Xinyu, "Sister, keep your distance." Luo Xinyu decided to be more forthright and replied with a smile. Perhaps there were some misunderstandings on the way. Actually, Ren Xiaosu paused momentarily and asked, "What is wrong with you?" Luo Xinyu inched closer to Ren Xiaosu, as if sharing a clandestine secret, her body nearly brushing against his arm. With a breath as fragrant as orchids, she declared, "I like you." Ren Xiaosu's expression shifted dramatically. "Mind your language." Luo Xinyu was taken aback, her confusion palpable. Just then, Yang Xiaojin, who had been sipping bottled water, unexpectedly spewed it out. Realizing her reaction was somewhat inappropriate, and quickly feigned nonchalance. Luo Xinyu, however, could not fathom such a response from Ren Xiaosu. Is this a normal reaction? Who has an unclean mouth? Is there something wrong with you? At that moment, she began to question whether she had made a grave error in judgment. Unbeknownst to Luo Xinyu, Ren Xiaosu had encountered numerous instances of flirtation in the market town. From the age when he first learned to hunt, countless women had attempted to draw near to him. This was also the reason why Yan Luyuan had initially been wary of Sister Yu. While Luo Xinyu presumed he was inexperienced, in truth, Ren Xiaosu had witnessed experiences that would likely astonish her. With a cold smile in his heart, he thought to himself that a woman like Luo Xinyu was not worth the trouble. Even if offered freely, it would merely be a waste of resources. Previously, he believed that the walls of the enclave harbored only the astute, given that Mr. Zhang of the academy had stated that most books were preserved within. Thus, he assumed that the more one read, the wiser one would become. However, the antics of Lu Bu and Luo Xinyu had thoroughly challenged his perceptions. Of course, there were indeed intelligent individuals within the enclave, such as the officers Wang Zongyang and Su Xianqiu. Rising from his seat, Ren Xiaosu remarked, "Who are you trying to impress with grand promises? It seems as though you hold absolute authority within the confines of the barrier." However, Ren Xiaosu is not foolish. He contemplates that should he employ the skill learning chart on Luo Xinyu at this moment, he might very well acquire an advanced boasting skill. Gratitude is due to Luo Bo Shi for becoming the new leader of this book. The speed at which one can turn against another is swifter than the flipping of a page. How challenging is it for the destitute to enter the refuge barrier? According to Wang Fugui, in his over 40 years of life, he has only witnessed 4 individuals successfully breach the barrier. And they were all distant relatives of some significant figures within. These individuals sought refuge with their relatives inside the barrier, only to be turned away, thus relegating them to a life in the town, patiently awaiting opportunity. If it is this arduous for even distant kin of prominent individuals to gain entry, how could Luo Xinyu simply offer 3 slots? If you truly possessed such prowess, you would not need to rely on private military missions to reach Barrier 112. Surely, you could secure an escort from the private military directly. In a world where one perceives others as fools, one is indeed a fool themselves. Ren Xiaosu believes that Luo Xinyu is employing excessive cunning. Although he is a refugee, he does not lack discernment. Were it someone else in the role of guide, they might genuinely believe her, but Ren Xiaosu remains skeptical. If he were to acquiesce to her terms, once Luo Xinyu entered the barrier, how would he locate her? She could effortlessly sever the bridge behind her. Moreover, to be candid, Ren Xiaosu harbors not a shred of affection for either Luo Xinyu or Lu Bu. After lunch, everyone felt parched after consuming pork, yet their bottled water and food remained atop the pickup truck, or rather, most of the bottled water had been rendered useless due to the chaotic shooting by Su Xianqiu and his companions. Su Xianqiu turned to Ren Xiaosu and inquired, "How should we search for a water source?" At that moment, the palace issued a task, instruct on how to locate a water source. The options were limited to searching for a river or collecting dew from the leaves. Ren Xiaosu candidly replied, "However, I do not recommend venturing to the riverbank. Based on my assessment, the nearest river is still quite distant. Endure the thirst, we shall gather dew in the morning." Su Xianqiu nodded appreciatively. "Thank you." The gratitude from Su Xianqiu elicited a response from Ren Xiaosu, who waited for a considerable time. His curiosity piqued as he pondered, "What about my reward?" Yet, the palace remained unresponsive, leaving Ren Xiaosu bewildered. It seemed as though the palace, for the first time, recognized Ren Xiaosu's diligent completion of a task and refrained from any mischief, resulting in a minor glitch in the judgment mechanism. After a prolonged silence, the palace finally communicated in Ren Xiaosu's mind. Task completed. Reward 1, 0 strength. Ren Xiaosu was taken aback. The task had indeed been fulfilled, albeit not in the manner he had anticipated, as the reward was solely strength. Previously, he had speculated that the palace would distribute rewards evenly between strength and agility. Yet now his agility remained at 4, 1 while his strength had risen to 7, 5, perhaps with a few more tasks. Ren Xiaosu's strength could surpass that of an average adult by more than threefold. At this moment, Ren Xiaosu possessed 2 bottles of bottled water, acquired through the exchange of half a fish. Such items are difficult to conceal, as the pockets of his outerwear are rather limited. Suddenly, Lu Bu approached Ren Xiaosu and exclaimed, 1,000 yuan per bottle, sell them to me. Ren Xiaosu cast a sidelong glance at him, replying, not for sale. 2,000. Is 2,000 acceptable? Lu Bu implored, desperation evident in his voice. I am exceedingly parched. Ren Xiaosu contemplated Lu Bu's fervor, recognizing that he was indeed quite excitable. He remarked, in this place, money holds little significance. The value of food and water is immeasurable. If you wish to quench your thirst, you ought to make your way to the river. At that moment, Lu Bu felt a surge of frustration. Yet he was no longer brimming with the bravado he had possessed upon emerging from the barrier. He understood that Ren Xiaosu's contributions along their journey far surpassed his own. Should a dispute arise between them, it was clear that Xianchu would choose to abandon Lu Bu rather than Ren Xiaosu. Initially, Lu Bu believed that the refugees existed solely to serve those within the barrier, who would forever remain exalted. However, he had since gained a clearer perspective. Meanwhile, Ren Xiaosu busied himself wiping his hands clean with a leaf, and once finished, he promptly resumed his efforts to engage Wang Lei in amiable conversation to earn gratitude coins. Yet, gratitude coins are not limitless. After a few exchanges, Wang Lei began to sense a shift in Ren Xiaosu's demeanor, leading to several instances where his expressions of thanks went unaccompanied by gratitude coins. Noticing the depletion of available gratitude coins, Ren Xiaosu decisively abandoned his pursuit of Wang Lei. At that moment, he had accumulated a total of 84 gratitude coins. In the afternoon, Su Xianchu glanced at the sky, noting that this location was unsuitable for camping. They needed to find a less exposed area to guard against wild beasts. Let us press on, he urged. Ren Xiaosu agreed with Su Xianchu's assessment, remarking that this place had become perilous after the slaughter and roasting of pigs. Certain venomous snakes and insects had taken to roaming at night. While the situation appeared calm now, it could turn into a calamity after dark. Had they not observed the discarded mouse, now reduced to a mere skeleton? Su Xianchu approached the stretcher and said to Ren Xiaosu, come help me carry him. Ren Xiaosu protested, why should I carry him? Su Xianchu was taken aback, while Wang Lei looked equally bewildered. Ren Xiaosu then turned to Lu Bu, insisting, you carry him, or I will strike you down. Lu Bu was nearly driven to despair, incredulous at the absurdity of it all. The onlookers in the camp were taken aback, wondering if this child was experiencing a split personality, flipping his stance so rapidly. Hadn't he just claimed that anyone who dared to compete with him would face dire consequences? At this juncture, Su Xianchu, unwilling to squander time, declared, everyone, except for the girls, come forth and take turns carrying the injured. There may come a time when you too are wounded, if you wish to survive. Mutual assistance is imperative. Meanwhile, some restless soldiers from a private militia began to draw near to Luo Xinyu, even feigning accidental contact as they brushed past her. Yet, Luo Xinyu skillfully evaded their advances, leaving the soldiers to smirk lewdly at their failed attempts. In principle, Lu Bu and Luo Xinyu should have shared a close relationship. However, upon witnessing the scene unfolding before him, Lu Bu felt an overwhelming trepidation that prevented him from uttering a word. How could he dare provoke these soldiers of a private militia? Following her encounters with Su Xianchu and Ren Xiaosu, which left her disheartened, Luo Xinyu appeared somewhat lost, uncertain of how to proceed, and could only passively evade the situation. Meanwhile, the soldiers seemed to be unleashing the primal beasts within themselves in this perilous environment where today could easily become their last. Ren Xiaosu, disinterested in meddling in this affair, continued to advance with the group, his thoughts drifting to the fact that he had recently acquired a skill learning map. He pondered whether he might be fortunate enough to draw the advanced combat skill belonging to Yang Xiaojin. Just as he lifted his gaze in search of Yang Xiaojin, He was taken aback to find her aiming a gun at the head of one of the soldiers. Yang Xiaojin turned to Ren Xiaosu and declared, "His gun now belongs to you." The soldier who found himself at the mercy of Yang Xiaojin was precisely the one who had persistently harassed Luo Xinyu. Ren Xiaosu mused that perhaps Yang Xiaojin was stepping in to assist Luo Xinyu. Previously, he had assumed Yang Xiaojin to be someone who remained aloof from the tribulations of others, yet it seemed she could not bear to witness Luo Xinyu's harassment. Perhaps it was a matter of solidarity among women. Ren Xiaosu glanced at Su Xianchu, only to discover Su Xianchu frowning without taking any action to intervene, suggesting that he too recognized the soldier's behavior as excessive. Strikingly, none of the other soldiers dared to step forward to defend their comrade, making it abundantly clear the level of unity within their ranks. However, Ren Xiaosu had no intention of being courteous. He approached the soldier and swiftly drew the firearm from the man's waist. In their flight, these soldiers had deemed their rifles too cumbersome, discarding them in favor of their handguns. The soldier coldly stated, "Do you have any idea how serious the crime of seizing weapons from private forces is?" Yang Xiaojin calmly replied, "If you threaten me again, you may find yourself facing death right now." Ren Xiaosu felt inclined to applaud. She was indeed a decisive young woman. As he extracted the firearm, the soldier desperately clung to it with his right hand, attempting to silently prevent Ren Xiaosu's actions. Yet, Ren Xiaosu possessed an unimaginable strength, effortlessly prying the soldier's fingers apart. Had the soldier not relented, Ren Xiaosu might have broken his fingers outright. This was a firearm. Ren Xiaosu could finally wield it openly. Ever since acquiring advanced firearms skills, he had longed for the opportunity to use a weapon without pretense. The disarmed soldier looked at Ren Xiaosu and asked, "Haven't you already taken the gun? What else do you seek? The magazine?" Ren Xiaosu inquired. The soldier, at a loss for words, replied, "It's on the left side of the tactical uniform." While allowing Ren Xiaosu to search him, he sneered at Yang Xiaojin. "Even if you give him the gun, how would a mere vagrant know how to use it?" The others concurred with the soldier's assessment, except for Yang Xiaojin, who felt a twinge of doubt as she observed Ren Xiaosu's grip on the firearm. Among all present, Yang Xiaojin undoubtedly possessed the greatest understanding of firearms. Otherwise, the palace would not have regarded her as perfect. While others may have presumed that Ren Xiaosu would be inept with a firearm, she keenly observed that her grip was remarkably natural and adept. Even the angle at which her arm hung was perfectly poised for an immediate lift of the weapon. Such skill was not typical of a mere refugee. Though unnoticed by others, Yang Xiaojin was acutely aware. Yet, she did not dwell on her suspicion for long, simply uttering to the soldier, "Leave." The humiliation of being disarmed is perhaps one of the greatest indignities for a soldier, and with a pallid countenance, he retreated to the side. Su Xianchu, having witnessed the resolution of the matter, declared, "Continue onward. We must locate a suitable campsite before sunset." Su Xianchu wished to avoid entanglements within the chaotic affairs of the group, his thoughts solely occupied with the challenges ahead. Along the path, a stark division formed between the private militia and Luo Xinyu, Yang Xiaojin, and Ren Xiaosu, with both sides maintaining a considerable distance from one another. Yet Ren Xiaosu pondered a dilemma. Should Yang Xiaojin insist on aiding Luo Xinyu, perhaps even assisting her escape, he might be compelled to relinquish this fleeting alliance. At that moment, Luo Xinyu addressed Yang Xiaojin, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance. I hope that in the days to come, we can unite our efforts to navigate our way out of this predicament." However, Ren Xiaosu distinctly noted Yang Xiaojin's momentary pause before she replied to Luo Xinyu. "I am not assisting you for free. You must first return the money you owe me." Luo Xinyu was momentarily taken aback, then retrieved 10,000 from her bag and handed it to Yang Xiaojin, stating, "You initially lent me 5,000. I am now returning you 10,000 as a token of my appreciation." Yang Xiaojin responded indifferently with a nonchalant HM, casually pocketing the 10,000 yuan without a hint of hesitation. Luo Xinyu, witnessing Yang Xiaojin's acceptance, broke into a smile and inquired, "So you'll assist me along this journey, right?" Yang Xiaojin corrected her, stating, "I never intended to help you escape from the Boundary Mountain. I can only assure you that when you meet your end, it will be with dignity." Luo Xinyu fell silent. At this point, Ren Xiaosu grasped Yang Xiaojin's implication. She merely guaranteed that Luo Xinyu would not be violated by the mercenaries, while her fate, whether life or death, seemed of little concern to her. In truth, Luo Xinyu was rather pitiable, having stepped out from the confines of her barriers, yet now found herself devoid of a single trustworthy companion. Ahead lay a fork in the road, where two mountain paths diverged in opposite directions. The towering trees almost completely obscured the sky, rendering it difficult for anyone to determine the sun's position, and even the direction of Boundary Mountain became somewhat ambiguous. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu heard a voice emanating from the palace. Task: provide direction. After a brief contemplation, she replied, to the left. Task completed. Reward: 1-0 agility. Ren Xiaosu sensed her muscles tightening once more, finally confirming a crucial insight. The combination of strength and agility equates to true muscular power. Relying solely on either strength or agility is insufficient. At this moment, the soldier who had been disarmed coldly remarked, "Did you not claim that you had never ventured deep into this area? I recall you stating that you hid in the canyon for a few days before emerging. How, then, do you know the way?" Ren Xiaosu calmly replied, "I do not know the way." Su Xianchu, Yang Xiaojin. Everyone fell silent, bewildered by his admission. If you do not know the route, why point in a direction? However, Ren Xiaosu felt no psychological burden. The palace had assigned him the task of indicating the route, without specifying which path to choose. After all, whether he knew or not, merely pointing would suffice. He truly did not know the way, yet the task must be accomplished. Su Xianchu hesitated before asking, "Then why did you point to the left?" Ren Xiaosu explained, "Although I am unaware of the path, I do know that Jing Mountain lies ahead to our left." "Very well," Su Xianchu nodded. "Then we shall proceed to the left. Inform me when you see a suitable place for camping." When making decisions in the wilderness, Su Xianchu habitually sought Ren Xiaosu's counsel, and it had proven that Ren Xiaosu's suggestions were rarely misguided. As they journeyed, whenever Ren Xiaosu spotted a pine tree, he would climb up to collect some pine cones and lush pine needles. Others were somewhat puzzled. While gathering pine cones made sense since they were edible, what purpose did the pine needles serve? They observed as Ren Xiaosu meticulously squeezed out the light green sap from the needles, then licked it clean with his tongue. He addressed the others, saying, "If you wish to avoid dying of thirst, you may learn from me." Some individuals hesitated, uncertain whether to embark on the journey. Yet without a word, Yang Xiaojin and Su Xianchu ascended the pine tree. All were soon lost to sight. When discussing survival instincts, aside from Ren Xiaosu, it was Su Xianchu and Yang Xiaojin who exhibited the most sincerity within the group. Ren Xiaosu mentioned that the sap extracted from pine needles was drinkable, prompting the duo to promptly scale the tree in search of suitable needles, and they quickly gathered a multitude of pine cones. In truth, it was Ren Xiaosu, a seasoned wanderer of the wilderness, who understood that nature is bountiful. It does not concern itself with who extracts what, as long as one engages earnestly. One can surely thrive with nature's support. Some lamented, saying that human existence is less fulfilling than that of animals, wishing to be reborn as creatures of the wild. Ren Xiaosu cast a sidelong glance at the speaker, remarking that animals do not live as freely as one might imagine. For instance, it is said that giraffes, the tallest of terrestrial beings, despite their height offering some protection against foes, face intricate mating rituals. Thus, prior to courtship, male giraffes must drink the urine of female giraffes to ascertain if they are an estrus. Should an unforeseen event occur during this process, the act of drinking would be in vain. The others in the group began to suspect that Ren Xiaosu was deliberately trying to repulse them. No, this vagabond must be intentionally trying to disgust them, surely. At this moment, with a firearm in hand, Ren Xiaosu exhibited a newfound confidence. The group was down to 9 individuals, armed with 7 guns, 3 of which were held by Ren Xiaosu and Yang Xiaojin. Moreover, Ren Xiaosu possesses advanced firearm skills, while Yang Xiaojin boasts perfection in the same realm. Unless they confront Su Xianchu head-on, this small alliance will emerge victorious against anyone they encounter. While waiting for everyone to gather pine needles and cones, Ren Xiaosu, with a moment of leisure, recalled the skill learning chart he had yet to utilize. Casting a glance at Yang Xiaojin, he decisively murmured in his mind, "Activate the learning chart." The chart randomly selected the advanced skill, bomb making. Ren Xiaosu was momentarily taken aback, yet he promptly acquired this skill. However, he found himself perplexed regarding the nature of Yang Xiaojin's training. What kind of rigorous preparation had she undergone for her skills to be so violent? The juxtaposition of firearms expertise and bomb-making alongside the seemingly innocuous act of jumping rope struck him as profoundly incongruous. Could these truly belong to the same individual? Suddenly, a wave of curiosity washed over Ren Xiaosu. He casually inquired in his mind, "Does the target possess assassination skills?" The response was immediate. "Target has been studied. Assassination skills are advanced." With a flicker of thought, Ren Xiaosu then asked, "Does the target possess the ability to sing nursery rhymes?" The answer came forth. Target has been studied. Singing nursery rhymes is an advanced skill. Ren Xiaosu was utterly speechless, confronted by this chaotic assortment of skills. At one moment, he felt as though he had lost his mind just for posing such a question, yet to his astonishment, someone actually possessed those skills, and they were quite advanced. Meanwhile, a large group had finally finished gathering pine cones and needles. Ren Xiaosu sighed. "Could you not choose a different tree? Must you all crowd around this one and strip it bare? You're nearly denuding it." Upon hearing this, the others looked up and realized, indeed, the tree was almost stripped of its foliage. After pondering for a moment, Ren Xiaosu remarked, "I will teach you how to survive in the wilderness. Shouldn't you be grateful to me?" The group momentarily stood in confusion, and then a few scattered individuals offered their thanks. However, Ren Xiaosu soon discerned that only Xianchu and Yang Xiaojin's expressions of gratitude were genuine. With 86 gratitude tokens amassed, his desire for that locked weapon intensified, leading him to contemplate the group surrounding him. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that Luo Xinyu's hands were completely empty, a stark contrast to Lu Bu, who had gathered several pine cones. Upon noticing Ren Xiaosu's gaze, Luo Xinyu found herself in a dilemma. I cannot climb up there. Once a star within the confines of her world, Luo Xinyu had indeed scaled such lofty trees in the past. Yet now, she stood empty-handed, contemplating the profound loneliness of existence, when others possess something you lack. For instance, while everyone else might have wealth, she finds herself wanting. Or, as in this moment, when everyone else holds pine cones, but Luo Xinyu does not. Hesitating briefly, she turned to Ren Xiaosu and proposed, "I will offer you 10,000 yuan. Could you assist me in gathering some?" Ren Xiaosu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately stuffed the pine cones and pine needles he had collected into Luo Xinyu's arms. "Henceforth, you shall be my brother." Luo Xinyu was momentarily taken aback. "Thank you." Her gratitude resonated deeply. Previously, Ren Xiaosu refrained from selling water, for such bottled water was a precious commodity, clean and conveniently portable. However, pine cones and pine needles were different. They were readily available. Moreover, Luo Xinyu's monetary offer was substantial. What could 10,000 yuan achieve? It could sustain a comfortable life in the town for over 2 years, alleviating concerns for food and clothing. In truth, one could never anticipate whether they would become Ren Xiaosu's brother until the moment they offered him money. This principle is often referred to as Schr Dinger's brother. As Luo Xinyu accepted the pine cones and pine needles, she noticed that Ren Xiaosu did not return to gather more and curiously inquired, "Aren't you going to collect more pine cones? What will you eat tonight?" Ren Xiaosu chuckled, "I shall indulge in chocolate." Luo Xinyu's gratitude dissipated abruptly as she recalled the chocolate that had been deceitfully taken from her. Before dusk descended, Ren Xiaosu finally discovered a vast cave suitable for camping. The protruding rock formed a grand canopy, beneath which lay a natural semi-open shelter resembling a grotto. As Ren Xiaosu traversed an open space, he noticed scale-like clouds in the sky. Although he lacked understanding of the underlying principles, he recognized this as a harbinger of rain. Thus, having a rock to shield them from wind and rain was essential for a peaceful rest. Just as they settled beneath the rock face, a torrential downpour cascaded from the heavens. Su Xianchu turned to Ren Xiaosu and inquired, "Is this rainwater drinkable?" "No," Ren Xiaosu replied, shaking his head. "Acid rain can be deadly. Even if the acidity has diminished, it is still unsafe." Lacking a comprehensive understanding of the causes and indicators of acid rain, Ren Xiaosu could only crudely summarize its dangers in terms of acidity. Suddenly, strange sounds emerged from the forest outside the cave, but they vanished in an instant, leaving no time for Ren Xiaosu and the others to react. At that moment, someone in the depths of the cave suddenly remarked, "Look, someone has carved words here." Ren Xiaosu and Su Xianchu ventured further inside, and to their astonishment, they discovered several lines of crooked inscriptions etched on the cave's ceiling. "We saw strange black shadows in the woods. They have vanished. They have all vanished." As everyone laid eyes upon these 2 lines, the atmosphere within the cavern plummeted to an icy stillness. Upon entering the forest that day, the group had encountered no dangers whatsoever, save for the fatigue stemming from a sleepless night. Nothing peculiar had transpired. This engendered a deceptive sense of security among them, as if this place were safer than the canyon and the paths they had traversed before, to the extent that they nearly forgot the ominous warning forbidding entry beyond the canyon. Yet, in that moment, they all recalled the missing Su Xia, the terrifying man-faced insect. and the stark warning of no living beings may enter. Has anyone gone missing during our journey? Su Xianchu's immediate reaction was to tally their numbers, only to find that none were absent. Could this be a prank inscribed here? Lu Bu pondered aloud. There are no signs of a struggle within this cave. And along our way, we have not encountered a single carcass, be it of beasts or humans. Wait a moment. Lu Bu's words triggered an epiphany in Ren Xiaosu. Indeed. The most peculiar aspect lay in this. In a typical forest, the presence of animal remains is inevitable, whether from birds, snakes, or larger beasts. Such occurrences are commonplace. However, the strangest phenomenon in this forest was that Ren Xiaosu had not once spotted a single skeleton, save for the mouse he had recently discarded. Much like Su Xia and the remains of the fish, in this vast forest lies a chilling secret. A renowned soldier inquired. It appears that a group has traversed this place within the past year, and their numbers are not insignificant. Yet, our Barrier 113 has seen no visitors from the bordering mountains. Su Xianchu's assertion was not unfounded. Within the private forces, they were indeed marginalized figures. How could the upper echelons divulge any intelligence to them? Someone remarked, could it be that our deployment here is due to an unfortunate incident involving that group? If the higher-ups have learned of it, they must have sent us to investigate. If that group possessed a satellite phone, they should be able to relay information back to the barrier. This was the first time Ren Xiaosu had encountered the term satellite phone. Mr. Zhang had never mentioned it in the classroom. He had often pondered the connections between the barriers but remained unaware of their communication methods. It now seemed that satellite phones were the answer. Ren Xiaosu quietly asked Yang Xiaojin, what is a satellite phone? I heard Mr. Zhang mention that there are phones within the barrier, but what exactly is a satellite phone? Yang Xiaojin glanced at him and replied, humanity has commandeered several satellites from before the calamity, enabling communication between the various barriers. Someone expressed indignation. If the higher-ups are aware of their disappearance, then sending us here is tantamount to a death sentence. They intend to use our lives to validate the truth of the information. If we perish here, it will confirm the existence of danger. It is no wonder that we were not equipped with satellite phones this time. It seems they aim to minimize losses. Are our lives not worth as much as a satellite phone? Su Xianchu cast a glance at him. Do not hastily speculate based on scant information. Your conjecture lacks logic. In truth, the soldier, speaking from a place of fear, had lost much of his rationality, and thus Su Xianchu did not concur with his assumptions. Meanwhile, Ren Xiaosu scrutinized the 2 lines of text. What had been used to inscribe those words in the cave? Surely it must have been a military dagger or something similar, for an ordinary person could not carve such deep marks with common belongings. Su Xianchu nodded in agreement. It must belong to the private forces stationed at Barrier 112. He then addressed everyone. Rest well tonight. If anyone needs to step out for personal matters, ensure you go in groups of 3 or more. This arrangement was intended to prevent any inexplicable disappearances. Even in the face of danger, it was unlikely that 3 individuals would be unable to call for help. Su Xianchu continued. Moreover, we must have someone on watch throughout the night. I will take the first shift, and the others will rotate afterward. The girls need not participate. Ren Xiaosu acknowledged this plan, though he felt the significance of the night watch was diminished, as he had to guard against threats both external and internal. After all, he and Yang Xiaojin had just seized a firearm from a private unit, making a midnight ambush quite plausible. Just then, Yang Xiaojin turned to Ren Xiaosu and said, you take the first half of the night, I will take the latter half. Ren Xiaosu nodded slightly. The foundation of their fleeting alliance lay in the fact that neither of them had any incentive to harm the other. I'll step outside for a moment, Yang Xiaojin remarked. Ren Xiaosu thought to himself, are you not afraid of encountering unforeseen circumstances? I'll accompany you, he offered. After a prolonged pause, Yang Xiaojin whispered, no need. Ren Xiaosu was somewhat puzzled. Was this girl exceptionally audacious? What was she relying on? At that moment, Luo Xinyu rose and said, I'll go with you. She then shot a glance at Ren Xiaosu, adding, you really are quite oblivious. The 2 girls ventured outside into the rain, while Su Xianchu cast a glance in their direction but chose to remain silent. Some members of the private military unit exchanged sardonic remarks, suggesting that it would be a pity if those 2 girls went missing. What was the situation? Did the so-called strange shadows in the woods not have their sights set on this team? Observing this, 2 soldiers from the private military unit also stood up, stating, we'll step outside as well. We can't hold it any longer. It was rather astonishing that these men allowed the 2 girls to scout ahead while they hesitated to emerge. Their fear was palpable, as the 2 soldiers were nearly at the point of bursting. Initially, They had intended to relieve themselves in the cave. But seeing that Yang Xiaojin and Luo Xinyu were unharmed, they mustered their courage to step outside. "Don't worry," the two soldiers assured, as they wrapped themselves in their coats and ventured out. As Ren Xiaosu savored his chocolate, he observed Yang Xiaojin diligently drying off the rainwater from her attire within the cave. With a hint of curiosity, he inquired, "Did you encounter any unforeseen incidents?" Within the cave, a fire had been ignited, and the gathering commenced tossing pine cones into the flames, subsequently squeezing the pine needles to extract their moisture for hydration. The cones crackled and popped in the fire, and the warmth radiated to each individual, instilling a sense of revival among them. Today, they were to board a high-speed train to attend the Online Literature Week in Hangzhou, necessitating an early update. Gratitude was extended to Lei Ju for becoming the new leader of this narrative. The two private military personnel who had yet to return were emboldened by the sight of Yang Xiaojin and her companions emerging unscathed, prompting them to venture out. And they did so in pairs, meticulously prepared for any eventuality. Su Xianxu stood at the cave's edge, surveying the surrounding forest. The rain had cast a shroud of darkness, rendering the evening utterly black despite the recent twilight. Could something have happened to them? Someone inquired. However, silence prevailed, and from a corner of the cave, another voice remarked, "Surely, it is improbable that both individuals would be ambushed simultaneously without a sound." Logically, this seemed plausible, yet was it not this very uncertainty that provoked the deepest fear? Su Xianxu had mandated that those venturing out must do so in pairs, yet even this precaution had not spared them from unforeseen events. Let us not dwell on grim thoughts. They may merely be delayed. It has only been 10 minutes, Su Xianxu reassured. The cave was enveloped in silence. Despite Su Xianxu's attempts to reassure everyone, time ticked away, and the two individuals had yet to reappear. Su Xianxu inquired, "Who among you is willing to accompany me in search of them?" Ren Xiaosu was momentarily taken aback. Su Xianxu was prepared to brave the unknown dangers and acid rain to venture into the forest in pursuit of his subordinates. Meanwhile, Ren Xiaosu and the others could only remain at the cave's entrance, where the air was slightly chilly, yet free from the unpleasant odor. Su Xianxu sighed, saying, "If you do not rescue others, do not blame others for not rescuing you when your lives are at stake." Ren Xiaosu was indifferent. He had never expected anyone to come to his aid. Even his ally, Yang Xiaojin, would likely abandon everyone in the face of peril. It was a relief that they were not related, and that they managed to avoid betraying one another. Outside, the rain poured relentlessly, drenching the entire forest. Ren Xiaosu turned to Yang Xiaojin, stating, "I will keep watch for the first half of the night. You should rest. Once this rain subsides, the path ahead will be arduous, demanding considerable energy and strength. Be wary of those private military soldiers. Their intentions are far from benign." Ren Xiaosu had already observed that since they had seized the firearms, those private military soldiers had been gathering together intermittently, a potential threat he had yet to devise a solution for. Yang Xiaojin nodded and leaned against the cave stone wall, closing her eyes to rest. Yet, even at this moment, the muzzle of her firearm remained trained on everyone, including Ren Xiaosu. He chuckled softly, unperturbed. He would have done the same in his position. The team of 11 inexplicably dwindled to 9. Ren Xiaosu cast a glance at the remaining members of the private military force within the cave, where some sat smoking. The acrid stench of tobacco mingling with a nauseating sensation that overwhelmed him. It was difficult for him to fathom that soldiers sheltered within a bastion had resorted to such psychotropic substances for stimulation. It raised concerns about the fragility of the bastion's defenses. Was it only Bastion 113 that faced such a plight? Or were the majority of private military forces across the shelters similarly affected? These soldiers had initially brought a considerable supply of cigarettes, and Lu Bu had even prepared 10 packs for them. However, their harrowing escape had resulted in the loss of most of their provisions, leaving each individual with merely half a pack or just one, while some had none at all. This group, engulfed in a haze of smoke, rendered the entire cave suffocating. Fortunately, Ren Xiaosu, Yang Xiaojin, and Luo Xinyu occupied the outermost edge of the cave, thus mitigating the impact. A soldier's voice broke through the murmur, requesting, "Lend me a cigarette, I'm out." Another replied, "I have none either. This is the last one," as he subtly shifted aside, concealing the fact that he had more than half a pack tucked away. The uncertainty of when they might escape gnawed at him. His own supply was insufficient. At this juncture, the so-called craving had arisen, prompting him to make promises just to procure a single cigarette, fully aware that within the bastion, tobacco was hardly affordable. Ren Xiaosu sighed, perceiving these private military personnel as nothing less than a disorganized rabble. With two comrades outside, their fates uncertain, these individuals were already embroiled in conflict over cigarettes. The addicted soldier, unable to procure any cigarettes, sat trembling in the cave, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he was scrutinized by Ren Xiaosu. Although the cigarettes smoked by the private troops were superior to those of the town's laborers, the withdrawal symptoms were far more severe. Should any danger present itself at that moment, it was likely that this addict would be unable to rise, let alone defend himself. Ren Xiaosu glanced at the still-awake Luo Xinyu and inquired, "What is life like within your barrier?" This was, in fact, one of Ren Xiaosu's most profound curiosities. He had long yearned for the life inside the barrier, where all essential supplies from the town were meticulously transported, ensuring that its inhabitants did not have to settle for coarse bread, could wash their faces daily, and, as rumored, even had access to electricity. He and Yin Luyuan had once regarded that place as a veritable paradise, yet it now seemed less idyllic than they had envisioned. Luo Xinyu, pleased that Ren Xiaosu had initiated conversation, found solace in his companionship during their journey. She quietly explained, "The private troops here deliberately induce such behavior. There was a time when a private troop caused a mutiny in one of the barriers. Gradually, the managers of other barriers developed a rift with the soldiers. The powerful desire both protection and unwavering loyalty from these troops, yet they fear ambition, and these cigarettes serve to dull such aspirations." Ren Xiaosu then asked, "Is it harmful to smoke excessively?" "Indeed, there is something," Luo Xinyu remarked. "Some retired soldiers within the barrier seem to exist as mere shadows of themselves. Moreover, there are those whose wives have turned and run off with others. Your barrier is truly chaotic," Ren Xiaosu mused. "What does that signify?" Luo Xinyu replied, "I have even witnessed a 60-year-old woman maintaining a harem of young men, an old cow grazing on tender grass." Ren Xiaosu paused momentarily. 60 years old? That barely captures the essence of the situation. Luo Xinyu too was taken aback. What does that imply? Ren Xiaosu pondered, is it a late-in-life offspring? Luo Xinyu responded with a sigh. Just then, a voice echoed through the cavern. What is that? It's wet. A group of individuals emerged from the cave, seemingly in a state of great fright. Ren Xiaosu peered into the cave, perplexed, for he saw nothing amiss. As a merchant, he dismissed any notions of ghosts or spirits, and upon discovering the emptiness within, he scrutinized the area more closely. Suddenly, he discerned the source of the commotion. Tiny droplets of water were seeping from the ceiling of the cave, plopping onto the ground below with a soft thud. Perhaps due to the rain, water seeped gradually through the rocky layers above. The earlier individual's panic was merely a manifestation of heightened nerves, mistaking the droplets for some imagined foe, such as the saliva of a monster. However, Ren Xiaosu, upon witnessing this phenomenon, seemed to have stumbled upon a treasure. Exclaiming to the others, "You can collect water directly from here. The rock layers act as a natural filter, rendering the water even purer than well water. Of course, if there are any concerns, one could always boil it before drinking." Su Xianchu inquired earnestly, "Is it really safe to drink this water?" Ren Xiaosu affirmed, "This is likely one of the cleanest water sources in the wilderness. Sometimes, even the water emerging from springs may not be as safe." Encouraged by Ren Xiaosu's words, Su Xianchu seized his canteen to collect water. While pine needles could replenish some bodily moisture, the quantity was insufficient to sustain them adequately. It merely ensured that they would not perish from thirst. Su Xianchu did not monopolize the water source for long. He placed his canteen over the campfire and urged the others, "You should also gather some." Unlike Su Xianchu, who had the foresight to bring a canteen for boiling water, the others were left to sip directly from the source, without any means to boil it. A group of them jostled beneath the water source, taking turns to drink, while a few from the private troop managed to share the water among themselves. Lu Bu, however, was less fortunate, as no one would yield to him. After a short while, a soldier from a private army erupted in frustration, exclaiming, "Who can drink this drop by drop? That Ren Xiaosu has 2 bottles of water hidden away, and he makes us lick the stone walls and pine needles while he sips bottled water. Who knows if that water is safe?" The expressions of several soldiers from the private army were rather grim, yet Ren Xiaosu and Yang Xiaojin, armed with guns, deterred them from voicing their grievances openly. Observing the scene, Ren Xiaosu pondered how advantageous it would be if his palace could accommodate items. He could secretly stash the bottled water inside the palace and later feign ignorance by claiming he had lost it, thus dissuading anyone from coveting his belongings. Otherwise, witnessing the madness of these desperate individuals over water, He feared someone might take the risk to plot against him. At that moment, the 2 bottles of water were snugly nestled in the pockets of his coat, and he reached in to grasp one, eager to attempt once more to store it within his palace. However, the palace's voice promptly declared, "Storage permission not granted." Ren Xiaosu felt irked by this announcement. Why couldn't they provide guidance on how to obtain such permission? Why was it that black powder could be taken in and out freely, yet the water bottle could not? Was the water bottle refusing to comply? He stepped aside, and Luo Xinyu cast a glance at him, inquiring, "Why aren't you drinking?" Ren Xiaosu, sensing her skepticism, noticed she clearly doubted his generosity. He chuckled softly, replying, "I prefer bottled water." Luo Xinyu discovered at that moment that Ren Xiaosu possessed an uncanny ability to infuriate others at any given time and place. However, she was unaware that Ren Xiaosu had relinquished this water source after careful consideration. Firstly, everyone was parched, and each precious drop of water would undoubtedly prove insufficient. Su Xianchu, being an extraordinary individual, could monopolize the water for an extended period without fear of descent, but Ren Xiaosu was not an extraordinary being. The mere fact that he possessed 2 bottles of water already made certain individuals envious. He had no need to be greedy. One of the fundamental rules of survival in the wilderness is to avoid excessive greed. Furthermore, Ren Xiaosu needed Su Xianchu to comprehend that in order to survive in the wilderness, he, Ren Xiaosu, was an indispensable member of the team. With someone like Su Xianchu to leverage, why would Ren Xiaosu not take advantage of the situation? Additionally, the stench within the cavern was overwhelmingly pungent. In this tense atmosphere, Luo Xinyu felt considerable fear, and her conversations with Ren Xiaosu served to alleviate her inner trepidation. After all, having someone to converse with was undeniably comforting. In truth, this method proved remarkably effective, for when Ren Xiaosu uttered the phrase "a child born in old age," Luo Xinyu found herself utterly unafraid, her mind filled only with ellipses. Curiously, Ren Xiaosu inquired, "Do you know where the cigarettes the soldiers smoke come from? I noticed there doesn't seem to be any cultivation of such plants near Barrier 113. You don't know?" Luo Xinyu responded with confusion. "Wang Fuguei mentioned you are under Luo Land's protection. How could you possibly be unaware of this matter? What relation does it have to Luo Lan?" Ren Xiaosu was momentarily taken aback. Although he had received a banner from Luo Lan, the truth was he had no further interactions with that esteemed Mr. Luo. Mr. Luo is the spokesperson for the Qing family consortium at Barrier 113, Luo Xinyu elucidated. "What position does he hold within the barrier?" Ren Xiaosu inquired with curiosity. He had often heard Wang Fuguei speak of Mr. Luo, yet he realized he knew virtually nothing about him. "Mr. Luo holds no official title," Luo Xinyu replied, her eyes wide with surprise as she regarded Ren Xiaosu. "It seems you truly are unaware. He merely oversees the metallurgical, water, and chemical industries within Barrier 113. If you insist on categorizing his status, he is, in the strictest sense, simply a merchant. Can a mere merchant wield such influence within the barrier?" Ren Xiaosu pondered aloud, as he had previously assumed Mr. Luo to be the administrator of the barrier. They no longer require any official titles, Luo Xinyu said with a hint of resignation. They exist in a realm above the barrier's management. In times of peace, all is well, but when crises arise, the decision-makers within the barrier are undoubtedly this merchant. Does he command an army? Ren Xiaosu asked after a moment of contemplation. Luo Xinyu glanced at him and replied, "Indeed. An army, one that far surpasses these private forces in strength. The combat brigade stationed at Barrier 113 is beyond your imagination. It is certainly not akin to the private troops you see now. This signifies the presence of 2 stationed troops within the walls. Although there exists a nominal administrator, the authority of this figure has likely become a mere facade. To refrain from resistance would mean allowing oneself to be a puppet, basking in wealth and luxury. However, one point perplexes Ren Xiaosu. Why do they not directly seize control of the barrier and assume the role of administrator, opting instead to elevate a puppet? It seems rather absurd. Because there are more than just the Qing family consortium in this world, Luo Xinyu explained. Upon hearing this, Ren Xiaosu grasped the situation. Among the 100 or so refuge barriers, several consortiums interweave their influence, collaborating yet simultaneously restraining one another, thereby engaging in a peculiar mode of cooperation to seize resources. So the tobacco provided to Barrier 113 comes from the Qing family consortium? Ren Xiaosu inquired. Indeed, Luo Xinyu replied. The tobacco acquired by the private troops is sourced from the Qing family consortium, transported from elsewhere. You must have seen the convoy of trucks. The supplies they deliver are none other than tobacco. In fact, other barriers operate in a similar manner. While the barrier administrators are acutely aware of their puppet status, there are always a few who yearn to break free from their shackles. Ren Xiaosu nodded, realizing that he could not assess the power of the consortiums solely based on the strength of private troops. Today, he had gathered ample information from Luo Xinyu, and he needed some time to digest it. In the final inquiry, Ren Xiaosu curiously asked, "Why did you choose someone like Lu Bu to be your agent?" It was rather puzzling that Luo Xinyu would select such a person. Luo Xinyu elucidated, he is the younger brother of a section chief in the logistics department. Ren Xiaosu grasped some of the reasoning, but remained bewildered as to what power a logistics section chief could wield. At that moment, Luo Xinyu pondered whether her relationship with Yang Xiaojin and Ren Xiaosu had grown somewhat closer. Hesitating, she implored, "Could you ensure my survival and help me escape? I possess nothing in this desolate wilderness. All I can rely on is you." Ren Xiaosu shook his head, replying, "You are not devoid of everything." Luo Xinyu was taken aback, asking, "What do you mean? You still have the audacity to ask me to help you escape?" Ren Xiaosu retorted, subsequently ignoring her. On that dark, rainy night, he left Luo Xinyu alone, bewildered in the wind. She was not devoid of everything. She still had her audacity. What a level of discourse this was. Did they truly share the same language? It was then that Luo Xinyu realized that her perception of a closer relationship was merely an illusion. In truth, Ren Xiaosu felt a twinge of sympathy for Luo Xinyu. A girl unable to trust anyone in this desolate wilderness, with no one willing to assist her, surrounded only by mercenaries with ulterior motives. Yet, who could be deemed unworthy of sympathy? Wasn't Yin Luyuan, who was currently enduring the backlash of his wishes in the town, equally pitiable? At this juncture, if Ren Xiaosu were to agree to take others along, it would signify a lack of responsibility towards Yin Luyuan. The more Ren Xiaosu becomes reliant on luck, the more severe the repercussions Yin Luyuan will inevitably face. Although Yin Luyuan typically experiences mere headaches and fevers, the concern arises if Ren Xiaosu were to evade a life-and-death crisis by leveraging luck. The backlash Yin Luyuan might endure would likely be far more grave. This is a law of conservation. As one side experiences increasing fortune, the other side must suffer greater misfortune. The moment Yin Luyuan made a wish for Ren Xiaosu, he effectively entrusted his life into Ren Xiaosu's hands. Thus, even for Yin Luyuan's sake, Ren Xiaosu cannot consent to rescue others. The lives of others do not hold the same value as that of Yin Luyuan. In the middle of the night, Yang Xiaojin awoke and gazed at Ren Xiaosu, saying, "You should rest." Ren Xiaosu nodded and began to close his eyes. Having gone nearly 30 hours without sleep, even his current physical condition was beginning to falter. In a state between sleep and wakefulness, a question perpetually circled in Ren Xiaosu's mind. What is Yang Xiaojin's true identity? Could she possibly belong to the so-called operational brigade of the Qin Consortium? No. If she were part of that brigade, she shouldn't have concealed her identity to join the team, nor would she have paid Luo Xinyu and the others. To Ren Xiaosu, if the operational brigade of the Qin Consortium stationed at Barrier 113 dispatched personnel to execute a mission, this private troop would undoubtedly revere her as a deity. For they are the true power wielding life and death over the barrier. Ren Xiaosu found himself perplexed by Yang Xiaojin's intentions, leading him to temporarily harbor doubts about her identity. The cave was enveloped in silence in the early hours, and upon awakening, Yang Xiaojin felt invigorated and alert. Having undergone specialized training, she possessed an extraordinary capacity for sleep, enabling her to maintain vigilance even in slumber, an experience beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Much like how they struggle to understand the extraordinary. As the rain outside gradually subsided, the forest floor transformed into a quagmire, as Ren Xiaosu had predicted. It seemed likely that some would lag behind on the morrow's journey. Within the cave, members of the private military unit remained awake, engaged in hushed conversations, while Lu Bu, with his mouth agape, awaited his turn to drink water, finally receiving his share only after others had quenched their thirst. Yang Xiaojin peeled open the leftover pine cones from the previous night, extracting the pine nuts and popping them into her mouth, replenishing her necessary nutrients. Seated across from Ren Xiaosu, she nibbled on the nuts while scrutinizing his sleeping form, contemplating whether he was truly in a deep slumber or caught in a twilight state between wakefulness and dreams. Just then, she was startled by the sound of Ren Xiaosu's snoring, a noise that resonated throughout the cave. Indeed, it was quite thunderous. At that moment, two soldiers from the private military unit rose and approached Su Xianchu, saying, "Allow us to take over for you. You should rest." Su Xianchu nodded in agreement. "Stay vigilant." Do not let your guard down. The two men ambled toward the cave entrance, seemingly preparing to stand watch for the night. Yang Xiaojin lowered her head, her gaze concealed beneath the brim of her cap. Upon encountering the two ruffians, a subtle smile graced her lips, for at that moment, she perceived that Ren Xiaosu's snoring had ceased. Their conversation resembled a mundane exchange, yet as they approached Yang Xiaojin and Ren Xiaosu, they abruptly launched an attack. The rain had now subsided, leaving a profound stillness in its wake. The two ruffians, positioned on either side, brandished their military daggers, intent on assaulting Ren Xiaosu and Yang Xiaojin. The age-old debate of whether a man or a gun is swifter within a three-step distance has been discussed by many, with a consensus suggesting that a person may indeed be quicker. At this moment, however, the assailants were merely a step away from their targets, leaving Ren Xiaosu and Yang Xiaojin no opportunity to draw their weapons. They were not foolish. They had chosen the early morning hour when Ren Xiaosu had just succumbed to slumber and Yang Xiaojin had only just awakened. In such moments, one's muscles are still weary from sleep, not due to frailty, but because the body's functions have yet to fully engage. This ambush might have been motivated by a desire for the firearms possessed by Yang Xiaojin and Ren Xiaosu, or perhaps for water, or even for Luo Xinyu. Yet, they remained oblivious to the formidable adversary they were about to confront. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, the ruffian opposite Yang Xiaojin stared in disbelief at the gaping wound in his abdomen. He had clearly seen Yang Xiaojin peeling pine nuts. She had not even drawn her weapon. How could her speed surpass his by such a margin? On the other side, the assailant let out a cry of pain. Just as he approached Ren Xiaosu, brandishing his military dagger, Ren Xiaosu sprang into action, akin to a bolt of lightning erupting in the air, seizing the assailant by the throat. The attacker attempted to thrust the dagger into Ren Xiaosu's body, only to find that his arm had been firmly grasped by Ren Xiaosu, rendering him utterly immobile. A 170-pound adult male was effortlessly lifted by Ren Xiaosu with a single hand around his neck. In the next moment, the assailant felt a blinding pain in his back as Ren Xiaosu pressed him against the rocky wall with a single hand. With a clang, the assailant could no longer maintain his grip on the dagger. Those who had just regained consciousness were bewildered by the unfolding events. The shadow behind Xianshu had manifested, standing resolutely by his side without budging an inch. The barrel of Yang Xiaojin's gun cooled rapidly, while the blood of the mercenaries opposite her turned icy. This marked Yang Xiaojin's first genuine act of firing a weapon during the mission, and no one anticipated the unwavering resolve and decisiveness she displayed. Her demeanor while taking a life was remarkably calm, as if she were merely sipping water. However, the true source of visual shock for others was Ren Xiaosu. In the blink of an eye, like a thunderclap, the bullet had already penetrated the body, its immense rotational energy tearing through muscle and viscera until it finally came to rest, having expended all its force. Yet, the scene of the bullet within the body was invisible to outsiders, and even to the one who had been shot. However, Ren Xiaosu's situation was markedly different. The image of him hoisting a fully grown man with one hand was undeniably violent, standing at a modest height of only 1.78 meters. The 17-year-old's physique was still in the throes of development. Thus, neither Su Xianshu nor Lu Bu, nor Yang Xiaojin had ever regarded Ren Xiaosu's combat capabilities with any seriousness. To them, a malnourished youth from the settlement could hardly possess formidable strength. He was merely a boy who had acquired a few survival skills in the wilderness. Ren Xiaosu had never engaged in a fight, nor had Yang Xiaojin ever fired a gun, leading everyone to have only the most vague assessments of their martial prowess, which was precisely why the assailants felt emboldened to strike. Yet, to their astonishment, this vague judgment proved to be utterly misguided. Ren Xiaosu's fingers clamped around the assailant's neck like iron pincers, and in that instant, the assailant felt as though the blood could no longer reach his brain. He could have kicked Ren Xiaosu in a vital area, yet at that moment, his mind was a void, and his limbs convulsed in a state of oblivion. Yang Xiaojin did not gaze at the fallen private soldier before her. Instead, she focused intently on Ren Xiaosu, her grip tightening on the two guns aimed at everyone within the cavern. However, she was also somewhat perplexed. Ren Xiaosu had clearly appeared to be asleep previously. His snores possibly feigned, yet his eyelids could not be masked. Her training had even encompassed the discernment of genuine slumber. A person could pretend to be asleep, but their thoughts would unconsciously cause their eyelids to move. It was impossible for someone who was not in deep sleep to maintain still eyelids for an extended period. Thus, she understood that Ren Xiaosu was indeed in a genuine slumber. However, at the very moment the assailants rose, The abrupt cessation of Ren Xiaosu's snoring signified that he had awakened. How could one who had descended into profound slumber remain perpetually vigilant? It was inconceivable that this vagabond, Ren Xiaosu, had undergone training akin to her own. Far away in the town, Yen Luyuan found his greatest joy during the nights he kept watch for Ren Xiaosu. For in those moments he felt indispensable, believing he could offer something of value to Ren Xiaosu. Although his duty as a night watchman prevented him from joining Ren Xiaosu in the hunt, he still regarded this role as profoundly meaningful. Little did Yen Luyuan know that Ren Xiaosu had long ceased to require anyone to stand guard since the appearance of the palace. At this moment, in Yang Xiaojin's eyes, Ren Xiaosu revealed an almost supernatural strength. How could such a frail youth possess such power? Even Yang Xiaojin was taken aback. The soldier, lying in a pool of blood, struggled to utter, "Sun Junjung, make your move." Yet the soldier named Sun Junjung remained curled up in the cave, too frightened to utter a sound. Ren Xiaosu ignored him, instead fixating on the assailants. He had provided them with pine cones and needles, even relinquishing the water source within the cave, though he harbored his own intentions. Ultimately, the outcome was favorable. Ren Xiaosu had already discerned their conspiratorial machinations. He had initially believed they would possess some semblance of moral restraint, at least tempering their actions. He refrained from inquiring into the assailants' motives. Was it water, weapons, or perhaps luo sinew? Ren Xiaosu felt no need to howl in anguish like a betrayed soul, for he sought no answers. With no trust ever established, betrayal held no significance. To him, these companions were no different from beasts. He refrained from immediately snapping the neck of the assailant merely to observe Su Xianchu's reaction. Yet, at that moment, the palace in his mind intoned, "Mission, grant the enemy a swift death." This time, Ren Xiaosu was genuinely taken aback. Wasn't he this palace supposed to advocate for benevolence? How could it suddenly advocate for such decisive and ruthless actions? Previously, he had often exploited the loopholes within missions, yet now he found himself somewhat ill at ease. Did this palace truly consider not tormenting the enemy as an act of virtue? Surely, your standards have lowered too swiftly. Nonetheless, Ren Xiaosu understood that the palace lacked consciousness. The issuance of such a task must be rooted in some internal mechanism. With a dull thud, he resolutely crushed the assailant's neck. Sun Junjung, hidden within the cavern, trembled upon hearing the sound. "This has nothing to do with me. I never disclosed to them that you possess great strength." Bang! Yang Xiaojin shot him squarely in the forehead, leaving Sun Junjung's unfinished words unspoken. Ren Xiaosu turned to Yang Xiaojin, who calmly stated, "Concealing a crime is tantamount to sharing the guilt." Ren Xiaosu inhaled sharply. Yang Xiaojin implied that although Sun Junjung had not informed the assailant of Ren Xiaosu's considerable strength, he was aware of the impending attack, yet failed to warn Ren Xiaosu. Therefore, to eliminate potential risks, Sun Junjung equally deserved his fate. Ren Xiaosu believed that despite repeatedly reshaping his understanding of Yang Xiaojin, her ruthlessness and decisiveness in matters of life and death consistently surpassed his expectations. Nevertheless, he did not perceive Yang Xiaojin's actions as erroneous. Over the course of a single night, the original team of 11 had dwindled to 6, leaving only Su Xianchu, Ren Xiaosu, Luo Xinyu, Lu Bu, Wang Lei, and Yang Xiaojin. Task accomplished, reward of a master-level skill learning blueprint. Without a moment's hesitation, Ren Xiaosu directed this master-level learning blueprint towards Su Xianchu. Compared to Yang Xiaojin's marksmanship, the leap from advanced to master level was not of significant consequence to him. Thus, at this moment, he found himself in greater need of Su Xianchu's abilities. A random selection of a target's master-level skill or supernatural ability will occur. If a master-level skill is drawn and you do not possess the corresponding advanced skill, it cannot be learned, determining that the target possesses no master-level skills. A supernatural ability shadow has been drawn. Do you wish to learn it? Ren Xiaosu was elated. It turned out that if the opponent lacked a master-level skill, one could directly acquire a supernatural ability. He had previously believed the odds to be minimal. Learn. Shadow has been learned. As Ren Xiaosu felt the newly replicated skill, he was astonished to discover that a shadow of his own was quietly standing within the palace. What surprised Ren Xiaosu was that Su Xianchu's shadow was gray, while his was black. Was it due to his unwashed face that made it appear darker? The atmosphere in the cave had plummeted to an icy silence. Just that evening, 2 team members had vanished without a trace, casting a heavy pall over everyone. Little did they expect that a fratricidal conflict would ensue. Su Xianchu, Luo Xinyu, Lu Bu, and Wang Lei began to understand that the 2 soldiers from the private unit seemed intent on ambushing Ren Xiaosu and Yang Xiaojin. But the latter two had swiftly resolved the confrontation. The swiftness of the battle was beyond imagination, prompting Su Xianchu to reassess the two individuals before him with newfound seriousness. He sighed, noting that this was indeed a case of self-inflicted consequences. Ren Xiaosu remained silent, contemplating that Su Xianchu lacked motive for such actions. If it were for firearms, Su Xianchu had not lost any of his own, whether rifles or handguns. If it were for Luo Xinyu, he had ample opportunity in the past. Given that she had previously sought his affection, yet Su Xianchu had never directly acknowledged her advances. If it were for water, Su Xianchu had just procured a jug, rendering it unnecessary to covet Ren Xiaosu's 2 bottles. Ren Xiaosu's concern stemmed from the fear that Su Xianchu might take action to maintain order within the team. Yet it ultimately became evident that Su Xianchu did not wish to become embroiled in this turmoil. Su Xianchu's true objective was to unravel the mystery of the Boundary Mountain and the evolution of its beings, rather than to extricate others from their plight. However, Sun Junzheng does not deserve death. Su Xianchu sighed again, concluding that in this wilderness, there is no absolute right or wrong. Ren Xiaosu perceived that Su Xianchu had grasped the essence of survival in this desolate land. There exists no dichotomy of right and wrong, only the relentless pursuit of existence. He did not wish to assert that Yang Xiaojin's actions were justified, yet it was indisputable that taking precautions against potential dangers was always prudent. Ren Xiaosu discarded 3 corpses outside the cave and addressed Su Xianchu and Yang Xiaojin. I have long been perplexed by the mysterious disappearance of Su Xia's body. This presents an opportunity for close examination. He instructed Yang Xiaojin, should anything unusual arise, do not hesitate to call for me. With that, he leaned against the rocky wall and appeared to drift into slumber. Others observed Ren Xiaosu with a sense of incredulity. How could he, having just taken lives, seem so unfazed as to fall into a state of repose? Was he not the one who had just committed murder? In reality, Ren Xiaosu was not asleep. He was introspectively exploring his palace, for within it lingered an enigmatic black shadow, which ignited his curiosity and dispelled any semblance of drowsiness. It is noteworthy that he had always envied Su Xianchu, and even held a tinge of admiration for Zhang Baogan's ability to blow bubbles. Though the act of bubble blowing appeared trivial, Ren Xiaosu suspected that the power of those bubbles held potential for enhancement. Did extraordinary beings not possess avenues for growth? He firmly believed they did. As for himself, despite the imposing faade of his palace, he felt inadequate, for he had been tirelessly augmenting his strength and agility, lacking the true essence of an extraordinary being. After all, some individuals, through dedicated training over time, could undoubtedly attain the level of strength he currently possessed. Thus, prior to his replication of Su Xianchu's shadow, he could not be deemed a true extraordinary being, at least not in terms of combat prowess. The shadow of Su Xianchu, capable of deflecting bullets, had long been a source of envy for Ren Xiaosu. To Ren Xiaosu, firearms were terrifying. Their projectiles could reach initial velocities at or exceeding the speed of sound. An ordinary person stands no chance against such weaponry. Therefore, in Ren Xiaosu's perspective, the fear of firearms serves as a threshold distinguishing a genuine, extraordinary individual. Of course, Ren Xiaosu was not entirely fearless against all firearms, for a surprise attack could indeed prove fatal. At that moment, the black shadow stood silently beside the typewriter in the palace, motionless. Upon closer inspection, Ren Xiaosu discerned that the outline of this shadow unmistakably resembled his own, albeit slightly blurred. Why was Su Xianchu's shadow gray while his was black? Even though it was directly replicated, could there be some underlying difference? As Ren Xiaosu attempted to maneuver the black shadow within the palace, he quickly realized that the shadow's power seemed intimately linked to his own strength. This connection was of a mental nature. Ren Xiaosu could ascertain, even without experimentation, that it appeared to be birthed from his own mental will. The shadow's strength and speed were both double that of Ren Xiaosu, and even its physical density was twice his own. No wonder it could withstand bullets. Even an ordinary person could, in theory, withstand them, though they would perish, while this shadow would not. Throughout Ren Xiaosu's explorations, he discovered that the duration of the shadow's manifestation was contingent upon his mental fortitude. As long as his willpower remained robust, he could wield it indefinitely. However, Ren Xiaosu felt a tinge of curiosity. How could something as ethereal as mental fortitude be quantified? He attempted to inquire of the palace, "What is my mental strength?" Ren Xiaosu found himself perplexed. His mastery in wilderness survival could be assessed, as could his physical strength and agility, yet why was there no means to evaluate his mental capacity? Was it that mental strength lacked a definitive standard? Or was there some underlying reason? Since an answer eluded him for the time being, he resolved to put such thoughts aside and simply rest. Nevertheless, he had a semblance of understanding as to why Su Xianchu's shadow appeared gray while his own was black. It was because his essence was stronger than Su Xianchu's, thus rendering his shadow more substantial. As the morning sun bathed Ren Xiaosu's face, he opened his eyes and instinctively glanced towards the spot where he had discarded the corpses. To his surprise, the three bodies remained unchanged, which explained why Yang Xiaojin had not awakened him. Evidently, no unusual occurrences had transpired. If nothing had happened, then so be it. One could not perpetually anticipate danger. At that moment, his gaze shifted towards the cave interior and met Lu Bu's eyes, who, unlike his earlier arrogance upon emerging from the barrier, now exhibited signs of evasion. Throughout the night, Lu Bu had been restless. He was merely a cowardly individual who feared the strong. Upon realizing Ren Xiaosu's formidable prowess, he began to feel a sense of panic. Such trepidation was warranted, for he, along with Luo Xinyu and Wang Lei, were startled to discover that, despite the small number of individuals in their party, everyone else was an exceptional contender. Akin to mythical beasts, Su Xianchu had already risen and stood outside the cave, observing the surrounding forest, lost in contemplation. Ren Xiaosu approached Wang Lei, who lay on the stretcher. Instinctively, Wang Lei attempted to retreat, but he was no match for Ren Xiaosu's swiftness. Ren lifted his shirt and examined the wound inflicted by Su Xianchu, remarking, "All right, get up and walk on your own. Your injury has already healed." It was at this moment that Wang Lei suddenly realized that his wound no longer hurt at all. Could it be that Ren Xiaosu's black medicine was so remarkably effective? With Wang Lei serving as a test subject, Su Xianchu had come to understand the significance of that black medicine. If one were to sustain injuries in the wilderness, possessing this black medicine could greatly enhance their chances of survival. "Enough," Ren Xiaosu instinctively stated. "I will pay for it," Su Xianchu replied. However, Ren suddenly recalled a pressing question. "Didn't you say you were out of money?" Su Xianchu responded, "The three individuals you killed had some on them. I've retrieved it." A wave of regret washed over Ren Xiaosu as he gasped for breath. It was evident that his inexperience had led him astray. He had neglected to search the bodies. How could he have committed such a fundamental blunder? It dawned on him that Su Xianchu had ventured outside to examine the corpses, demonstrating remarkable restraint, waiting until dawn to avoid potential dangers. In anguish, Ren Xiaosu exclaimed, "This is not your money. It is clearly mine. At the very least, I deserve half." Su Xianchu pondered for a moment before replying, "Money holds little value for me here. As long as you provide me with that black medicine, I will give you all the more than 8,000 I have on me." Upon hearing that the three individuals had over 8,000 with them, Ren Xiaosu felt an even deeper pang of heartache. However, Ren Xiaosu scrutinized Su Xianchu with great seriousness, astonished to discover that this individual was, indeed, one who did not harbor a love for money. He produced a half-empty vial of black medicine, previously intended for Wang Lei, and offered it to Su Xianchu. "Money. Give." Su Xianchu promptly extracted all his cash and presented it to Ren Xiaosu, even going so far as to deliberately rummage through his pockets to demonstrate that he truly had no more funds on him. Ren Xiaosu nodded in satisfaction. Although he was not well acquainted with Su Xianchu, he recognized that his actions throughout their journey had been quite commendable. Yet, as Ren Xiaosu accepted the sum of over 8,000 yuan, a voice echoed in his mind, emanating from the palace. Detection indicates that the host possesses sufficient funds, totaling 20,000 yuan, to purchase basic storage permissions. Previously, when Ren Xiaosu treated Wang Lei's injuries, Wang Lei had contributed 1,200 yuan, while Luo Xinyu had generously provided him with 10,000 yuan. Now, with an additional 8,900 yuan from Su Xianchu, Ren Xiaosu found his cash reserves had astonishingly reached 20,000 yuan. At this revelation, Ren Xiaosu was momentarily taken aback. He had long been eager to unlock the palace's storage function, yet the palace had remained reticent about how to obtain such permissions. He speculated that it might involve completing a specific task or perhaps another side quest, akin to unlocking a weapon. However, he never anticipated that this storage capability would require a monetary investment. What need could a nebulous palace have for currency? This money was not to be squandered. Ren Xiaosu understood all too well the significance of having a storage space in the wilderness. Gritting his teeth, he communicated with the palace in his mind. Purchase. Purchase successful. Basic storage permissions unlocked. At that moment, An additional door appeared within the palace, slowly creaking open to reveal a wall behind it. Embedded in the center of this wall was a 1 cubic meter compartment. How utterly disappointing. 20,000 yuan for such a meager space? What had the palace just mentioned? Ah, yes, unlocking the basic storage privileges. This meant that in the future, one would need to purchase intermediate and advanced levels, and so forth. Perhaps the space behind this door could eventually transform into a more substantial area after numerous acquisitions, perhaps even into an actual room? But how much would that cost? Ren Xiaosu doubted whether he could accumulate such wealth in his lifetime. At this moment, he felt that earning 20,000 yuan was quite an achievement. Ren Xiaosu experienced a bittersweet sensation. To be honest, his gains today surpassed those of the previous several days combined. He ventured outside, broke off a branch, and stripped it of its bark. Using the white twigs within, he brushed his teeth. While washing his face might be optional, maintaining clean and fresh teeth was essential. In the wilderness, having good dental health was vital for comfort and survival. Suddenly, he noticed Yang Xiaojin and Su Xianchu mimicking his actions, also breaking branches to clean their teeth. Their survival attitude was remarkably proactive. They tended to imitate whatever Ren Xiaosu did. Out of the blue, Ren Xiaosu gathered a handful of leaves and stuffed them into his pocket, prompting Su Xianchu and Yang Xiaojin to find similar trees and collect their own leaves. As the saying goes, in a group of 3, there must be a teacher among them. When Su Xianchu and the others realized that Ren Xiaosu's experience in wilderness survival far surpassed their own, their immediate reaction was to learn from him. They understood that only through learning could they, too, find greater comfort in this untamed wilderness, just as Ren Xiaosu did. However, Su Xianchu felt a tinge of curiosity. What purpose do these leaves serve? Ren Xiaosu cheerfully produced the leaves and tossed them aside. They are of no use. I merely wanted to see if you would follow my example. Su Xianchu? Su Xianchu stared at Ren Xiaosu in silence for a while. Stubbornly refusing to discard the leaves he had plucked, he picked these leaves simply because he desired to, and certainly not to imitate Ren Xiaosu. In contrast, Yang Xiaojin nonchalantly gathered a handful of leaves and tucked them into her pocket. The psychological resilience of Su Xianchu, Yang Xiaojin, and Ren Xiaosu was evidently superior to that of Luo Xinyu and her companions. Despite having witnessed numerous life and death scenarios the previous night, the trio remained remarkably composed, seemingly undisturbed by those events. However, Luo Xinyu and her group were unable to maintain such composure. When Ren Xiaosu and his friends ventured out of the cave to brush their teeth, Luo Xinyu and the others hesitated to step outside due to their fear of the 3 corpses lying outside. It took them a full half-hour of mental preparation before they finally mustered the courage to emerge. They could not fathom how Ren Xiaosu and his companions could still find amusement in the situation. Let us prepare to set off, Su Xianchu declared. Although we are uncertain of the dangers that lie ahead, remaining here is certainly not a solution. Before the next night descends upon us, we must locate a suitable place for camping. I hope everyone refrains from acting alone. After all, you have witnessed the consequences of solitary actions. They now find themselves at the periphery of the Jing Mountains, where Ren Xiaosu can even glimpse the black smoke billowing from the active volcanoes within. The deeper they venture, the more perilous it becomes. What precisely exists within the Jing Mountains? Ren Xiaosu inquired, filled with curiosity. Su Xianchu pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps it conceals the mysteries of beast evolution, or maybe it is the origin of new species and their order. When you emerged from the barrier, did they inform you of the nature of the site that might exist here? Ren Xiaosu asked. Su Xianchu no longer concealed the truth, a mysterious city. Once, while perched upon the wall of the schoolhouse, Ren Xiaosu had listened to Zhang Jinglin recount various astonishing tales, some of which included accounts of vanished cities. However, he found this quite natural, considering that Zhang Jinglin was the sole teacher in the entire township, and it would indeed be a challenge for him to cover all subjects daily. During that time, Mr. Zhang had mentioned an intriguing anecdote about an ancient city located in an uninhabited area, which had once thrived only to suddenly decline. He had noted that, after its downfall, there seemed to be demons lurking nearby. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu thought to himself, I believe you not, for if you do not wish to teach, why weave tales of demons? Surely, there cannot be such beings in this world. Yet, now he found himself somewhat convinced. In truth, Zhang Jinglin should not have been very old, merely in his 30s. Ren Xiaosu had heard from Wang Fugui that Zhang Jinglin had come from afar long ago, though no one could quite remember how long ago it had been. At times, Ren Xiaosu pondered whether Zhang Jinglin had once been a member of the barriers before becoming a refugee. How else could he possess such extensive knowledge? Even if some of it was mere fabrication? Ren Xiaosu inquired of Su Xianchu. Has he mentioned anything else? After a moment of contemplation, Su Xianchu replied, additionally, it seemed that before our departure, Wang Songyang had managed to gather information indicating that not only Barrier 113 had received news regarding Jing Mountain, but there were also other teams en route to Jing Mountain. Ren Xiaosu had anticipated that Su Xianchu would reveal some secret, but this was the revelation instead. In truth, both the barrier administrators and the consortium were quite intrigued by discussions of evolution and extraordinary beings. Su Xianchu remarked, you must be aware of the newly established psychiatric hospital within the barrier. Their research on extraordinary beings is not solely for precautionary measures, but also for potential exploitation. Can you elaborate on extraordinary beings? Ren Xiaosu asked. As an extraordinary being yourself, this should pique your interest, he added. Su Xianchu mused. Extraordinary beings have existed for quite some time. They were merely regarded as myths. The recent surge in their visibility has prompted greater attention, especially with the emergence of clandestine organizations of extraordinary beings in certain areas. Ren Xiaosu paused in astonishment. There are organizations now? The existence of organizations implied that the number of extraordinary beings was not insignificant. Has he been captured? Ren Xiaosu inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. No. Su Xianchu shook his head. His power surpasses your imagination. Presently, various factions are beginning to address the extraordinary beings, as if they are categorizing the threat level posed by these individuals, although the criteria for such evaluations remain unclear. Ren Xiaosu murmured, why must it come to a fight to the death? Can't we coexist peacefully? His words were born from personal experience, for he too was an extraordinary being, suddenly finding himself in opposition to those colossal entities, which inevitably brought him a sense of unease. Suddenly, Lu Bu interjected, we will not divulge your secret, rest assured. At that moment, Lu Bu felt a twinge of anxiety about the possibility of being silenced, prompting him to make a hasty declaration. Su Xianchu cast a glance at Lu Bu, but remained silent. It was evident that he possessed a certain moral compass and would not resort to such drastic measures. Yet, who would truly believe Lu Bu's assurance? To place trust in him would indeed be foolish. Su Xianchu, rarely one to speak harshly, remarked, of all these individuals, you are the one I worry about the most. Lu Bu responded, is this some kind of curse? He contemplated rebuking Ren Xiaosu, but hesitated. Su Xianchu, observing the exchange, mused, you are also an extraordinary being, aren't you? Ren Xiaosu replied, huh? In that moment, he pondered whether he had inadvertently revealed something, whether Yang Xiaojin had discerned any clues. At this juncture, Su Xianchu asserted, you have certainly awakened a rather infuriating ability. Ren Xiaosu. At this moment, an epiphany struck Ren Xiaosu as he inquired within his mind, Palace, do I possess any skills in manipulating emotions, and what is their level? The palace responded calmly, perfect. Ren Xiaosu. To think it is a perfect level. Previously, when he discovered that Yang Xiaojin had a perfect level skill, he was quite impressed. Little did he know he possessed one as well. However, in comparison to others, his perfect level skill seemed rather absurd. Palace, are you serious? Yet, contemplating that he too was among those with perfect level skills, Ren Xiaosu felt a mix of discomfort and a twinge of joy. After all, it was indeed a perfect level skill. It is often said that excelling in a single endeavor throughout one's life is no small feat. Who would have thought that at such a young age, he had already reached the pinnacle of one such pursuit? Su Xianchu glanced at the three corpses outside the cave and finally declared, let us depart. Regardless of what lies hidden within this mountain, I must behold it. This was the longing of an extraordinary individual. People once believed that those legendary tales were mere fabrications, yet as one begins to approach the realm of legend, a yearning for that broader world emerges. Su Xianchu felt this, and so did Ren Xiaosu. Su Xianchu remarked, I wonder if any of you have read a book titled Journey to the West. I once encountered it in the library of the barrier. At that time, when I read that someone could lift a staff weighing 13,500 jin, I found it quite astonishing. Now, I ponder whether the characters within that book truly existed. It is said that this staff could suppress mountains. Ren Xiaosu contemplated for a moment and replied, this book is available in the town school. However, your claim that a weight of over 13,500 jin could suppress mountains is somewhat questionable, for that amounts to over 6 tons. The agricultural tractors at the factory outside the town can bear a load of 10 tons, and it is not uncommon for them to slightly exceed that limit while pulling too. Su Xianchu inhaled deeply and turned towards the forest, venturing into the unknown mountainous terrain. Upon entering the woods, Ren Xiaosu made a deliberate effort to observe for signs of struggle. As the mystery surrounding the disappearance of 2 soldiers from a private military unit the previous night remained unresolved, he sought to uncover what had transpired with these individuals. A torrential downpour had washed away the footprints of the 2 men, complicating Ren Xiaosu's search for traces. With no footprints to follow, he turned his attention to the leaves and branches. The forest was densely packed, with towering canopies overshadowing thick underbrush. It was inevitable that the 2 men would have broken some twigs while traversing the woods, as these remnants would not be washed away by the rain. Ren Xiaosu followed a few slightly broken branches, but to his dismay, the trail only extended for a little over 10 meters before vanishing. Realizing what Ren Xiaosu was searching for, Su Xianchu inquired, "Did you find anything?" "No." Ren Xiaosu shook his head. "The traces cease here abruptly." They did not venture further. It is only natural that these 2 individuals experienced a sense of trepidation, hence their reluctance to stray too far from the cave. Yet, this situation remains perplexing. They were merely a dozen meters from the cave, and if an incident had transpired here, those inside the cave could not possibly have been oblivious, even with the sounds of rain to veil the commotion. Thus, the most plausible explanation is that they approached this spot for convenience and unexpectedly encountered a situation so shocking that they had no opportunity to cry out for help. Ren Xiaosu surveyed the surrounding trees, noting that not a single piece of bark had been stripped from the trunks. There were no signs of struggle, no evidence of conflict. Nothing at all. The fear of the unknown is the most profound terror. "Let us proceed," Su Xianchu suggested. "Given the circumstances, securing a safe campsite has become imperative, even if it means truncating our journey for the day." Ren Xiaosu concurred with Su Xianchu's insight. It would be ideal to find a shelter akin to the cave we occupied last night. Although we remain oblivious to the events that transpired, since we encountered no misfortune within the cave, it would be prudent to seek out a similar refuge for tonight's lodging. The sky post-rain had yet to clear. It was uncertain when the downpour might resume. As the saying goes, a fall rain brings a chill. And this rain had temporarily subdued the oppressive heat that accompanied their approach to the volcanic region. A group of individuals trudged laboriously through the forest, with Ren Xiaosu suggesting that Su Xianchu navigate towards areas devoid of puddles. In these times, even a mere ant could grow to the size of a fingertip. And grotesque creatures like the human-faced bug had emerged. Should they encounter leeches in such circumstances, it could indeed prove fatal. The garments they wore offered no protection against the leech's mouthparts. How can insects grow to such an enormous size? Ren Xiaosu inquired with curiosity. What exactly is this human-faced bug? Su Xianchu pondered for a moment before responding. No matter how bizarre the human-faced bug may be, it remains confined by the limitations of its insect classification. Its anatomical structure dictates that it cannot attain the massive size characteristic of mammals, as the oxygen supply would be insufficient. Thus, I suspect the oxygen levels in this area are exceptionally high, facilitating their growth. Have you noticed that although our bodies are weary, our spirits are remarkably high? And our minds are sharper? This is clearly a reaction to increased oxygen intake. Ren Xiaosu found Su Xianchu's analysis sensible. It was not solely a matter of evolution, but also bore scientific implications. Suddenly, he paused. Could the abundance of oxygen be attributed to the plants undergoing mutation and evolution as well? The flora near our barricade seems to have flourished somewhat. Might there be an impending insect plague outside as a result? Quite possibly, Su Xianchu replied. As they progressed, the varying levels of stamina among the group became evident. Ren Xiaosu felt remarkably at ease, traversing the forest with little effort and not a hint of fatigue. Although Su Xianchu is an extraordinary being, it appears that his physical prowess has not significantly improved. Su himself acknowledges that since awakening to become an extraordinary individual, his physical capabilities have been gradually enhancing. However, this seems to be a slow progression, which means that Su Xianchu's physical condition has yet to reach the level of Ren Xiaosu. Su Xianchu remarked, "Ever since I awakened to become an extraordinary being, I have noticed that each time I push my body to its limits during training, my physical abilities experience another surge. In contrast, Lu Bu, Luo Xinyu, and Wang Lei have found themselves in a dire situation. Their garments are somewhat tattered, and while they emerge from the barrier looking pristine, now their faces are as grimy as Ren Xiaosu's. Yet, they dare not lag behind, for they fear that Ren Xiaosu, Su Xianchu, and Yang Xiaojin would not wait for them, leaving them to face the specter of death alone." At this moment, what astonished Ren Xiaosu the most was Yang Xiaojin. He suddenly realized that although she appeared somewhat fatigued, her condition was vastly superior to that of Su Xianqiu. Just then, Ren Xiaosu's attention was caught by the sight of a gray shadow emerging from Su Xianqiu's body. Instantly alert, he assumed Su Xianqiu had detected some danger. However, to his astonishment, he witnessed Su Xianqiu climbing onto the back of the gray shadow, instructing it to carry him. This scene left Ren Xiaosu utterly dumbfounded. It felt like cheating. Ever since Su Xianqiu revealed his extraordinary nature, he has grown increasingly fond of utilizing his abilities. Previously, he had been accustomed to concealing them, often forgetting to employ his powers altogether. The physical prowess of the gray shadow was twice that of Su Xianqiu, traversing the forest with an ease that belied the terrain. If it were not for Ren Xiaosu's desire to conceal the fact that he had replicated Su Xianqiu's shadow, he too would have wished to be carried by it. Lu Bu, Luo Xinyu, and Wang Lei were utterly despondent. It was truly disheartening to see someone surpass them so effortlessly. Why had they not awakened to become extraordinary beings? Suddenly, Su Xianqiu's gray shadow came to a halt, and Ren Xiaosu felt a surge of anxiety, for he noticed that Su Xianqiu's muscles had tensed, resembling a cat bristling with fur. Su Xianqiu cautiously descended from the back of the gray shadow to avoid hindering its speed, whispering, "Look ahead." Ren Xiaosu gazed into the dim, shadowy woods, where the dense foliage concealed what seemed to be a white figure in the distance. What is that?" Lu Bu stammered, instinctively retreating behind Luo Xinyu and Wang Lei, positioning himself at the rear of the group. Su Xianqiu scrutinized the scene, hesitating before articulating, "Do you see? That white silhouette resembles a woman in white, scratching a tree." Ren Xiaosu's hair stood on end. The sight was too eerie. In the ominous forest, the rustling leaves sounded as if some terrifying creature was weaving through the treetops. All eyes were fixed on the bizarre white figure ahead, each person holding their breath, fearful that their very presence might provoke it. In such a place, it is perplexing to see a woman with her back turned to them, scratching a tree, leaving everyone bewildered. The more they ponder this enigma, the deeper the fear grows within them. Ren Xiaosu noticed that Yang Xiaojin beside him was equally tense for the first time. He could see her lips pressed together and her hand gripping the gun. Turning pale from the exertion, Su Xianqiu's gray shadow loomed in front of him, seemingly bracing for the sudden lunge of the woman in white, even though she remained several meters away. "Shall we take a detour?" Ren Xiaosu whispered. "Perhaps she won't follow us." No sooner had he spoken than a fierce wind swept through the forest, causing the woman in white to appear as if she were floating in midair. Su Xianqiu gritted his teeth and declared, "There's no escaping this. If such a minor specter obstructs us, what hope do we have of reaching Jing Mountain?" With that, Su Xianqiu commanded the gray shadow to advance towards the woman in white, moving forward with determination. Ren Xiaosu and Yang Xiaojin exchanged glances, astonished by Su Xianqiu's bravery in such a dire situation. Some individuals boast grandly in ordinary times, yet falter in the face of adversity, feeling anxious and timid. Others, however, exhibit remarkable composure in perilous moments, revealing an indomitable spirit at their core. "Let's follow," Ren Xiaosu urged. In the next moment, he and Yang Xiaojin synchronously trailed behind Su Xianqiu. They were now like grasshoppers on the same string, unwilling to let Su Xianqiu face the danger alone. Lu Bu trembled as he spoke. "What shall we do? Should we follow him? What if we encounter such a thing beside us as well?" Luo Xinyu, trembling with fear, spoke up, and soon after, she followed suit, with Wang Lei trailing closely behind. Lu Bu, realizing he had been left alone, felt an even greater sense of dread and whispered, "Wait for me." Ren Xiaosu, positioned behind Su Xianqiu, advised, "If you find yourself unable to contend, ensnare her with your gray shadow to buy us time to focus our attacks." Su Xianqiu responded quietly, "Understood. I entrust my back to you. Please remain vigilant of our surroundings." Ren Xiaosu pondered in silence. Perhaps those within the barrier had never experienced the harsh realities of the settlement, thus rendering them more inclined to trust others than the refugees. In the settlement, one must always have a sentinel while sleeping. Individuals raised in such an environment could never afford to relinquish their backs to another. Is this the fundamental distinction between the settlement and the barrier? The three approached the woman in white with caution, yet the closer they drew, the more peculiar their sensations became. Initially, Ren Xiaosu had crouched low, as this posture allowed for the greatest power, but at that moment, he stood upright, perplexed. What on earth is this? Su Xianqiu, equally bewildered, directed his gray shadow to swagger towards the woman in white, effortlessly plucking her from the tree. It turned out to be a tattered female plastic mannequin. seemingly of the inflatable variety. Ren Xiaosu approached Su Xianchu, scrutinizing it for a long while. "What is this?" "I have no idea," Su Xianchu replied, shaking his head. None of them had encountered such an object before, and all expressed their unfamiliarity, though it appeared to be in a state of disrepair. Ren Xiaosu inquired, "Isn't it something from within the barrier?" Su Xianchu once again refuted, stating he had never encountered such a thing inside the barrier. The group fell into contemplation regarding this doll. They found themselves in a blend of amusement and bewilderment, as this seemingly trivial object had managed to startle them moments ago. It was only upon approaching that they sensed something was amiss. "Wait, there is something beneath the tree." Ren Xiaosu inadvertently noticed an iron box nestled among the gnarled roots. With a dagger, he prodded the rusted box, only to discover its state was beyond decay. The moment the dagger made contact, it crumbled into a pile of dust. Inside the box lay several slightly reddish slips of paper, which disintegrated into powder as the box shattered, leaving behind only one object. It was a piece of green plastic, or rather, two pieces of plastic encasing a sheet of green paper, upon which were inscribed mysterious, squiggly patterns reminiscent of tadpoles. Su Xianchu stared at the plastic piece in Ren Xiaosu's hand, momentarily stunned. Could this be a remnant of human civilization prior to the catastrophe? Or perhaps both? The degradation period for plastic spans several centuries, especially when buried underground, which explained why everything else had decayed, yet this remained intact. But what could these peculiar patterns signify? Yang Xiaojin furrowed her brow in confusion. Doesn't this thing resemble a map? At that moment, Lu Bu and others, who had hastened to join them, remarked, the square patterns contain winding symbols, resembling a labyrinth. Su Xianchu and Ren Xiaosu's eyes brightened. Could this be the map of the mysterious city within the mountains? "Oh," Luo Xinyu remarked. "Look, there are words on it." Due to decay, the plastic sheet had become tattered and yellowed, yet after Luo Xinyu's reminder, everyone noticed a tiny line of text beneath the enigmatic pattern. Ren Xiaosu meticulously deciphered it aloud. "Please scan the QR code to make a payment." The group was utterly confounded. What is a QR code, and who are we paying? Must we pay to navigate through the maze? Due to the discontinuity of civilization, much knowledge from the pre-cataclysm era remained elusive to them. Some information was discarded by humanity as redundant, while others had shattered during the dark ages of survival. They had never encountered such things in the barriers or settlements, rendering their purpose a mystery. At least it was not a map of the maze. Ren Xiaosu turned to Su Xianchu. "Are you certain that is the mysterious city where the enigma of evolution lies? Otherwise, how could one explain the changes in the mountains today?" Su Xianchu replied. "Indeed," Ren Xiaosu conceded, "the mountains must harbor secrets. Yet I always feel that a city may not be as mysterious as it seems. Let us go. Only by witnessing it can we truly understand," Su Xianchu said, carefully placing the QR code into his chest pocket as if fearing to damage it. "Does this broken doll still carry any significance?" Lu Bu inquired. "Bring it along. It may prove useful," Su Xianchu remarked. The group, Su Xianchu, Ren Xiaosu, and Yang Xiaojin, were certainly reluctant to carry that wretched doll. The question of whether to bring the doll was initially posed by Lu Bu, thus he was unceremoniously assigned the task of bearing it. In truth, Ren Xiaosu and the others believed the doll to be of little value, though none of them understood its purpose before the catastrophe. However, they were not foolish. Since it was not their own burden to bear, they thought, why not? Consequently, Lu Bu found himself in a dismal predicament, already weary yet compelled to cradle that tattered doll with utmost care. To make matters worse, they had yet to consume any food that day. For Su Xianchu and his companions, their survival skills had only recently progressed to foraging for pine cones, which proved particularly challenging to peel, and the yield was scant. The sizable pine cone yielded insufficient pine nuts to even fill a gap between teeth. But what alternative did they have? It was evident that Ren Xiaosu had no intention of assisting them. Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu drew a dagger and made a cut on an unfamiliar tree, from which a milky sap began to flow. Su Xianchu's eyes brightened. "Is this drinkable?" The others turned to him with expressions of surprise, only for Ren Xiaosu to shake his head and declare, "Most milky tree saps in the forest are not safe to consume, as the risk of poisoning is quite high." Su Xianchu, puzzled, inquired, "Then why did you make that cut?" "To coat the dagger with poison," Ren Xiaosu replied matter-of-factly. The others were instantly bewildered, exclaiming in disbelief at the audacity of Ren Xiaosu, who dared to poison a dagger, epitomizing the depths of cunning. Yet, they refrained from disparaging Ren Xiaosu's treachery, for throughout their journey, they had relied heavily on him. should any of them sustain injuries in the future. They would be counting on Ren Xiaosu to stitch their wounds and administer treatment. Lu Bu, Luo Xinyu, Wang Lei, and the others still had funds available, set aside precisely for the contingency of needing Ren Xiaosu's assistance in dire straits. They had come to realize that with Ren Xiaosu nearby, money could very well equate to life itself. At that moment, should they offend him, even if he might still treat their injuries for a price, the cost could very well include a kidney once he had finished stitching them up. As Lu Bu inadvertently tumbled from a tree while gathering pine cones, he was fortunate that the ground was cushioned with soft pine needles, rendering the fall painless. However, on this occasion, Ren Xiaosu disagreed. I have heard of the idiom colluding in wrongdoing, but have you truly witnessed ABI? The others were momentarily taken aback. Was not BI simply the creature that trails behind a wolf? The phrase describes the wolf and the BI jointly preying upon livestock, with the wolf using its forelimbs and the BI employing its hind limbs, symbolizing their collusion in malevolent deeds. Ren Xiaosu nodded. Mr. Zhang from the academy articulated it similarly. Yet I pose the same question. Have you ever encountered ABI? Lu Bu stood in stunned silence, muttering softly. Where would we see one, being ensconced within our fortress? I have witnessed, Ren Xiaosu remarked, the very wolves that pursued us into the canyon. Last year, I encountered one of their kind, a jackal. What does a jackal look like? Someone inquired with curiosity. A jackal is, in fact, a wolf, Ren Xiaosu replied calmly. It had been ensnared in a hunter's trap, rendering its foreleg immobile. Consequently, the other wolves carried it upon their backs, aiding it in its continued existence. Su Xianchu and the others were momentarily taken aback. While they were educated within the confines of their walls, learning the phrase colluding with wolves, their teachers had instructed them that both wolves and jackals were malevolent creatures, and had delineated which insects were beneficial and which were pests. However, Ren Xiaosu, amidst the wilderness, held a different perspective. He had heard from Zhang Jinglin that the nomadic tribes of the grasslands once revered wolves. Back then, he had yet to attend school and thus sought the assistance of Yin Lu Yuan to pose a question. Are wolves not a scourge to livestock? Why then do the nomadic peoples venerate them? Mr. Zhang countered. Is it the wolf that is at fault? Indeed, the wolf preys upon sheep, and the sheep graze upon grass. None are to blame. This is the natural order of species, inherent and unchangeable. Although wolves may pose a threat to humanity, they remain steadfastly loyal to their injured kin. Can humans claim the same? Observing the journey to Jing Mountain, how many perished due to their companions' indifference? It is not that they were wrong, yet at times, Ren Xiaosu found himself envious of the wolf pack. At least, in times of crisis, one would not be callously abandoned. Ren Xiaosu disregarded the opinions of others as he deftly used his dagger to excavate the soil at the roots of a pine tree. He remarked, in the wilderness, one should refrain from using their hands to clear leaves, for it is highly likely that scorpions, centipedes, and venomous snakes may be lurking beneath. Disturb them, and they may bring forth your demise. This time, Ren Xiaosu did not encounter any scorpions or similar creatures, which left him with a tinge of regret. For he mused that roasted scorpions could be quite delectable. He pondered whether he should catch a few scorpions and centipedes for dinner. As he continued to dig up some pine roots, he thought, if pine nuts were insufficient, he might as well consume the roots of the pine tree. They could be boiled for the evening meal. The others observed him with astonishment, sensing that in Ren Xiaosu's eyes, everything seemed edible. While it was somewhat reasonable for them to consume pine nuts, now they were resorting to the roots of the pine tree. Is this truly a food source? Or merely construction material? Yet, Ren Xiaosu remained unfazed. Over the years in the wilderness, he had feasted on countless items that others deemed inedible. At that moment, a thought struck Ren Xiaosu. Were there other regions near different barriers that resembled the mutated terrain of Jing Mountain? Su Xianchu paused before responding. Indeed. But they have already been secured by the Fire Seed Company. The Fire Seed Company? Ren Xiaosu inquired, perplexed. I have not heard of it. Which consortium does it belong to? No, it is an independent consortium in its own right, controlling over 20 barriers, Su Xianchu explained. However, it is quite distant from our Barrier 113, so it is understandable that you have not heard of it. What is it like in the territories controlled by the Fire Seed Company? Ren Xiaosu inquired with curiosity. Su Xianchu's expression turned troubled, as if the knowledge he possessed was limited to this. However, it was Yang Xiaojin who spoke up. The areas under the Fire Seed Company are shrouded in mystery. Some claim to have witnessed enormous prehistoric avians soaring through the skies there. Yet the Fire Seed Company possesses formidable military strength and has suppressed that region. Perhaps only the core personnel of the Fireseed Company truly know what transpires within. Clearly, Su Xianchu was unaware of the rumors regarding the prehistoric avians associated with the Fireseed Company, indicating that Yang Xiaojin's intelligence surpassed that of Su Xianchu, a soldier of a private army. Moreover, when Yang Xiaojin suggested that possibly only the core personnel of the Fireseed Company were privy to the inner workings, it raised questions as to why she was so certain it was the core members rather than the entire company. It was evident that Yang Xiaojin had attempted to gather information from the Fireseed Company's members, but had returned empty-handed. Ren Xiaosu mused that it was unlikely Yang Xiaojin could accomplish this alone, especially considering he himself did not even know how many refuge fortresses humanity had constructed, the largest of which he had only heard of being Fortress 178. He was oblivious to the Fireseed Company and the number of consortiums out there. In this era of limited communication, to grasp the entirety of the world, one must be backed by an organization. Thus, it was clear that Yang Xiaojin belonged to a certain group, the specifics of which remained unknown. Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu asked, "Are these the only two known locations?" Yang Xiaojin glanced at him and replied, "There will be more." In the afternoon, everyone except Ren Xiaosu exhibited signs of fatigue. Lu Bu and the other two ordinary individuals had developed blisters on their feet, yet they dared not fall behind or inquire if they could take a moment's respite. Ren Xiaosu finished a bottle of water and refilled his container from a shallow stream, while the others, lacking vessels, resorted to using large leaves to scoop up water. Ahead of them, Su Xianchu possessed a canteen, and Yang Xiaojin concealed a bottle, thus she too had a means to carry water. As for Ren Xiaosu, he was well equipped, not only with a bottle, but also with an iron cup he had brought from home. However, Luo Xinyu, Lu Bu, and Wang Lei were not so fortunate. Consequently, while Ren Xiaosu and his companions strode confidently ahead, the trio behind, Luo Xinyu, Lu Bu, and Wang Lei, clumsily clutched their makeshift leaf containers, their predicament appearing quite pitiable. When gathering water, Ren Xiaosu specifically cautioned against approaching deep waters and emphasized the necessity of leaving the shallow creek promptly. He recalled the tales of prehistoric avians appearing in areas controlled by the Fireseed Company, which reminded him of the shadowy figure he encountered while fishing, a creature that instilled fear even in other fish. Ren Xiaosu felt a twinge of regret for never having witnessed its true form. As dusk fell, Ren Xiaosu and his companions finally discovered a new cave. However, this cavern was rather small, and the six of them found themselves in rather cramped quarters. Yet, there was no alternative. The forest at night was far too terrifying. As they huddled together around a fire, each individual experienced an unusual sense of security. Perhaps in that moment humanity truly comprehended the significance of companionship. Ren Xiaosu surveyed the cavern, hoping to discover traces left by humans, such as inscriptions made the previous night. Regrettably, no new clues were to be found. Su Xianchu advised, "If you seek convenience, it would be best to avoid entering the woods, lest unforeseen mishaps occur. If the girl prefers ease, we shall turn our gaze away, allowing one of the girls to oversee us, all in the interest of your safety." A group of individuals chewed on freshly boiled pine roots, and Lu Bu, recalling the aroma of wild boar from earlier, jested with Ren Xiaosu, "Why not make another wish? It would be splendid if some creature were to wander into our midst." Ren Xiaosu retorted, "Why don't you make a wish instead?" He had no intention of sacrificing Yin Liyuan's well-being for his own sustenance. The pine roots, reminiscent of celery, were not particularly difficult to swallow. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu was acutely aware of his words and actions, fearful of inviting calamity upon Yin Liyuan back home. Lu Bu, slightly embarrassed by Ren Xiaosu's response, replied, "I was merely jesting. If wishes were effective, I would have wished long ago. Do you truly believe that simply saying an animal would come to us would make it so?" Just then, peculiar sounds emanated from the woods outside the cave, growing increasingly dense. Instinctively, Ren Xiaosu and the others grasped their firearms, and in the next instant, 3 wild boars, 2 wildcats, 2 snakes, and 7 monkeys emerged from the thicket. The wild boars were imposing, and the wildcats appeared as majestic as the leopards depicted in school textbooks. The monkeys have nearly reached human height, standing upright at around 1.60 meters. Ren Xiaosu was certain that this was not the fortuitous blessing from Yin Liyuan. It was well known that these creatures, when gathered together, could easily overpower them, and this was no stroke of luck. Ren Xiaosu stared at the beasts in a daze, exclaiming, "Lu Bu, what kind of mouth do you have?" Lu Bu was on the verge of tears, lamenting, "I was just speaking casually." Both the beasts and humans were in a stalemate, seemingly unaware that there were people present. In a hushed tone, Ren Xiaosu suggested, Lu Bu, why don't you tell them that we are vegetarian today and kindly let them depart? Lu Bu immediately broke down, looking at the group of beasts outside the cave and saying, do you think that would work? Well, you all can leave. Initially, Ren Xiaosu was merely jesting. But to his astonishment, upon Lu Bu's words, the beasts actually turned and fled in another direction. In truth, Ren Xiaosu was not incapable of fighting them off. Although a handgun would struggle to inflict harm on such animals, he possessed the greatest trump card, his shadow. However, he was reluctant to reveal it, for once it appeared, Su Xianxu and the others would undoubtedly realize he had the ability to replicate others. The potential consequences of that revelation were uncertain. Moreover, if he were to replicate someone's shadow and render it even more formidable, it would not reflect well on the original owner. Wait, perhaps that was indeed the case. Su Xianxu nodded in agreement. Because we have claimed this cave, the beasts have retreated elsewhere. As they discovered the cave where they would camp, a sense of relief washed over them, yet none anticipated the sudden turn of events that would soon unfold. Should we consider relocating? Someone whispered, expressing concern about the possibility of being pursued by something lurking in the forest. No need to change our location, Ren Xiaosu replied, shaking his head. It is evident that whatever is out there sought refuge with us, only to find that we had already claimed this spot. This at least indicates that our cave is sufficiently secure. What are they hiding from? Lu Bu inquired, perplexed. At that moment, Su Xianxu cast his gaze toward the forest beyond the cave. Perhaps they are evading this very forest, or more accurately, the nocturnal dangers it conceals. Ren Xiaosu nodded in agreement. That was precisely my thought. Animals possess an instinctive awareness of peril that far surpasses that of humans. Do you recall the human remains we encountered while traversing the gorge? Yet upon entering the forest, we found no trace of animal carcasses. This is highly unusual. All living beings experience the cycle of life and death. How could it be that not a single animal skeleton is in sight? Furthermore, Ren Xiaosu continued, I once discarded fish bones and flesh in the woods south of the gorge, only to find them mysteriously vanished by the following morning, with no evidence left behind, just as with Su Xia's body. The common thread linking these disappearances is that they all occurred within the dense woods. Indeed, Su Xianxu nodded. Moreover, these creatures exhibit a profound fear of the forest, which evidently harbors some issues. A man-eating forest. The others gazed at the woods outside, perplexed. Could it be that after the evolution of animals, even plants have undergone transformation? Su Xianxu reassured them. Yet, this is actually a positive development, having discerned the pattern. We can take precautions in advance. The fear of the unknown has now morphed into a known fear, and once you comprehend its underlying principles, the sensation of dread can diminish somewhat. Yes, as long as we refrain from entering the forest at night, we should be fine, someone suggested. With this thought, the previous psychological burden eased somewhat. Wang Lei chuckled. Then we must ensure to find a campsite far from the woods before nightfall. Ren Xiaosu shook his head. It's not just at night. We must also exercise caution during the day. We are unaware of whether these animals and plants have reached the pinnacle of their evolution. What if they prey upon us, even in daylight? Then we shall navigate along the ridges and valleys where the trees are relatively sparse. Su Xianxu made the final decision. The group resumed chewing on the roots of the pine trees when someone inquired, Ren Xiaosu, how did you discover that the roots of the pine trees are edible? It wasn't my discovery. Someone in the town mentioned it, Ren Xiaosu replied calmly as he added some firewood to the bonfire. Lu Bu, eager to mend his relationship with Ren Xiaosu, quickly chimed in, the people in your town possess a profound understanding of this wilderness. It is the wisdom of humanity. Lu Bu was at a loss for words, ultimately resorting to insincere flattery. However, Ren Xiaosu did not quite agree with his assertion. Casting a glance at him, Ren Xiaosu remarked, this is not wisdom. Who would willingly consume the roots of a pine tree when they can enjoy a hearty meal? The townsfolk spoke of consuming pine roots as a remnant of years gone by. Upon hearing this, I could envision the countless souls who perished from hunger during those bleak times. In an era where the destitute faced a precarious existence, survival governed every action. What began as forced praise only deepened Lu Bu's embarrassment. At that moment, Luo Xinyu sought to ease the tension by posing a question. Why have wild beasts grown larger, while we humans have not? Instead, we have evolved into numerous extraordinary beings. Su Xianxu speculated that it might stem from the differing paths of human evolution, stating, throughout history, human evolution has primarily focused on intellect. Ren Xiaosu interjected, I have encountered another perspective. Last year, After escaping the jaws of a wolf, I approached Mr. Zhang from the school with my queries. He posed a thought-provoking question. In nature, some creatures do not require extensive movement to develop robust muscles. For instance, he mentioned the gorilla. Even when confined in cages, these beings could still cultivate muscles far surpassing those of humans, despite merely eating and sleeping. In contrast, when humans engage in the same routine, their muscles tend to atrophy. Yang Xiaojin chimed in. That Mr. Zhang from your school is no ordinary individual. Ren Xiaosu was unsure how Yang Xiaojin arrived at that conclusion. While he could not definitively ascertain whether Zhang Jinglin was an exceptional person, he was certain of Zhang Jinglin's goodness. He continued, stating that Mr. Zhang mentioned a gene within the human body that restricts muscle development, and that as humanity grows increasingly intelligent, this gene has been evolving as well. He referred to this phenomenon as the price of wisdom. Lu Bu, who had also dabbled in sophistication, realized the difficulty of developing muscle only after embarking on a fitness journey. At this moment, however, Yang Xiaojin suddenly doused Ren Xiaosu with a bucket of cold water. I have encountered extraordinary beings with evolved physiques. How do you explain that? Ren Xiaosu was momentarily taken aback, contemplating, could it be that his ancestors had some connection with beasts? Yang Xiaojin, Su Xianqiu, Lu Bu. Everyone gazed at Ren Xiaosu in speechless astonishment. Was this not a form of insult? Luo Xinyu suddenly expressed interest that Mr. Zhang from your town school is quite exceptional. Asnt, surely he must be very knowledgeable? Does he spend his leisure time reading? In the enclave, there are indeed such individuals. Luo Xinyu pressed on. Those people are quite impressive. Yet, Ren Xiaosu shook his head. In his spare time, he tends to his vegetable garden. Luo Xinyu was momentarily at a loss for words. Why did most matters in the town diverge so greatly from her expectations? Nevertheless, Ren Xiaosu found this aspect of Zhang Jinglin commendable. He was scholarly yet not confined to mere bookishness, capable of humble labor despite his vast knowledge. Just then, everyone suddenly heard the sound of chains dragging across the ground in the woods. Clatter, clatter. As the iron chain clashed with the ground, it emitted a crisp sound, as if the owner of the sound was crawling through the woods, surveying its domain. Ren Xiaosu and his companions were seized by a chill. How could there still be creatures traversing the forest at night? Had their previous assessments been utterly misguided? Were those animals not supposed to be hiding from the woods? Gratitude was expressed to WGWSKY, as Shi Sansui became the new leader of this book. The ease of their earlier conversations stemmed from the belief that they had unraveled the secrets of the forest, as long as they kept their distance. The night would pose no threat. What manner of place was this mountainous terrain to harbor such bizarre occurrences? The dragging sound seemed drawn toward the flickering light from the cave, gradually approaching the edge of the woodland. Ren Xiaosu, Yang Xiaojin, and Su Xianqiu promptly disengaged the safeties of their firearms, positioning themselves to aim in the direction of the sound. In an instant, Yang Xiaojin noticed that Ren Xiaosu's movements were remarkably proficient, even reminiscent of something she could not quite place. This sense of familiarity, though inexplicable, brought her an odd comfort, akin to a compulsive individual finally arranging their blocks in perfect order. Yet, there was no time for such thoughts, for the owner of the iron chain had crawled to the forest's brink. The individuals inside the cave strained to discern what was approaching, but the entity remained shrouded in darkness, refusing to reveal itself. A soft thud resonated from the woods, and Ren Xiaosu felt a wave of nausea wash over him as he suddenly realized that it was the other's saliva falling onto the leaves below. Once it makes its appearance, we shall fire immediately, Su Xianqiu declared. The combined firepower of the three of us is sufficient to temporarily seal off all possible paths leading to the cave. At that moment, I can send my shadow to engage it. All right, Ren Xiaosu replied softly, contemplating that if this creature proves too formidable, he would no longer concern himself with concealing his shadow. The wildcats, akin in size to leopards, and the boars, resembling small mountains, had long since vanished. Yet Ren Xiaosu understood that only a force of greater power could have driven these fierce beasts from the woods. His breathing grew slower, and his emotions settled into a serene calm. He ceased to heed the sound of his own heartbeat and breath, instead focusing intently on the whispers of the wind in the trees. Perhaps in the next moment, the secrets of this forest would reveal their true nature. However, to their surprise, when the sound of chains echoed through the woods once more, it was the owner of those chains retreating into the distance. What is happening? Su Xianqiu furrowed his brow. Does it not dare to leave the forest? The three maintained their aim, wary that this could merely be a ruse. Ren Xiaosu pondered aloud. It is quite possible that the entity fears exiting the woods. After all, the cave is merely a dozen meters from here, and the wild beasts previously sought refuge in this very place. As the sound of the dragging chains faded into the distance, the three of them finally relaxed somewhat. It seems we were overly optimistic. The secrets of Jing Mountain are far beyond our capacity to unravel through mere speculation. The forest must harbor its own mysteries, or perhaps other terrifying entities, Ren Xiaosu remarked. For there seems to be no explanation for the complete absence of traces when Su Xia's body went missing. You all should rest, Su Xianchu suggested. I will take the first watch tonight, and you may relieve me after midnight. Yet, despite his words, Ren Xiaosu and Yang Xiaojin instinctively decided that one would guard the first half of the night while the other would take over for the latter half. Observing this, Su Xianchu could only manage a wry smile, realizing that he still remained the least trusted among them. Ren Xiaosu rose to stretch, but before he could fully extend, a sudden and violent explosion reverberated from deep within the mountain. The unexpected sound startled him. The inhabitants of the cave emerged in a flurry, questioning the situation. What happened? Is there a volcanic eruption in the mountain? Someone inquired. However, it did not sound like a volcanic eruption, Su Xianchu replied, shaking his head. It resembles the sound of explosives used by humanity. If Su Xianchu had any doubts, Ren Xiaosu and Yang Xiaojin were entirely certain. After all, Ren Xiaosu had previously acquired advanced explosive manufacturing skills from Yang Xiaojin, which included countless experimental detonation experiences. The sound they had just heard was unmistakably that of a conical charge detonating directionally. Such conical charges, akin to armor-piercing projectiles, are employed to create violent craters in hard ground, utilizing the Monroe effect to direct the explosive waves, resulting in enormous pits on the surface. The sound was distinctly different from that of group explosives and linear explosives. Group explosives, akin to packaged bundles of dynamite, are employed to demolish individual bunkers or buildings, wielding tremendous power. In contrast, linear explosives refer to detonators and similar explosive cylinders. Ren Xiaosu discerned the sound. If he could hear it, then Yang Xiaojin surely could as well. Someone was excavating beneath the mountains. But why dig? Could it be that the depths of these mountains concealed monumental secrets? Previously, did you mention other teams arriving at Jing Mountain? Ren Xiaosu turned to Su Xianchu and asked. Indeed, it is highly likely they are also from the Qin Consortium. Su Xianchu replied. After all, the actual management rights of Barrier 112 are held by the Qin Consortium, making it difficult for other factions to bypass them to reach Jing Mountain. Ren Xiaosu instinctively glanced at Yang Xiaojin. So, her discreet arrival here was also tied to the secrets of Jing Mountain? To this day, Ren Xiaosu remained unaware of Yang Xiaojin's true capabilities, aside from her exceptional marksmanship. This girl in the cap surely possessed other advantages. We must hasten our pace, Su Xianchu urged with reluctance. Judging by the noise, the Qin Consortium must have dispatched their formidable armed forces at Barrier 112. We must reach the location before they uncover the secrets. Are you out of your mind? Ren Xiaosu gazed at Su Xianchu in disbelief. Knowing that the Qin Consortium had reinforced their personnel, you still dare to venture inside? Su Xianchu remained silent for a long moment. Since we're here, we might as well press on. Ren Xiaosu and Yang Xiaojin exchanged glances, as if those four words held an enchanting power. This was indeed the truth. Witnessing their opponent employing explosives suggested that the path to Barrier 112 might very well have been cleared by the Qin family consortium. Retreat was not an option. Thus, the only course was to advance. Ren Xiaosu, Su Xianchu, and Yang Xiaojin appeared to be the most intrigued by the mysteries of the Jing Mountain itself, unlike Luo Xinyu, Lu Bu, and Wang Lei, who were primarily eager to reunite with the members of the Qin family consortium. Regardless of the secrets that lay ahead, where there were people, there was hope. They had witnessed the formidable combat brigade of the Qin family consortium within Barrier 113, which was undoubtedly far superior to any ragtag private militia. Consequently, Lu Bu and his companions believed that finding the Qin family consortium would ensure their safety. Moreover, both Luo Xinyu and Lu Bu had some connections with the Qin family consortium, while not particularly close. They had made the acquaintance of Boss Luo from Barrier 113 on several occasions. To them, this wilderness resembled a realm dominated by beasts. Additionally, they were haunted by their near encounter with a mysterious creature in the woods the previous night, prompting them to hasten their departure while daylight prevailed. Out of concern for that creature, Ren Xiaosu opted for paths along the barren ridges and valleys, avoiding the dense forest. Who could say whether that entity roamed during the day? It had not explicitly informed them of its aversion to daylight. What if it merely preferred nocturnal activities and was not actually afraid of the sun? What if its routine had shifted today? Such uncertainties were impossible to predict. The cavern they occupied was situated approximately several dozen kilometers away from the source of the explosive sounds emanating from the mountains. If they hastened their pace, they could potentially arrive by this evening. However, Ren Xiaosu was apprehensive about unforeseen circumstances. He conferred with Su Xianchu and Yang Xiaojin, expressing, "We cannot merely consider the straight-line distance through the mountainous terrain. The winding paths may very well mean that the distance we estimated could take us several days to traverse." "What do you mean?" Su Xianchu inquired curiously. "If we cannot reach our destination today, we must not take the risk of traveling through the night," Ren Xiaosu asserted resolutely. "Even if you wish to continue, I will find a place to wait until dawn." After contemplating, Su Xianchu replied, "I concur. We shall not travel through the night." Su Xianchu and Ren Xiaosu turned their gazes towards Yang Xiaojin, who affirmed, "I agree." "Let us hope the path is not as arduous as anticipated," Ren Xiaosu remarked. As they progressed today, Luo Xinyu and Lu Bu seemed to possess an unexpected surge of energy, despite having only just drained the blisters on their feet the previous night. Given the intensity of the day's trek, it was likely their soles would soon be in tatters. Observing this, Ren Xiaosu jested, suggesting they take a day's rest, only to have Lu Bu firmly declare that he was fine. It was evident that, driven by the instinct for survival, Lu Bu and his companions, 3 ordinary individuals, had unleashed their utmost potential. Suddenly, Su Xianchu announced, "There lies a human corpse ahead." Ren Xiaosu raised his gaze and was taken aback to discover a human corpse lying quietly at the valley's bottom. What astonished him further was the tattered clothing strewn beside the skeletal remains, with blood having dried on the rocky ground, forming a deep shade of purple. Ren Xiaosu pondered. There is flesh and blood, yet no signs of decay. This body must have perished not long ago. But how could a recently deceased human corpse suddenly appear here? Could it belong to someone from the Qing Consortium? No, Su Xianchu interjected, shaking his head. Observe the clothing. This is the uniform of a private military force, which is deep blue, while the Qing Consortium's attire is black. A private military force? Which one? Would the private military unit at Barrier 112 also wear such a uniform? Ren Xiaosu inquired, filled with confusion. They cautiously approached, a sense of foreboding swelling within them. At that moment, Su Xianchu spotted a small nameplate, which was supposed to hang around the corpse's neck to identify the deceased. Yet, when he picked it up, he was taken aback. Su Xia. How could this possibly be Su Xia? A chill crept into Ren Xiaosu's heart. Are you certain it is Su Xia? He asked. Look, this nameplate cannot be mistaken. Su Xianchu replied, all the while keeping his submachine gun raised, wary of any lurking danger. Ren Xiaosu leaned closer to inspect the nameplate. Indeed, it was Su Xia. How could his body be found here? It is essential to understand that Su Xia's corpse had vanished prior to their entry into the canyon. Over the past few days, they had traversed nearly 100 kilometers. How could Su Xia's body possibly have made its way here on its own? What entity could have transported Su Xia's remains? As Yang Xiaojin and Su Xianchu began to raise their firearms in vigilance, Ren Xiaosu crouched down to examine the body. Luo Xinyu and Lu Buzhao had already succumbed to nausea, and after retching for some time, Luo Xinyu inquired, Aren't you afraid? Ren Xiaosu's expression remained unchanged. I've encountered far more grotesque sights than this. However, the wounds on this corpse raise questions. The creature devoured his entrails. Yet if you observe the edges of the abdominal wounds, what kind of beast could inflict such precise lacerations? I have never encountered a creature with such dental marks. Upon hearing Ren Xiaosu's words, even Yang Xiaojin and Su Xianchu could not help but glance over, well aware of Ren Xiaosu's extensive knowledge of the wilderness. If he claimed never to have seen such a beast, it surely was no ordinary creature. Yet, the moment they looked closer, Su Xianchu's brow furrowed in alarm. Damn, these are human bite marks. It seemed that a profound fear compelled Su Xianchu to curse, and it was not only him. Ren Xiaosu and Yang Xiaojin alike felt a chill coursing through their bodies. Ren Xiaosu raised his head and asked, Are you certain? Absolutely, Su Xianchu replied. I was bitten on the arm by my first love during a breakup in school. Ren Xiaosu retorted irritably, I'm nearly scared to death. And you choose to share this with us? To be frank, Ren Xiaosu was genuinely terrified at this moment. At the same time, Su Xianchu also feels a tinge of fear. Why are there human bite marks on the corpse? Do you think? Ren Xiaosu inquired. There's a possibility that someone dragged the iron chain last night. We must leave this place immediately, Yang Xiaojin urged. Form a tactical formation to guard against potential ambushes. That entity, capable of silently removing a corpse, could also approach us without a sound. Ren Xiaosu, in a state of anxiety, asked, "What is a tactical formation?" He was not trying to jest. He was genuinely clueless. "You will walk on my left." Yang Xiaojin did not elaborate further. Each person would manage their own sector of vision, and if any strange creature approached, they were to fire immediately. Suddenly, it seemed that Yang Xiaojin naturally assumed command, while neither Ren Xiaosu nor Su Xianchu voiced any objections. In that moment, everyone understood they were walking a tightrope, where a moment's inattention could lead to irreversible doom. Each individual wished to survive, especially Ren Xiaosu. Starting tomorrow, updates will resume promptly at 6 o'clock, with a confirmed release date of June 1st, leading to an explosive launch. Every snowflake carries its own burden of guilt. Perhaps it was due to the daylight. But Ren Xiaosu and his companions did not encounter any threats along their path. They crossed paths with a wildcat that merely darted away instead of attacking. As they drew closer to the location of the Qing family consortium, their caution heightened. According to the customs of the combat brigade, there would undoubtedly be scouts stationed outside to set up concealed sentries during reconnaissance operations. Su Xianchu remarked, "Thus, we must exercise utmost caution as we approach." "Is it really that professional, with concealed sentries?" Ren Xiaosu replied. "However, it's not just the sentries. The area surrounding them has likely been thoroughly neutralized by force. That wildcat we just saw was clearly startled." Indeed, as they stealthily drew nearer, the distant sound of gunfire became increasingly discernible. Ren Xiaosu contemplated the armed strength of the consortium, which seemed significantly superior to that of private military forces. The latter appeared to be mere fodder for death, while the consortium seemed to be effortlessly hunting the beasts of the mountains. He suddenly recalled Zhang Jinglin's words, "Humanity's firearms are far more formidable than you can imagine." With his advanced firearms skills, Ren Xiaosu now fully comprehended the truth of Zhang Jinglin's statement. At that moment, an injured wild boar charged towards them, and Su Xianchu whispered, "Get out of its way, and do not fire." This boar was larger than any they had encountered before, yet its head and belly were profusely bleeding, driving it into a frenzy. Su Xianchu and the others swiftly cleared the boar's path, not out of fear of their inability to subdue it, but rather because, given that they could hear the gunfire of the consortium's armed forces, it was evident that the consortium could hear them as well. Their greatest concern was the possibility of being discovered by the consortium prematurely. Lu Bu gazed at the wild boar and remarked, "We could catch it and roast it for a meal. After all, we have scarcely eaten for a day." Ren Xiaosu reflected on the existence of certain individuals in this world, whose value seems to lie solely in accentuating the lives of others. He turned to Lu Bu and said, "I truly envy you. You possess intelligence yet choose not to wield it, appearing so effortlessly carefree." Lu Bu was momentarily at a loss for words, while Su Xianchu clarified, "By igniting a fire here, are you not signaling the Qing consortium of your presence?" Wang Lei, observing the wild boar that had just brushed past them, questioned, "We are all human, just like the Qing consortium. Shouldn't we hasten to seek refuge with them? Why should we fear their discovery?" At that moment, Wang Lei, Lu Bu, and Luo Xinyu longed for the immediate arrival of the Qing consortium to rescue them. To the consortium, the secrets harbored in this place were far more valuable than human lives. How could you possibly believe that such an entity would come to your aid? Su Xianchu sighed. The trio, initially intent on allying with the consortium, felt as though they had been dealt a crushing blow upon hearing his words. In truth, the world they had encountered was merely the lower tier in the eyes of the consortium, rendering them oblivious to its true nature. Protected within the barriers, they lived each day with ample food and drink, free from beasts and hunger. The consortium assured them that the outside world was safe, claiming that wild animals had been eradicated beyond the confines of the barrier, and so they accepted this notion, reveling in the illusion of peace within. Then why should we even venture forth? When Lu Bu realized that discovery would lead to his demise, he lost the last vestige of hope that had sustained him that day. His desire to seek assistance from the Qing family consortium became his final lifeline. Dejected, Lu Bu sank to the ground and uttered, "You all go ahead. I shall not follow." Ignoring him completely, Ren Xiaosu and the others pressed on. For Lu Bu's fate mattered little to them. In truth, Ren Xiaosu secretly hoped Lu Bu would remain behind. Yet, before they could venture far, the faint whispers of the wind through the surrounding woods filled Lu Bu with dread. He sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Wait for me." At that moment, Ren Xiaosu inquired, "What if we encounter the Qing family's combat unit?" Su Xianchu pondered for a moment before suggesting, "We should prioritize a retreat to the rear. Their main objective must be to excavate the civilization that existed before the catastrophe, rather than to pursue us." "You underestimate the consortium's resolve to suppress information," Yang Xiaojin interjected, shaking her head. "Once they discover us, it will be a relentless pursuit, and their helmets are equipped with wireless communication systems. If they are unable to eliminate us immediately, they will certainly call for reinforcements. At that point, you may well prefer the company of a human-faced insect." Ren Xiaosu paused, taken aback. "Is the Qing family consortium truly that ruthless?" he asked with curiosity. "Do the soldiers of the consortium not have families of their own?" Wang Lei hesitated, questioning. "Isn't that rather cruel?" Yang Xiaojin calmly remarked, "In an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Whether spontaneous or coerced, every individual in war is a tragedy, simultaneously crafting the tragedies of others. Let us proceed." Su Xianchu gazed toward the forest ahead. The secrets hidden within the mountains beckoned them. Had the consortium dismissed them as trifles, their interest might have waned. Yet, the consortium held these secrets in high regard, indicating their intrinsic value. Retreat meant certain death. Only by advancing could they hope to survive. Su Xianchu and Ren Xiaosu meticulously discerned the origin of the gunfire, striving to avoid encounters with the consortium's combat units. Ren Xiaosu had an inkling that perhaps in an hour, they would uncover what lay concealed within the mountains. The dense gunfire ahead gradually subsided, suggesting that the Qing consortium had completed their initial sweep, driving away all potentially threatening beasts. Su Xianchu whispered to Ren Xiaosu, "This should be the time when the Qing consortium sets up their outer sentries. Their manpower may be insufficient, even if a few hundred arrived. They could not secure such an expansive area. How many personnel does a combat brigade of the Qing consortium typically comprise?" Ren Xiaosu inquired. Su Xianchu hesitated momentarily. "Approximately 4,000 to 5,000, but they cannot deploy their entire force, as they must consider the stability of the barriers." "That cannot be right." Ren Xiaosu shook his head. "I sense that the barriers are not a significant concern. Could a barrier dare to rebel after merely a few days of effort? It seems implausible. Thus, we must prepare for their full-scale mobilization, as the opposing force consists of at least 1,000 individuals." However, Su Xianchu is cognizant of this reality. He merely harbors a glimmer of hope. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Yet, they cannot possibly unleash their entire forces. The supplies stored at each stronghold are insufficient to sustain thousands of personnel for an extended period in the depths of the mountains. It is not merely a matter of inadequate supplies. One must also consider transportation and logistical manpower. Given that their soldiers are equipped with substantial heavy weaponry, it is reasonable to conclude that the initial contingent entering the mountains will number around 1,000. Ren Xiaosu pondered this notion and recognized that Su Xianchu possessed greater expertise regarding military operations. He responded, "I trust your judgment. Yet I must reiterate my stance. If their sentries maintain an exceptionally tight blockade, I will undoubtedly take a detour from the direction of Stronghold 112, without the slightest hesitation." "Agreed," Su Xianchu nodded, fully aware that Ren Xiaosu's decision was indeed prudent. After all, the three of them, Ren Xiaosu, Su Xianchu, and Yang Xiaojin, would stand little chance of survival against 1,000 pursuers. At that moment, Su Xianchu's expression turned resolute. "If we must resort to guerrilla tactics shortly, we may have to abandon the other three. They cannot keep pace with us." Suddenly, Su Xianchu paused, scanning the surroundings. "Where's Yang Xiaojin?" Ren Xiaosu was equally taken aback. He surveyed the forest, and then inquired of Lu Bu and the others at the rear of the group. "Have any of you seen Yang Xiaojin?" At this moment, everyone realized that during their advance, Yang Xiaojin had inexplicably vanished. If Lu Bu had gone missing, Ren Xiaosu might have thought it was plausible that some creature had carried him away. However, if it were Yang Xiaojin, such an assumption would be utterly unfounded. Initially, Ren Xiaosu and Su Xianchu believed that Lu Bu and the others were a burden. Yet now they felt a sudden awareness. Yang Xiaojin perceived all 5 of them as encumbrances. But what was Yang Xiaojin's true purpose for being here? In that instant, Ren Xiaosu came to the realization that Yang Xiaojin's goal might not merely be the secret of Jing Mountain itself. She harbored an even greater secret within her. Ren Xiaosu and Su Xianchu exchanged glances, as if they had simultaneously reached a pivotal decision. With conviction, Ren Xiaosu declared, "Yang Xiaojin may have fallen behind. As her companions, we must search for her separately, for it would be perilous for her to be alone. At that moment, Lu Bu turned to look in the direction of Ren Xiaosu and Su Xianchu, only to discover that Ren Xiaosu and Su Xianchu had also vanished. This is absurd. What was meant to be a separation for the search was clearly an act of fleeing. As they approached the depths of Jing Mountain, Ren Xiaosu, Su Xianchu, and Yang Xiaojin all resolved to cast aside their burdens. Knowing full well the formidable might of the Qing clan's operational forces, they recognized that whether they attempted to infiltrate stealthily or circumvent their path, they could not afford to bring Lu Bu and the others along. After all, they were not bound by familial ties or obligations. The decision to abandon them posed no emotional strain whatsoever. However, Ren Xiaosu felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Over the past few days, he had been tirelessly devising ways to earn gratitude coins, and after much effort, he had finally managed to accumulate 93 coins. Now, as he embarked on his solitary journey, the prospect of earning more gratitude coins seemed increasingly daunting. Lu Bu and his companions were immediately thrown into a state of panic. Initially, they had considered aligning themselves with the Qing family consortium, only to later realize the grave danger of potential silencing. Subsequently, they thought it prudent to leave with Ren Xiaosu and his companions, only for all three to abscond together, just as they found themselves engulfed in confusion. Lu Bu and Luo Xinyu were suddenly startled by the ominous sound of chains dragging along the ground behind them. Their scalps prickled with fear. Had it not been said that the monster would not emerge during daylight? How could it possibly be trailing them so closely? As thoughts of Su Xia's mangled body flooded Lu Bu's mind, along with the recollection of the feral beast they had fled from in the forest last night, he even remembered the chilling sound of drool dripping onto leaves. In an instant, Lu Bu spun around and bolted. He could no longer concern himself with whether the Qing family would seek to silence him. His sole instinct was to survive. As Lu Bu sprinted away, the other two followed suit, but to his dismay, he found himself outpaced by Wang Lei and Luo Xinyu. Although Wang Lei bore wounds, the miraculous effects of the black medicine had enabled him to recover remarkably within just over 2 days. Terrified of the enigmatic creature pursuing them, Wang Lei, in a moment of adrenaline-fueled speed, suddenly surpassed Lu Bu. However, just as he did, he felt Lu Bu's foot extend to trip him. With a resounding thud, Wang Lei crashed to the ground. Lu Bu felt a pang of guilt, realizing that to ensure the survival of others, a sacrifice was inevitable. Lu Bu sprinted desperately, and before he could cover much ground, he was startled by Wang Lei's anguished scream, accompanied by the chilling sound of tearing flesh. Wang Lei's piercing cries seemed to transform into vengeful spirits intent on tearing Lu Bu apart, yet the wail was abruptly silenced. The clanking of chains echoed again as the creature resumed its pursuit. Despair enveloped Lu Bu. He yearned to pull Luo Xinyu to safety, only to realize she had distanced herself significantly. Suddenly, voices emerged from the thicket ahead. Lu Bu squinted and discerned figures clad in pitch-black combat attire, armed with firearms. He shouted, "Monster! There's a monster behind me." The combat personnel signaled with a series of tactical gestures, and to Lu Bu's astonishment, over 20 operatives emerged from behind the trees, gradually advancing in his direction, a fully fledged combat unit. The lead operative commanded, "Kneel and cover your head." Lu Bu instantly complied, understanding that failure to obey could result in being shot by these soldiers. At that moment, he could only surrender his fate to the whims of destiny. The sound of chains drew nearer, and when the owner of those chains finally came into view, the combat personnel suddenly shouted through their helmets via wireless communication. "Escapee specimen detected, requesting backup. Open fire." The gunfire erupted, booming like thunder. Gratitude is extended to Didamiku for becoming a new ally of this book, and appreciation is expressed to the student from Reading Play for their 11 instances of support, thereby becoming a new ally of this book as well. In the narrative of Shattered Civilization, within the operational sequence of the consortium, 30 individuals constitute a complete squad. At the very first hint of danger, they can unleash a comprehensive barrage of firepower, which is precisely why the beasts can only flee in disarray before them. However, despite the formidable nature of this combat unit, they unhesitatingly call for reinforcements when confronted with the so-called experimental subjects, indicating a profound lack of confidence in their ability to triumph on their own. Lu Bu and Luo Xinyu knelt on the ground, only able to hear the cacophony of gunfire surrounding them. A soldier swiftly positioned his rifle to the side and efficiently bound the thumbs of Lu Bu and Luo Xinyu with a plastic strip, causing them considerable discomfort. This soldier completed a thorough search of Lu Bu within a mere 2 seconds, ensuring that this man and woman posed no further threat. Meanwhile, The other soldiers paid Lu Bu no mind, as though he were invisible. Each soldier was engrossed in their own duties, functioning like cogs in a finely tuned machine, executing every move with steadfast precision. Someone murmured quietly, questioning the nature of the plastic doll that Lu Bu carried. Suddenly, a voice erupted over the communication channel. The experimental subject is fleeing to the 9 o'clock direction. All combat units in that direction, take heed. The experimental subject is escaping towards 9 o'clock. It appeared that the experimental subject had no intention of engaging directly with the heavily armed combat unit, opting instead to temporarily evade their formidable firepower. At this moment, Lu Bu felt that the combat prowess of the consortium was akin to celestial forces in stark contrast to the mere terrestrial nature of private armies. In this light, the private military seemed merely like a farm for the consortium. Previously, Lu Bu had harbored fears of being directly obliterated by the consortium, as Ren Xiaosu and Yang Xiaojin had depicted the consortium as monstrous entities. Now, however, he felt a sense of relief, as it seemed he would at least escape death. Yet, in the next instant, a piercing scream echoed from the frontline combat team, signaling that casualties had indeed occurred. Ren Xiaosu, concealed in the shadows of the forest, was thoroughly camouflaged by the underbrush. A centipede scurried towards him, only to be swiftly impaled into the earth by his dagger. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu had donned the combat attire of Sun Jiwenjing's private army, not out of destitution but for the practicality of camouflage in the woods. Soon, he heard the sound of approaching footsteps. He had not ventured far and could discern the voices of the consortium's combat unit calling for reinforcements. In Ren Xiaosu's eyes, this presented perhaps the finest opportunity to breach the consortium's encirclement. Should they require reinforcement, the advancing front of the consortium would gradually coalesce into a concentrated point of firepower, revealing vulnerabilities in their blockade. When he and Su Xianchu had separated, they had not agreed on a rendezvous point, opting instead for the unspoken understanding of independent action, each trusting in their individual capabilities to surpass the strength of the collective. However, such confidence was insufficient to sustain their solitary endeavors, as the fundamental issue remained their inability to trust one another. Originally, when Yang Xiaojin was present, everyone exercised caution, and the three individuals formed a transient, yet stable alliance through mutual restraint. However, with Yang Xiaojin's sudden disappearance, this alliance disintegrated instantly. Ren Xiaosu held his breath, awaiting the arrival of the combat team. The Qing family consortium evidently possessed intelligence far more robust than that of Su Xianchu. They even had knowledge of what the creature dragging the iron chains truly was. An experimental subject? Were there still individuals conducting experiments in these deep mountains? Though Ren Xiaosu harbored doubts, he did not linger on them for too long. Once the reinforcements passed by, he swiftly advanced into the depths of the mountain, his speed astonishing. Along the way, he narrowly avoided encounters with two other combat teams that had come to provide assistance, fortunate to evade them just in time. At this moment, a question nagged at Ren Xiaosu. Could so many people truly be unable to slay a single creature? Or was it that the monster was simply too formidable? Regardless, he pushed such thoughts aside. His priority was to break through the inner perimeter of the blockade. Whether to escape the mountain or to uncover its secrets, this represented Ren Xiaosu's best opportunity. He darted through the forest, where the gnarled roots and uneven terrain seemed incapable of hindering his progress. His pace remained undeterred by these obstacles. Gradually, he began to discern the sounds of heavy machinery ahead, suggesting that a massive construction site was engaged in excavation. Before him lay a slope, and as Ren Xiaosu stealthily ascended to gaze upon the other side, he was taken aback. To be honest, he had not anticipated encountering such a bustling place deep within the mountain, approximately 500 meters beyond the hillside. A multitude of excavators were diligently engaged in the arduous task of unearthing the ground. However, it was not the sight of these machines that captivated Ren Xiaosu. Rather, it was the majestic city concealed behind the slope. This city had been reduced to ruins, with the excavators diligently excavating near a pit, presumably created by the Qing consortium using explosive charges. They seemed to be in pursuit of something elusive. The city before him was far from intact. It was a mere shadow of its former self, abruptly halted at the edge of vision, buried beneath mountains and earth. The once vibrant city, ravaged by disaster, resembled a vast labyrinth, a dilapidated maze. Yet, from this glimpse, Ren Xiaosu could envision the former splendor of the city. A relatively well-preserved iron sign on one of the buildings bore the words Xiaolonkan. Ren Xiaosu found himself puzzled by the name. Did it signify the transformation of a carp into a dragon upon leaping over a hurdle? What an enigmatic place it seemed. However, before he could ponder further, the sign was shattered by a mere touch from an excavator, a testament to the relentless passage of time and decay. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Ren Xiaosu felt an inexplicable yearning for this place. The tectonic movements of the earth had buried countless civilizations beneath the depths, a phenomenon that also contributed to the formation of the volcanoes in the Jing Mountain region. Yet here lay a colossal city, albeit in ruins. The essence of its structure still persisted. From his vantage point on the mountain, Ren Xiaosu observed that some areas several kilometers away had been unearthed, but the progress had come to a halt after only partial excavation. This sensation felt akin to the other party seemingly searching for something with intention. Once they discerned that the underground was not their target, they promptly halted to reassess their position. Ren Xiaosu realized that the item the Qing family consortium sought must be of great significance to them, and they were undoubtedly aware of what they were searching for. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu also observed a heavily guarded location in the distance, where several containers were stacked, and soldiers were administering injections to some unconscious beasts, subsequently lifting them into the containers. Were these creatures captured by the Qing family consortium? It seemed unlikely that these evolved beasts would escape the fate of being studied. Should he leave? Ren Xiaosu pondered that perhaps he would not have the opportunity to approach the targets sought by the Qing family consortium. After all, he had witnessed their formidable combat capabilities. Attempting to seize that secret from them was utterly implausible. Just then, Ren Xiaosu suddenly spotted a young man clad in a white suit standing atop a building, gazing down upon the city. Amidst the wilderness, the immaculate white suit evoked astonishment. It embodied a striking juxtaposition between violence and civilization, leaving an indelible impression. Ren Xiaosu had encountered suits before. The influential figures within the barriers would invariably pass through the town, and he had once seen prominent individuals seated solemnly in their vehicles from a distance. At that time, Ren Xiaosu had thought how grand these figures were within the barriers. However, if someone were to don a suit, especially a white one, to venture into the wilderness, he would undoubtedly curse them as a fool. The suit proved to be a significant hindrance in combat, constraining his movements with every lift of an arm or leg. Should he encounter an overpowering beast, he would likely struggle to escape. However, at this moment, Ren Xiaosu gazed upon the young man standing atop the building and found no discordance between his attire and the wilderness. After all, he did not need to engage in battle. This individual was presumably the mastermind behind the actions of the Qing Corporation, Ren Xiaosu mused. Indeed, those at the upper echelons of such conglomerates exuded an aura of distinction. He shrank back, anxious to avoid detection by the operational forces of the Qing Corporation, for there were thousands of combat personnel stationed near the construction site. Ren Xiaosu sensed that he and Su Xianqiu had underestimated the determination of the Qing Corporation to maintain a blockade in this area. Curiously, he scanned his surroundings, wondering where Su Xianqiu and Yang Xiaojin were hiding. Although they were out of sight, he was certain they were present. As he contemplated a retreat, Ren Xiaosu resolved not to concern himself with the plans of others. Having realized the impossibility of seizing the secrets within the Jing Shan, he felt a growing inclination to withdraw. Remaining here seemed futile, and he surmised that perhaps it was Su Xianqiu and Yang Xiaojin who would find greater interest in the enigmas of Jingshan. Ren Xiaosu felt that there was no need for him to risk everything for this secret, if there were a player with exceptional high-level skills present. And he possessed dozens of basic and master-level learning blueprints. Perhaps Ren Xiaosu would be inclined to take a chance. Such an individual would indeed be a true treasure in Ren Xiaosu's eyes. What truly mattered was that Ren Xiaosu observed an increasing number of underground structures being unearthed, some of which crumbled to dust with the slightest touch of an excavator. Previously, these edifices stood firm, merely because they had been left undisturbed. Among those structures that had long been exposed to the surface, he could still faintly recognize some relatively intact storefront signs, such as those for beauty salons and blind massage services. Ren Xiaosu found it hard to believe that anything particularly precious could be found here. This was, in fact, his primary motivation for wanting to leave. He wondered what thoughts Su Xianqiu and Yang Xiaojin might have had upon witnessing this scene. As for Ren Xiaosu, he had had more than enough. After traveling such a long distance and enduring numerous dangers, was this what he was shown in return? The sound of gunfire alleviated some of his concerns. At least at this moment, the Qing Consortium was undoubtedly too preoccupied to pay him any mind. Although there were many soldiers on guard at the foot of the hill, they were concentrated around the active excavation site. It seemed as though the other areas they had abandoned had lost their value entirely, as the soldiers didn't even cast a glance in that direction. However, it was precisely in those forsaken areas that Ren Xiaosu found potential avenues for his escape. The Qing family consortium felled the trees along the way to serve as the foundation for the road, and one must admit that Ren Xiaosu truly experienced the consortium's prowess. In this desolate wilderness, they effortlessly carved a path, without needing to consult the wild beasts of the mountains. This compelled Ren Xiaosu to reassess the consortium's strength. After all, this was merely a garrison of the barrier. According to Yang Xiaojin, a single consortium could potentially control a dozen or more refuge barriers. Hence, if Ren Xiaosu fled towards barrier number 112, it was certain that the creatures along the way would have been startled away. Silently, Ren Xiaosu made his way towards other directions of the city, using the natural ravines and dilapidated buildings as his best cover. He came upon the ruins of a tall building, its towering structure fractured into two halves. Ren Xiaosu had no doubt that before the cataclysm, people could stand atop this high rise and survey the entire city beneath them. During his time in the town, he often fantasized with Yan Luyuan about what life within the barrier might be like. However, it now appeared that while the area of the barrier might surpass that of the city, its refinement and splendor could not compare. Of course, refinement and splendor were relics of the past. Now, all that remained were ruins and desolation, sliding down the slope in the shadows of the trees. Ren Xiaosu noticed several dusty signs scattered among the debris, muttering to himself, "Why are there so many foot massage and wellness signs in this city? Did people really enjoy foot baths back then?" As Ren Xiaosu navigated the desolate expanse between the remnants of this abandoned city and the earth, he meticulously evaded the gaze of others. He was approximately 500 meters away from the operations base of the Qing family consortium. As long as he exercised caution and adeptly utilized the visual blind spots and architectural cover, he was certain he would remain undetected. However, as he continued on his path, Ren Xiaosu found himself momentarily halted by an unexpected sight. To his left stood a well-preserved tobacco shop. While most buildings had been reduced to rubble by the seismic activities of the earth, this city still retained about 30% of its structures. The tobacco shop sparked a gleam of excitement in Ren Xiaosu's eyes. It is worth noting that tobacco and alcohol were scarce commodities in the township. Otherwise, Zhang Jinglin, a teacher at the academy, would not find himself devoid of cigarettes every day. Casting a furtive glance towards the Qing family's territory, Ren Xiaosu entered the shop with enthusiasm upon confirming that no one was paying attention. He reached for the cigarettes on the counter, which were encased in transparent plastic wrapping. He mused to himself that perhaps the plastic would help preserve them in better condition. Yet, the moment he touched the cigarette pack, the plastic disintegrated, turning the pack into a cloud of paper dust. A pang of disappointment struck him. Just how long had these items been abandoned here? Unbeknownst to Ren Xiaosu, tobacco also has an expiration date. Although manufacturers seldom disclose the shelf life of their products, in reality, tobacco that has been stored for over 3 years tends to lose its flavor. After all, the sealing properties of that plastic wrapping were rather mediocre. As Ren Xiaosu gazed at the shattered cigarette packs, a pang of sorrow gripped his heart. Calculating based on the 20 yuan price of a single cigarette from Wang Fugui's shop, he pondered the value of the cigarettes within this establishment. Moreover, a cursory glance suggested that there were at least 5 or 6 tobacco shops lining the street. In this moment, Ren Xiaosu contemplated the prices of goods, reflecting on how affluent humanity appeared before the cataclysm. In his haste, he failed to realize that tobacco was not a scarce commodity in the pre-disaster world. Turning his attention to the bottles of liquor displayed against the back wall of the shop, he noted that the absence of plastic packaging meant that the original boxes had long since vanished, leaving only the bare bottles behind. Some bottles lay shattered on the ground, presumably victims of the earthquake, while others remained upright on the shelves. However, upon casually inspecting one, Ren Xiaosu discovered that the contents had long since evaporated. He could only wonder how much time had elapsed since the disaster. All the liquor had mysteriously dissipated. Muttering to himself, he lamented. Did the old distilleries not think to improve their sealing techniques? Undeterred, he shook each intact bottle, only to find that, without exception, they were all empty. In truth, preserving such liquor requires specialized techniques and careful processing, such as wax sealing. Otherwise, it is not uncommon for a 50-year-old vintage to dwindle to half a bottle. Presently, the most valuable items in the market were indeed cigarettes, alcohol, and pharmaceuticals, especially alcohol, which had become a contraband item. Yet, the townsfolk had a peculiar inclination. The more illicit the item, the greater its worth. Originally, Ren Xiaosu believed he had stumbled upon a vast treasure upon seeing these shops. But he suddenly realized that his earlier fantasies were mere illusions. Time and catastrophe wielded a colossal blade, severing the ties between the old and new civilizations. Ren Xiaosu pondered that if tobacco and alcohol had deteriorated to such an extent, one could only imagine the fate of pharmaceuticals. Just moments ago, he had spotted a pharmacy he intended to explore, but it appeared that such an endeavor was now futile. As he walked down the street, he contemplated what substances might possess an indefinite shelf life, or perhaps a longevity extending into centuries. His gaze fell upon a shop named Family Planning and Health, yet he refrained from entering, as he assumed it merely sold health supplements, which could hardly endure for such a prolonged period. He reassured himself that the attention of the Qing consortium had not shifted in his direction and allowed himself to relax. Even so, the distant sounds of gunfire continued to echo, leaving him perplexed. Could the experimental subject truly be that formidable? At that moment, an idea struck him. What could withstand the ravages of time for hundreds of years if not metal? With newfound clarity, he recalled Wang Fuguei mentioning that there were gold shops within the barrier. Given the immense scale of the city, it was certain that such establishments existed. The slight melancholy he had felt moments ago was replaced by a resurgence of determination. In this era, gold remained a form of hard currency. Ren Xiaosu had once curiously asked Zhang Jinglin why, despite the issuance of currency by the Qing Bank, gold was still deemed necessary as a standard of value. In truth, currency serves as a means for conglomerates to control the various bastions of refuge, conditioning individuals to appreciate the convenience and swiftness of paper money. While the quantity of currency issued remains at their discretion, this represents the true lifeblood of the economy and is fundamentally one of the pillars of a conglomerate. However, Zhang Jinglin elucidated that due to issues surrounding the circulation of currency, several conglomerates have formed a currency management committee, imposing stringent regulations on currency issuance to avert chaos. Yet, in this current atmosphere of harmony, who can assure that it will persist? He gazed toward the more distant realms of the Qing family conglomerate, endeavoring to uncover establishments akin to gold shops, in hopes that one might remain intact, thereby propelling his own prosperity. At that moment, Yin Luyuan felt particularly buoyant, not due to his own health, but because the lack of deterioration in his condition indicated that Ren Xiaosu had limited opportunities to encounter fortune, implying that Ren Xiaosu had not faced any genuine peril. Just then, Sister Xiaoyou entered with a basket, and upon spotting Yin Luyuan, she exclaimed with delight, "Luyuan, have you recovered? Come inside quickly, lest you be chilled by the wind." Yin Luyuan beamed charmingly. "Sister Xiaoyou, I'm perfectly fine, rest assured. What shall we have for dinner tonight?" Sister Xiaoyou replied with a smile, "I just returned from the market with some fatty meat. I can render it into oil for your dishes, allowing you to savor some rich flavors." She stood anxiously at the door of the classroom, waiting. Zhang Jinglin thought to himself, weren't you just about to prepare dinner? How long must one wait? Yet, he felt reluctant to voice his thoughts. In Zhang Jinglin's eyes, Ren Xiaosu and Yin Luyuan, the older and younger brothers, were not the type to easily suffer losses. Once they ventured out, it was others who should be concerned. Just moments ago, Zhang Jinglin had distinctly seen Yin Luyuan conceal the kitchen knife within his clothing. What sort of child takes a kitchen knife when leaving home? Surely, such behavior is not characteristic of a respectable family. The back courtyard of the school contained 3 rooms, one serving as the kitchen, another where Zhang Jinglin resided, and the last belonging to Yin Luyuan and Sister Yu. Each evening, Sister Yu would tidy up Yin Luyuan's bed, while she herself would sleep on a mat on the floor. With the approach of winter, the ground had become quite cold. Yet Sister Yu never uttered a word of complaint. After extinguishing the kerosene lamp, Sister Yu suddenly inquired of Yin Luyuan, "Do you think your brother is safe now?" With a smile, Yin Luyuan reassured her, "He is definitely safe, do not worry." Sister Yu paused, puzzled by Yin Luyuan's unwavering confidence. "Luyuan, you must refrain from wandering out alone recently," Sister Yu cautioned in the dimly lit room. "If something were to happen to you, how would I explain it to your brother?" "Do not worry, it won't happen," Yin Luyuan promised, increasingly trusting Sister Yu. After all, during his recent bout of high fever, when she could have easily walked away, Sister Yu chose to stay by his side. In the realm of slumber, refreshing towels gently caress his face and underarms, serving to cool him down. Yin Luyuan can even hear the tender strains of a melody, reminiscent of the warmth he felt as a child nestled in his mother's embrace. Akin to a comforting ocean, he has never truly experienced such warmth, even though Ren Xiaosu has offered him much solace. It has always been the elusive figure he must chase after, rather than a comforting embrace. Astonished, Yen Luyuan exclaimed, "Sister Xiaoyu, this is unnecessary. My brother is not at home. Why must you explain this to me?" He lamented, "I have never heard him mention anything of the sort." Sister Xiaoyu chuckled softly from her makeshift bed. "Regardless, I don't care. You must behave." Resigned, Yen Luyuan gazed at the ceiling, though a faint smile graced his lips. At that moment, he suddenly heard the sound of someone leaping into the courtyard, and it was not just one person. Sister Xiaoyu also perceived the commotion. But in a departure from her usual gentle demeanor, she retrieved a bone knife from beneath her pillow, gritting her teeth as she commanded, "Stay still." In the dimly lit room, Yen Luyuan could even see Sister Xiaoyu trembling slightly. They both understood that anyone scaling the courtyard wall at such a late hour harbored ill intentions. Yet with Ren Xiaosu absent, Sister Xiaoyu felt it was her duty to protect Yen Luyuan. In the next instant, 3 burly men burst through their door. 2 attempted to subdue Sister Xiaoyu on the ground, while the third lunged at Yen Luyuan with the bone knife aimed directly at him. Although Sister Xiaoyu wielded a bone knife, the truth was that her strength as a woman paled in comparison to that of an adult male. A burly man lunged at her, emitting a muffled groan as if he had been pierced by the bone knife, but another individual swiftly kicked the weapon from her grasp. Under the moonlight, Yen Luyuan discerned that these 3 men were nothing more than idle ruffians from the town, and he was astonished that they had set their sights on the schoolhouse. However, Yen Luyuan, despite being unwell and in need of nourishment, ultimately purchased some meat, drawing the attention of others. This was the terrifying consequence of a household devoid of a male protector. Although Yen Luyuan was male, his youth rendered him lacking in authority. Presently, both Yen Luyuan and Sister Xiaoyu potentially possessed considerable wealth, and it seemed that the schoolhouse would not serve as a deterrent to these villains. Simultaneously, Yen Luyuan heard the door of the adjacent room being forcefully kicked open, as if someone intended to attack Zhang Jinglin. These individuals were utterly brazen. Daring even to assault the teachers of the school, they sought to eliminate witnesses, ensuring that no one would know the identity of the assailants. At that moment, a gunshot echoed through the night, and the idle man rushing towards Yen Luyuan stared in disbelief at the dark muzzle of the gun before lowering his gaze to see blood gushing from his abdomen. He could not comprehend how Yen Luyuan had acquired a firearm. Had they known he was armed, they would certainly have refrained from such reckless actions. In fact, firearms were prohibited in the town, and those who had attempted to craft homemade guns had seen them confiscated. Everyone in the room turned in astonishment towards Yen Luyuan, including Sister Xiaoyu, who had not anticipated such a turn of events. In an instant, 6 consecutive gunshots rang out. Yen Luyuan, after taking a life, displayed no fear. Instead, he boldly shot down 2 idle men who had lunged at Sister Xiaoyu. With each pull of the trigger, it felt as though a dark force was slowly dragging him into the abyss. In this unforgiving world, survival necessitated bloodshed. He leapt from the bed and dashed toward the door. The 2 idle men, who had just invaded Zhang Jinglin's room, heard the gunfire and attempted to flee. But it was already too late. With 2 more shots, Yen Luyuan astonishingly claimed the lives of 5 individuals within a minute. The gunfire reverberated through the air, echoing like wails of despair and roars of fury. Mr. Zhang emerged from the adjacent room, gazing at Yen Luyuan as if he were trying to reevaluate this young boy. Zhang Jinglin was aware that Ren Xiaosu was a ruthless character, and he understood that Yen Luyuan, having spent years under Ren's influence, had absorbed a great deal. In the classroom, Yen Luyuan belonged to the youngest cohort, yet even the older children dared not provoke him. In fact, they often feared him. But which 13-year-old possesses the capability to take a life? There he stood, panting in the pool of blood at the doorway, his demeanor consistently calm, though the slight tremor in his hand betrayed his underlying fear. Sister Xiaoyu also emerged from the room, wrapping her arms around Yen Luyuan, whispering, "Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid." Although it was Yen Luyuan who had stepped forward to save everyone, inexplicably, in that moment of embrace, he found solace. The coldness within him gradually dissipating, replaced by a comforting warmth. The gunfire resonated loudly and distinctly, startling the entire town awake. People emerged from their homes, gazing toward the direction of the schoolhouse, yet they remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Zhang Jinglin, observing the firearm in Yen Luyuan's hands, sighed and remarked, "Is this what Ren Xiaosu left for you? Were you to retrieve it this afternoon?" "Yes," Yen Luyuan replied. "Sister Xiaoyu and I are leaving the town now. We will not burden you." When Ren Xiaosu departed the town, he had indeed strayed from the group, venturing to the location where he had concealed the weapon. However, rather than taking the gun with him, he marked the site, leaving it for Yen Luyuan. Before his departure, he quietly instructed Yin Luyuan to retrieve the gun once he had left, and in the event of insurmountable danger, to fire it and flee into the wilderness, where he had prepared a secret cave for her. Once Ren Xiaosu's affair concluded, he would seek her out. When he left, he had made his intentions clear to Yin Luyuan. If Sister Xiaoyu was still caring for him, she should accompany him. If she had already departed with the money, then Yin Luyuan should hide herself. He urged her not to harbor any illusions. At the first sign of trouble, she was to leave immediately. To Ren Xiaosu, nothing was more paramount than life. Possessing a firearm was infinitely preferable to being defenseless. Although he longed to carry the gun into the mountains himself, he deemed it wiser to entrust it to Yin Luyuan for her safety. Yet, neither Yin Luyuan nor Ren Xiaosu anticipated that trouble would arise the moment she obtained the weapon. Her greatest concern was for Ren Xiaosu. After experiencing the fortune bestowed upon him, Yin Luyuan had encountered numerous backlashes, making him acutely aware that these repercussions extended beyond mere illness. He cast his gaze towards the direction of Jing Mountain, his brow furrowed in concern. He understood that Ren Xiaosu must be in danger, and it was undoubtedly a grave one. This was the inexorable weave of fate, the inevitable consequence of wishes granted. Ren Xiaosu. A sense of turmoil enveloped Yin Luyuan, as he and his brother instinctively prioritized each other's safety in moments of crisis, rather than their own. Sister Xiaoyu, come with me, he declared, turning to enter the house, where he retrieved 2 garments before preparing to head outside the school. Sister Xiaoyu did not inquire about their destination, instead taking the money hidden in the floorboards and following closely behind. However, at that moment, Zhang Jinglin obstructed his path, sighing, "It is unsafe in the wilderness. There is no need for you to flee. Allow me to handle this." "You will handle it?" Yin Luyuan was perplexed by Zhang Jinglin's words. As he spoke, he attempted to free himself from Zhang Jinglin's grasp, only to discover that Zhang Jinglin possessed greater strength than he had anticipated, rendering him unable to break free. At that moment, the barrier gate slowly lifted, and shortly thereafter, Zhang Jinglin and the others heard the sound of footsteps. It seemed the gunfire had alarmed the barrier, and soldiers from the private army emerged. The town erupted into a cacophony, as the commotion in the dark of night roused all the refugees, compelling them to rise and observe the activity towards the school, with even some daring souls venturing closer. Zhang Jinglin waited in silence, and before long, the door to the classroom was forcefully kicked open. Wang Songyang entered with a cadre of his private militia soldiers. He surveyed the 5 lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, then turned his gaze toward Zhang Jinglin, who was now brandishing a firearm. Wang Songyang chuckled. "Indeed, this gun was taken by that scoundrel Ren Xiaosu. After much contemplation, I realized he is the only one in this town daring enough to reach for a weapon." Neither Zhang Jinglin nor Yin Luyuan uttered a word. Sister Xiaoyu glanced anxiously at Zhang Jinglin, clearly worried about his ability to navigate the current predicament. Outside, Wang Fugui rushed in, his attire disheveled, appearing quite flustered. He ingratiatingly smiled at Wang Songyang, saying, "Sir, there must be some misunderstanding." "There is no misunderstanding," Wang Songyang replied, shaking his head. "I am now quite certain that Wang Dongyang was killed by Ren Xiaosu." Upon hearing this, Wang Fugui immediately pulled a wad of cash from his pocket, attempting to hand it to Wang Songyang. "Your relationship with Wang Dongyang is rather tenuous, isn't it? Whether Wang Dongyang was indeed killed by Ren Xiaosu, we should deliberate on this matter." Just as he spoke, Wang Fugui was pushed aside, only to find Wang Songyang drawing his handgun and pressing it against Wang Fugui's forehead. "I told you to keep your distance. Do you understand?" Suddenly, he paused, taken aback as he noticed Zhang Jinglin producing a document from his pocket. Zhang Jinglin stated, "Take this into the stronghold and have Fatty Luo come to see me." Wang Songyang gazed at Zhang Jinglin with a mix of suspicion and uncertainty. Zhang's demeanor was strikingly calm, an audacity rarely displayed by anyone daring enough to call Boss Luo Fatty Luo near Barrier 113. In fact, Wang had only ever encountered such boldness in Zhang Jinglin. Although Zhang had not disclosed the nature of the document in his possession, Wang had previously observed him with intrigue, sensing that there was something extraordinary about him. Yet, he had never delved deeper, for Zhang's uniqueness held little relevance to his own life. However, the situation had shifted dramatically. He now found himself entangled in the enigma surrounding Zhang's identity. Consequently, Wang hesitated to accept the aged, red-covered document from Zhang's hand, its worn exterior suggesting the passage of time. Zhang casually tossed the document to Wang, instructing him to deliver it, implying that the matter was beyond Wang's capacity to manage. Yet, Wang feared being deceived. Given his meticulous nature, it was indeed prudent to leave a soldier to guard Zhang and Yin Liyuan. Sister, you cast a worried glance at Zhang. Mr. Zhang, is everything going to be all right? Zhang waved his hand reassuringly. Do not worry, there will be no trouble. They do not dare to act against me. Yin Liyuan, standing nearby, murmured, Sir, I apologize. If it weren't for my gunfire, you would not have had to reveal your identity. Zhang regarded him with a sigh. You are not at fault. It is this world that has asked you. Moreover, I owe you my gratitude. You were merely trying to save me. In Zhang Jinglin's perspective, Yin Liyuan had committed no wrongdoing. Had he refrained from firing earlier, both Sister Xiaoyou and Yin Liyuan would have met a dire fate, and Zhang Jinglin himself would not have been spared. For he was merely an ordinary teacher at that moment. Did Yin Liyuan flaunt his wealth? No. Did he mistakenly take the life of an innocent? Certainly not. Zhang Jinglin suddenly perceived that in certain respects, Yin Liyuan bore a striking resemblance to Ren Xiaosu. His ruthlessness, the coldness he exhibited in the face of adversaries, and the wariness he maintained towards the world. Previously, Zhang Jinglin had regarded Ren Xiaosu's demeanor as unfavorable, yet inexplicably, after more interactions with him, he came to believe that Ren Xiaosu embodied humanity more than the majority of people in this world. This sentiment may seem somewhat flawed in expression, yet it encapsulated Zhang Jinglin's thoughts. In the town of Saibei, the other refugees remained oblivious to the unfolding events. The walls of the school were modest, roughly 1.70 meters in height, allowing some to tiptoe and glimpse within. Upon doing so, they were met with a shocking sight. 2 lifeless bodies lay in the courtyard, with blood continuously flowing from the building. It had been over a decade since such violence had marred the sanctity of the school. Indeed, the peculiarity of this incident heightened Yin Liyuan's concern for Ren Xiaosu's safety. Wang Songyang hastily made his way towards the barricade, carefully glancing at the identification he had opened along the way, and was stunned to discover the name Zhang Jinglin inscribed on the documents belonging to the 178th sequence of the refuge barricade. In an instant, Wang Songyang inhaled sharply, for he had never encountered such a document. Typically, official credentials denote one's position and identity, often accompanied by a date of birth and a photograph to enhance recognition. However, this document was unlike any other. It seemed to convey an unspoken understanding of its owner's identity to all who beheld it. At that moment, memories of the legendary figure who had vanished over a decade ago from the 178 refuge barrier surged into Wang Songyang's mind, prompting him to quicken his pace. Yet, Wang Songyang's rank was still too low, and he remained uncertain about the accuracy of his conjectures. Instead of seeking the administrators of the barrier, he drove directly to Luo Lan's residence. In truth, it was well understood that although Luo Lan was merely a businessman, he was often the one people turned to in times of crisis within the barrier, a fact tacitly acknowledged by the barrier's administrators. Luo Lan's abode was situated at the very heart of the barrier, and it took Wang Songyang nearly an hour to navigate there by car after entering the barrier, a duration made feasible by the stillness of the night, devoid of pedestrians and vehicles. Upon arriving outside Luo Lan's residence, one could hardly call it a home. It resembled a formidable military encampment. At the entrance stood a stone tablet, inscribed in red, Military Control Zone. Guards from the Corporate Combat Brigade, clad in black combat uniforms and armed to the teeth, stood vigilant, ready for battle. As Wang Songyang's vehicle approached, he noticed the searchlights atop the camp's high walls illuminating the area. Wang Songyang presented his credentials at the entrance, stating, I am Wang Songyang from a private military unit, urgently seeking Boss Luo regarding matters pertaining to the number 178 refuge barrier. In that moment, he felt as though a dozen gun barrels were aimed at him. A member of the consortium's armed forces approached, displaying an emotionless demeanor. Credentials. In the face of the Qingshi Consortium's combat unit, a private military naturally held a subordinate position, leaving Wang Songyang with no words to utter despite being threatened. At last, the gates of the military camp opened to them. The armed forces of the Qingshi Consortium had always been distinguished among the conglomerates, known for their strict discipline and formidable combat capabilities. However, the state of martial law had escalated to unprecedented levels, particularly following the assassination of the refuge barrier administrator by a transcendent being, prompting the major consortiums to heighten their security measures. Before long, as Wang Songyang stepped inside, the entire military camp came to life, the rhythmic sound of marching feet resonating like thunder. The nearby residents of the barrier were roused from their slumber, unaware of the unfolding events within the camp. Yet, the unmistakable sound signaled the assembly of the combat brigade. A sleek black off-road vehicle sped out from the barrier, trailed by 3 military trucks carrying 3 combat teams. Were they preparing for battle? Some onlookers peered from their windows in confusion. Who was the Qishir consortium gearing up to confront? Surely, if a conflict were imminent, they wouldn't mobilize such a small force. There was speculation. Wasn't Boss Luo the one riding in that off-road vehicle? He hadn't left the military camp in 2 years. What matter could possibly rouse him? However, the most astonishing reaction came from Wang Songyang, who, after witnessing Luo Lan receive Zhang Jinglin's credentials, leaped up as if his seat were ablaze. Instantly, the entire military camp seemed to enter a wartime state, as the intricate machinery of war was set into motion. In that moment, Wang Songyang became convinced that Zhang Jinglin might indeed be the person he had surmised. If he truly was that individual, why would he appear here? Yin Luyuan also understood that Mr. Zhang's identity was likely formidable. Zhang Jinglin smiled and stated, "I am a soldier." Yin Luyuan was momentarily taken aback. This Mr. Zhang seemed quite different from his preconceived notion of a soldier. Curiously, he inquired, "Then why did you cease to be a soldier? Are you departing?" "Yes," Zhang Jinglin nodded. "There are still people waiting for me in the northern frontier." At that moment, Yin Luyuan suddenly realized that Zhang Jinglin's earlier decision to appoint Ren Xiaosu as a substitute teacher was genuine. He truly intended for Ren Xiaosu to become the new instructor at the town school, as Zhang Jinglin had long planned to leave. Even without the events of this evening, it seemed Zhang Jinglin would not remain here for long, because this world is beginning to change in ways that are not quite the same. "I need to be with those who await me," Zhang Jinglin elucidated. "What lies in the northern frontier?" Yin Luyuan pressed. For he and Ren Xiaosu had yet to visit such a place, which was said to be located far in the northwest. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yin Luyuan reflected that Ren Xiaosu would no longer be able to urge him to complete his assignments. The town would soon be devoid of its teacher. Yet, upon contemplating the absence of classes, Yin Luyuan found himself less jubilant than he had been in the past. Today, an advance update on 87 live specimens was made. Meanwhile, Luo Lan sat in the back of the off-road vehicle, panting as he spoke into a satellite phone. "Hello, Zhang Jinglin has appeared." There was a moment of silence on the other end. "Is it confirmed?" "Not entirely, but if it is true, should I eliminate him?" Luo Lan seemed to seek the other's opinion. "Why on earth is that old rascal hiding in my territory?" In his words, Luo Lan appeared to regard Zhang Jinglin as a hot potato, while others generally perceived Luo Lan as amiable and easy to converse with. Astute individuals recognized that he was not dissimilar to his madcap brother. Both were ruthless executioners with hardened hearts and thick skins. If Yin Luyuan had heard Luo Lan's inquiry, he would surely be deeply concerned for Zhang Jinglin's safety. However, the person on the other end of the satellite phone inquired curiously, "Kill him?" "Indeed," Luo Lan responded. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Surely, many must have learned of his survival by now." The voice on the line cautioned, "Do you believe that if you were to kill him now, the band of killers in Shelter 178 would not abandon their stronghold to come after you?" Upon hearing this, Luo Lan shuddered slightly. "I could be more discreet about it." He hesitated. What if one day? At that moment, it was not too late to eliminate him. "For now, let others bear the burden," the voice on the other end of the line declared with an undeniable conviction. It seemed he remembered something. "By the way, I am currently within the borders of Jing Mountain. Is there a refugee named Ren Xiaosu among you?" Luo Lan paused momentarily, surprised. "The one who sells medicine?" This time, the person on the other end was astonished. "What do you mean, a seller of medicine? What kind of medicine?" "It's nothing at all," Luo Lan replied, feeling somewhat guilty. "Have there been any discoveries within Jing Mountain?" "Just the other day, I learned that old Lu from Barrier 113 secretly dispatched a small private troop to Jing Mountain, disguising it under the pretense of escorting a band to obscure their true intentions, which is exceedingly naive. I rather like that female singer, and now it appears she may meet her demise within Jing Mountain." "Oh, you mean that female singer? She is not dead yet," the other party chuckled. "So, Ren Xiaosu is a medicine seller, Luo Xinyu is a singer, but who is Yang Xiaojin?" "Yang Xiaojin? I have never heard of her," Luo Lan murmured. "Have there been any findings in Jing Mountain?" "I am nearing the location of the research facility from before the disaster," the voice in the phone responded. "However, dear brother, you should remain within Barrier 113 and enjoy your retirement. These matters are not for you to concern yourself with." Oh, Luo Lan fell silent for a moment. Typically, in a family setting, the elder brother's words carry more weight, yet this boss Luo, apart from his physical presence, held no authority before his younger brother. There was another inquiry. A voice on the phone asked, How long has Luo Xinyu been a singer in your enclave? Over 2 years, I suppose, replied Luo Lan. The voice continued. Does Ren Xiaosu have any relatives or friends? It seems he has a younger brother, Luo Lan elucidated, turning to Wang Songyang beside him. Does the one named Ren Xiaosu have any other relatives or friends? Wang Songyang hesitated for a moment. Zhang Jinglin is indeed his friend. Luo Lan was taken aback. What a coincidence. Then let us not involve his brother. After all, he is merely a vagrant. The voice on the phone seemed to cool as it said, when Zhang Jinglin is dispatched. Make sure to send that old Lu from your 113 enclave to the northern territories as well. He is no longer welcome here. Luo Lan muttered. Isn't it easier just to eliminate him? Sending him away is quite a hassle. Just follow through with the instructions, came the curt reply, followed by the sound of the line disconnecting. Wang Songyang, sitting silently next to Luo Lan, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a mere phone call could determine the fate of an enclave administrator. Such is the nature of the consortium. Meanwhile, the night had enveloped Jing Mountain, where the Qing Consortium's operational forces had erected massive searchlights near the excavation site, illuminating the valley city as brightly as day. The consortium, seasoned in combat, was accustomed to treating each mission as a form of warfare, albeit with varying scales. Perhaps the most crucial elements in warfare are intelligence and visibility. The young man clad in a white suit, after concluding his conversation on the satellite phone, gazed pleasantly at Lu Bu and Luo Xinyu before him. Several hours had elapsed since the battle between the combat troops and the experimental subjects had come to an end, and it was only now that Lu Bu and Luo Xinyu were brought to this dilapidated city. I almost forgot to introduce myself. The young man in the white suit chuckled. I am Qing Zhen, brother of Luo Lan. It is a pleasure to meet you, esteemed guests, Mr. Lu Bu and Miss Luo Xinyu. With their hands bound behind them by plastic strips, Lu Bu and Luo Xinyu felt anything but like guests. Suddenly, Lu Bu interjected. What I said was the truth. I have concealed nothing. Xianchu is an extraordinary individual, and Yang Xiaojin is also highly suspicious. However, the one we must be most wary of is Ren Xiaosu. I advise you to eliminate him on the spot when you encounter him. Their intentions for entering Jingshan are undoubtedly nefarious. They aim to infringe upon the interests of our Qing family consortium. I am quite familiar with Boss Luo, so please do not take my life. Qingzhen pondered for a moment before inquiring, have you heard of the schoolteacher in the town, Zhang Jinglin? Lu Bu hesitated. I have indeed heard Ren Xiaosu mention him several times. Why do you ask? Is there something amiss with Zhang Jinglin? Ren Xiaosu is very familiar with Zhang Jinglin. He must be involved in something dubious. At this moment, Lu Bu was visibly anxious, responding almost reflexively. Typically, members of the consortium carried themselves with the grace of gentlemen, each exuding charm at social galas and soirees. However, at present, an innumerable array of combat troops stands vigil beside them, these soldiers remaining as statues. Yet their gaze firmly ensnares the surroundings. The elegant gentleman suddenly reveals his fangs and muscle, an essence that lies hidden beneath his refined exterior, exhibiting an utmost ferocity. Lu Bu had heard of Qingzhen, for many within the confines of Barrier 113, due to Boss Luo's influence, had clandestinely discussed this peculiar pair of brothers. However, Qingzhen's reputation is rather unsavory, as he has been responsible for the gruesome deeds of the Qing Consortium in recent years. In the lore of many, Qingzhen is a devil who skins his victims even in death. The Qing Consortium discreetly categorizes its members' offspring into several types. One type is the stable individuals, tasked with the operation of the entire consortium's machinery, engaging in prestigious roles that serve both as the backbone and the faade of the consortium. Another type consists of idlers, like Luo Lan, who find solace in merely existing within a barrier, seeking no ambition beyond survival. The third type embodies the shadows, like Qingzhen, who undertakes all the unsavory tasks, with no intention of inheriting the consortium, yet reaps the most financial rewards. Ordinarily, a bastard child like Luo Lan would lack the qualifications to govern a barrier, yet Qingzhen facilitated this for him. Alternatively, Luo Lan's rivals either fear or rely on Qingzhen, thus refraining from contesting Luo Lan's position. It is indeed unprecedented for the Qing Consortium to place a bastard in the role of barrier overseer, which underscores Qingzhen's significant standing within the consortium. Qingzhen gazed at Lu Bu and Luo Xinyu, inquiring about the three individuals, Su Xianchu, Yang Xiaojin, and Ren Xiaosu. Is there any connection between Ren Xiaosu and Yang Xiaojin? Their names seem rather compatible. Lu Bu shook his head, responding, there is no connection. Ren Xiaosu is merely a refugee from beyond the barriers, forcibly brought in to serve as a guide. He possesses remarkable strength, and I suspect he might also be an extraordinary individual. Qingxin countered, is sheer strength alone sufficient? Lu Bu, growing anxious, exclaimed, it is indeed. He can lift an adult man with one hand. And then there's Su Xianqiu. Although his physical abilities are rather average, his extraordinary power manifests as a shadow emerging from his body, a shadow capable of deflecting bullets. Intrigued, Qing Zhen commanded those nearby, document this. Su Xianqiu, an underdeveloped extraordinary individual, danger level C. Ren Xiaosu, a suspected strength-type extraordinary individual, danger level F. Alongside Qing Zhen were not only combat personnel but also numerous researchers clad in protective suits, one of whom was specifically tasked with recording Qing Zhen's decisions. At that moment, Lu Bu suddenly realized that Qing Zhen seemed more captivated by Su Xianqiu than by Ren Xiaosu, as they appeared to regard the latter with indifference. Does Ren Xiaosu qualify as an extraordinary individual? You should apprehend him immediately, Lu Bu urged, while Luo Xinyu remained silent by his side. Qing Zhen chuckled softly. Apprehension is indeed necessary. I believe they are currently within this city. However, strength types are hardly rare. At this moment, both Lu Bu and Luo Xinyu realized that the Qing Consortium's understanding of extraordinary individuals transcended mere superficial knowledge. It seemed that the consortium possessed profound insights into these beings. Given that the world lay within their grasp, it was only natural for them to be privy to such secrets. They wielded greater resources and possessed a more extensive intelligence network. However, it appeared that the Qing Consortium was still unable to categorically define the power levels of extraordinary individuals, resorting instead to a classification based on danger levels to assess their evaluations. This danger level likely corresponded to the extent of threat posed to the consortium itself. For instance, individuals like Su Xianqiu, who could manifest their shadows for combat, were assigned a danger level of C, as these shadows could disregard bullets. In contrast, Ren Xiaosu, whose strength was merely somewhat greater than average, was overlooked. After all, no matter how strong one may be, could they surpass the power of modern weaponry? Ultimately, fists and feet fear firearms. In the eyes of the consortium, if an extraordinary individual's strength could not surpass that of firearms, then their destructive capacity was deemed limited. The vast majority of such weaponry remained under the consortium's control. At this juncture, Qing Zhen had confirmed that Ren Xiaosu was a refugee from outside the town. Su Xianqiu was an officer in the private army, while Yang Xiaojin's origins were shrouded in mystery. Naturally, even if Luo Lan had conveyed this information directly to him, he would not necessarily take it at face value. He had always preferred to verify his own uncertainties through personal inquiry. In truth, Lu Bu was unaware that, in comparison to Ren Xiaosu and Su Xianqiu, Qing Zhen exhibited a markedly greater interest in Yang Xiaojin. According to Lu Bu, it was evident that Yang Xiaojin possessed a profound understanding of Huazhong Company and other conglomerates, suggesting that her identity was far more intricate than that of Su Xianqiu and Ren Xiaosu. At that moment, Qing Zhen stood amidst the ruins of the city, surrounded by the remnants of a once great civilization and the formidable operatives of powerful corporations, clad in an immaculate white suit. With keen curiosity, he inquired, has Yang Xiaojin ever demonstrated any particular abilities? Were Ren Xiaosu present, he would undoubtedly protest, arguing that advanced skills in jumping rope and singing nursery rhymes were indeed impressive. Was such talent not sufficiently extraordinary? Of course, Ren Xiaosu was not there. At that moment, he had already discovered the gold shop of his dreams. Having not received the desired answer, Qing Zhen scrutinized Lu Bu intently and urged, think again. For reasons unknown, Lu Bu suddenly felt an immense weight pressing down upon him, akin to a mountain. Gritting his teeth, he replied, Yang Xiaojin truly lacks any remarkable abilities. Rather, I believe you must be wary of Ren Xiaosu. Oh, Qing Zhen nodded thoughtfully. He then turned to Luo Xinyu and questioned, what is it about Ren Xiaosu that makes Lu Bu so concerned? Does he possess some extraordinary ability beyond mere strength? Luo Xinyu hesitated for a moment, contemplating Ren Xiaosu's unique qualities. Tentatively, she ventured, perhaps he is simply infuriating? This was not a mere flight of fancy from Luo Xinyu. She spoke from genuine experience. Upon receipt, the military figure known as Su Man unexpectedly took away 6 combat teams, deploying 180 individuals to confront merely 3. This arrangement surely reflects a remarkably high level of treatment within the Qing clan conglomerate. As a trusted confidant of Qing Zhen, Su Man is acutely aware that the secrets of Jing Mountain must not be compromised. Thus, none of the outsiders present today are permitted to escape. Qingjin stood still, humming a tune, seemingly in a rather buoyant mood. In stark contrast, Lu Bu and Luo Xinyu did not share such light-hearted sentiments. Luo Xinyu could not restrain her curiosity and ventured to inquire, "Is the transformation of Jing Mountain related to this laboratory?" "Nay," Qingjin replied with a smile. "The changes in Jing Mountain were beyond our expectations. We typically refer to such places as sanctified grounds, due to the transformation of a singular individual. The entire mountain range underwent alterations. However, we realized the changes in Jing Mountain too late to ascertain the identity of that individual." Lu Bu interjected anxiously. "This matter has nothing to do with us." Qingjin paused momentarily. "I acknowledge it has no connection to you. Were it otherwise, the one who ought to feel apprehensive would be me. And how do you intend to handle us?" Yet, Qingjin appeared to disregard the question, patiently awaiting Su Man to bring Ren Xiaosu, Su Xianchu, and Yang Xiaojin over. Gratitude is extended to the garden director for becoming the Silver Alliance of this book, and to Linghu Baobao and Panny for their remarkable contributions as the new alliance leaders. 89. A product of gene editing. To be candid, both individuals harbored curiosity regarding the nature of that experimental subject. Yet in the next moment, they were all taken aback as a multi-layered, reinforced steel cage was brought forth, within which lay a gray figure, a human. This gray hue was not the individual's natural skin tone, but rather a mixture of dust and dirt that clung to their skin. Lu Bu regarded the captive with a blend of suspicion and curiosity. The figure bore multiple gunshot wounds, yet no significant blood flowed from them. It seemed that at the instant the bullets penetrated flesh, they had somehow managed to seal their own wounds, controlling both skin and muscle in a manner beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals who lack such mastery over their own bodies. The gray figure's arms and legs were bound with iron chains, originally intended to confine them, yet they had somehow broken free. Was it this person who had produced the clanking sound of chains that Lu Bu and his companions heard that fateful night? In that moment, Lu Bu recalled Su Xia's mangled corpse and the human bite marks upon it, causing him to retch uncontrollably. Previously, when Su Xianchu and the others claimed that a human had gnawed at Su Xia's remains, he had dismissed it as impossible. Now, disbelief was no longer an option. A profound sense of terror and revulsion gripped Lu Bu's stomach, as if a colossal hand had clenched around it, squeezing out everything within. With little food in his belly, he expelled only a mixture of pale green gastric fluid and bile. Qingjin, intrigued, gazed at Lu Bu and remarked, "It seems you have some knowledge of this creature. Have you encountered the corpses it has ravaged?" At this moment, Luo Xinyu's reaction was somewhat more composed than Lu Buqiang's. She inquired, as if striving to maintain her calm, "What exactly is this?" Since it was referred to as an experimental subject, it was undoubtedly something meant for experimentation. Qingjin interjected, "Do not misunderstand. This entity has no connection to our Qing family. They are remnants from before the catastrophe, and we only recently became aware of their existence." Before the catastrophe? Luo Xinyu appeared somewhat taken aback. How long has it been since then? Can they possibly survive for this long? Suddenly, she realized, "Wait, you mentioned they." It struck her that this dreadful entity might not be solitary. Qingjin examined the figure within the cage closely and remarked, "It seems they have only recently managed to escape the confines of the laboratory. I, too, am intrigued by how they have endured until now. This is indeed a living specimen." Lu Buqiang shuddered at the thought that Qingjin regarded a living person as a specimen, despite the fact that the individual had become something neither human nor ghost. Suddenly, Luo Xinyu comprehended the true purpose of the Qing family as presence in this desolate mountain. They had mobilized a considerable amount of engineering machinery and resources, sparing neither manpower nor material, solely to locate the laboratory that once imprisoned these ghastly entities. As they realized that there was more than one experimental subject, they also understood why the combat units called for reinforcements at the first sign of encountering these entities. It was a matter of concern that others of their kind might be lurking nearby. How many experimental subjects did we encounter earlier? And what were the casualties during the capture? Qingjin inquired. A voice from the side remarked, "We encountered only this one, yet we deployed 5 combat teams, resulting in 3 fatalities and 13 injuries." Qingjin shook his head, stating, "Capturing one experimental subject is sufficient. Should we encounter another, we should prioritize annihilation without regard for life or death, thereby preventing further casualties." The experimental subject within the cage was evidently still alive, as Luo Xinyu and her companions could observe the rise and fall of its chest with each breath. However, she felt a twinge of confusion. The cataclysm had transpired several centuries ago, So how could they still be alive? This was the most perplexing matter. A normal human lifespan spans but a few decades, with the maximum extending slightly beyond a century. If these experimental subjects were indeed products of the pre-cataclysm era, how had they survived in an underground laboratory until now? This defied all logic. Even if their lifespan could be prolonged, what sustenance could these experimental subjects possibly have consumed in the subterranean confines? Qingjin stood before the cage and smiled. Isn't it precisely the secret that I seek to uncover by capturing them? For instance, multicellular organisms like humans grow and reproduce through the process of cellular division. In theory, cellular division should be limitless. If one can divide once, they can divide again, perhaps even more. Yet, curiously, all human cells cease to divide after an average of 50 divisions, subsequently entering an irreversible decline. This phenomenon explains the aging and death of humans. After approximately 50 divisions, cell division halts, leading to the gradual failure of bodily organs until death ensues. Qingjin gazed at the individual confined within the cage and continued. I suspect that this laboratory has discovered a method to enable the infinite division of cells, thereby enhancing the metabolic cycle and lifespan of the human body. However, they have failed to consider the cost of such an endeavor. He referred to the being within the cage as a human ghost, a creature that is neither fully human nor truly ghostly. In his eyes, these entities had entirely lost their rationality, their intelligence having regressed to a level indistinguishable from that of beasts. Yet, in contrast to their diminished intellect, the physical strength and agility of these human ghosts far surpassed that of ordinary humans, rendering even wild animals powerless in comparison. Moreover, unlike beasts that adhere to a natural order, as Ren Xiaosu aptly noted, species maintain their own hierarchy. These experimental subjects exhibited no semblance of order. At that moment, the experimental subject, having sustained 4 or 5 gunshot wounds, abruptly revived, bending its body to forcefully collide with the steel cage, seemingly intent on shattering it through sheer brute force. However, the cage appeared to be custom-made by the Qin Corporation. No matter how violently it struck, the cage merely warped slightly, yet remained unbroken. Eventually, the experimental subject ceased its attempts, fixating its fierce gaze upon Qingjin. Observers, including Luo Xinyu, noted that despite the subject's intense struggles, Qingjin remained as composed as a statue, never retreating in fear. Qingjin then ejected a bullet from a handgun and tossed it into the cage, only for the experimental subject to seize the firearm with its teeth, brutally shattering the steel weapon into pieces. Qingjin and the experimental subject locked eyes, and he suddenly declared, documenting the evolution of teeth, narrowed pupils, a habitual inclination towards crawling. These traits no longer belong to humanity, suggesting a product of genetic editing. This laboratory appears to be a clandestine experimental base of the Fire Seed Company prior to the catastrophe. Immediately, someone nearby took out paper and pen, meticulously recording Qingjin's words verbatim. In contrast to the astonishment displayed by Luo Xinyu and Lu Bu, the others seemed already accustomed to Qingjin's composure. For reasons unknown, Luo Xinyu suddenly felt that this calm Qingjin outside the cage appeared far more formidable than the experimental subject confined within. Moreover, how was this related to the Fire Seed Company? As a strong light was directed towards him, Qingjin continued, why does he fear the light? Someone promptly shone a spotlight on the experimental subject's face, which instinctively shielded its eyes with its arm, seemingly terrified of the illumination. Qingjin pondered aloud, clearly fearful of the light. Yet why is he active during the day? Has he undergone another evolution? Or is there some peculiar force drawing him out, compelling him to brave the light? At that moment, someone beside him calmly remarked, there are 2 possibilities for their aversion to light. Either the remnants of their human persona cannot confront the being they have become, or the genetic editing has imbued them with primal instincts. There's no rush. Qingjin nodded. Inquire with the intercom about Su Man. Have you located those 3 individuals? I suspect they have likely exploited your efforts to capture the experimental subjects and slipped into this extensive net. At this moment, Qingjin had unexpectedly deduced when Ren Xiaosu and his companions had managed to breach the encirclement. He was eager to locate the trio, driven by a desire to ascertain whether the sudden emergence of the experimental subjects during the day had been provoked by one of them. Meanwhile, Ren Xiaosu was leisurely wandering within a vast shopping mall, which, perhaps due to the exceptional quality of its construction, had remarkably withstood the tremors of the earthquake. Although the exterior structure remained intact, the interior furnishings were in disarray. Numerous ceiling panels had collapsed onto the ground, and the disheveled counters were cloaked in a layer of dust, seemingly 10 centimeters thick. Items that could not withstand the ravages of time had decayed and crumbled one after another. It was within this forsaken mall that Ren Xiaosu finally laid eyes upon the gold and silver jewelry. The treasures had all succumbed to oxidation. The silver ornaments on the counters had turned a deep black, and only by breaking them could one glimpse the glimmer of silver beneath the fracture. The gold, too, had oxidized. It appeared that the gold within this establishment had been in prolonged contact with iron filings that had fallen from the ceiling after the quake, resulting in a layer of reddish stains on the surface. However, this did not diminish the inherent value of the gold. Unwilling to take the silver, as it was not particularly valuable in these times, Ren Xiaosu realized that he could only carry a limited amount. He needed to select the most valuable items to take with him. At this moment, the advantage of having storage space became apparent. Just how much gold could fit within a cubic meter. Previously, Ren Xiaosu was consumed with worry over how to further enhance his storage space, but now he need not fret. For the gold he possesses is likely sufficient to ensure a life of ease for himself, Yin Luyuan, and Sister Xiaoyu for decades to come. Nevertheless, despite this newfound fortune, Ren Xiaosu's storage area still harbors numerous vacant spaces, which fills him with a sense of regret. Ultimately, he resorts to shedding his outer coat to wrap a portion of the gold within it. As he roams the mall, he also encounters diamonds. However, in this era, they have lost their value. Mr. Zhang from the academy once remarked that diamonds were once exceedingly precious, yet their abundance has led to a devaluation, inflated only by certain marketing gimmicks. Consequently, in this age, where most individuals prefer to purchase sustenance over diamonds, the latter has naturally depreciated. Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu hears the sound of synchronized footsteps outside the mall, prompting him to frown. The Qing family consortium has arrived. He is acutely aware that their presence, his, Su Xianqiu, and Yang Xiaojin cannot remain concealed from the Qing family. With Lu Bu apprehended, it is inevitable that their affairs will be disclosed to the consortium. At this moment, Ren Xiaosu finds himself within the mall, burdened by a considerable amount of gold ornaments wrapped in his coat, while the storage space in the palace is already filled to the brim. Regardless of whether Su Xianqiu and Yang Xiaojin achieve their objectives, Ren Xiaosu returns triumphantly, laden with bounty. Perhaps Su Xianqiu and his companions have come in search of the secrets of the extraordinary beings in the evolution of the world. However, Ren Xiaosu, deep down, finds himself rather indifferent to that enigma. If the foot massage establishments in this city were still operational, he might have entertained a flicker of interest. Hence, Ren Xiaosu's current ambition is to seize some gold and make his escape. It seems that Lu Bu, once captured, has divulged their existence to the Qing family consortium. Nevertheless, Ren Xiaosu remains unperturbed. The marketplace is vast, and he believes that even if these operatives were to search, they would struggle to locate him. Moreover, the dilapidated city is expansive, filled with numerous edifices. Even if the thousands of operatives from the Qing family consortium dedicated themselves to scouring the city, it would likely take them a fortnight to comb through it entirely. Su Man, leading a combat unit, traverses the dust-laden streets, fully prepared for combat at any moment. According to Lu Bu, both Su Xianqiu and Yang Xiaojin are relatively perilous figures, particularly Su Xianqiu, who has reached a C-level threat classification. As for Ren Xiaosu, the consensus among the team is fairly uniform. He is an ordinary refugee with considerable strength and some proficiency in killing, yet he is not deemed a significant threat. It is not that Su Man and Qing Zhen are blindly arrogant. Rather, Lu Bu himself is uncertain of Ren Xiaosu's true capabilities. Su Man, a seasoned military professional, understands all too well that if Ren Xiaosu's only asset is his brute strength, he would be woefully vulnerable against modern firearms. Ren Xiaosu concealed himself behind a dilapidated iron rack in the shopping mall, ensuring that he remained entirely shrouded in shadow, undetectable by passers-by. He observed as a team led by Su Man gradually traversed past the shattered entrance, allowing a slight sigh of relief to escape his lips. However, as Su Man and his squad turned a corner, they suddenly halted. He turned to address the soldiers behind him, stating, "The arrangement of certain items within that building differs from my recollections. Someone has been here, perhaps still lurking inside." Little did Ren Xiaosu realize that the Qing family consortium harbored such formidable operatives, whose meticulousness and remarkable memory were astonishing. In truth, Ren Xiaosu had scarcely disturbed the surrounding counters, having merely brushed against one or two at most. Yet this minimal action was enough for Su Man to detect his presence. At a loss for words, he found himself yearning for a recommendation. Su Man, ever cautious, feigned ignorance as he passed through the mall. Once he had confirmed his distance from the premises, he promptly called for reinforcements in an attempt to encircle the entire shopping center. However, upon hearing the approaching footsteps, Ren Xiaosu sighed inwardly. He was acutely aware that those who harbor luck in their hearts seldom endure long. If he still believed he remained unnoticed at this juncture, it would be a grave folly. In an instant, a pang of sorrow gripped Ren Xiaosu. He gently placed the coat, wrapped around gold, onto the ground, resolving to abandon it. The urgency of survival eclipsed the allure of gold. He could not prioritize wealth over his life, even if he possesses immense strength at this moment. Carrying a bag of gold will inevitably impede his speed and could even disrupt his balance. Ren Xiaosu has always regarded money as a mere tool. He appreciates it, but never allows himself to become ensnared by it. This has always been his principle. Not only does he discard the gold, but Ren Xiaosu also decides against keeping his coat, for retrieving it from beneath the weight of the gold would undoubtedly create a cacophony. He swiftly turns and dashes deeper into the expansive mall, which boasts multiple levels. Outside, it is likely that he has already been surrounded. Ren Xiaosu refuses to gamble his life by testing whether anyone lurks beyond a door. Should he open it and be met with a hail of bullets, it would spell his end. Thus, he must ascend. He recalls that a building of equal height stands adjacent to the mall. This area once thrived as the city's most bustling commercial hub, ensuring the mall is not isolated. Ren Xiaosu is not a reckless individual. Just as Su Man employs his keen observational skills to detect concealed presences within the mall, Ren Xiaosu, before entering, meticulously seeks an escape route for himself. The distance between the two buildings is approximately 20 meters, and Ren Xiaosu is confident in his ability to leap across with his current strength and agility. Su Man, accompanied by his tactical team, gradually enters the mall structure, illuminating the darkness with their tactical flashlights as they proceed cautiously. However, shortly after their entry, Su Man spots Ren Xiaosu's discarded coat and gold on the ground. He communicates through the channel, target's trail confirmed. The target has been detected and is attempting to evade in another direction. The target is exceedingly cautious. At that moment, Qing Zhen's voice resonated through the communication channel. Who has been discovered? Su Man hesitated for a moment and replied, it could be the vagrant Ren Xiaosu, but I have yet to see the target, so I cannot confirm. How can you deduce it as Ren Xiaosu without having sighted the target? Qing Zhen inquired. Su Man paused briefly before stating, we have stumbled upon a cache of gold. I surmised that only that lad would exhibit such interest in gold. Qing Zhen chuckled, concurring with Su Man's assessment. It was evident that Su Xianchu and Yang Xiaojin were seeking the secrets of Jingshan. Individuals of their caliber would undoubtedly be impervious to the allure of gold. At least it would not be their primary objective. Who would traverse such a vast distance, enduring myriad dangers and fears, merely to haul away a bag of gold? If Ren Xiaosu were to hear this, he would undoubtedly be the first to protest. Gold is so delightful, why shouldn't I take it? Previously, Luo Lan and Lu Bu had labeled Ren Xiaosu as merely a vagrant, yet Qing Zhen did not fully believe it. He was a man of suspicion. Even if everyone claimed Ren Xiaosu was just a wanderer, he remained vigilant, pondering whether all that had transpired was merely a fade, and that perhaps he was not an ordinary vagrant after all. Every individual present here might be drawn by the secrets of Jingshan and could possess an identity beyond what was apparent. However, in that moment, Qing Zhen smiled, suddenly realizing that Ren Xiaosu might truly be indifferent to the secrets of Jing Mountain. At least his interest in gold surpassed that of the secrets. Qing Zhen remarked, this Ren Xiaosu is quite intriguing. Have him brought to me. Understood. In the next instant, the operational forces of the Qing Corporation surged forth like venomous black serpents, swiftly infiltrating the shopping mall. Target has fled to the second floor. Target has fled to the third floor. Su Man continuously updated the communication channel with the intelligence they had gathered. By this time, they had discovered Ren Xiaosu's footprints on the ground. The building was coated in years of accumulated dust, ensuring that anyone stepping upon it would undoubtedly leave a trace. Locating Ren Xiaosu was undoubtedly a fortunate development. However, Su Man pondered a pressing question. This structure boasted a total of 6 stories, reaching a height of approximately 30 to 40 meters. As Ren Xiaosu ascended in haste, the inevitable conclusion was that he would soon find himself with no means of escape. Was Ren Xiaosu a fool to flee towards a dead end? The adversary, greedy yet not obsessed with wealth, discarded the gold upon realizing he was in a perilous predicament. devoid of any delusions of fortune. Typically, one might attempt to flee with the gold until it became a burden, only then deciding to relinquish it, a natural human inclination. Yet, Ren Xiaosu's decision to abandon the gold was strikingly decisive. Su Man had come to understand that this youthful opponent he faced was far from ordinary. Ren Xiaosu possessed a formidable survival instinct and an exceptionally clear-minded rationality. Moreover, even if the target they are pursuing is indeed a fool, he would treat them as the most astute individual. This is the essence of combat prowess. Thus, as Ren Xiaosu fled upwards, was it because there lay a path to survival? It was evident that he was within a standalone structure. Where else could Ren Xiaosu escape? No, wait. Su Man suddenly recalled that adjacent to this building, there seemed to be another one, slightly shorter and merely a few meters away. Perhaps Ren Xiaosu could leap from one building to the other. The reason this notion had eluded him previously was that Su Man subconsciously believed Ren Xiaosu could not possibly bridge the gap between the two buildings. For he himself could not achieve such a feat. This reveals a cognitive bias. Humans often gauge others' abilities based on their own. What one cannot accomplish, one instinctively assumes others cannot either. However, Su Man's limitations do not imply that Ren Xiaosu is similarly constrained. Su Man exclaimed over the communication channel, "The outer combat team. Proceed to seal off the adjacent building." At this juncture, it might be somewhat late to encircle the neighboring edifice. Yet, Su Man found himself puzzled. If Ren Xiaosu truly could leap across two buildings, what level of strength and speed had he attained? Su Man instructed the other members of the combat team, continue the pursuit upwards. With that, he turned and descended the stairs, making a beeline for the neighboring structure. At this moment, Su Man was resolutely convinced that Ren Xiaosu would never surrender on the rooftop. That young man would certainly leap across the two buildings. Just as he had sprinted a mere 10 steps away from the building he had been in, he looked up to see Ren Xiaosu soaring overhead. The youth's speed in midair was astonishing, his body perfectly elongated, before he gracefully landed upon the rooftop opposite him. In that fleeting moment, Su Man felt as though he had witnessed a bird in flight. Taking a deep breath, he dashed toward the adjacent structure while communicating through the channel, declaring, "The strength of the target, Ren Xiaosu, requires reassessment. Repeat, the target's strength necessitates reevaluation." This youth was far from the simplicity they had imagined. Such physical prowess was beyond what they typically classified as an F-grade threat. Bursting into the building, Su Man raced up the stairs toward the rooftop, but at that moment, all the inhabitants of this shattered city were suddenly jolted by a deafening roar, the sound rippling through the desolate streets like the tolling of a death knell. Standing in the darkness of the building, Su Man peered outside, his heart filled with trepidation, wondering what that noise could be. It seemed to have erupted not far away, just a moment before, when Ren Xiaosu had leaped between the two buildings. He had caught sight of someone on the broken skyscraper ahead as he soared through the night sky. He had been drawn to the fractured edifice, and thus was not too distant from it. The next instant, as he steadied himself on the rooftop and gazed at the skyscraper's shattered remnants, the twisted rebar protruded like a devilish tentacle, reaching skyward as if to pierce the heavens. Upon the precipice of the fault, a girl donned in a duckbill cap conjured an enormous sniper rifle under the silvery moonlight. She balanced herself on the edge of the fractured wall, resting the formidable weapon atop her outstretched leg. With a swift motion, she chambered around and aimed. Unbeknownst to Ren Xiaosu how young Xiaojin had summoned such a rifle, he instinctively directed his gaze towards her line of sight, only to behold Qingjin, clad in a white suit, illuminated by the searchlight. Positioned between Yang Xiaojin and Qingjin, Ren Xiaosu could barely discern the unfolding events on Qingjin's side. It became evident that Yang Xiaojin's presence here was not for familial visits or the secrets of Jing Mountain. Her sole intent from the very beginning was to eliminate this young man in white. Previously, Ren Xiaosu had contemplated the existence of an organization behind Yang Xiaojin, one that possessed its own intelligence network, which elucidated how she had foreseen Qingjin's appearance at this location. Now, deep within the heart of Jing Mountain, the girl in the duckbill cap finally revealed her true intentions, displaying her most formidable murderous intent. Nearby, Luo Xinyu, her head bowed, let her long hair cascade down, swaying gently in the breeze. In a fleeting moment when the wind stilled, her strands ceased their movement, and Ren Xiaosu suddenly comprehended that the moment had arrived. Unbeknownst to her, Luo Xinyu had freed herself from the shackles binding her hands, and from within her thick tresses, she produced a black dagger, lunging it towards the bodyguard beside Qingjin. The bodyguard, undeterred, advanced instead, his hands aglow with a white radiance. resembling two fans as they aimed to ensnare Luo Xinyu. Beside him, Lu Bu was utterly dumbfounded. He could hardly fathom that the Luo Xinyu he knew had seemingly transformed into an entirely different person. Where had that delicate and fragile Luo Xinyu gone? Could it be that someone was impersonating her? The dagger in Luo Xinyu's hand resembled a piece of art. Yet in her slender grasp, it exuded an aura of formidable power. The surrounding combat troops, witnessing this development, hastily raised their weapons, aiming towards Luo Xinyu's position. Should Qingzhen's bodyguards falter, they would immediately open fire to obstruct Luo Xinyu's path, preventing her from assassinating Qingzhen. Yet, Luo Xinyu harbored no intention of killing anyone. It seemed her sole purpose was to buy a fleeting moment for Yang Xiaojin. Neither Qingzhen nor the bodyguards, nor the members of the combat unit anticipated that the ultimate threat lay atop the distant skyscraper. Luo Xinyu merely feigned an attack before swiftly retreating, vanishing into the shadows of the building behind her, as if she had opened a portal transcending space within that darkness. That was Luo Xinyu's extraordinary ability. Perhaps even Ren Xiaosu could not have foreseen that within their ranks lay an extraordinary being, and one with unparalleled acting prowess at that. This unexpected turn left everyone reeling. Yet at that moment, Qingzhen abruptly turned his gaze towards the skyscraper, sensing a sharp pain in his temples. With a thunderous gunshot, the muzzle flash from Yang Xiaojin's sniper rifle erupted like a dark fire dragon, suddenly illuminating the night with a crimson hue. The bodyguard's duty was to protect, not to engage in combat, and one of them bellowed, "Sniper!" The distance between Yang Xiaojin and Qingzhen afforded the bodyguards precious time. Although the bullet was swift, it was merely relatively so. As the distance stretched, even a bullet that struck down an enemy had to traverse the vast expanse of air and night. The bodyguard positioned himself protectively in front of Qingzhen, with two shimmering white fans held firmly before his chest. He could have attempted to push Qingzhen aside, but as an ordinary person, Qingzhen was too heavy to displace in that fleeting moment. Time seemed to stand still. A sniper bullet, measuring the length of a palm, tore through the world, its rotation generating a force that warped the air as it pierced the night sky. The beam of a searchlight illuminated the area around Qingzhen like a stage, while the bullet appeared to slip through the gaps in the light, traversing 1,000 meters to reach the stage. With a resounding bang, the bullet, imbued with tremendous rotational force, collided with the white fan, gradually shattering it into pieces. In that brief instant, the bodyguard felt as if he could discern the intricate patterns on the silver bullet that spanned the length of his palm. Moments later, the bullet burrowed into flesh and heart, penetrating and erupting in a spray of blood. This projectile that had soared over 1,000 meters managed to pierce through the extraordinary abilities and body of the bodyguard before finally falling to the ground. The two white fans were remarkably resilient, yet they could not stave off death. Blood splattered through the air, and in mere moments, Qingzhen's white suit was stained crimson, the droplets resembling plum blossoms blooming in the harsh winter. Yet, until that moment, Qingzhen remained as composed as any ordinary person, as if the bullet had not been hurtling towards him. Regrettably, Qingzhen sighed, leaving others uncertain whether his lament was for his fallen extraordinary bodyguard or for his now bloodied white suit. The situation is indeed dire. The kinetic energy of a standard 7.62mm bullet at the muzzle can reach 2,600 joules, while a 12.7mm high-caliber bullet can soar to an astounding 15,000 joules. Yet, such straightforward figures scarcely provide a visceral understanding of the sheer force unleashed when a sniper's bullet penetrates flesh. Remarkably, Qingzhen's bodyguard is an extraordinary being, and amidst the rampant capture of such beings by various conglomerates, Qingzhen has astonishingly managed to claim them as his own. In that fleeting moment, the infamous Qing family's silent tiger, renowned among the corporate elite, stood illuminated by searchlights, as if on his own stage. He bent down to pick up the bullet lying on the ground and remarked with a smile, "So the thugs have finally set their sights on me?" Those around Qingzhen were momentarily stunned. Had the thugs truly made their move? This was the clandestine organization whispered about in corporate circles. Qingzhen turned to Lu Bu and teased, "As an agent, you are utterly oblivious to the fact that your master is extraordinary. How foolish of you." With a swift motion, he seized Lu Bu by the hair and, with his bare hands, drove the palm-sized bullet into Lu Bu's eye. The latter's brief cry of pain abruptly silencing. Blood flowed freely from Qingzhen's hands. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu stood atop the building, staring blankly at Yang Xiaojin, who, after failing her shot, promptly stowed her weapon without hesitation, as if she already understood that no matter how many times she fired, the chance to kill Qingjun had slipped away. In the next moment, the muzzle of the sniper rifle swung around, astonishingly aimed at Ren Xiaosu on the rooftop. Ren Xiaosu seemed to sense a hint of malice from the figure behind the scope. A deafening shot rang out, yet this time, the gunfire lacked any sense of awe. Ren Xiaosu stood motionless, the bullet failing to find its mark. Ren Xiaosu was the most astute observer of Yang Xiaojin's marksmanship. Thus he understood that this shot was not intended to end his life, but rather to sever ties with him in front of the Qing family consortium. If that were the case, such a hasty decision was utterly reckless. Was it merely a means to vent frustration on Luo Xinyu? Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu beheld the recently vanished Luo Xinyu appearing atop the skyscraper, waving at him as if to greet him, before she grasped Yang Xiaojin's hand, drawing her into the shadows. Ren Xiaosu stood there, utterly flabbergasted, gazing at the now desolate skyscraper, then shifting his attention to the Qing family's forces. Resembling a swarm of locusts, advancing towards him, "Are you leaving without taking me along?" As he watched the main force of the Qing family's combat brigade draw closer, Ren Xiaosu felt an overwhelming sense of despair. While attracting firepower might allow them to escape through the abilities of the extraordinary, had they not considered the potential peril posed to others? This was indeed a cruel predicament. To be honest, Ren Xiaosu had never anticipated that Luo Xinyu was in cahoots with Yang Xiaojin. Even Yang Xiaojin's assassination attempt on Qingjun had not left him as astonished. Later, while dining on fish, Yang Xiaojin called upon Luo Xinyu. And when someone harassed Luo Xinyu, Yang Xiaojin promptly intervened. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu believed that Yang Xiaojin's actions were merely driven by the principles of femininity, unaware that the two were previously acquainted and had staged an impressive performance before everyone. Their act, though not meticulously executed, was sufficient to deceive Ren Xiaosu, Su Xianchu, and Lu Buell. Luo Xinyu was just a girl, yet countless soldiers from various private military units had perished, while she survived until the end, which should have raised Ren Xiaosu's suspicions. As Ren Xiaosu beheld the advancing swarm of combat personnel, an overwhelming sense of heartache engulfed him. How careless. Indeed, the adage that the more beautiful the woman, the more perilous she is, proved true beyond the wilderness. The two girls had kept Lu Buell around solely to assist in exonerating Luo Xinyu, ultimately leading Luo Xinyu to help Yang Xiaojin ascertain Qingjun's location and buy them a fleeting moment. The only unexpected twist was that they had not anticipated the presence of an extraordinary individual willing to sacrifice their life to protect Qingjun. What merit did Qingjun possess to inspire such unwavering loyalty from an extraordinary being? Just then, the rusted iron door on the rooftop was violently shattered, and Ren Xiaosu raised his hand to fire, blocking the adversary's path. Glancing around, he muttered a curse. Just as his words fell, Su Man caught sight of Ren Xiaosu, suddenly accelerating towards the edge of the rooftop through the broken iron door, attempting to shoot him down, but found that his wrist could not keep pace with Ren Xiaosu's swift movement. In the shattered city, the operatives clad in black combat uniforms resembled venomous serpents, poised to strike. Ren Xiaosu could no longer afford to wait. He had to escape before they encircled him. He had previously mused that with Yang Xiaojin and Su Xianchu accompanying him into the city's blockade, he would undoubtedly be the swiftest to flee. To his dismay, he discovered that Yang Xiaojin and Luo Xinyu were resorting to underhanded tactics. Ren Xiaosu leaped from the rooftop. The drop to the adjacent building was over 10 meters. Yet he was confident he would emerge unscathed. Su Man rushed to the edge of the rooftop, intent on delivering supplementary fire at Ren Xiaosu. But as he reached the precipice, all he could see was Ren Xiaosu's distant silhouette, fleeing towards the outskirts of the city. Su Man shouted into the communication channel. The target is escaping towards the 10 o'clock direction. Tighten the blockade. Beyond the city, the forest still bore the presence of the Qing Consortium's encirclement, teeming with countless combat squads awaiting unforeseen dangers. Little did they anticipate that a destitute wanderer would be the first to collide with their defenses. Prior to this, it seemed no one had deemed the vagrant worthy of attention. Ren Xiaosu sprinted through the city's alleys, consciously avoiding higher ground to evade becoming a target. As he dashed forward, he couldn't help but think how Su Xianchu had yet to make a move. It would have been a relief to have someone share the burden of firepower during such a perilous moment. The shattered city resembles a vast chessboard, upon which the small piece, Little Su, dances swiftly, yet he finds himself devoid of allies among the white pieces, while the fully armed black pieces seek to eliminate him. Su Xianchu is here. Who dares to challenge me? He cries. Desperately, Little Su races toward the woods at the city's edge, where the northern bastion, Barrier 112, lies deep within the realm of the active volcano of Jing Mountain. He knows that combat teams are surely awaiting him there, ready to unfurl a net upon his arrival. Yet, he has no other choice. That is his sole glimmer of hope. Suddenly, a tumultuous roar erupts from the depths of Jing Mountain, causing little Su to gaze up at the distant peaks in astonishment. There, amidst the mountains, he witnesses a plume of fire belching forth. Wait, the volcano is about to erupt. With a fierce expression, little Su dismisses any thoughts of the volcano. Survival takes precedence over all else. Behind him, Su Man momentarily stands stunned by the sight of the volcano. It is crucial to understand that entering the eruption zone is perilous. If the volcano truly erupts, they may not even have time to flee. Many underestimate the true power of a volcanic eruption, believing it only endangers the nearby flora and fauna. However, they fail to grasp that a fiery inferno could engulf areas spanning dozens, if not hundreds, of kilometers. Yet, Su Man, after a brief hesitation, resolutely declares over the communication channel, "Continue forward." As the combat teams of the Qing Consortium gathered and tightened their encirclement in the forest, their formation displayed an extraordinary sense of hierarchy. Their movements were so synchronized, they seemed to have rehearsed them 1,000 times. Each unit's role as the vanguard or the rearguard was distinctly defined. The combat teams in the northern woods had received orders to capture Ren Xiaosu, and even the rumbling sounds of a volcanic eruption behind them did not deter their execution of the command. At this moment, the cold voice of Su Man echoed through the communication channel. The target sprint speed is measured at 3.92 seconds over 100 meters, strength unknown. All combat units are to engage without hesitation. Ren Xiaosu could hardly have anticipated the advanced technology at the Qing Consortium's disposal, enabling them to remotely assess the target's strength and speed. However, Ren Xiaosu had yet to reveal his true capabilities, leaving the combat unit unable to make a precise evaluation. Originally, Qingjin had taken a keen interest in Ren Xiaosu, and through his connection with Zhang Jinglin, he intended to keep Ren Xiaosu for other purposes. Yet now, he was unwilling to wait any longer. The distinction between capturing and killing is merely a single word, yet it signifies a profound difference. Simultaneously, the 7 combat teams in the forest readied their weapons, the muzzles of their guns angled downward but poised to rise and fire at a moment's notice. Moreover, these 7 units swiftly switched their communication channels to prevent external interference with their operations. In this instant, the 210 personnel formed a cohesive combat unit, prepared to act decisively and without prior notice. This has always been the custom of the troops led by Qing Zhan. He believes that if an independent operational unit lacks decision-making power, then this war machine will possess little genuine combat capability. Many within the Qing Consortium have criticized his command style, yet Qing Zhan has never heeded their opinions, nor will he ever do so in the future. However, many prominent figures within the Consortium remain unaware that this very trait endears him to numerous soldiers, as Qing Zhan often allows them to experience a sense of trust. At that moment, Qing Zhan gazed at Lu Bu, lying in a pool of blood nearby, as a member of the combat unit meticulously searched Lu Bu's corpse. Eventually, someone produced a neatly folded, tattered puppet, the very one he had previously carried. Qing Zhan furrowed his brows and exclaimed, "What on earth is this?" It seemed that even a figure like Qing Zhan had never encountered such an object. As the combat team gradually tightened their encirclement within the woods, they activated their tactical flashlights. According to the information gleaned by Su Man from Lu Bu, Ren Xiaosu should possess a firearm, along with 3 magazines taken from a private military unit. Yet, the operatives of the Qing Consortium were unafraid of becoming targets by illuminating their surroundings. For it was inconceivable that Ren Xiaosu could simultaneously eliminate 30 individuals. If he truly dared to fire, then his comrades would undoubtedly be able to turn him into a sieve at the first opportunity. The 7 combat teams within the forest are advancing towards the city, while Su Man has already led 6 combat teams to encircle from the opposite direction. To capture a single individual, hundreds have been mobilized. Ren Xiaosu is indeed enjoying an unprecedented level of attention. However, they have underestimated Ren Xiaosu's prowess in the wilderness. The very reason Ren Xiaosu agreed to serve as a guide stems from his self-assurance. Although the combat forces of the Qing family are formidable, their experience in the jungle pales in comparison to Ren Xiaosu's expertise. As Su Man's 6 teams draw closer to the encircling teams in the woods, a shadow suddenly erupts from the thicket, charging forward with wild abandon. The silhouette, as dark as ink, moves with an agility akin to a wraith, effortlessly navigating through the trees that seem incapable of hindering its progress. The northern combat teams opened fire without hesitation, yet the shadow appears to have been anticipating this, deftly sidestepping to the right and evading every bullet. After the swift lateral movement, the figure does not pause, but instead leans forward and bounds into the midst of the foremost combat team. What should one do when faced with adversaries wielding powerful firearms? This question had once been posed by Ren Xiaosu to Zhang Jinglin, who replied that the answer was to charge into their ranks at that moment. They would refrain from indiscriminate firing, surrounded as they would be by their comrades, while you would be encircled by foes. Ren Xiaosu is uncertain whether Zhang Jinglin was jesting, but it appears that the advice has proven effective in this instance. The entire combat team swiftly drew their tactical daggers, apprehensive that their bullets might inadvertently harm their comrades due to the shadow's astonishing speed. Yet, to the shadow pursuing Ren Xiaosu, these ordinary humans appeared painfully slow and overwhelmingly feeble. The shadow was impervious to the threat of being cut by daggers. With a single punch, it could extinguish a life. Suddenly, it lifted its leg and delivered a powerful kick to the chest of one combatant, sending him hurtling 5 meters away like a kite severed from its string. The other team members were gripped by fear, astonished by such exaggerated strength. At that moment, Su Manyuan, having arrived just in time, noticed the shadow's movements from a distance. As he discerned its identity, doubt crept in. Had it not been pursuing Ren Xiaosu? No one had previously mentioned that Ren Xiaosu possessed such capabilities. Just then, Ren Xiaosu shouted fiercely, "Su Xianchu is here. Who dares to challenge me?" Ren Xiaosu had meticulously considered employing a shadow. He was not concerned about revealing his extraordinary nature. After all, when facing imminent death, what did it matter? Rather, he feared exposing his ability to replicate other skills. He assumed the identity of Su Xianchu because he had seen from afar that Su had not yet been captured, and the Qing family had certainly learned of Su's powers through Lu Bu. Ren Xiaosu had encountered several extraordinary individuals. Yang Xiaojin could manifest a peerless sniper rifle out of thin air. Su Xianchu could materialize his own shadow. Luo Xinyu could traverse through the darkness, and Qing Zhen's bodyguards could conjure white fans. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu was struck by an illusion, as if extraordinary beings were as common as cabbages. However, his extraordinary ability was unique. He possessed the power to replicate the extraordinary abilities of others. What tier could such a power belong to? Ren Xiaosu pondered this question, uncertain. What if the Qing consortium became more intrigued by him upon discovering his capacity to replicate others' abilities? Earlier, while fleeing, he had been contemplating the sheer number of extraordinary beings in the world. Were there many? Upon deeper reflection, it seemed rather that Jing Shan and Qing Zhen had drawn them all together. Meanwhile, Su Man heard Ren Xiaosu shout, and the mystery that had perplexed him was finally unraveled. He promptly reported the information over the communication channel. The previous intelligence was erroneous. The target was not Ren Xiaosu, but Su Xianchu. In truth, their assumption that Ren Xiaosu was Ren Xiaosu stemmed from the belief that, as a refugee, he would be more interested in gold. However, they lacked direct evidence to confirm his identity. First, they had never seen Ren Xiaosu's visage. Second, even if they had encountered both Ren Xiaosu and Su Xianchu, Ren Xiaosu's face was so soiled that it was unrecognizable. Furthermore, Ren Xiaosu was clad in Sun Juanjing's combat uniform, making him and Su Xianchu indistinguishable by attire alone. According to the information previously obtained by the Qing Consortium, Su Xianchu had the ability to manifest his shadow for combat, showcasing formidable strength and a remarkable immunity to bullets. Although the shadow of Ren Xiaosu was black, which contradicted Lu Bu's description, Su Man subconsciously attributed it to lighting. Perhaps the shadow would transform into gray during the day. The combat personnel of the Qing family consortium, upon hearing Ren Xiaosu's grandiose declarations, believed that Su Xianchu was present, and who would dare to challenge him? They assumed the target intended to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Yet unexpectedly, the target turned and fled. Just moments ago, a few bullets whizzed past Ren Xiaosu, yet he remained unscathed. He understood that this was not due to his exceptional evasion skills, nor were the Qing family personnel particularly inept marksmen. Rather, it was the will of Yan Lu Yuan that began to take effect. Worried, Ren Xiaosu furrowed his brow, uncertain of Lu Yuan's current state. He needed to extricate himself from the Qing family consortium as swiftly as possible. He could not afford to take further risks. The shadow surged through the crowd like a tempest, and Ren Xiaosu ceased to control it for precise strikes against the enemies, opting instead for a more brute force approach, using his body for devastating collisions. It is worth noting that Ren Xiaosu's own strength was equivalent to that of nearly 3 adults, while the shadow possessed double that power. Therefore, There was no need to target critical points. Anyone struck by the shadow would be reduced to mere fragments. Amidst the encirclement of the Qing family consortium, the shadow fought valiantly like a solitary boat adrift, seemingly on the verge of extinguishment. Yet surprisingly, despite enduring countless injuries, the shadow appeared capable of fighting indefinitely. Large beads of cold sweat streamed down his face and back as Ren Xiaosu, gritting his teeth in agony, pressed on in his desperate escape. No wonder Su Xianchu's shadow endured the bullet. Su Xianchu himself turned slightly pale. It turns out that this shadow also bears its own side effects. However, what Ren Xiaosu did not realize was that Su Xianchu would be utterly astonished if he were here. Su Xianchu had previously conducted tests and discovered that once the shadow underwent intense physical exertion, it would inevitably lead to the depletion and dissipation of the main body's mental energy. At such a moment, the main body would suffer from nausea, vomiting, chest tightness, and a sense of despair. Yet, Ren Xiaosu's shadow was entirely different from his own. Ren Xiaosu was desperately fleeing through the woods, the pain stemming from the shadow refusing to dissipate. It was then that he realized the reckless use of the shadow could have dire consequences. If he intended to use the shadow as a substitute for his own demise, he must be prepared for the excruciating pain that felt as if it were penetrating his very marrow. The shadow's death meant his own demise. Gasping for breath, Ren Xiaosu was no stranger to injury, yet this agony felt more tangible than any physical wound. Nevertheless, Ren Xiaosu found solace in the fact that the shadow had not vanished despite its injuries. He still possessed the strength to fight. The operatives of the Qing family were like relentless black hounds, pursuing him without respite. If not for Ren Xiaosu's superior speed, he would have found himself in dire straits. He did not run in a straight line, but instead attempted to gradually shake off the pursuit of the hounds behind him. Soon, the Qing family's operatives began to lose track of his whereabouts. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu finally exhaled in relief. After all, the pressure of being hunted by hundreds was overwhelming. He prepared to conceal himself in the woods to catch his breath for a moment. However, at this moment, he suddenly heard the sound of chains clanking ahead. Ren Xiaosu stood frozen in place, clutching his chest, a bitter smile creeping across his face, thinking to himself, life is filled with dead ends. In the distance, he had once glimpsed the experimental subjects confined in cages by Qingzhen and his companions. Yet he could not hear their words, leaving him unaware that there was more than one subject. Ren Xiaosu had assumed that the greatest obstacle on his escape northward would be the volcano, only to find that it was, in fact, these experimental subjects. Judging by the sound, he quickly realized that the adversaries approached from 3 distinct directions, indicating that he was facing at least 3 of these creatures. The clanking of chains grew ever closer, and he again heard the sound of drool from the experimental subjects hitting the decaying leaves beneath. Shadows loomed beside him, and Ren Xiaosu mentally calculated that perhaps the shadows could handle 2 of the experimental subjects, but whether he could confront even one alone remained a pressing concern. In front lay 4 experimental subjects, while behind him stood hundreds, all intent on bringing about his demise. I must thank myself 7 times, he thought. Ren Xiaosu possessed a firearm, yet firing it would instantly reveal his position, drawing the Qing Consortium's people to him, leaving him caught in a deadly pincer. Moreover, if the experimental subjects launched a close-range assault, the gun would be far less effective than a dagger. He instinctively reached for his dagger. The one young Xiaojin had exchanged with him, but to his horror, it was nowhere to be found. Ren Xiaosu felt a mix of amusement and despair. This girl truly was not one to suffer losses, having promised to trade it to him, yet it seemed she had cleverly taken it back. What has become of trust among individuals? It is indeed a cruel reality. Ren Xiaosu lamented that young Xiaojin must possess exceptional skills in thievery, for no one in the town could pilfer from him unnoticed. He sighed inwardly, pondering what to do in the absence of a dagger. Little did Ren Xiaosu know, ordinary blades would struggle to penetrate the skin of these experimental subjects. Even bullets would merely be momentarily ensnared by their muscular defenses. A direct shot to the head would also prove futile, as the skull represents the most resilient part of the human anatomy. These subjects had long since become impervious to the threat of bullets unless, of course, the projectile were to pierce the eye directly. However, the speed of these experimental beings matched his own, rendering Ren Xiaosu's chances of hitting an eye almost negligible. His marksmanship was merely proficient, not flawless. At that moment, a sudden rush of wind swept past him, and instinctively he bent down, feeling a putrid gust brush over his head. Steadying himself, Ren Xiaosu focused his gaze and was astonished to find an experimental subject had stealthily approached him, devoid of chains upon its arms. It seemed an ingrained assumption that all subjects bore chains. However, Ren Xiaosu had not considered that not every one of them was bound. Furthermore, those unchained subjects could traverse through the woods in silence, which was profoundly terrifying. Ren Xiaosu reached behind him, furrowing his brow as he recalled the recent scratch on his back, where 5 crimson marks now lingered. He reminisced about the town, although there were dangers there. One would only be vulnerable when revealing one's weakness. Here, however, it was altogether different. Everyone around him seemed intent on his demise. Ren Xiaosu attempted to retreat. But with each step back he took, the 4 experimental entities advanced 2 steps closer. At a certain moment, an unsettling realization struck him. The presence of these entities was no mere coincidence. They appeared to be targeting him. The 4 experimental beings crawled on the ground, using both hands and feet. One of them, unshackled by chains, stealthily ascended a tree, resembling a colossal spider. Ren Xiaosu found it incomprehensible that any laboratory could transform living beings into such grotesque forms. At that moment, a tactical squad passed by several hundred meters behind him, seemingly oblivious to Ren Xiaosu's existence, having completely lost his trail. Even with such proximity, they remained unaware of the perilous situation unfolding nearby. As Ren Xiaosu observed the reactions of the 4 experimental entities, he noted that they had all halted when the squad passed, as if they wished to avoid interference with their hunt. A strange sensation bubbled within him, yet he had no time to ponder it further. Seizing the moment when the entity's attention was diverted, Ren Xiaosu decisively commanded his shadow to strike. In that instant, he resolved to take the initiative. He harbored a desire to lure these experimental entities toward the Qin Corporation. Yet his greater concern was that the hundreds of individuals there might indiscriminately annihilate every living thing in sight. In comparison to the hundreds from the Qin Corporation, Ren Xiaosu would much prefer to confront the 4 experimental beings directly. As the shadow lunged towards the 3 experimental subjects on the ground, another experimental subject descended from the tree, aiming directly at Ren Xiaosu. Ren Xiaosu instinctively stepped back, his left leg's muscles tightening instantaneously, with a surge of strength coursing through his entire being. At the moment the experimental subject approached, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at its face, akin to a cannonball. However, he underestimated the subject's agility. It twisted its body in midair, deftly evading Ren Xiaosu's strike and even managing to reach out and grasp his arm. Startled, Ren Xiaosu quickly withdrew and retreated a step further. In the same breath, he kicked the experimental subject before him, sending it sprawling several meters away. The subject merely twitched for a moment on the ground before rising again, leaping back towards Ren Xiaosu. Suddenly, an excruciating pain surged through Ren Xiaosu, a searing sensation that tore at his very core, causing him to break out in a cold sweat, his muscles trembling uncontrollably. He witnessed the shadow ensnared by the 3 experimental subjects, who were viciously tearing at its form, one even biting into its waist. The shadow possessed the strength to lift an experimental subject with one hand, forcefully slamming it to the ground. Yet this subject proved to be more resilient than Ren Xiaosu had anticipated. It remained unscathed from the impact. This highlighted the disadvantage of being unarmed. Ren Xiaosu found himself unable to eliminate these experimental subjects with a single blow. The outcome of this confrontation remained uncertain, as even the shadow began to falter, grappling with the challenge of facing 3 formidable monsters simultaneously. The monsters relentlessly gnawed at the shadows, each bite feeling as though it were piercing through Ren Xiaosu's very flesh. The agony surged from specific points, transmitting unbearable signals to his central nervous system. These pains coalesced into a bewilderingly intricate cacophony within his neural network, disrupting his normal consciousness. Ren Xiaosu's eyes glowed a fierce crimson as he endured the excruciating torment, nearly on the verge of tears. Throughout the years, he had never wept, not even shedding a single tear. Leaning against a nearby tree trunk, he gasped for breath, acutely aware that everyone here wished for his demise. The experimental subjects yearned for his death. The Qin Consortium desired his end as well. Yet, he defiantly resisted the notion of dying. Shadows are not omnipotent, nor are any extraordinary abilities in this world. Ren Xiaosu required a weapon, even if his current gratitude coins amounted to a mere 93. He addressed the palace. "Grant me a weapon." The palace responded calmly. "Current gratitude coins, 93. Requirement for weapon unlocking not met." "Hey," I said, "give me a weapon." Ren Xiaosu's voice sank like a stone into the ocean. "I said I'm dying. Provide me with a weapon." At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and Ren Xiaosu observed the experimental subject lunging toward him, its movement slowing to a near standstill. Finally, the palace spoke. "Death aura detected. Shall the seal be activated?" Ren Xiaosu, bewildered, inquired, activate what seal? Unknown. And what is the cost of activating this seal? Loss. What shall be lost? Ren Xiaosu expressed his astonishment, saying, You must inform me of what I stand to lose before I can decide whether to unseal this. Everything. Ren Xiaosu suddenly scoffed at the palace. After all the blood I have shed and the wild vegetables and roots I have consumed to survive, you expect me to relinquish everything just because you say so? On what grounds? Do you even comprehend what everything entails? Gold, currency, my weapon, Yin Lu Yuan, Sister Xiaoyou, even the clothes on my back. Why would a mere palace desire my attire? The palace fell silent. A sense of melancholy washed over Ren Xiaosu. At least engage in some negotiation. He gazed into the wood shrouded in night, sensing the imminent threat. As the stillness of the air began to unlock in increments, the experimental subject surged toward him with increasing speed, its vicious teeth bared, ready to devour Ren Xiaosu's innards and siphon his blood and marrow. Is this how it ends? Ren Xiaosu contemplated the scene before him. Yet, he felt he had not yet lived enough. In the next moment, a pale smile graced his lips. Wasn't it merely a matter of expressing gratitude 7 times? He calmly declared in his mind, I shall thank myself 7 times. The first, for never faltering when confronted with opportunity. The second, for never flinching in the face of danger. The third, for never compromising amidst adversity. The fourth, for always maintaining my principles when tempted. Ren Xiaosu's internal voice grew louder, resonating like thunder, shaking the very foundations of the palace. For the 5th time, I express my gratitude for my unwavering sincerity. In that fleeting moment, Ren Xiaosu seemed to hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat, resonant as a drum. For the 6th time, I appreciate my lucidity, steadfast and resolute. He once again perceived the whisper of the wind, caressing the intricate patterns of his skin. The researchers in the city, engaged in locating the laboratory, suddenly lifted their gazes as they detected a tremendous surge of energy emanating from the north, akin to the radiant ascent of the sun. Ren Xiaosu spoke with a calm yet determined tone. For the 7th time, I am grateful for my ability to sing triumphantly through the quagmire of life, bravely forging ahead. The palace fell silent for a moment. The gratitude from Ren Xiaosu was acknowledged, unlocking the weapon privileges. Shall we proceed? Unlock. Ren Xiaosu roared. In an instant, it felt as though the temporal shackles had also dissolved. Ren Xiaosu gazed steadily at the experimental entity hurtling toward him, his palm reaching out to grasp an intangible force. In the next moment, a black blade materialized in his hand, and with a fierce determination, he swung it sideways. At that moment, every sinew and fiber of his being surged to its utmost limit, the veins on his forehead pulsating furiously. Ren Xiaosu was filled with righteous fury. Life and death embody the essence of this world. The experimental entity's eyes widened in confusion, struggling to comprehend the origin of the blade in Ren Xiaosu's grasp. Bewildered by the notion that this strike could signify an end, a pale yellow blood trickled down the black blade, pooling upon the decaying leaves of the ground. As Ren Xiaosu, blade in hand, surveyed the battlefield, unbeknownst to him, at the moment when Ren Xiaosu grasped the blade from the void, a knife also materialized in the hands of the shadow. The dark blade harmonized seamlessly with the black silhouette, as if they were inherently one. Upon the knife's appearance, the 3 experimental subjects entangled with the shadow immediately contemplated retreat. However, it was too late for them to flee. Despite their immense strength, when held down by the shadow, they resembled powerless, dying beasts. The shadow swiftly severed one of their heads. Only one experimental subject managed to escape into the forest. Yet Ren Xiaosu knew that this subject could not evade capture for long. He stood still, gazing into the encompassing darkness. The pain that had once tormented him still igniting his senses, yet for the first time, he experienced the exhilaration of battle. This was what it meant to be extraordinary. At that moment, the palace announced, Initiate Side Quest 2, acquire 1,000 gratitude coins to unlock intermediate weapon form. Reassess danger level. When the sounds of combat were detected, a rallying command was swiftly issued across the communication channel. Like black iron filings drawn to a magnet, the Qing family consortium, led by Su Man, hastened towards the scene of the incident. However, Su Man was left disheartened upon their arrival, as the target had vanished without a trace. Initially mistaking Su Xianxu for Ren Xiaosu was one thing, but now losing track of Su Xianxu altogether dampened Su Man's spirits considerably. After years of experience, it was the first time he had encountered such unforeseen events during a mission. Su Man traversed the forest with a staggered gait, each step stirring the decaying leaves and branches beneath his feet into a cacophony. Peering through his goggles, he suddenly gasped in shock. Before him lay several dismembered corpses of experimental subjects, brutally severed by sharp instruments. Their pale yellow blood, though not overtly conspicuous on the ground, contrasted starkly with the gruesome remains, evoking a visceral reaction. We must collect the bodies and ascertain how many experimental subjects were involved in the skirmish, Su Man instructed. He surmised that Su Xianchu must have encountered these subjects shortly after his retreat, leading to a confrontation. For experimental subjects, someone reported. However, one of the arms is missing. It should be nearby. The only footprints in the vicinity were those of shoes, while the experimental subjects were bare, leading to the conclusion that only Su Xianchu was involved in the conflict. Su Man nodded, activating the public communication channel. Boss, Su Xianchu's abilities require reevaluation. He single-handedly dispatched 4 experimental subjects. He then lowered his gaze to a patch of leaves, continuing, however, Su Xianchu has also sustained injuries. There are traces of his blood here. Understood, came the directive in response, and Su Man promptly instructed his team to collect and safeguard the blood samples from the leaves. In this era, the DNA contained within blood was of paramount importance. Qingjin stood with his arms crossed, pondering aloud. Both Su Xianchu and Yang Xiaojin have made their appearances, and Luo Xinyu has revealed her affiliation with the criminal organization. But what of Ren Xiaosu? Has anyone seen Ren Xiaosu? They were still unaware that Ren Xiaosu had successfully shifted the blame onto Su Xianchu. In their perception, that B-level extraordinary being was none other than Ren Xiaosu himself. What does a B-level designation signify? Within the entire Qing family consortium, individuals marked as B-level are deemed extremely perilous. Previously, Lu Bu had also mentioned that Ren Xiaosu had consistently insisted on avoiding the Qing family consortium. Qingjin chuckled, pondering how fortunate it would be to capture Ren Xiaosu. Perhaps he could serve as a bargaining chip against Zhang Jinglin in the future. Zhang Jinglin was known for his strong sense of loyalty, a fact well known throughout the northern territories. Su Man gazed toward the woods, noting that Ren Xiaosu's footprints extended northward, seemingly indicating his escape toward the volcanic region. He chose not to pursue further, given the volume of blood on the battlefield. It was evident that Su Xianchu had sustained minimal injuries, and it was too late to chase now. Yet, Su Man was somewhat astonished during the daytime. So many had gathered to hunt a single experimental subject, resulting in 3 dead and 13 injured. Yet now someone had managed to single-handedly eliminate 4 experimental subjects. Moreover, the wounds on these subjects were remarkably clean. They had previously tested that even a sharp tactical dagger required significant force to penetrate the skin of the experimental beings. The secrets surrounding this Su Xianchu were far more profound than anyone had imagined. Su Man had resolved to hold the senior officers of the private forces at Barrier 113 accountable, as they were utterly oblivious to the presence of such a formidable extraordinary being hidden within their ranks. At this moment, Su Xianchu was oblivious to the impending challenges awaiting him. Unlike Ren Xiaosu and Yang Xiaojin, he was the only one who had not managed to breach the blockade. Su Xianchu was indeed eager to uncover the mysteries concealed within the boundaries of Jing Mountain. However, he initially failed to seize the opportunity to break through the blockade. Later, he pondered that entering might lead to an inescapable predicament, thus opting to circumvent towards the direction of Barrier 112. Throughout his journey, he relied on the shadow to carry him forward. By the time Ren Xiaosu was attempting to procure gold, Su Xianchu had nearly traversed the entirety of the city, reaching the rear of the Qing consortium. Consequently, he remained blissfully ignorant of the events unfolding within the city and was unaware that he had ascended to a high position on the Qing consortium's danger list. While being transported on the shadow's back, Su Xianchu sensed an unsettling disquiet, though he could not pinpoint its source. It seemed that Su Man was well aware that, despite the recent demise of 4 experimental subjects, this was far from the conclusion. The number of experimental subjects was significantly greater than others could fathom. At that moment, Su Man suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching from 100 meters away, as if someone were sprinting toward them. He promptly directed the beam of his tactical flashlight, only to discover that it was Ren Xiaosu, who was clinging to the shadow's back in a frantic escape. Upon spotting Su Man and the others from a distance, Ren Xiaosu began to veer off course, intending to circumvent the combat personnel of the Qing consortium from the left. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Man chambered around, preparing to take aim. However, upon hearing the sound of the firearm being readied, Ren Xiaosu grew anxious, exclaiming, "Are you seriously going to shoot me? Just look behind me." Su Man cast a puzzled glance behind Ren Xiaosu, only to behold the shadows in the forest teeming with movement, the sound of clanking chains echoing ominously. In an instant, Su-Man felt a chill run down his spine. Had he inadvertently breached the lair of the experimental subjects? The multitude of these entities in the woods darted through the crevices of the shadows, resembling a swarm of spiders. Even Su-Man, a seasoned warrior, felt his face drain of color and fright. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he quickly deduced that Su Xianxu must have stumbled upon the nesting ground of the experimental subjects while attempting to flee, thereby drawing them out en masse. To the uninformed, one might mistakenly assume that Ren Xiaosu had summoned them for revenge. Nevertheless, Su-Man's certainty in Su Xianxu's identity grew stronger. As Lu Bu had mentioned that Su Xianxu once traversed with shadows carrying him effortlessly. Truth be told, Ren Xiaosu himself had not anticipated that Lu Bu, through a twist of fate, had inadvertently aided him in concealing his identity, ultimately paying the ultimate price for this selfless act. The experimental subjects were in a frenzy, pursuing Ren Xiaosu relentlessly, saliva splattering as they crawled. Upon witnessing this scene, Su-Man immediately shouted into the communication channel, "Attention to the urban area. Construct a defensive line." The Qing family had a considerable presence in the woods, numbering in the hundreds, yet it appeared the experimental subjects outnumbered them. At that moment, Su-Man prioritized alerting the urban area to establish a defensive line rather than issuing a retreat order. Su-Man stated in the communication channel, "All personnel on site immediately take defensive positions as units and engage in shooting to buy time for the city." Ren Xiaosu, while sprinting, observed from a distance that the Qingshi Consortium's combat team had halted their advance, adopting a semi-kneeling stance to open fire. Lacking any defensive fortifications, they had constructed a makeshift barricade with their own bodies. Ren Xiaosu, moving at a swifter pace than the experimental subjects while concealed in the shadows, successfully evaded the trajectory of the consortium's gunfire. However, he was struck with a sense of astonishment. Could this truly illustrate the stark contrast between corporate combatants and private forces? These soldiers from the consortium were willing to sacrifice their lives and safety to secure precious moments for their comrades behind them. What extraordinary capabilities did that young man in the white suit possess to command such a valiant force? In truth, Ren Xiaosu had perhaps overestimated the unity and strength of the consortium's troops, or rather, the soldiers under Qing Zhen's command had imparted an illusion of camaraderie and fierceness typical of corporate soldiers. In reality, the soldiers under Qing Zhen's command were indeed exceptional within the corporate milieu. Su-Man was a soldier of considerable combat prowess. Yet this did not imply an absence of fear. A crucial aspect of combat proficiency is the ability to assess circumstances accurately and make sound judgments regarding the situation at hand. He understood clearly that if he remained behind to delay for the city, he would certainly face death. However, if he retreated, it would inevitably lead to even greater casualties among his comrades in the unprepared city. Qing Zhen had long commanded the construction of fortifications, such as rudimentary bunkers and barriers, which were essential for their defense. However, Su-Man was acutely aware that they had grossly miscalculated the number of experimental subjects within the borders of the Realm Mountain. According to intelligence reports, there should be no more than 100 subjects in this area. The experimental subjects from the Fireseed Company had only numbered 87 in total. Was it possible that, unable to restart the laboratory due to the constraints imposed by the Qing Consortium, the Fireseed Company had deliberately disseminated false information to ensnare Qing Zhen? It is worth noting that over the past 2 years, Qing Zhen had eliminated numerous individuals from the Fireseed Company. Of course, Qing Zhen was no fool. He had brought several times the originally planned number of personnel to this location, and he would not perish here. Su-Man was not concerned about Qing Zhen's safety. His primary worry lay with the 112th Barrier Combat Brigade, which had sustained severe damage. Su-Man let out a sigh of relief and bellowed into the regional communication channel, "Hold the line. Reinforcements are on the way." As long as they could endure long enough, they would not face annihilation. At the very least, the majority would survive. If a prominent figure from another consortium had been in their position, their first instinct would likely have been to abandon this beleaguered unit. Taking advantage of the chaos, Ren Xiaosu had already circumvented the Qing Consortium's territory, his shadow racing southward. Initially, Ren Xiaosu believed that the northern route would be relatively safer, yet to his dismay, the north proved to be even more perilous. The Qing Consortium had deliberately steered clear of the volcanic region upon their arrival at Realm Mountain, as the toxic gases there were insurmountable. Consequently, the volcanic area had become the only zone untouched by the Qing Consortium's sweep. Ironically, it turned out that those experimental subjects were lurking close to the volcano. However, these experimental subjects were not summoned by Ren Xiaosu. He unexpectedly encountered them on his path. These hundreds of subjects were evidently poised to launch a surprise attack on all humans within the confines of the mountainous region. Ren Xiaosu could not discern what had drawn them here, or if perhaps the impending volcanic eruption had roused them all from their slumber. Regardless, he could not afford to dwell on such matters. Facing a swarm of humanoid insects or a pack of wolves would be preferable to confronting the Qin Consortium and the experimental subjects directly. Encountering 4 of them was manageable. But when confronted by hundreds, his patience was utterly depleted. If it weren't for the shadow he could rely on to facilitate his escape, Ren Xiaosu might have been compelled to feign being one of the experimental subjects, hoping that their diminished intellect would lead them to believe his ruse. Ren Xiaosu wondered why there were so many experimental subjects. It was evident that Su Man had not anticipated such a vast number. Could it be that they had continued to reproduce over the years? Were those without iron chains on their arms perhaps born later? It was not that Ren Xiaosu was indulging in fanciful thoughts. Rather, he found it perplexing that these subjects possessed no apparent recreational activities within the depths of the forest. Aside from procreation, when he had slain those 4 subjects, he had felt an overwhelming surge of invincibility, a sensation of being unmatched in the world. Yet, within mere half an hour, that bravado was ruthlessly shattered by the harshness of reality. Ren Xiaosu declared himself invincible. Reality responded, "No, you are not." The entire combat contingent of the Qin Consortium was advancing northward, intent on rescuing Su Man and the others. Yang Shaojin and Luo Xinyu had vanished without a trace, while Su Xianxu leisurely departed from the mountainous region via another route. This adventure resembles more of a farce, yet it unveils the true nature of the world to Ren Xiaosu. At present, he is only aware of the Fire Seed Company and the Qin Consortium. But there are countless other conglomerates and barriers in existence, and the world is far more expansive than he had ever imagined. While Ren Xiaosu was fleeing for his life, he suddenly heard a tremor emanating from the volcano behind him. This time, even the ground began to quake. The magma erupting from the crater soared into the sky like fireworks, and as it met the cool air, it rapidly solidified into scorching rocks, which then rained down upon the vicinity like a meteor shower, engulfing vast stretches of forest in flames. Home. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu could only be thankful for his swift escape, even feeling fortunate to have encountered those experimental subjects along the way. Otherwise, he would have been unable to evade the eruption's perilous reach. The long-accumulated power of the volcano finally erupted in its entirety at this moment. Qingzhen gazed at this scene amidst the ravaged city and sighed. What a pity. It was unclear what he lamented this time. Someone beside Qingzhen inquired, "Boss, what shall we do now?" However, scarcely had the words left their mouth when a thunderous roar erupted from the volcano, its sound seemingly reverberating across dozens of kilometers. Was there some creature hidden within the volcano? What manner of being could thrive in molten lava? With such a terrifying creature now revealed, one could only wonder how dreadful the entities he had previously encountered in the river, yet had not witnessed firsthand, truly were. Qingzhen sighed. Such a thing truly exists. We must temporarily withdraw from the western region of Jing Mountain. The mission has failed. His confidant, Yin Tao, gazed in bewilderment towards the volcano and muttered, "What on earth is this?" "Yin Tao, call my incompetent brother," Qingzhen instructed, his eyes fixed on the volcano. "If this creature emerges, or if a multitude of experimental subjects are driven southward by the volcano, then the 113th barrier will be in grave danger." Yin Tao, taken aback, pondered whether Qingzhen believed the barrier could not withstand such a threat. Instinctively, he reached for the satellite phone, only to realize with dismay that the device, which usually functioned flawlessly, was now inoperable. The heat wave generated by the volcanic eruption had begun to engulf the entire Jing mountain range. It is worth noting that there was more than one volcano within Jing Mountain. Recognizing the urgency, Qingzhen exclaimed, "We must leave this place." The inferno seemed poised to obliterate the secrets of Jing Mountain entirely. Upon receiving the retreat order, Su Man and the others fired their weapons in a coordinated manner while strategically falling back. Rather than succumbing to panic amid the volcanic eruption, they appeared even more composed in the face of danger. As they retreated from the forest's edge into the city, Qingzhen's companion suddenly pressed a button on the remote control in his hand. In an instant, the boundary between the forest and the city ignited as if set ablaze by a fiery line. The explosives that the Qin Corporation had long buried detonated simultaneously, effectively isolating the experimental subjects to the north of the forest. Even such formidable beings suffered significant casualties, while those remaining, untouched by the blast, coldly observed the retreating members of the Qin Corporation from behind the wall of flames. The subjects did not hesitate here for long. Instead, they re-entered the forest as if seeking to circumvent this area. After speaking, Qingjin turned to leave, the heels of his polished shoes striking the ground with a measured cadence. At the edge of the city, a multitude of transport trucks and off-road vehicles were stationed, accompanied by an array of heavy machinery. Su Man opened his mouth as if to voice something, but Qingjin merely smiled. Save your declarations of loyalty. I have never placed faith in such things. Just then, a combat personnel shouted from ahead, "This is bad. We can't move our vehicles. Come and see the tires." Su Man paused, bewildered. What is going on? Did a tire burst? We brought a jack and tire repair equipment. It should suffice. The individual grimaced and replied, "It's not a tire that burst. Someone has severed our tires." Su Man? Qingjin? The previously composed Qingjin felt his smile slowly freeze on his face. Su Xianchu, this is the first time I have genuinely wished to eliminate someone. Su Man, fetch me a combat uniform. Both Qingjin and Su Man were aware that Su Xianchu had fled south, yet they had never anticipated this turn of events. Su Man had thought that merely puncturing a tire was already quite audacious, yet the reality was even more outrageous, as the adversary had outright severed the tires. The slashing of the tire signifies that all members of the Qing family consortium must traverse the mountainous terrain on foot. It is not a matter of danger, but rather that continuing to wear white suits would render them somewhat disheveled. Su Man whispered behind Qingjin, "The failure of this mission may result in penalties within the consortium. What should be done about Ren Xiaosu?" Su Man inquired. Indeed, it was Ren Xiaosu who had severed the tire of the Qing family's vehicle. At that moment, the consortium was preoccupied with combating the experimental subjects, making the act of sabotage an opportunity too tempting to pass up. Moreover, after being relentlessly pursued by the Qing family, it was only natural for Ren Xiaosu to seek retribution, otherwise, the frustration would remain unvented. The volcano behind them continued to erupt violently, with the moon obscured by the billowing smoke that ascended skyward, and the intensity of the volcanic eruptions seemed to escalate. Ren Xiaosu pondered the identity of the creature that had roared from the volcano's mouth earlier, as it had never fully revealed itself. Upon leaving the city, he witnessed the explosive detonations occurring at the city's perimeter, allowing him to once again grasp the terrifying potency of humanity's advanced weaponry. When combined with the Shadow's extraordinary strength and speed wielding a black blade, the destructive capability becomes unfathomable. The amalgamation of these two powers transforms into a formidable synergy. Could this be the trajectory of Ren Xiaosu's future? Yet, this path may prove to be significantly more convoluted. Throughout the journey, Ren Xiaosu conserved his energy on the Shadow's back, while the Shadow glided through the air as if walking on clouds, its legs moving so swiftly that they nearly left afterimages in their wake. Although this may make Ren Xiaosu appear akin to a disabled individual reliant on others for mobility, he remains unfazed. It is inscribed behind you. The characters are unfamiliar, the engravings fresh. It seems to Ren Xiaosu that on the day of their departure, Yang Xiaojin lagged behind. For reasons unknown, upon gazing at the delicate script, he suspects that it was deliberately etched by Yang Xiaojin as a playful scare tactic. Such mischief is indeed audacious, Ren Xiaosu thought as he cast a fleeting glance before continuing his journey southward. An hour later, a volcanic eruption ignited a conflagration that spread rapidly southward. The entire landscape had transformed into an inferno. Ren Xiaosu vaguely heard the sounds of beasts thundering behind him, seemingly fleeing towards the canyon, but such matters no longer concerned him. As long as he maintained his speed, neither the man-faced worms, nor the wolf packs, nor the solitude could catch up with him. The shadow beneath him flitted through the canyon like a gust of wind, while the man-faced worms on the cliff sensed the presence of humanity and surged forth. Yet, by the time they emerged, Ren Xiaosu had already escaped the canyon. The man-faced worms remained silent on the cliff for a while, their antennae brushing against one another in a form of communication. Did someone just pass by? That was indeed a person. As he traversed the canyon, dawn was just breaking, golden light seeping through the clouds. Ren Xiaosu found himself momentarily entranced by the scene. This journey to the Jing Mountain had yielded significant rewards, yet time was fleeting. He couldn't help but wonder how Yin Liyuan and Sister Xiaoyu were faring back home. His heart yearned for their return. Soon after, the encroaching pack of wolves witnessed Ren Xiaosu strutting confidently across their gaps, seemingly unfazed, depriving them of any opportunity to react. The wolves halted, silently observing Ren Xiaosu's retreating figure, astonished to find that he was swifter than they. The Wolf King fell into silence. Had they truly wasted days in vain? How embarrassing! I can hardly bear it. Yang Luyuan lamented. Look what I've brought you. The voice of Wang Fugue wafted over even before he arrived at the schoolhouse. Yang Luyuan, nestled in her blankets, stubbornly refused to rise. Sister Xiaoyou, it's time to get up, she said while folding clothes. I won't. I need to sleep a little longer. Yang Luyuan mumbled. Sister Xiaoyou chuckled. If you wake up 15 minutes earlier each day, you would accumulate over 90 hours in a year to indulge in your favorite activities. Just think about what you enjoy the most. After pondering for a considerable time, Yang Luyuan responded with confusion. What I love most is sleeping. Get up now. Sister Xiaoyou frowned. You're even more infuriating than your brother. With that, she abruptly pulled off Yang Luyuan's covers, releasing the accumulated warmth into the cold air. Reluctantly, Yang Luyuan had to rise. At this moment, winter had already set in, and during this era, the cold was exceptionally harsh. In Yang Luyuan's memory, every winter, people perished from the cold on the streets or succumbed within their makeshift shelters. These shelters, cobbled together from branches or iron frames, were merely wrapped in tattered cloth, offering little protection against the biting wind. In those years, he and Ren Xiaosu trembled in the makeshift shelter, where Ren Xiaosu wished fervently to envelop Yan Luyuan in all their clothes, regardless of the season, yet he remained cold. Nevertheless, each recollection of those times brought joy to Yan Luyuan. Sometimes, he mused that had Ren Xiaosu been born behind the barriers, he might have become the philosopher that Mr. Zhang often spoke of. Wang Fugue entered, holding 2 sweet potatoes, and called out, Xiaoyu, you and Luyuan each take one. Hurry and eat while they're hot. Uncle Fugue, Yan Luyuan replied as he accepted the sweet potato. Why do you love sweet potatoes so much? You seem to have them roasted every day. With a beaming smile, Wang Fugue recounted, when I was a child, there was a famine outside the 107 barrier. I followed my father as we fled to seek refuge with relatives over here. It wasn't as perilous back then. Once, while foraging in the wild, we found 2 sweet potatoes, and my father roasted one for me. At that moment, I believed roasted sweet potatoes were the most delectable food in the world. Since the midnight gunfire incident, when Wang Fugue had burst in with his coat on, seeking to bribe Wang Songyang, Yan Liyuan's way of addressing Wang Fugue had shifted. Wang Fugue noticed this change and felt a genuine delight in his heart. He truly cared for these 2 brothers, far more than for his foolish son, Wang Dalong. Over the years, he had observed Ren Xiaosu struggling to provide for Yan Luyuan, and he sincerely recognized the challenges they faced. As he watched Li Xiaoyu and Yan Luyuan enjoy their roasted sweet potatoes, he suddenly surveyed the classroom and sighed, with Mr. Zhang gone. Our town will no longer have a teacher. Zhang Jinglin has been dispatched by Luolan, treated as a hot potato, marking a day of unprecedented commotion for the refugees in the town. Several military transport trucks and off-road vehicles were stationed at the entrance of the school, while the prominent figure surnamed Luo within the barrier exhibited a demeanor of obsequiousness towards Zhang Jinglin, reminiscent of a grand eunuch from a tale. The refugees were taken aback to learn of Mr. Zhang's significant connections. Had they known earlier, they would have gladly paid the tuition to enroll their children in the school. Pondering the potential benefits of such associations, this realization spurred many refugees to resolve to send their children to school, driven not by a thirst for knowledge, but by the desire for connections. However, before they could fully indulge in their aspirations, Luo Lan swiftly sent Zhang Jinglin away. Yan Luyuan and Sister Xiaoyu, residing in the school, were completely overlooked, akin to mere air. Even after Zhang Jinglin's departure, Wang Songyang did not return to trouble them. Yet, the predicament lay in the fact that, although no one sought them out, numerous unfamiliar refugees began to congregate at the entrance, some selling fruits, others peddling vegetables. Wang Fugue recognized some among them, ordinary factory workers, who now seemed to be strangers. It was at this moment that Wang Fugue realized the management of the town by the barrier was far more intricate than anticipated. Certain refugees had already been bribed to serve as informants for the barrier. These individuals, typically unremarkable refugees, would promptly alert the barrier should any among them conspire to rebel or organize a strike, revealing those who were stirring trouble from the shadows. No wonder the previous 2 strikes were swiftly quelled by the barrier's private forces. It seems there was indeed a traitor among them. Wang Fugue meticulously noted each individual, vowing to avoid offending them in the future, and to refrain from speaking candidly to others. The sentinels at the entrance were not merely vagrants. Some appeared even more formidable than the private troops, leading Wang Fugue to suspect they might be affiliated with the Qin Consortium. Yet, Yan Luyuan remained unfazed, asserting confidently, "My brother is surely safe," for he had made a vow to sacrifice his life to ensure Ren Xiaosu's safe return. His survival indicated that Ren Xiaosu was unharmed. Such sentiments, if vocalized, would likely be met with skepticism from both Wang Fugui and Sister Xiaoyu, and Yin Luyuan would not divulge his secrets lightly. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Fugui remarked, indeed, that Ren Xiaosu is destined to wreak havoc for generations. However, at that instant, a chill ran down Wang Fugui's spine. Suppressing his unease, he lowered his voice and cautioned Yin Luyuan and Sister Xiaoyu, be vigilant in the coming days. If you wish to leave the town, let me know, and I shall devise a plan. It appears these individuals are not targeting you, but rather, they are after Ren Xiaosu. Wang Fugui, perceptive as ever, contemplated the situation and likened the individuals at the entrance to a net, lying in wait for someone to ensnare. With Zhang Jinglin already taken away, who else could the net's prey be but Ren Xiaosu? Were they intent on capturing him? Why? Sister Xiaoyu nearly gasped in surprise. After much deliberation, Wang Fugui suddenly exclaimed, could it be that Ren Xiaosu has once again stirred trouble among the barrier's forces in the mountains? It is quite possible. However, Wang Fugui's imagination remains confined by his narrow perspective. Not only has Ren Xiaosu brought trouble to the members of the band, but he has also cast a shadow over the Qing family consortium. Su Man sighed, boss, even you have started to use foul language. Qing Zhun, feeling melancholic, lamented, my persona has crumbled. As Wang Fugui and his companions were engaged in conversation, an unexpected commotion arose in the market. Intrigued, Wang Fugui stepped outside the classroom, wondering, what nonsense is happening now? Almost immediately, he sensed something amiss. The sky was gradually darkening. The haze above transitioned from a pale white to an odd shade of murky yellow, and the wind began to pick up. The townsfolk, seeking refuge, clutched their valuables and ventured into the streets, with some cautiously propping up their makeshift shelters to prevent them from being blown away. At that moment, someone rushed into the market, shouting, it seems that the volcano in the mountains has erupted. The sky above the mountains is filled with smoke. Yet, Yin Luyuan felt something was off. All the birds in the sky were flying south, and insects from the soil were emerging. Could a volcano so distant create such a profound effect? Yin Luyuan sensed that something far more terrifying lay ahead. In the midst of Barrier 113, a river flowed. Though no one had ever delved into its origins, or where it ultimately led, the prominent figures within the barrier have laid several iron nets in the river to prevent the refugees from stealthily swimming into the enclave, as there have indeed been instances of such occurrences in the past. However, at this moment, the inhabitants of the barrier are also in a state of panic due to the earthquake, and no one notices that an unknown force has shattered the protective barrier underwater, allowing a strange entity to drift towards the urban area. The fish in the river, disturbed by this anomaly, flee in a frenzied manner, as if driven by an instinctual terror. Those returning cry out, the mine has collapsed, and an array of bizarre insects has emerged from the mountains, some bearing human faces on their shells, and they will devour us. Everyone stands in stunned silence. This world has previously endured an insect plague that humanity swiftly eradicated. Yet, this generation has only heard tales of such calamities, never witnessed them firsthand. Is history destined to repeat itself? Yin Luyuan and Sister Xiaoyu, though unaware of the unfolding events, resolved to follow Ren Xiaosu's lead. Yin Luyuan deduces that something significant must have transpired, compelling Ren Xiaosu to guide them away from the 113 barrier. Must they truly abandon the place they have called home for so many years? Yet, Yin Luyuan finds little concern in this. Wherever Ren Xiaosu is, that is home for him. Wang Fugui chuckles wryly. Are you really planning to leave? There are many eyes fixed on this courtyard outside. Perhaps you can come and go with ease, but what about Yin Luyuan and Li Xiaoyu? They cannot stop me, Ren Xiaosu replies confidently. Before he even reached the academy, he discerned from a distance that there were individuals lurking outside, several of whom bore a striking resemblance to operatives from the Qing consortium. The distinction between private military contractors and corporate forces was evident. The former appeared unruly and unkempt, while the soldiers of the Qing consortium stood erect, clearly accustomed to rigorous training. Due to the presence of these observers, Ren Xiaosu opted for a clandestine entry into the academy, as chaos had already begun to unfold in the town, presenting a prime opportunity to escort Yin Luyuan and Sister Xiaoyu to safety. Wang Fugui, intrigued, inquired, with Mr. Zhang around, surely the Qing consortium would not dare to harm you? Ren Xiaosu paused momentarily, realizing that Zhang Jinglin was conspicuously absent from the academy, oblivious to the events that had transpired there. However, there was no time for lengthy explanations. I am not fleeing because of the Qing consortium, Ren Xiaosu asserted, but rather because the malevolent creatures from Mount Jingshan are about to emerge. As he traversed the canyon, he had already heard the sounds of beasts charging behind him. It seemed that the entire wildlife, experimental subjects, and human-faced insects of Mount Jingshan would be driven southward by the impending inferno. At that point, the danger would not solely be his, but would encompass the entire town. Yet, Ren Xiaosu had little time to elaborate. Addressing Wang Fugui, he remarked, "You heard them mention the insects. Their numbers are terrifying, yet they represent merely a fraction of the peril we face. Join us." Ren Xiaosu questioned, perplexed. "Your family business is rooted here, and you would leave with me?" He had never contemplated the possibility that Wang Fugui would choose to accompany them. By conventional reasoning, even if Ren Xiaosu persuaded Wang Fugui to leave, it was unlikely that Wang would trust Ren's words. Yet, the reality was strikingly contrary. Ren Xiaosu had not urged Wang Fugui at all, and instead, Wang made his decision in an instant. After pondering for a moment, Wang Fugui declared, "I may be uncertain about many things, but I know that following you will ensure my survival." When Luo Xinyu and Yang Xiaojin first ventured beyond the barrier, Wang Fugui remarked that it mattered not who served as the guide in the Jing Mountain, only Ren Xiaosu could lead them through. This was not to imply that Wang held Ren in particularly high esteem, but rather that he believed Ren possessed an extraordinary resilience. A child who could survive amidst a wolf pack and nurture another child was no ordinary individual. At this moment, Wang Fugui harbored a clear understanding. Only Ren Xiaosu comprehended the true events transpiring within Jing Mountain, for he was a first-hand witness to its upheaval. If one could not place trust in him, whom could they trust? If Ren Xiaosu were to shout in the town square, "The wolves are coming. The experiment subjects are approaching," the creature from the volcano might also arrive, and the human-faced worms are here. It is likely that half the townsfolk would regard him with the gaze reserved for a fool, while the other half would be skeptical. However, Wang Fugui was different. He believed that if one could not trust even the witness, then who else could they rely upon? Ren Xiaosu gazed deeply into Wang Fugui's eyes and suddenly understood why this old Wang had managed to survive until now. To speak of Wang Fugui, one might say he possesses little remarkable talent. He is not particularly ruthless, merely adept at navigating the complexities of relationships with influential figures. Yet, this alone does not account for his longevity. In the past, there were others among the local gentry who enjoyed even closer ties with the powerful. Yet they met untimely ends. One must concede that Wang Fugui likely possesses a remarkable instinct for survival, enabling him to make the most prudent choices in the face of danger. Wang Fugui solemnly declared, "Perhaps others may not believe in you, but I do. I wish to accompany you on this journey." Truth be told, Ren Xiaosu contemplated whether he could indeed lead Wang Fugui to safety. In such perilous circumstances, ordinary individuals may become burdensome liabilities. However, Wang Fugui was different. Although fundamentally a businessman, he had extended ample goodwill toward both Ren Xiaosu and Yin Liyuan. This shrewd merchant seemed to perceive Ren Xiaosu's hesitations, stating, "I do not follow you without reason. Firstly, I possess wealth and medical supplies. Secondly, my ability to engage with others surpasses yours. I am no useless liability." Ren Xiaosu was not a naive idealist. Had it been anyone else, he would certainly prevent their departure at such a critical moment, fearing they might inform the Qing family consortium. Nonetheless, Wang Fugui's previous gestures of goodwill prompted Ren Xiaosu to place his trust in him this once. Furthermore, it seemed the Qing family consortium was presently preoccupied and unlikely to target Ren Xiaosu, rendering the watchers outside insufficiently vigilant. Yin Luyuan and Sister Xiaoyu swiftly organized the items they intended to take with them. Yin Luyuan handed Ren Xiaosu a copper coin, stating, "Mr. Zhang mentioned that in times of desperation, one could seek him in the northern frontier, but if one is not truly desperate, it is best to refrain from going. As life there is arduous." Ren Xiaosu gazed at the coin and suddenly inquired, "What transpired earlier?" Yin Luyuan recounted the events of that evening, detailing Luo Lan's attitude towards Zhang Jinglin and some remarks made by Zhang Jinglin himself. He concluded, "Uncle Fugui was indeed the only one who dared to stand up for us that night." "I see," Ren Xiaosu responded, then asked, "Did Mr. Zhang reveal his identity?" "No." Yin Luyuan shook his head. "I have no knowledge of his identity. He did not disclose it when asked, but he must be a significant figure within Barrier 178. "Understood." Ren Xiaosu remarked, "If we find ourselves in dire straits, we shall seek him in the northern frontier." Sister Xiaoyu interjected, "Everything is packed. In truth, we do not have much to bring." Ren Xiaosu glanced over and noticed that the items collected by Sister Xiaoyou and Yin Lu Yuan were predominantly provisions. Even the large cabbage originally cultivated in the school's backyard by Zhang Jinglin had been uprooted. This resonated with him, reflecting a sense of simplicity. "We should take the steamed buns and corn buns," Ren Xiaosu suggested, "but let us leave the cabbage behind. We can forage for wild vegetables along the way." "By the way, what is that in the bag?" "Cured meat," Sister Xiaoyu remarked. "When you left before, you didn't take any provisions. I thought it would be wise to prepare some well-preserved cured meat, so that you could take it with you on your future journeys." "Indeed." Ren Xiaosu paused momentarily. "Thank you, Sister Xiaoyu. It will come in handy this time." "Brother," Yin Lu Yuan looked up at Ren Xiaosu. "Is it truly that perilous this time?" Those within the barrier could rely on its protection, yet the townsfolk were utterly defenseless before those creatures, with scarcely a refuge to seek. Ren Xiaosu replied, "In fact, the most prudent course of action now would be to open the barrier and allow everyone inside, though I suspect those within the barrier would be reluctant to do so." Surveying Yin Lu Yuan, Ren Xiaosu chuckled. "You've cleaned up nicely. You look quite presentable, much like those within the barrier." Hearty laughter escaped Yin Lu Yuan. Suddenly, the town erupted into chaos, but this time it was not merely the clamor of onlookers. It was the anguished cries and desperate pleas for help from countless voices. The entire town descended into disarray. Ren Xiaosu strode purposefully out of the schoolhouse's main entrance. The soldiers stationed outside, tasked with surveillance, prepared to draw their weapons upon spotting him. The recent events had captured their attention, leaving them unprepared for Ren Xiaosu's emergence. However, before they could even ready their firearms, Ren Xiaosu took the initiative, firing his weapon as he advanced, and none of the sentinels managed to escape. They all fell beneath his gunfire. At that moment, Wang Fuguwei was hastening towards the school with his simple-minded son, Wang Dalong. Upon witnessing Ren Xiaosu's decisive and ruthless elimination of 6 or 7 individuals, he was taken aback. Although Ren Xiaosu had previously shown a certain ferocity, it had never reached such extremes. It appeared that a journey to the Jing Mountain had wrought some change within him. Ren Xiaosu turned to face Wang Fuguwei, whose heart nearly skipped a beat at the icy glare he received. However, upon recognizing Wang Fuguwei, Ren Xiaosu lowered his weapon and said, "Let us proceed to the 109 barrier." Suddenly, Wang Dalong interjected, "Can we bring Li Yuqian along?" Ren Xiaosu pondered seriously. "Who is Li Yuqian?" The sturdy daughter from the old Li family, Yin Lu Yuan, interjected. "I shall not bring her with us," Ren Xiaosu replied, shaking his head. Wang Dalong grew anxious. "You are the substitute teacher. How can you abandon your student? If Mr. Zhang were here, he would certainly not forsake her." Ren Xiaosu reflected. Looking at Wang Fuguwei, "Your son's urgent demeanor resembles that of young love." Strangely fitting, indeed. Wang Fuguwei was astonished in such dire times. "You still have the leisure to discuss this?" Ren Xiaosu then turned to Wang Dalong and remarked, "Regrettably, I am not Mr. Zhang." Hearing this, Wang Dalong's heart sank. He had not anticipated that his romantic aspirations would come to an abrupt end. Today's update arrives early. It will be available at midnight on June 1st. The accumulated manuscript is ready, eagerly awaiting that day.